Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to a beautiful sunny Silverstone, the home of British motor racing, for the second day of action here at this inaugural BRDC Classic. So the country's biggest gathering of classic and historic race cars, dating back nearly 100 years. Plenty of action already on Friday, one race and lots of qualifying. Let's take a look at what happened here on Silverstone's first day of action.
Silverstone's an unbelievable track. It's absolutely fabulous.
Well, take a look at the name on this car and then actually take a look at the driver as well, because that's more relevant here today. Alex Ames, tell us a little bit about the history of this Formula Junior car that you're racing this morning.
So it's a Brabham BT6. It was first driven by Mike Hailwood in '63. It was his first car that he bought after the bikes, which was then run later on in '63 by Reg Parnell Racing, which he then went into Formula One from then.
So tell us, what is the attraction of these cars? As a commentator, it's like a shot of adrenaline first thing in the morning.
Yes, just a little bit of that. They're such a, the grid's packed, that it's very, very close to the front. Any one of us probably at the front could probably win this one. Toes are important down the straight, so we'll see what we can do really from here. I didn't make a very good qualifying, even though I had a few fast sectors. Unfortunately, we got held up in a few places yesterday, so we'll just see how today pans out.
Well, qualifying's one thing, racing is another. Take a quick scoot over here as well. On the other side of the second row of the grid, Lucas Halusa. Lucas, we were just having a little conversation actually about Lotus 22s. The family have got a number of these, haven't they?
We do. We have 3 of them, or 4 of them. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 of them here. And I was just wondering exactly what percentage of Lotus's total output for 1963 that might have been. You probably got about a quarter of all their cars.
That could be.
So tell us a little about this car, because this has got great history as well.
Yeah, so this is, I think, the most successful Lotus car in the Formula Junior category that they ever had. In the 1962 season, Peter Arundel won the championship in it, with, of course, having won Monaco as well. I think he won something like 20 of the 27 races. I don't know exactly what the amount was, and so it's a really special car.
And these cars are all about momentum, keeping your speed up. Do you use the brake pedal at all?
You do have to use them, unfortunately, no. But it is, as you say, you try to use it as little as possible. You try not to smash on it, but use it, just balance it. It's a lot of fun.
Not much horsepower, very little weight. These are a real jeweler's delight, aren't they?
They are. No, exactly. And I mean, from a lap timing perspective, right, we're doing 20s, where you've got huge things with slicks, the HTC doing similar timings, and we've got 1.1 litres and thin treaded tyres. So it gives you an idea of what you can do with a small engine, little weight.
It's a racing category for the thinking driver. All right, best of luck to Lucas Halusa. Let's just have a little quick whiz round. Cars in the assembly area getting ready to go out for the very first race of the day here. The historic Formula Juniors, massive field of more modern rear engine cars, front engine cars that started this category back in the very late 50s. All action all the way. Can't wait to get started. Motor racing here at beautiful day here at Silverstone for the start of Saturday at the BRDC Classic. Bruce Jones, a mouth-watering prospect, essentially sports cars and single-seater cars and GT racing cars from the last century. I mean, we're now really deep into some of the history of this when we get to some of our older pre-war sports cars and the Woodcote Trophy and the Stirling Moss cars as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's the 20s through to the 20s, isn't it, effectively? But the worst thing for me, well, in fact, I'll tell you, the best thing for me is actually starting the day with Formula Juniors. They are exquisite. Even their qualifying session was magnificent, looking at how they had to work their toe down the Hanger Straight. have heard from some of the drivers, including Alex Ames, explaining just how important it is to get a toe. But it's the diversity of this field. It really is something for everything. And I can look at each and every single field, even down to the road sports, and go, oh, I quite fancy one of those. And that is the beauty of historic racing. But for you and I, Martin, and for Graham Goodwin, obviously the third commentator in the team who'll be in here later, it's the fact that we commented on these cars when they were new. Some of them, not these ones, Martin, but a bit after that. Not being that mean on a Saturday morning.
No, exactly. And I mean, I think that's part of the joy from 9 to 90, or younger than 9. My grandson's been coming here since he was 3. It's a chance to see very different cars from modern machinery, and also a chance to see cars that you would never have been alive to see racing in period. And for me, certainly, you know, these cars were long before I was of an age where I could ever discover motor racing. And they just have this sort of elegant simplicity and almost the innocence of the sort of late pre-war years, the late 50s, early 60s, as motor racing was starting to really find its international feet. And the other great thing about this Formula Junior category is that we have the entire history of it, starting with front-engine cars in the late 1950s with drum brakes, and then the rear-engine revolution being represented here as well. So the cars are in the assembly area, ready to go out for the very first race of the day. What else is on our smorgasbord of motoring delights? Well, after this, we go way back to the pre-war sports car racing from the 1930s. Road sports, very much more up-to-date. Cars from the 70s and 80s that were probably on your dad's drive or your neighbour's. 2-litre sports cars, proper endurance racing machines, and the Derek Bell Trophy, Formula 5000 versus Formula 2. The Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy, that is 2 races in one after our lunch break, and then some fabulous Formula 1 cars in the GP Icons presented by Goodyear. MRL's Historic Touring Car Challenge is a mouth-watering delight, and the GT3 Legends, again, if you were watching Le Mans or any other sports car race in the last 20 years, most of those will be very familiar to you. The pre-66 GTs, once more you've got Austin Healey's and E-Types and Lotus Elans and a whole host more. And then to round out the afternoon, 30 minutes of the endurance icons, cars that raced at Le Mans and elsewhere in the late 90s and early 2000s. So something for everybody. If you love your single-seaters, if you love wings and slicks, if you love the early stuff, if you love the recent stuff, we've got plenty here. And for the fans who are at Silverstone over the course of the weekend, it's not just a race meeting, it's so much more. Was in a queue to get in this morning, just filled with fabulous historic cars and classic cars of all denominations. So our grid, Sam Wilson starts on pole, his familiar green and purple helmet in the dark green Cooper. Callum Grant alongside, great qualifying in the red and yellow Merlin Mark 5/7. Lucas Halusa in the ex-Pete Arundel Lotus, and Alex Ames in the ex-Mike Hellwood Brabham alongside. Andrew Hibbert and Spencer Schenner. Look out for Spencer in the Mark 5 Lola, starting from 6th on the grid. All of these in Class E1, the fastest, most recent cars with disc brakes. Rufus Flan in his Lotus, Stuart Roach in one of the few Lexus that were built ahead of Philip Buhofer in a later Lotus 27 and Stuart Monument's Lotus 22. Behind them, another class pole sitter, Nathan Metcalf, the poleman for Class D2, with Lucas Buhofer alongside. Then Simon Jackson in the Di Tommaso. Yes, Di Tommaso made Formula Junior cars briefly, and the Lotus 20 of Oscar Trepas. Nick Halusa in another of the family's Lotus 22s. That one's black, ahead of Nick Carlton-Smith. He's the third qualifier in D2. George Diffie, Lotus 20/22, and Michael Hibbert's Lotus 22 on row 9 of the grid. Row 10, another pole sitter, Ray Mallock in the U2 Mark II, the green shoebox. He is the pole sitter for Class B2. Behind him, Duncan Ross is the pole sitter for Class E2 in his bright blue Lynx, car number 21. So car number 45. Behind that row, Tony Lees and Tim Child in a Lola and a Lotus, and Andreas Halusa, the last of the family's 4 Lotus 22s in the field, car number 153. He'll start in 25th position. A couple of rows further back we get to Crispin Besley, who is our next pole sitter, and Crispin starting in 31st position, the pole sitter in Class C2, and that is the category for front engine and rear engine cars pre-1961. So those are 1 litre cars. We have 1.1 litre in the bigger classes and 1 litre in the smaller class. And looking further back, all the way back onto row 22 of the grid, in 44th position is our final pole sitter, Adrian Stevens, car number 24, the pole sitter on Class A, and that is the oldest of the cars, and they are not Ford or BMC engine, they are Italian engine cars. Here's Hillwood, an Italian engine car. So there we go, that is our grid, 47 cars. Charlie Besley will be the tail end Charlie, fittingly enough, and Sam Wilson leading the field from pole position. It's on the driver's right-hand side. They're coming round on their single formation lap here. Martin Haven and Bruce Jones watching trackside. And Bruce, shimmering heat haze. We've had some fairly torrential rain. We've had some great days of racing with Formula Junior over the years here at Silverstone. And this promises to be yet another thriller.
The weather makes absolutely no difference to the quality of racing in Formula Junior. It's like no one ever tells the drivers. They're out there to have fun. And walking up and down the paddock this morning, looking at the drivers, they are really, truly of all ages, from the young guns right at the front to, as you were saying, some polished hands down around midfield. But there is something for everyone in this field. A lot of the cars look very similar until you get up close. We've got the Lotuses, we've got the Coopers, but the real outlier is Callum Grant, the red and yellow striped Merlin, the outside the front row, the ex-Dennis Welsh car. That always goes well. Didn't sell in such numbers, but you know, when you have historic racing, some cars go better. Look for the box-shape Malik in the middle of the field. That's definitely going to be making progress. Car number 32. Those at the back do keep up. Those at the front, let's get a clean start. Here we go. Saturday at the BRDC Classic is about to go green, and the charge to Cox. Yes, Cox, the first corner. Will Sam Wilson still be in front of the Gerard Racing Cooper? Looks though on the outside, Callum Grant's trying to go around the longer line. Will he get his nose in front? Good, tidy battling around the middle order. Cox still just one of the most fantastic corners of the Merlin, has to tuck in behind. And it's Sam Wilson down to, going sideways. The Coopers are really having to be worked very, very hard indeed. Is everyone getting through Beckett? So far, so good. But look how many cars you can cram into next to no space at all.
Really sideways through the first couple of corners, out of the Beckett's S's and onto the Hanger Straight. The classic-ish Silverstone Grand Prix layout. Sam Wilson with the lead, checks the mirrors. There's going to be a lot of that. So too does Callum Grant in second place in the red and yellow Merlin. Lucas Alusa and Alex Ames. Alex Ames is right there, car number 21, the first of the Brabhams. Alex Ames in that dark red car with a blue noseband, and the lead quartet breaking away already, and a non-starter, unfortunately, car number 51. So that is one of our older machines.
Well, that's Michael Hibbard. So he's
no, it's not. That is Michael Hibbard, yeah.
But what's so beautiful, on the grid, we've had a Cooper from a Merlin, from a Lotus, from a Brabham. So it is as it was in period, but pole doesn't always lead to getting into the lead of the race at Copse, but certainly a brave attempt to hold that inside line from Sam Wilson so far has paid off. He's really, you can see he's pushing those tyres right to the edge. It's skittering, it's sliding around. I'm not complaining. I love seeing racing cars do that. Look out for Alex Ames at the moment. He's looking for a moment to see if he can pick off Callum Grant. He's the one in third place, another driver with a bit like Sam Wilson with lots of green on his helmet, but going out onto the infield straight, that's probably not the way to do it. Any momentum you lose in a Formula Junior car, you're not getting back. The way of getting back up front is to get a tow. They don't knock a big hole in the air, Martin, but whatever little you can get, you will take.
Exactly. When you've only got 1.1 litres, any substantial slipstream is a huge effort. The Merlin of Callum Grant looking down the inside there of Sam Wilson, but Wilson has them bottled up for the moment. Loves to slide that Cooper around, and that works well for him in another retirement.
I think that might be the little ex-Clay Sony Di Tommaso, Simon Jackson's car. So it's a shame when you lose the rare ones in particular, but survival of the fittest, that very much was the story of Formula Junior. The Legio has just made a break. That would be vital because the loss of tow for Alex Ames. It's my fault. Sorry, Alex. I suggested you might catch the first two. Not just yet, but we've got time of plenty. 17 and a half minutes remain. It's a 20-minute race. What a way to start a Saturday at the BRDC Classic. Look at that side, the rear shot as it got towards Maggots and then Beckett's. And now, of course, in period, Beckett's wasn't at all like this, but hey, take what you find.
Yeah, take what you can get. It is actually fairly benign as well. Some nice sweepers for these drivers to get the best out of their dual-like little cars. Very low weight, very low power, certainly compared to almost anything else in the field. And again, look at the long look that the leader's having in the mirror. He knows that Callum Grant is in the slipstream. Down the hanger straight, a change of the lead. The Merlin goes through into Stowe. And that is the danger of being in first place, particularly on the last lap. This is how it always was before aerodynamics really played a big part in it. Alex Ames now starts to close once more. He and Lucas Halusa had dropped away a little bit in the last lap, but Ames is now making it 3 at the top, and Lucas Halusa a little bit on his own in 4th place. On his own very much in 5th is Andrew Hibbard behind, and then Rufus Flan in 6th position, the yellow machine. He also on his own, and another retirement very early on. That's a shame.
Oh, it's the koalas. We were joking yesterday he's coming for some eucalyptus leaves, but that's not really required in a 20-minute race. But what is beautiful, think about these racing here in period, the epic flow you get around Silverstone. Think of these racing at, I don't know, Monza before the chicanes. And I remember talking to a driver, of course, Formula 3 came out at the back end of this, and talking to the inimitable man with the best moustache. No, actually, maybe that was Olaf Mantai, but Pico Troberg, and he was saying the last thing he wanted to do in a Formula 3 streamer was lead it at Monza until that final lap, until he got to Parabolica on the last lap. And then, of course, famously, the 1971 Italian Grand Prix proved exactly that, with that 5-car sort of thunderburst that... well, I'm still not sure they worked out who won that race, but BRM will put up their hand for that one. But look how Sam Wilson is he's now back in front. It's here the ebb and flow between the pair of them, and it's just, these cars are on the edge of adhesion. What the driver's trying not to do, Martin, trying not to touch the brake. A little kiss to balance the car, but no more than that.
Yeah, and that's why the cars are getting so sideways. They're trying desperately to keep the revs up, keep the momentum up. 1098 engine needs to be in the power band. If you drop out of the rev range, then it's absolutely flat as a pancake. Not that it's exactly lively up to then. Alex Ames dropping away again a little in 3rd place into the clutches of Lucas Halusa. And actually, as Halusa starts to get a toe off him, it slows Ames down. So he's dropped away from the leaders there. He is in the Brabham. But Sam Wilson, Callum Grant now through the Beckett's S's, out to the Chapel Curve, onto the hanger straight. And again, Sam Wilson giving away the toe. Long look in the mirror, and another long look in the mirror. He knows that Callum Grant is coming. These cars are so tiny, there's no chance of being able to shut the door down the hanger straight. You could get 6 of these abreast and there'd still be room for plenty more. So a new leader again, Callum Grant back in front. Alex Ames with the fastest lap of the race last time round, closed up on these guys. This time though, just dropping away a fraction, not quite as quick this lap round as he was last time.
It's about carrying momentum. I can't quite work out where they're super clipping around the lap here. No, it's just flat out, and it's just the fact the hole they punch in the air is so small. So it isn't a big toe you're getting, but it's a fairly clean toe because you don't have wings that will disrupt the air and make the airflow behind the car really difficult. Alex Ames, I can't quite work out just yet why he's not managing to catch the first 2, because they're fighting so hard. And at the moment, Lucas Halusa has fallen back a little bit in 4th place. So this is his moment to start making move. He has set the fastest lap of the race, but we're talking a difference of a 10th of a second at the very most. All the top 4 cars under 2 minutes 20. Nobody else yet managed that. Andrew Hibbard, he's about 3.5 seconds further back. Should be coming to the background of the shot any moment now. There he is. That's the gap back to 5th place. So he's not likely to claw that back in 13 minutes. But the lead order, well, who knows where that's going to be in the next 2 laps.
Nathan Metcalf down in 9th place, the Class D2 pole sitter, still leading from his closest rivals Nick Carlton-Smith and Oscar Trapez. Little change there, Trapez out-qualified Carlton-Smith, but Carlton-Smith has got by him in the race. And further down in the top 20, Ray Mallock in the U2 Mark II, and he was the pole sitter in Class B2, leading that one. He's been a serial winner in Class B2, and the cars that were designed by his father. Lucas Halusa, Andrew Hibbard dropping away in 5th place. The bright yellow machine of Rufus Flan in 6th spot. Rufus in his Lotus 22. So another very similar car to the one of Lucas Halusa.
I just love looking how small these cars are. I mean, anybody who is a fan of the packet of biscuits or the bag of chips is not likely to race in Formula Junior because frankly, I mean, taller drivers don't fit generally, but if you're carrying any excess baggage, it's just not going to work in these. But Sam Wilson, well, he was passed before into Stowe, but he's about to return the compliment. Up the inside, tried to test it, classic move, classic corner.
Yeah, great move by Sam Wilson, and again Callum Grant, having set the fastest lap last time round with Wilson in the tow, knew that he was going to be a sitting duck. So now it's almost after you, Claude. Callum Grant has worked out that if he sits close enough to Sam Wilson, he'll be able to tow past him down the Hanger Straight and then keep in front. But by the time you get to the end of the Hanger Straight, you're only a third of the way round the lap, and that means that once you come past the wing and you start to come into the tight and twisty complex section here before the Wellington Straight, there is the opportunity then to fight back. But these cars, I mean, this is really pretty much the only place that they're going to use the brakes significantly to get them slowed. Is there an opportunity to pass other than the Hanger Straight? Certainly nobody has shown the inclination to do so yet. Coming down the Wellington Straight, Sam Wilson leading from Callum Grant, Alex Ames in third place, Lucas Halusa in fourth, and Callum Grant looking for a first win here at Silverstone for a Merlin. Sam Wilson's been a serial winner in this Cooper, Alex Ames has won in the Brabham, but for the Merlin Mark 5/7 to take victory here would be definitely a big feather in Callum Grant's cap.
Oh, it really would. And I mean, what I love is the fact he's prepared to attack everywhere. And obviously, Sam comes with a large reputation. You do get that if you keep on winning in events and being in the top three. But, you know, they'll be loving this moment. You know, who's the hunted, who's the hunter? It's chopping and changing. Fastest lap of the race last time around, Callum Grant. But now they've just moved on to 4 laps completed. Of course, the order has flipped over again, so Sam Wilson back in front in his Cooper. Right, they're about to have lapping. There's Duncan Rabagliati, the man who's probably done about 3,000 Formula Junior races, give or take, plus or minus VAT. But he's up front. He's the man who he's up in front of these guys. These are the front runners. Sam Wilson, Cooper, still ahead of the Merlin of Callum Grant. There is the orange Alexis. He'll stay out of the driver's way. And of course, Martin, at Silverstone, you've got space to play here. At certain other circuits, it's harder for the back markers to keep out of the way. But their job is to stay on their line, and they're doing that absolutely perfectly. So Duncan out to one side, the Wimbledon solicitor, and in behind. It's chopping, it's changing. After you, not after you, Claude. After you, Callum. No, after you, Sam.
So another of the front engine cars right in front of them here as they sweep round through the Vale, and you can see the dramatic difference in these cars. This championship only really lasted for 4 years, from 1959 to 1963, and it saw such a changing of the guard. The old front engine cars much more upright because you've got to put the drive shaft somewhere, and predominantly that's under the driver, so you have to sit up a lot higher. And then once the engine was behind, the cars suddenly got a lot lower and a lot more modern looking.
In all honesty, I can't think of a single championship which had such a short span, yet had such a quantum leap from the cars that started with the engines up front to the ones at the back. And it wasn't just sticking the engine at the back, it was when you started to look at the engineering, bearing in mind that Cooper and Lotus, they were the people pushing the envelope in Formula 1 at that stage. They really put the engine behind the drivers. Of course, Ferrari famously didn't get around to that till some while later. Aston Martin came in and just timed it rather badly, putting their engines up front. But anyhow, for those out there on the circuit, it's where is the next move going to come? But of course, the changing cast of the slower cars, the back markers, is what's going to tip it. Whoever's out front is surely going to have an advantage through traffic, and that has been the case for the Merlin.
Callum Grant, well, often the leader gets held up, and Callum Grant has made good inroads in traffic there, and he's gone out from 0.4 of a second to 1.4 a second over Sam Wilson, and has broken the tow, and that might be significant here because these cars are so even.
No, exactly so. Going past Graham Barron's Gemini, so again the front engine cars crossing the match. But I think the reason I said the front runner has an advantage through traffic is the cars are so small. If you're on these taller front engine cars, you see one, but you can't see cars 2 and 3 and 4. And I think they think, oh, let him through. Oh, sorry, Sam, I may have just slightly moved over on you there. But Sam, well, that's going to put him off. In fact, he might put himself off there.
Yeah,
Alex Ames is now, he's come closer in traffic, so second and third, going either side. Just think Ricardo's onto Spa many moons ago in Formula 1. Mika Hakkinen one side, brackets on the grass, Schumacher up the other side up. Why do people say going down the Kemmel Straight? Well, have they ever walked up the track at Spa?
You get down the King's Road, so it's the same sort of thing, isn't it? Lucas Halusa coming through traffic as well, but the definitive break, or is it for Callum Grant? 7.5 minutes. They've got another 3.5 laps to go, and I think really if Callum Grant can stay clear, then he's got this one won. But that's not guaranteed. Again, you only need to catch a slower car in the wrong corner and not be able to get by him. and suddenly you've lost a second.
I think Alex Ames is going to remember the moment that he just saved there, just got his braking all wrong, was braking deep into the corner as he could. The front end of the car started to wash away. You can imagine it was just like on board. Sam Wilson still, he's just got this ability to just put that, he's so smooth, isn't he? He goes out wide, he's very happy on that wider line. He seems to think it's faster, but he just is consistent. There we are, okay. Tighter corners, you've got to swing the tail around. But again, look at the difference of the lines there. The chasing Alex Ames going far, far wider, and it's pitch in, pitch out. Then, of course, it all evens out. Would Mike Hailwood have driven like this? Bear in mind, when Mike Hailwood was driving this Brabham, he'd just come down from motorbikes, being a global superstar. But of course, your balance is entirely different, isn't it? But I'm sure, you know, John Surtees came ahead of him into motor racing, car racing from bikes, and he had his own style on bikes. You know, he sort of changed the way the riders leant and so on and so forth. But it must be extraordinary to suddenly have 4 bits of rubber keeping you to the track. But the record shows that they did a pretty good job.
They did a good job in conversion, didn't they? And maybe one of the big what-ifs of the modern era is, what if Valentino Rossi had gone racing in single-seaters when he tested for Ferrari? Well, further back, lots of arms and elbows, plenty of action in the midfield between some of our lapped cars. And again, wherever you are in the field, that's Nathan Metcalf, car number 171. So he is the leader still. Or was that Nick Carlton-Smith just going by him there? Is that what we missed in traffic? I think it might have been.
Metcalf has lost a couple of positions. He started, I think, in 11th and went up to 9th. He's down in 11th at the moment.
I think he's had a little moment in traffic. I think that was may have been Nick Carlton-Smith going by him. Nathan Metcalf still shown as the race leader. Callum Grant out front by 1.5 seconds now.
What's interesting to me, yes, they're having to be slightly delayed as they pick their way through traffic. Looking at Andrew Hibbard there, who's really had a very lonely race in 5th place. He's 11 seconds down with those ahead, but nearly 5 seconds up on Rufus Flan, who's making quite a name for himself in this championship. He's in the yellow Lotus, you can see in the background of the shot there. But our race leader, Callum Grant, well, he was busy. In fact, every corner he's busy now. You think about it, look how wide they go. It's an absolutely wondrous lesson in physics, but their last few laps have been a bit slower because of traffic, but now they're clear. And I'm just looking.
Callum's hasn't. He just set a 2:18.8. The only man in the 2:18.
That was a couple of laps ago.
Lap.
That was a couple of laps ago. That was best, not last. But I'm saying their pace, because of the traffic, has dropped by about 1.5 seconds. But now they're clear of the traffic. We'll see how it settles down again. Of course, their tyres will be a little less sweet than they were at the start of the race, but tyres were never the biggest of issues in Formula Junior.
Well, watch the front of Alex Ames's car, particularly in the tight section here. Those cars get quite a lot of understeer, and that's why they have to drive the car around with the rear to try and get the car turned. Coming down towards us, Justin Fleming's Lola Mark II, one of the very earliest Lolas. Eric Broadley, the engineer designer, and they're being caught by our chasing pack. Alex Ames in car number 21, dropping away from Sam Wilson again, and that gaps out nearly to 2 seconds again. Ames just seems to have a little bit more understeer than the 2 cars in front of him, probably a little less than those behind. So he's having to, again, slide the car around, the classic 4-wheel drift before radial tyres, which don't respond well to going sideways, whereas cross-plies used to, and before wings and slicks, which also don't like going sideways. Drifting the car was the best way to keep up that momentum. And Callum Grant, the traffic is falling really well for him, isn't it? They go by Justin Fleming's Lola, that pale blue car. Behind them, 131.
Oh dear, we've had a bit of a clash, unfortunately. This was around the middle order. That's
Lucas Buhofer, car number 77.
And the Lotus.
I think that's in traffic. So that's Nick Carlton-Smith. So he is the man who was second in Class D2, Nick Carlton-Smith.
Yeah, they were just on the tail end of the top 10, 11th, about 10th, 11th places, so not enough space in the circuit. One hand up there, acknowledgement, red flag. Race leader immediately stuck his hand up there because those 2 cars are stricken at the side of the circuit. And, what did we have? 2 minutes 40 left when the red flag was thrown. So that will probably be the end of the race.
Lap, but they won't restart it because that's 1 lap. So that's unfortunate for Sam Wilson, Alex Ames and the rest, but Callum Grant had done what he needed to do.
Conjugation lessons on a Saturday morning.
Bruce and I both reverting to Autosport sub-editing mode there and editing ourselves as we talk. Many years ago. So yeah, unfortunate clash there, and actually with the red flag on this lap, it will be a count back to the last completed lap. So Nick Carlton-Smith will still end up in second in Class D2. And the winner will be Nathan Metcalf, who starts on pole. But our race winner, luckily he was leading last lap as well, Callum Grant from Sam Wilson and Alex Ames. And that may be the most spread out lead group that I can remember. We've had a couple of races where Sam Wilson has got a break and gone away and been clear, and then there's been a massive tussle behind that I can think of in the last 3 or 4 years here at Silverstone. But when was the last time a Merlin won?
But that
might be a while.
No, exactly. We'll scurry back through the notes. But I mean, to me, what a way to start any race morning at a race meeting. Formula Junior, it just sort of clears the pipes, doesn't it? But how could you look at that and go, if you've never raced a single-seater, may I advise you to give it a go. Even if you just come to a school and drive around for a few laps, just the feeling of seeing your own front wheels turning is something you've never karted. But if you've done a bit of racing, I defy you not want to go out and race one of these. Not necessarily at the sharp end, but you can have just as much fun down around the rear order. These cars are so super dynamic and super rewarding for all your inputs, but what a lead battle. I mean, Alex Ames, a few more laps might have been right with Sam Wilson. It was unfortunate, actually. The traffic rather broke it up. But I mean, the give and take between Sam Wilson and Callum Grant, two drivers with ultimate respect for each other in different cars, different liveries, helping us commentators, etc. But for people watching, look at these cars. There's Duncan Rabagliati in his orange Alexis in the background. Almost like the grandfather. He's gathered all the Formula Junior people under his aegis. But again, look around, rear engine, front engine. Every driver, as they pop off their helmet, will have a big smile on their face, because that was a good workout.
Definitely will. They definitely will. And again, you can see the front engine cars, the drivers sitting so much higher. It was interesting when their front runners were going through. Actually, their helmets were lower than most of the wing mirrors on the front engine cars, because again, you can see Duncan's car there, for instance. He's very much offset, Indy Roadster style, because the prop shaft, the engine's in at an angle. The prop shaft is coming over to the left-hand corner of the diff as the driver sits there, so it's going beside his thigh, and the diff, instead of being driven from the centre, the crown wheel and pinion are over on the left-hand side, right to the extreme end of the differential, just to try and lower the driver. But even so, it's got such a 1930s, 40s, 50s look, hasn't it? That the classic sort of beetle-back front-engined Grand Prix car look. And of course, a lot of these manufacturers, your Coopers, your Lotuses particularly, started with front-engine cars in the front-engined era, and were then the standard bearers of the mid-engined revolution. So victory then for the Merlin. Great race from Callum Grant. Really made the best of the traffic to take the win ahead of Sam Wilson and Alex Ames. Lucas Halusa, Andrew Hibbard in 4th and 5th, and then Rufus Flan a little further back. Then we got into all of the dogfighting, and Philip Buhofer in 9th place ahead of George Diffie. So he finished in 10th, having qualified in 17th. Nathan Metcalf winning in his category, and Ray Malek, it was ever thus, winning in his class as well, Class B2. The nearest rival to him was four places further back. And our other class winner was also the pole sitter in 26th place, Crispin Besley. Crispin Besley in his Lotus Cooper T56, claiming Class C2. And did our Class A pole sitter Adrian Stevens finish in the Hillwood?
Yes, he did, in 42nd.
Yes, he did. There we go. So just off that page as well. So a busy opener to the first full day of racing here at the BRDC Classic, the historic Formula Junior. 20 minutes, give or take, just a couple of minutes shy. And unfortunately, the koala disappeared into the pit lane. Looks as though it did actually come back out before the end of the race, that unique Australian-built car. So great way to start the racing day, historic Formula Junior. Traditionally, they would start both days of action here at Silverstone. They do race again tomorrow, but they will be racing around 11 o'clock tomorrow morning on Sunday morning. So just after church, I imagine. Some of them praying for a little bit more of a slipstream, a little bit better handling. But for Sam Wilson in the Cooper, the pole sitter, and Callum Grant in the red and yellow Merlin, a great dice out front. Alex Ames was close enough to witness it firsthand, but he and Lucas Halusa not able to really stay with the pace of the leaders. The positions changed for the first half dozen laps, the first 4 laps, and then Callum Grant got the break in traffic, and we didn't quite see really where it was that he was able to escape Sam Wilson. They sort of went into the back markers like this, and then a lap later he was the better part of 2 seconds clear, as everybody else had to jockey for position. That is a moment or two in traffic. And then there were actually 3 cars involved there. One of the front engine cars taking avoiding action. That was down at the complex. Contact between 2 cars and an immediate red flag to bring an end to proceedings for the historic Formula Junior Championship. So we're going to try and get down to hear from our top 3, and I think the question for Callum Grant is, how on earth did he pull that one off? He had a great run through the traffic.
We've got our top 3 to chat to. Callum Grant is alongside me. Callum, a brilliant victory from you. Yourself and Sam seem to be having a great battle early on.
Yeah, well, Sam's built 2 mega engines, and I think we proved that today, but thanks so much to the Sykes family for lending me this car, and finally won the Silverstone Classic, which has been a long time going. I don't think Dennis ever did it either, so this one's for him.
Absolutely, yeah, we miss him dearly. 2 of you seem to be working together in the early stages. Was that to try and break Alex?
Yeah, we don't want 3 people in the party, it's a crowd. But no, it was good fun, we enjoyed it, and hopefully more for tomorrow.
Couple of changes of position, just talk us through them.
Working together really, get the slipstream, pull away, and try not to impede each other. But I think Sam missed a gear and gave me a break, and I wasn't gonna wait for a second choice.
That took the pressure off of it, didn't it? Sam's smiling. So Sam, I think it was just as you were coming out of the loop and through Aintree, wasn't it, where you missed the gear?
Yeah, coming onto the Wellington Straight, it's the gearbox in this, the Ursa gearbox. First gear is right next to top, and there's a spring in it, and I just went for 4th, and it just caught the spring, and that was enough to just lose the momentum. But it was great up until then.
Was the gearbox fine afterwards, or was there an issue with it?
Yeah, fine. Just the squishy bit in the middle that was causing the trouble. So no, it's fine. It's driver error.
Callum's done you today, but you'll start from pole for the second race tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to have my work cut out. I mean, we worked really well together. We were able to pull away, and there wasn't a lot in it. But I think he's slightly quicker in clean air. So yeah, it's going to be hard work.
It is, because this man here, Alex Ames, will want to join the party tomorrow as well. Alex, you stuck with them in the early stages, but they just got away.
Yeah, I don't think I had quite had the pace today. We're suffering with a bit of understeer, making some excuses really probably. But no, I just didn't quite have the pace to keep with them. Caught back with them for a little bit on the back markers, but I just think I had too much understeer today, so I need a little bit of a play for tomorrow. But the weather might play a part tomorrow. I don't know whether it still looks like it's got drizzle in the morning or not.
It looks as though there might be a bit of drizzle tomorrow.
Make it interesting, mightn't it? So we'll see what we've got then.
What were the grip levels like out there? Because obviously it was very warm yesterday, cooler ambient this morning, but a bit more breeze.
It's got a reasonable grip level. You know, compared to driving the E-Type like yesterday, this has got lots of grip compared to the E-Type, but actually the grip levels are quite good now. So because we're on the historic Vale, that has taken a long time to come the grip. So first time round there on testing, I was like, whoa, there's no grip there at all. So that's actually now getting a bit better. So I think the lap times today will probably be a bit quicker than they were yesterday.
Well done. Thanks for keeping us entertained. So there we go. We've spoken to our top 3 in the Silverline Formula Juniors. So let's go back upstairs to the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Mark. So quick change in the commentary box too. Martin Haven out, Graham Goodwin in. You were watching over our shoulder.
Oh, it was great fun. I mean, my immediate reaction, great racing at the front of that grid, but it's so sad when it's an incident like that actually brings out a red flag. It brings to mind, doesn't it, the beautiful little cars. It's like a puppy with an injured paw. You know it's going to get better, but somehow it's really sad.
Well, I'll tell you what, let's look at the timetable. Historic Formula Junior, we've done that. Now, pre-war sports cars coming up very soon indeed, in just over 5 minutes. Then the HSCC Road Sport. I know you enjoyed those enormously yesterday. Then we go to the small, tiny, jewel-like 2-litre sports cars at 10.55. HSCC, the Derek Bell Trophy. That's Formula 2 and Formula 5000 combined, so great noises, but different ways about splitting the atom. And then after the lunch break, the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Sterling Moss Trophy, two races in one, two combined, beautiful sports cars from the 50s, the early 60s. And then we go to the GP Icons 225, an assembly of largely late 70s, early 80s Formula 1 cars, and the historic Touring Car Challenge. Think BMW M3, think Sierra Cosworth, think Nissan GTR, plenty to be getting on with there. Then GT3 Legends, this is going from strength to strength, invented here at this very circuit 20 years ago, and we're celebrating cars up to the sort of mid-teens, phenomenal grid of great cars. Then the pre-66 GT Sprint, well, just an exquisite array of vehicles for that. And then the endurance icons, just to keep you awake to the end of the day. This is very much Graham's happy hunting ground.
Petite Le Mans, let's put it that way.
Okay, minute Le Mans we'll call it, but... So let's find out a little bit about the cars we're about to see. These are the pre-war cars.
This is where it all began. Pre-war sports cars from the 1920s and 30s. These machines run in road-going trim with wings, lights and even pump fuel, as close as possible to how they originally raced. The grid celebrates a transformative era when racing cars evolved from road machines into purpose-built racers, with marques like Bentley, Alfa Romeo and Bugatti leading the charge. Aside from a few minor modifications in the name of safety, they're almost identical to their period spec. These cars may be nearly a century old, but they demand total respect. Physically demanding, mechanically complex, and often unforgiving.
Well, the sheer diversity of what we're about to see, you'll only see it when you see it, but they're coming out very, very soon indeed. But just to give you a little taster, here's the grid. I'm just going to talk through the top few cars. We start with an Alvis Firefly Special, which Rudy Friedrichs put on pole, and he was just in commanding form. Then the diversity is right across the other side of the front row. Fraser Nash TT Rep, sort of smaller, goes about its racing differently. And then, here is our pole starter. That is the Alvis Firefly Special. And I tell you, Rudy Friedrichs has some astonishing cars in his stable. But this, I've almost never seen him in such dynamic fashion.
And he was literally on top of it yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah. On top of it in terms of the way that he sits in the car, on the car, as they often do in these 1920s and 30s cars, but also the way in which he just wrestled that car around yesterday was something to behold.
So just number 59 alongside, that's the BB family Fraser Nash TT Rep in that exquisite mid-green. Then a giant Bentley, one of many giant Bentleys, and you see people walking down the paddock for the first time. All the cars, you can see the tents in the background, all lined up with their captions on the front of the tent, say which championship, which driver, which car, what year it was, and it's such a history lesson, but people sort of stop and stare at the Bentleys because they understand somehow, almost intrinsically, they had this incredible success through the 20s into the 30s.
As we wait for these cars to go onto track, it's another part of what makes historic racing special. People are taking an interest in something they may have only ever seen in a book. But you know what? There's world experts here that are only too happy to answer any questions they've got.
If only we knew who they were. So there we go. In third place, just in the background of the shot there, the waterfall grille of BMW. That's the BMW 328, and that's a very, very special car. That came out in 1939, so it's a fair bit newer than some of the others. But, you know, development in any form of automotive, whether it's for cars or for motor racing, is not linear. It goes in jumps. And that BMW was a huge jump. Then obviously we had a little interregnum for 5.5 years.
No, let's not go there. No, we'll not go there. But it's that thing, isn't it? Once someone has proved, we've just seen it with the Formula Juniors, once the move was made to rear engines, the development curve was briefly absolutely vertical, and you'll see the same with the way in which these cars evolved as well from some of the early lessons. And there's probably one of the widest spread in terms of the date lines in this grid across this whole weekend.
Yeah, entirely so. Another car to look out for, just in the blue one on the left-hand side of your shot, starting in 5th place, that's Callum Lockie is sharing. That's a Delahaye, and he's sharing it with Ross Keeling, and that was going increasingly well. I sort of lost it there. It is coming now. It's a little bit of a French excellence, then a whole gaggle of Aston Martin speed models. I think there's 3 of them in 4 positions on the grid. Then Bentley seems to almost take the light out. The Talbot, that's such an exquisite car with its very successful period with its pea green, dark green livery. And just look at the shapes and hold on. Eventually may have gone just out of shot will be Sue Derbyshire in her three-wheeled Morgan. That I defy anybody to watch that racing and not come away with a big smile on their face.
Yeah, remember we've got another aspect to this race, which is we've got very often the owners of these cars, and they are, well, highly skilled at the wheel of their prize possessions, but also some proper pros in this as well. We're going to see some of these cars with dramatically different pace, sometimes deeper into this race. There is the little Morgan just going through shot there. And
yeah, a great big Invicta as well. A lot of these makes didn't make it through to modern day. I know quite a few makes are being revived. I'm not a great fan of that. I think if the bloodline is broken, you should not go back. But you know, you start studying the history, and sometimes you have to hold up your hands and go, I'm a bit ignorant about, gosh, they were massive in period.
Oh, absolutely.
And yet,
you've already mentioned, by the way, one make that was my very first road car. And I bet you can't guess which one it was.
I'm trying to think, was it a Morgan?
It was a Talbot.
Was it a Talbot? Not quite the same bloodline,
Not
though.
quite. This, by the time PSA got hold of Talbot, the little Talbot Samba, a rather different proposition to what we're seeing here.
Let's take down on the front row of the grid. It's Rudy Friedrichs, who was super impressive in his Alvis Firefly. Look out for that. Car number 18. And then alongside the Fraser-Nash TT rep of the BBs, Josh and Rob, that's car number 59. BJ Mallier and Patrick Blake-New-Edwards, who really got very close to pole position, that BMW 328 at the end. But again, two drivers going out in qualifying. And the Getley Fox Bentley is the best of its bunch in fourth on the grid. Then comes Keeling and Callum Lockie, mentioned the Delahaye, and alongside the Jaguar SS10 of Burton and Finbo. That will definitely go well. And then this is the car, the Bradley family, Aston Martin, been racing consistently every year since 1946. Think about that for a moment, 80 years. There's something that's had a huge return. And Darren Turner, it just says Turner there, but we know it's Darren. Aston Martin, somewhere, racing, he'll be in it. So look for him. So you talked about a few pros dotted up and down the order. And then one of the most exquisite cars in the field is the Bugatti Type 35 of Martin Halusa. Again, the Halusa family, they've got a very good eye for lovely machinery. But look at this shot as the field comes down. And the hardest thing is to understand this is England in summer. It looks as though someone just had a bit of sort of a cream paint and painted all the grass. It has been super, super arid this summer.
It's got all magnolia on us, hasn't it? But it does make for a very unusual shot.
It's actually wood chip at the bottom
it
of the
screen.
screen.
It does a bit. And a glitter. But great grid. Real variations here, and you're going to see some variations again, as in the Formula Juniors, in pace amongst these cars, but trust me, there are going to be proper battles.
There will, and also, of course, the order will be shuffled during the course of the half-hour race because there is a pit stop somewhere in and around the middle. Not everybody will be having a driver change, but they have the mandatory minimum pit stop time. But I think before then, we're going to see, I reckon, on the form we saw Rudy Friedrichs display in qualifying. He qualified nearly 3 seconds, if I do the maths. In fact, 3.5 seconds clear of the rest of the field. So again, the fact the grid is still running through. The Wiltshire family cars, a lovely little story of that after it had its competition career, it was used as to tow a plough, as you do.
Wow.
And that brings us on to a feature of these pre-war cars. They weren't enormous in terms of horsepower, they were absolutely socking in terms of torque, so you can imagine that would have no problem at all with a bit of agricultural labour. But for all these cars, it's the fact that some of them are nearly a century old, they're still racing in many ways. Imagine if, at the time, if you said, as people having these cars and they have become outdated, these will still be racing in 90 years' time. You'd have laughed, because of course you look at the next car that's coming down the line. But here is the Alvis Firefly Special. And what is it, out clear already, but so the rest of the field needs to pull closer together on this formation lap. But here we are, Silverstone, the second race of the second day of the BRDC Festival Classic. It's a new festival here at Silverstone, and I must say, you did the numbers. I think it was 250 plus racing cars, plus the car clubs, plus the fun fairs, plus the everything. Oh, plus the good weather. So
absolutely,
I think we're set
right.
fair.
You know, this grid brings us to the point where it's something like 90 years of racing history covered across the variety of grids here this weekend. The earliest car we've got on track is a couple of 1924 cars in this order. Two of the Bentleys are from 1924, and something like 2015 for the latest of the GT3s that we'll see later. Astonishing. It's not going to be that much longer before we're going to be celebrating a century of history at these racing festivals, and leading the van are going to be these cars.
Yeah, 100%. So just bear in mind this circuit here opened in 1948. So these may have raced here, but they already would have been rather second-hand. The wall would have been in between, but you race what you can, where you can, and that's always been the essence. And look at the diversity. Alvis from Fraser-Nash, from BMW, from Bentley, from De La Haye, from Jaguar, from Aston Martin. 7 mates in the top 7 positions, but I think it's going to be a real struggle for everybody to keep up with Rudy Friedrichs, that number 18, the black Alvis Firefly Special. But it's not just about the winning. Oh, there's that gorgeous cream Invicta coming through. Everyone has a car that draws their eye, but there's certain elegance that seeps out of an Invicta.
Well, they go from elegance to raw performance now, about to go green.
So the pre-war sports car race kicks off with Rudy Friedrichs in front of the BB family car, which is the Fraser-Nash, and Vijay Mallya will be sharing Pat Blakey in that BMW. We'll have to work out who is starting what, but a nice clear run down to tops for the first time. Again, the little and the large, just the height difference of a Bentley alongside something rather smaller alongside it. And I think it was David Azan going past in the number 19 that was sitting so much lower. That's again, just part and parcel of what we're looking at here, but a really clean start. What an amazing getaway by Rudy Friedrichs.
Looked like a very good getaway for De La Haye as well. I think that car is already up to 3rd place, am I right?
Certainly looking as though it's going that way. And that would probably mean it's Callum Lockie on board. I'll have to wait and see the helmet, but certainly Ross Keeling's been getting that De La Haye going well. But again, the gap's opening out very early on but on qualifying form, Rudy Friedrichs was in a class of his own. The BB's pushed hard, and the car that's gone slightly backwards there is, I think it's probably Vijay Mallya driving the BMW at the moment. Bottom right-hand side of your screen, you can see we've got a stage here at the BRDC Classic, and our finishers from that first race, the historic Formula Junior race, being grilled down there. It's just on the inside of Cops by Toby Moody, who's manning the microphone today.
Indeed. Worthy podium positions, all 3 of them.
Wow.
That's
interesting.
Look at that gap. The BB car is right there.
It's doing well. It's doing incredibly well. We've got some others starting to make a move. I expected that gap to go out and out, but I must say, around the twistier parts towards the end of the lap, once you going past the contemporary pits, so it's halfway around the lap, but basically through the twisty bits, once they got to Stowe, the BB car was getting closer. The Fraser-Nash was definitely closing in behind. Let's take a look. This is the battle for 3rd and 4th positions, just waiting for the De La Haye to be in shot. It's rather further back, I beg your pardon. No, it is the De La Haye, that's right.
It is. We've got no timing, I think, is the problem.
Yeah.
So timing, I'm afraid, is frozen for us, so we're relying on pictures only.
Anyhow, the first 2, it's almost then a 2-car race. Wait for the rest to come into view in the background. Giant grandstands casting a little bit of shade.
Yeah, I needed both hands to time that gap. It's significantly more than 5 seconds.
Okay,
but behind there's quite the gap, and then quite the group, and lots of battling away.
The lowest car in that group is in the middle of the shot. It's only got 3 wheels. It's the Morgan, just coming to the bottom of your screen now, and that's certainly gained a few positions. That was starting down in about 16th.
It was 16th.
Warwick has come rather higher, so it does look as though it's actually Ross Keeling who's in that battle for 3rd place. But the first 2, they are not home and hose, but they're way out front. Timing is kicking in, nearly a 3-second margin, but this man, the race leader in his Alvis, that's Rudy Friedrichs, and the BB car, Fraser-Nash, 3 seconds down, or a whisker there under, and then best of the rest, it's the Keeling, Lockie, De La Haye, there it is, and the Getley Fox Bentley again going nicely. And the car that's made very decent moves from 8th up to 5th is Alex Hewitson, and he's Riley. He's the one who's joined that battle, the dark blue car just in the background of that shot. This is the battle for 3rd place at the moment. It's chopping, it's changing, but for now, after a good start, the De La Haye is still in 3rd.
Little Morgan, by the way, minutes way up from 16th to 8th in that first couple of laps. So in the early running, is making fantastic progress up the field. So the 35 car. Next target is the number 8. That is John Burton's Jaguar SS100. SS for Swallow sidecars. 100 for its top speed in the day. You can see the little Morgan in the background there.
Sometimes I have to pinch myself. If you get a Morgan racing against a Bentley, you think, who put this rule package together? They're separated at the moment by one car, the Burton Finborough Jaguar you just mentioned with the nomenclature explanation. But there, look, leaning out of the car. And it's often when you see the rear shot of it, a car in historic racing, you really get to understand how they're working their tyres. But the whole body on the Morgan just seems to move
It's
around.
the double rear wheel setup on the Jaguar as well. Number 8.
Well, that was hugely popular in hill climbing to get the extra traction off the start.
It's barely fair, isn't it? Just 3 wheels on the Morgan. It's got double that on the Jaguar.
And if ever you can find the Duncan Hamilton's autobiography, Touchwood,
I've read it.
buy it.
It's astonishing.
You laugh yourself stupid, but I mean the fact that the first time he fitted double rear wheels on his car in his Muse garage, he accelerated out, but it was wider than the garage door. It was such a shame he did the same thing again later.
So Delahaye just fended off at the moment I think rather rude approaches of the 2 cars behind, the 99 Bentley. And what is that?
Well, we've had a place change because Alex Hewitt has just moved up in the Riley. There it is, the dark blue Riley. But as he goes wide, he loses the place again. This is chopping and changing. Wait for it, waiting for the Morgan to come into the background of the shot. It's lost the position, I think, the Morgan there, actually having gone up to 8th. I think it's down to 9th now because this is 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. Yeah, it's gone down 1 position. But our race leader is sort of sitting comfortably. He was nearly 3 seconds to good at the front of the race. The Delahaye in 3rd place, just seeing it there. Ross Keeling is making that move around and seems to have escaped in 3rd. Because as the Bentley fights behind with the Riley, and the Riley too, in turn, has a little bit of a push from the Morley family Bentley in the background. Again, it's little and large the whole time. In fact, the Morley car is, I think, starting to make more progress than those in front. So not that one, that's in 4th place, the Getty Fox car. But wait, yeah, the number 6 Bentley going around the outside.
Sort of set up, didn't it? The classic touring car battles of the 60s and into the 70s, the Big Banger V8s, and the Minis and the other smaller cars that were much better in the corners. Got a little bit of the encapsulation of that spirit here. Light and nimble versus irresistible force. You were saying earlier, Bruce, the torque of these big Bentleys, astonishing. Even by modern standards, astonishing.
Yeah, I was quite right about the number 6 Bentley. It's just picked off another car working its way forward. By the way, the gap Rudy Friedrichs was built after 2 laps. Remember, it was just under 3 seconds. It's now 8.6 seconds, only going out. So I think, and here is the Derbyshire Wood Morgan, but 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th all in shot. In fact, one almost out of shot because behind the second, the Bentley is very hard to see Alex Hewitt's and Riley, but it's just sitting in there. And now a challenge, the Delahaye, can it block off? It could if it chose to, but decided not. Again, sweeping through. This is what it's about, and Alex Hewitt then fights back. Having lost 1 position, he gains it back. So it's Bentley against 2 smaller cars.
Absolutely.
That's a vague description of this middle order.
And a classic battle, isn't it, really? You're saying about Rudy Friedrichs. I've just been keeping an eye on his sector times. I think he's now on his 7th consecutive purple sector. The 247 plus previous lap, 245 dead on the lap he's just completed, and he's just cleared. He's in the middle of the 2nd sector with another purple sector in sector 1. Now it's the 2 smaller cars battling, and the Delahaye loses out again. The 32 car, the Riley, moves on through.
Yeah, actually very nearly got the position back again. So it sometimes happens in a close battle. You lose 1 position, you're put slightly out of line, and that's the point at which someone else pounces as well, which is
the Delahaye dropping.
So he's lost 3 positions now, having sat comfortably. Ross Keeling, remember early in the race, it looked like he'd just done enough to break clear in 3rd place, but the others sort of didn't necessarily work together, but they managed to catch up and get ahead. But again, wait till you get the torque coming in of the Bentley, and down the infield straight they go, down the Wellington straight, and just looking for position, and the Bentley will gain position. But then when we get down to Brooklands, you expect the Delahaye to fight its way back in the tight corner. But here's our race leader, Rudy Friedrichs, working hard. No one's there to play with him, but he's as he was in qualifying. He's really pushing that.
Well, here you go.
To the limit.
Well, here's the pace. It's 2:43.3 this time, 2:45 dead last time, 2:47.8 I think it was the lap before.
He gained 8 seconds on that.
That is, really astonishing pace from him at this stage of the race. 17 seconds to good now.
Well, we were commenting when in qualifying that a lot of these drivers, it's like going for a session in the gym, but just seeing the sort of smoother driving style of the drivers in the Bentleys, the Getty Fox car now up into 3rd place overall. But Rudy Friedrichs, you can see his arms and elbows, he's out, the tonneau cover sort of makes him look, so he's sitting even higher. But whereas look at the Morleys, their car forwards, backwards and sideways, just choosing the moment. But it's about using the flow. You've got an awful lot of weight in a Bentley, but wait and talk, it can be a good formula.
I think this is the thing, isn't it? Same with the Formula Junior cars we've just been watching. These cars are not cars; they are family members, and in very many cases, been with the families that own them for decades, if not, in some instances, for the whole of the life of the car.
Oh, absolutely so. And it is extraordinary when you find a car that's been passed down through a family. You know, often they've been rebuilt so many times, often put away for a generation, but they're still there.
Bit of a trigger's broom.
100%. But you know, again, I'm just going to cast my mind back as we look at the battle for third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. Is the fact that these cars, all cars have a racing period, and then they get to the end of the racing period. What happens next? And the explosion of historic racing has been a sort of slow burn, but recently it's been on a huge expansion. Probably because we have events like this where they can come out and showcase themselves. And you look at the grids that Motor Racing Legends have assembled, and the other championships around Europe as well, the more classic series, and so on and so forth. And it gives a reason for these cars to be prepared. But don't forget, it's not just about displaying the cars; it's about racing them. And so many people get so much joy out of watching these, preparing these, racing these. And for a young mechanic to get into historic racing, they could have a huge career, work at some brilliant circuits, and I really think a lot of people should consider it.
Just bumped into actually an older mechanic, someone I've known for a long time in contemporary sports car racing, made the move a couple of years ago to come to a paddock like this and has not looked back, is absolutely loving the freedom that it gives them. 15 minutes down the road from the workshop, going to some lovely places. The other thing I was going to mention here, and it's a good moment to say to anybody watching, and I'm watching the stream on a laptop here, and a couple of questions coming in. No, this is not a closed event. It is a very public event, very accessible in terms of ticket prices, lots to do, and this is a true family event. I think this is the beauty of historic motor racing is there's plenty of things to do on the infield. The grandstands may not be full. That's because the infield is busy. It's a little bit like the difference between the Daytona 500 and the Rolex 24 at Daytona. Fundamentally different in terms of the way that the crowd behaves.
Yeah, it is. You know, you can be fairly sure that people coming here, they won't watch every race in the day because they're engrossed in a car cup display. They're at the fun fair. They're looking at the giant stage, which is down, we've just seen at the bottom of our shot a short while ago, at COPS, where there are talks from Toby's interviewing quite a host of people, you know, the great and the good, about
trouble. That's the 66 car on the Bentleys. That's the McFadden car. Was just taken a place up into 26th, but that car has, I hope not ground, trundled to a halt.
But again, you sort of talk about the diversity. Niall McFadden is racing, I think, in 3 different categories here over the course of the weekend, jumping from not sublime to the ridiculous, but various ends of the scale of racing. So sad his Bentley has pulled to the side. We've got a couple of cars going to the pits, and I tell you what, the pit window is open, and the number 99 Bentley has been the first of the front runners to avail itself of swapping drivers, and that will be coming out. Yeah, exactly. So,
meantime, by the way, Rudy Friedrichs is still pouring on the pace. Another fastest lap, a lap ago, but with a bit of traffic now, just taking the edge off his pace. But he's 26 seconds ahead.
Well, that'd be astonishing if that was the end margin after 30 minutes of racing.
I think it's only fair if next race he races for the GT3s. It's only fair.
It should be a sort of booby price. If you go that fast, you go to the category where that is the median speed.
A little bit like Rallycross, it's the B final.
Never understood that. But yeah, I mean, absolutely hats off to Rudy Friedrichs. He's just been so consistently quick. And once he set his fastest lap, 2 minutes 43.3. The next lap, 2 minutes 44.1. That's not a big difference. Right, into the pits. We do have the pit visitors. This was car number 88, Tom Rawlings, in that lovely Talbot 105 team car, just like your very first road car.
Very like it.
If you squint.
Yes, very like it if you squint, and it wasn't a terrible paint job in the red. And door handle had apparently been fixed with part of a coat hanger, apparently.
Of course it had, multitasking. But again, just savour this Delahaye versus Bentley moment. And again, both being driven differently according to the sort of strengths of the cars. And the Clive and James Morley, their Bentley, well, it is merely 100 years old, 1926. It just seems staggering. I mean, when I was a child and you subtracted 100 years, you were deep into. People only started wearing trousers, I think, about at that point.
Only decent that they should, sir. But,
You've got to put your car keys somewhere.
but it is a bit of a wake-up call, isn't it? You know, we're talking later today about the GT3 cars, the newest of which are just over a decade old. These cars, what history they've seen, what changes they've seen in how the cars are raced and where the cars are raced. These cars from the Brooklands era, of course, and much of that circuit still survives. And if you are in a position to go and visit, please do go and visit their museum at Brooklands. It's an astonishing place.
Yeah, well, more than that, they've got a huge celebration the first weekend in August, 7th and 8th. Or was it the 8th and 9th? I think it's, maybe Saturday is the 8th, but anyhow, it's an awful lot to celebrate. Yes, the museum, and just simply to go and look at that banking and go, okay. First permanent circuit. Now driver changes happening nice and quickly down the pits. Rather easier getting to these cars than a lot of the single seaters, of course. Callum Lockie hopping on board, closes the little door. It's not worth doing.
Callum won the very first race I ever reported on. The GT car in the Corroys and Marcos back in the day.
Yeah.
And that car, by the way, is still racing.
It is very, very quick. There are no belts, of course. And Callum, given the signal, out you go. He's been given, well, they have just under half the race. And bear in mind, that car was in that battle from anywhere from 3rd down to 6th. It came in from 5th place overall, so former British GT champion, sort of eternal racer. And if he's not racing, he's organising track days, isn't he? Not just here in Spa-Francorchamps, other circuits. Often he's racing on the Sunday and has an assembled troop arriving on the Monday. So he works very hard, but again, he's in that sphere of being a very, very good hard hand in historic racing, because it's also about bringing on other drivers and teach them to get the most out of their exquisite machinery.
It absolutely is, and oddly enough, I was having a chat with one of the drivers that was battling for that win in that first race I ever covered, who's here looking after a bunch of cars. His son is racing, and that's Mike Jordan.
Yes, well, so what an empire they've built. So our race leader's just come in. Rudy Friedrichs doesn't have to look over his shoulder, I think, with his margin of, well, it was just under 34 seconds before the pit stops, waiting to see if the BB family Fraser Nash TT rep comes in. Probably will.
Has already been in and is on its way out.
Oh, sorry, you're right, quite right, yes. So we're just waiting for the Alex Hewitson car to come in. That was the Riley that started 8th, but was running in 5th place, going very nicely. And there, driver change has happened. You can see the change from Sue Derbyshire in that little 3-wheel Morgan, and it is now in the hands of a Duncan Wood. Changed from black overalls to red. They didn't, they just changed the drivers, or is it the other way around? Let's have a look. I'm fairly sure Sue races in the black overalls, but again, just need to know the balance, and you see driver leaning in, leaning out.
Car came in, by the way, so it's running a fine 7th place now, the Little Morgan. And, a bit of a gap to the cars ahead, just one car ahead that still needs to complete a pit stop. That is the number 32. It's Alex Hewitson's Riley Sprite rep. So there's a fine result in prospect here for the Morgan.
Well, it won't be the first time. I mean, I think an awful lot of people, if they see these little aerial engine out the front, you know, this is one of the things about historic racing, particularly cars this vintage. You can see sort of so much of the technology. It's on show. External gear change, other elements, but I love seeing people in the paddock, someone explaining to someone else, not always getting the explanation right, by the way, you know, imparting their particular take on a particular car, but you know, that's part of the beauty. And we have had the driver change in the BB car, as you said, change from Rob to Josh, or Josh to Rob, because I didn't establish which was started, but there is the previous race leader, and with his pit stop served, setting on, Alex Hewitson is just about, he's just come in, but there is our race leader, Rudy Friedrichs, hunting down, chasing, pushing, but wherever he is in the pack, he's got that potential to pull ahead. But hold on, there's the BB car, and he's behind it. I'm just going to try.
I think it's about to lap it.
About to lap.
Surely not.
Unless he had a very slow pit stop. But hold on, we have to work this one out. I haven't got anything on my board explaining the pit stop time.
Well, that is our leader. That's definitely Rudy Friedrichs. So the 32 is still running second according to our timing. I'm waiting for the next timing being to be passed, and we can tell you what the actual gaps are here. But Rudy Friedrichs, is he about to put a lap on the second? He can't be. If they
No, we
delayed
can't
that
be
pit
because
stop,
the gap between them was 33 seconds before. It's now listed as.
well, it's not between them, it's between the Hewitson car that's been in and out.
Oh yeah, sorry, beg your pardon. So it's.
But
He's
they've not cleared a timing beam yet, so I'm just waiting for confirmation of that long second sector, which is in these cars close to a minute and a half. So we'll wait and see exactly what's what. One thing we can absolutely confirm is this car leads and dominates, in fact.
But every lap is driven as though it's a qualifying lap. He's got the sort of Michael Schumacher mentality.
Something
at
to
the moment.
see.
You know, to make sure you win this race, you've got to do a qualifying lap every lap. Okay.
Looking pumped up, he's going to kind of calm down by about Thursday, I think.
But again, here we go into the final 10 minutes of this race, and it's safe to say the Alvis Firefly Special is very, very special indeed.
It's a purple sector.
Of course it is.
Of
course it is.
So we'll see what the gap is in a little wee while. I can tell you that to the BBs it is a minute and 14 seconds. Now, was that a slow pit stop for them? Is that what's caused the problem?
Hold on, let me have a little look at the race control messages.
Oh, trouble.
Nothing
Trouble
untoward.
for 19.
Come in number 19.
That is the 20th place car, the Thomas Ozan Aston Martin 2-litre speed from 1950. Oh, sorry, my apologies. That's the size of its engine, 1938.
There's always one ringer, isn't there? But again, you know, a lot of the circuits these would have raced on wouldn't have the space around.
Now it's corrected. It was for the lead.
It was for the lead. So how was their pit stop so much shorter? So the BBs are still in front. Can you stay there for the next 10 minutes? In fact, I tell you what actually,
it wasn't put a lap on it. It was for the lead, and that's our timing. That's why he did the purple sector. He's trying to catch them.
Yeah, well, he's having to. And
does he get a pit stop penalty?
No, you didn't have penalties in pre-war races, honestly. There we are. In terms of pace, I mean, it was always coming. Certainly, the Fraser Nash is going very, very nicely in the second stint of the race, but it was listed as a race leader, is pulling through behind. But again, this is the point. Fraser Nash so nimble, whereas the way that can turn into corners without too much molestation, whereas clearly the Alvis Firefly has to be wrestled through.
Is
the
it
corners.
possible, because it is pre-war, that it's actually done on the basis of social standing?
Oh, I should hope so.
I would think so too. What did your father do?
School. This is great. Two cars not entirely different in stature. The slightly smaller Fraser Nash, though, is being thrown around through the tighter corners because that's the place it has an advantage.
Well, Friedrichs is
straight though.
Friedrichs is ahead now.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he's passed it, but the BB on board is not prepared to take no for an answer, and is coming back all the time. As soon as we get to the straights, though, with a run, you can just see the amount of torque that Rudy Friedrichs has as he punches through the twisters. He's probably going, I don't want to be on the twisty bits, I want to be on a straight where I can open it up. But through the loop, you can just see the way that BB's pushing so hard. And then, unfortunately, he knows the next corner will lead on to an infield straight, as it does, and that's the point at which the Alvis Firefly Special will use a little bit more grunt. But hold on, what's up ahead? 3 cars up ahead. Traffic. Will it help? Will it hinder?
Well, there's, I have to say, a remarkable amount of politeness in this HSCC pre-war sports car formula. But it is fair to say that at this point, with 7 minutes remaining, a race has broken out. It's a little bit like the unfortunateness that interrupted the progress of these cars.
Yes, it's a good word for a Saturday morning. But I'm really impressed with. I think it's Josh Beebe on board at the moment, who's pushing so hard. But there, unfortunately, when you come through Woodcote, a big sweep, a bit more grunt, and you expect the race leader to pull clear. What's the gap over the line? 1.6 seconds. It's going to be very hard. I mean, through the next part of the circuit, unfortunately for the Fraser Nash, it doesn't have the grunt, and then going up to Maggots, going through Beckers, and then particularly going down the Hanger Straight, it's going to lose out. Then through Stowe, through Club, and even the sort of the modern loop after the contemporary pits, it has a chance to fight back. But the gap is opening up. But what's happening up ahead? More traffic.
Just keeping an eye, by the way, on battles behind and progress, for instance, with Callum Nockey. And for that matter, Richard Bradley in the Aston Martin is down in 10th place. The family owned, and what was that, 80 years this car has been racing every season since 1946. The car in 10th place. but going much, much quicker than the cars ahead of it.
Yeah, absolutely so.
With the exception of our lead 2, by the way.
Yeah, well, that's the absolute points. They're lapping below 2 minutes 50. It has the break just been made by race leader Rudy Friedrichs. He just puts. No, he hasn't got past the back markers. He is doing so now. No, he isn't. Yes, he is. Is he going to get both of them? He's going to pick off the Bentley as well, looking to see how he can find his way past Hugh Apthorpe's 1927 Bentley, the mere 99 years.
We've actually got another battle involving a Bentley, and that is you can get the Lewis Fox car, the 99 car, which is catching Callum Lockie.
So it is, yeah, also below 2 minutes 50, so that's flying. And, well, BB, it's just never say die, isn't it? Every time as it looks our race leader has found a bit of an advantage. Traffic doesn't always help, but certainly in the mix now.
There it is, that's the change has been made.
Shot.
That is the 99 car having passed Callum Lockie and the Delahaye. So the Getley Fox car is up now into 4th place. There is Callum coming through in the stunning blue Delahaye.
Of course, you wonder why most of the cars are racing in particular colours. National racing colours were required rather than just lining up according to your father's job title. Nice little quip there, but this was French racing blue, this mid-blue. Think Bugatti,
Yes.
all but think Delahaye, Delage, et al. I rather loved it, actually.
Yeah, it's a fabulous part of motoring history, isn't it? From which begat British Racing Green.
Entirely so, and silver or white for Germany, but it was mainly white. It was their initial racing colour. White and blue stripes for the States, red for Italy, of course, and I believe lilac for Egypt.
Really?
Yes, I did look it up only last weekend. I used to have a little chart in my bag when I worked on Motorsport with all the national racing colours, even though people had long stopped using them. It was just a point of amusement, and it would be a way of trying to catch Marcus Pye out, which was something very hard
That's
to do,
good sport.
trust me. So look, the headlights turn backwards to make them a little bit more aerodynamic. Every bit counts. Every bit of traction counts. So that's wow. Well, when you're chasing and you don't have the grunt, you've got to use your momentum as much as you can. So you just don't want to scrub. And a little bit of a wide run there. But the difference between first and second on last lap only went out by 0.2 of a second.
Yeah,
so
they're both pushing extremely hard. We've got 3 minutes to go, so it'll be this lap and one more for the lead cars. Let's watch again.
From that angle, it looks good, but on board he goes, no, yes.
Phew. He did a marvellous job there.
He did. Also, the key there, it wasn't a very large correction, it was a minor correction just to stop the car being a little too nimble. A Bugatti between them now, and I fear the clock is counting away from the BB charge. But the Fraser Nash just making light of the challenge at the moment, looking up the road. Of course, you can see Rudy Friedrichs. He's got to see who is between them, and Friedrichs has also put another car between them. That has to be negotiated as smoothly as possible. Again, you've got pretty good line of sight from these cars. So it is easy to see people fore and aft if you're using mirrors as well, or simply turning your head a little bit. Right, third place is 40 seconds back, 41 seconds back. Alex Hewitson, who's done well. He started down in 8th position in his ride. He's worked his way forward. And the Getley Fox Bentley has now absolutely dropped Callum Lockie in the Delahaye.
But behind that, we've got quite the battle. The Lucia number 10 car, that is the Martin Lucia pedalled Bugatti Type 35B, being caught by Richard Bradley, who's already moved up from 10th to 8th on that last lap, by the way. His last target was, successfully negotiated, was the Morgan. But this pair, I think, are going to have quite the battle towards the end of this race.
I think, it's probably going to come literally down to the run from Woodcote to the line, because I think doing the maths, Richard Bradley may just come up short, but just don't tell him that. Right, Rudy Friedrichs leading the race, number 18, the Albus Firefly Special. There it is, still being chased. He's still muscling that car around, and again steering on the throttle, which as the cars became lighter became sort of something that was ever more of a skill, but it was about keeping the momentum. But just remember, unlike the Formula Juniors that set today off here Saturday at the BRDC Classic, these cars do have some poke.
Indeed. For other cars making progress, and one of them, by the way, is that VJ Malia, the Blake Edwards car, up into 14th place now, and pretty much on race leading pace that car has been.
Well, we saw this in qualifying, because Pat Blakeney Edwards got in very late in the qualifying session. He gave Vijay Mallya plenty of time and then got in and qualified third. In another lap, we reckon he could have potentially challenged, but certainly got into second position. But Rudy Friedrichs was 3 and a bit seconds clear in qualifying.
To give you an idea, he was 13 seconds quicker than the next closest car on that last lap. The timing screen gives up the ghost.
It'll be back, but the margins, the gap's gone out to 4.6 seconds, as you can see on the graphic on the left-hand side of your screen as I round it up a little bit. And the story there is our race leader is with just 15 seconds to go until the flag could be unfurled, the checkered flag. The marshal on the start line, just looking out of our commentary position, has got it ready, and he'll be waiting to greet this driver, car number 18, and it's the driver on board, Rudy Friedrichs. And a wonderful rear shot. You can see the sort of movement of that car around the corners as the tyres are trying to find some grip.
Well, it's note as to the pace of that lead pair. The gap to third is 51 seconds.
Yeah.
That is a remarkable pace from Rudy Friedrichs and from the BB family pedalled 59 car. Keeping an eye still on what's going on behind. Richard Bradley, by the way, has passed Martin Lucia and is up now to 7th place and chasing, with the clock having counted down, a potential 6th place finish. And his next target is the number 6 car. That is the Clive Morley, James Morley Bentley.
Well, there's our second place runner. You know, Josh Beebe gave it a massive shot. He did have that moment we caught on screen. He's still within striking distance, but the checker flag is going to be unfurled very, very soon indeed. They've got about a third of a lap to go as they run down the infield straight down to Brooklands. They have to go round that and then round Luffields and then through Woodcote, and there will be the checkered flag. But the Fraser Nash is still in the mix at the moment, and at the start of the lap it was 4.5 seconds. It's sort of rather come down below that. And here's our race leader, and it is the Alvis Firefly Special, driven brilliantly by Rudy Friedrichs, but you really have to take your hat off to the chasing Fraser Nash. It was started by Rob Beebe, handed over to Josh, and the fact is that even in the mix, remember this, the Alvis had got so far clear, 20 seconds clear before the pit stops thereabouts. There is the checkered flag, there is the victory in the pre-war race, and margin as they cross the line at the end, just under 2 seconds. So hand up from Rudy Friedrichs. He worked for that, and I think a big round of applause should go to the chasing Fraser Nash as well. And well, there's something about a victory. A victory is great, but a victory when you've had to work for it is even better.
Well, he's already, isn't he, a contender for driver of the day with that. That was spectacular stuff. Great stuff, by the way, from the BB pedalled car behind to make a race of that. Didn't look as if they might be able to do that for quite some time, but that was a race to the flag, and Rudy Friedrichs dug deep and showed the quality he's absolutely undoubtedly got.
Well, he'll have enjoyed that too. And Alex Stewartson ended up in a race on his own. Remember, he was in that battle for in and around 3rd through to 6th place. That battle rather dissipated around the time of the pit stops, but he broke clear. He's coming round to take the checkered flag. There it is on the right-hand side of the screen, just going past our commentary position. 3rd place for him. And then the big question, well, it was a hunt, but number 99 Bentley, Ewan Getley and Lewis Fox will be taking that, and Callum Lockie lost out in the De La Haye.
It's behind that, by the way. There's still a battle underway for the lower places here.
Well, where's Richard Bradley going to end up? He's 7th at the moment, but if he can get 5 seconds, which seems ridiculous, but he can.
I think he's already passed for 6th. Can he get to Callum Lockie is the question, and that was not looking as if it was out of the question. So wait to see when that group cross the line.
Something blue is coming. That's Callum Lockie in the De La Haye. There's red. The Morgan, and that is falling down. That's in 9th place, being caught by an Aston Martin. Caught. But I don't think it's going to be past. Number 77 is probably going to end up just a little bit short. That's the Blakemore and Boreham car. So Richard Bradley did get to 6th place, didn't get to 5th. He ended up 3.5 seconds down on Callum Lockie, but what a charge. He was down in about, 20th place when he took over from his father Edward, but a contemporary racer with a feel for historic racing, plus the speed. That's Richard Bradley. So he drove an absolute beauty there in the pre-war sports car race. But in the end, you wouldn't have thought before the pit stops we'd end up with 2 seconds, not quite, covering the top 2 cars. So fantastic charge by Josh Beebe in the second half of the race in the Fraser Nash TT Special rep. But Rudy Friedrichs, just for sheer style, I think,
It was great stuff.
Takes the applause.
Well, I hope everybody enjoyed watching that online, because I certainly enjoyed watching it here from the booth. A really good, fun race with real depth to it. Lots of great charging towards the end that left some of those positions uncertain until we saw it pop up on our timing screens. And if you'd like a long conversation and you're here at Silverstone, pop along to the Aston Martin pit, the number 2 pit. Just ask Richard Bradley how his morning's gone, and trust me, you'll see nothing more for the rest of the day.
It will be informative, it will be fun, be full of knowledge as well.
It will.
Because Richard's one of those people who drives cars from across the decades almost on a weekly basis, and so his experience and his comparison, the touchstones are all there.
Well, he's still a contemporary sports car racer.
Entirely.
And beyond that, has got a role with BBM Sport in shaking down the cars that they look after, which, by the way, now include contemporary hypercars.
Stop it.
For the Asia Le Mans series, the Peugeots, the 9X8 cars, with a couple of batches heading towards the company that bears the initials of Bob Berridge, Steve Briggs, and the M4 Nick Minassian.
Yeah, there you have it. So actually, if you want to see lots of onboard footage, just follow Richard Bradley on social media. He's in something pretty much every week, and onboard footage always gives you a visual on a circuit you don't know, and even if just a different perspective, even if it's just constantly driving around a circuit like this, the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, seen from different heights, different cockpits, different engine notes. And I think here, as we enjoy Rudy Friedrichs,
he's enjoying
I
his
thought he was going to
moment,
be tired from driving the car, but he must be tired from the waving, sitting up high in that Alvis Firefly Special. But he'll be really chuffed, and his best lap of the race, 2 minutes 43. That was pretty rapid.
Great stuff. Great to watch.
So the last few cars coming in, and here are the results. Rudy Friedrichs taking victory by, in the end, it was just 1.9 seconds ahead of the Fraser Nash of the BB family, Robert and Josh. Then Alex Hewitt drove very nicely, but had a lonely third place in his Riley. Fourth was a good little battle with the Getley Fox Bentley, moving ahead to Keeling and Lockie Delahaye. Aston Martin Ulster on the move, another lap. He could have gained another place. That was Richard Bradley on the charge. Aston Martin in 6th place, and looking down all sorts of class victories, and notable one there, number 10, which was Martin Halusa in that glorious Bugatti, winning his class's 8th place overall. That was an invitation category, and for Sue Derbyshire and Duncan Wood in the 3-wheel Morgan, 9th place. Impressive performance there.
Class winner.
And winning their own class. But in the end, after half an hour of racing, separated first and second by under 2 seconds overall. Rudy Friedrichs just out front. Neil McFadden didn't get to finish the race. Unfortunately, we saw his Bentley pulled off to one side. But it really was very clear, and a huge amount of fun in the pre-war sports car race. So let's take a look back at the highlights. Clean start, and from pole position, Rudy Friedrichs kept ahead of Rob Beebe's green Fraser Nash. Everyone else in behind, Bentley's, Invictus, Morgan, Aston Martin's galore. It was a fabulous sight, and in the early part of the race, Rob Beebe stuck as close as he could the race leader, but the Alvis just kept pulling clear. The Bentleys started to move up the order. Ewan Getley having a good run early on, with the Delahaye in the mix, with Ross Keeling at that point, and Sue Derbyshire leaning out and making that Morgan work forward up the order on its 3 wheels. And again, such a visual car to see. This was the battle, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. It chopped its change. Alex Hewitson in the dark blue Riley just having a little look and making a place, but at certain parts on the circuit, more nimble cars had the advantage, and then the Bentleys came rumbling through. The glorious Invicta in that middle order. This was the battle. As I said, the 3rd, 4th, 5th battle just kept chopping and changing. Ewan Getley making a move ahead of Ross Keeling there. Aston Martin's galore down the middle order, just looking exquisite here at Silverstone. We knew the pit stops were coming, and still the places were changing left, right and centre. Arid grass in the background, making it not feel as though it's Silverstone, but the great racing acres. Alas for Niall McFadden, didn't get to use all of them because he had to stop early. Then came the pit stops, was the Callum Lockie takeover from Ross Keeling, and jumping into the low Delahaye. Out it went, back to the sharp end of the race, but we had a little rotation, nothing untoward for the Aston Martin there, and that got going again at Copse. But Rudy Friedrichs, after the pit stops, came out in 2nd place. Don't know why the pit stop was longer, but that meant instead of having a 20-second margin up front, he was going to have to fight Josh Beebe in this green Fraser Nash. Fight he did. He got in front again. We thought that would be that, but it wasn't, because the Fraser Nash just kept staying there. The traffic made the battle move backwards and forwards, and at the end the margin was just under 2 seconds. So hand raised victory there for Rudy Friedrichs in his Alvis Firefly Special. Job very well done in the pre-war sports car race.
Whereas the Elvis with the 4.3 straight six Elvis engine, it's got a lot of torque, it's good on the angle straight, on the start finish lines and stuff, so yeah, it's kind of a good balance between the two cars. Well done on the win.
Rudy, many congratulations. You're the winner here at the BRDC Classic.
What an achievement, yeah. No, it was great fun, really. A hard battle with the Fraser Nash here, especially Josh in the second part after the pit stop. I had to do my utmost, really, to keep him at bay. He's quick, very quick, so it was a great battle, which I enjoyed.
He was very quick, particularly on that last lap. He halved the gap to you.
Amazing, huh? Yeah, really. I tried to chill down to control that, but yeah, he really went for it.
I suppose, your Alvis has some better capabilities at some parts of the circuits compared to the Nash, and the pendulum swings at other parts.
Yeah, I mean, the Fraser Nash is a proper race car. Small engine, very light car, good in handling, especially in the tricky parts. Whereas the Elvis with the 4.3 straight six Elvis engine, it's got a lot of torque, it's good on the hanger straight, on the start-finish lines and stuff. So, yeah, it's kind of a good balance between the two cars.
Well done on the win. Many congratulations.
Thank you very much, and thanks to all the marshals around here who are working hard for our pleasure. Thank you.
Very well said as well. And let's see if we can bring Joshua in. Joshua, can we grab a quick word? If you come this way, we get a better signal on our microphone. Second place, but wow, you were pushing hard at the end there.
Yeah, I mean, the Nash is always great fun when you're trying to chase and go through back markers, and then you've got someone who's considerably quicker down the straights, but you're a little bit quicker in the corners. So it's great fun, really good fun. Rudy, I think maybe was toying with us a little bit, but no, it was a great race, really good fun.
We better bring Rob in as well and have a quick word with him, because you started the car.
I did start the car, and he clearly needs a quicker co-driver. But it was great fun to start with, but in fairness, Rudy's car down the straight, you just can't hold it, and very tricky. But great atmosphere, and we've had a lovely time, and yeah, the car handles really well. Bit slower today. I think we were definitely a bit slower today, a couple of seconds a lap slower, but great fun. What a field as well.
It's always nice to see a Fraser Nash being driven properly, nice and sideways.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely not the quickest way around.
It looks good.
But when I watch them being driven sideways, I'm like, yeah, that's the fun. I've got to do that. That's the only way around.
Well done, guys. Well done, gentlemen. And we'll see if we can grab a quick word with our third place driver, Alex Hewitson, who is just going to come over and join us now. Alex, come on over. Let's grab a quick word. A third place, a distance third, but you had to make some good progress on the grid there to get there.
A third's a third in my book. No way I can keep up with these guys with the power they've got, but that little 1500cc Riley just keeps going. But yeah, I got a great start, managed to make a few places up right at the start, and yeah, just kept my head down, and P3's come to me, so good results at Brands as well. Unfortunately didn't get to the MRL event in France, but back here for a couple of different races, and what a great start to the weekend.
8th to 3rd, you've got to be pleased.
Very pleased. I've had worse weekends.
Well done, well done. So there we go, there's our top 3 drivers in the pre-war sports cars. Let's go back upstairs to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Mark Werrell. And cars are ready on the formation lap for our next race. This is proper get cars out on track, and a very busy weekend here at the BRDC Classic. So this is the Historic Sports Car Club, one of the oldest clubs in motor racing in the UK, and this is the road sports category. Rudy Friedrichs not on pole position in the Alvis Firefly Special. That would appear to be the grid for the previous race. On pole position is Gary Lapidou in the thundering 7-litre Corvette C3 Stingray, with Richard Plant's Morgan +8 starting alongside him. So there we go, that is the grid.
There is no Corvette out there.
Ah, okay, that's very bad news indeed, particularly for the man in the big block Corvette that I followed in this morning. I love the smell of unburned hydrocarbons in the morning. So Fraser Gibney starts third in his Lotus Elan. Neil McFadden, Invitational class Jaguar E-Type alongside him. Then Russell Patterson and Samuele Narcisco in a Morgan +8 and a Lotus Eclat. They are on row 3 of the grid. Row 4, Tony Reilly's Lotus Elan and John Williams in the Porsche 911, that blue car. Chris Compton Goddard qualified well, car number 44. He starts in 9th place in his Ferrari 308 GTB. Shades of Thomas Magnum and Nick Strong alongside him. And then the Alfa Romeo, Sam Fish and George Osborne alongside each other. Lots of 105 series Alfas, Alfettas, 105s, TVRs, plenty of those as well. There's 5 TVRs, I think, in the field. And the best of those, as you saw, was Tony Ross. So looking further down, our enormous grid of cars. 43 cars on the grid. After 44 went out to qualify. Unfortunately, Luke Wass's Reliant Sabre 6, one of only, how many,
77. 77 of those cars built.
77 built, and one of only one on the entry list, and it failed, I'm afraid, to do more than an outlap in qualifying. So the Reliant Sabre 6 may well have been a Sabre 5 or a Sabre 4 by the end of qualifying. It did not start, and as you rightly point out, there is no Corvette at the front of the field. So Gary Lapidou, who we'll see a little later in the Derek Bell Trophy in a Formula 5000 car, will not take the start in that Corvette. And that's a real shame, because it's such a hulking behemoth. It looks absolutely wonderful along some of the smaller, nimbler British and European sports cars. This is 70s and 80s cars that would have been on one of your posh neighbours or family friends' driveways. Some of them are a little humbler than the others.
Yeah, 60s, 70s, 80s. Oldest car in the entries, 1964. We come into the 80s with one or two of these cars. And we are going racing here.
So rolling start, and it will be Richard Plant's Morgan +8 then, who gets ready to take the start. Away we go, and leaders into the first corner. So Richard Plant, car number 111, he's been racing that Morgan +8 for a number of years, just behind in the middle of the pack. A couple of our Alfa Romeo contenders. And up into second place immediately has gone the Lotus Eclat. So really strong start from Lotus driver Samuele Narcisco from 4th place on the grid. There is the Corvette. And actually Gary Lapidou seems to be in the car now. That seems to be a little bit of a failure to proceed, and if he doesn't proceed quickly enough, then he's going to be stuck. Little Lotus is right behind, and that's Niall McFadden. Again, you can see, well, the Little Lotus, the littler Lotus, the Elan Series 2, and the Lotus Eclat, Colin Chapman's 4-seater family car argument, still with the same 2.2 litre engine that went on into the Lotus Esprit family, then in turbocharged form.
Yeah, cracking looking thing, and some very different approaches to the styling of British sports cars of this era. The Morgan in front, of course, then the Lotus Eclat, then the Elan, another Morgan, and then the first of the, well, what can we say, continental interlopers, the Porsche.
Yep. So this is the battle for second place then.
The Corvette has joined the field.
Right, okay.
Now that could be interesting, because it was very quick in qualifying.
And actually, Niall McFadden also was not on the grid, so that's not his Lotus, Niall McFadden. So that is Fraser Gibney's car from 3rd on the grid. But here is our race leader, Richard Plant. So slightly confused start. And the battle for second place continues to rage. Lotus on Lotus action. Little further back, you can see the Golf liveried Ferrari 308 of Chris Compton Goddard. He started in 9th place. That's where he is at the moment. But that car might have a little bit more pace in the race. And qualifying with 43 cars, even on the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, was tricky to try and find a lap and a gap. And,
busy, I think, is the operative word. We're about to go 2, maybe 3 wide here.
Yep, John Williams in the Porsche, car number 30, slipping through on the inside.
So it is the 111 car leading the way here.
Yeah, that's Richard Plant. So Samuele Marcisco in second place, battling with Fraser Gibney. Again, timing screen all over the place.
Yeah, that is Fraser Gibney in that leading Elan.
And Russell Patterson in fourth place. Patterson started in fifth on the grid, but of course everybody sort of inherited a spot because the pole sitter did not get away from the pit lane until the race was underway. Patterson in his Morgan Plus 8. There is the Corvette that should have started on pole. Somebody locking up in front of him. Oh no, it's not. That's an Alpha GT, isn't it? Busy dropping its guts all over the circuit. That's a lot of smoke coming out the bottom of that white car.
And as the windows rattle out their frames, that's
I
the
think
Corvette
the Corvette's
going by.
just gone past us. Either that or it was a fly past by the US Air Force. Now the other car that has not gone out is the pretty little bright blue or pale blue Ginetta G4 that we saw yesterday, which was driven by Patrick Ward-Booth, and that car has not left the pit lane either. In fact, there's 3 or 4 cars, and the Honda 8 S800 was at the tail of the field, but I think that Alfa Romeo, shedding its guts, has definitely gone to the tail. Looking here at the battle again for 5th place. Lotus, yeah, just hanging on. That's Ant Reilly's Lotus Elan.
He's making that the widest Lotus Elan on the planet right now.
Do you remember when Porsche 911 turbos with whale tails look like big cars?
Yes.
If you park it next to a current 911 of any denomination, it looks tiny.
It's a change, by the way, for second place because the little Elan has made its way past its somewhat younger stablemate.
Yeah, so Fraser Gibney up into second place then in the red Elan. Richard Plant still leading and with the fastest lap, looking to clear off here in the Morgan Plus 8. I'm not sure how many years Richard Plant has been racing that car, but Richard Plant and Morgan Plus 8 are the same words that have been used together for a long time. 11 Mog, the registration. So Fraser Gibney ahead of Samuele Marcisco. The Morgan has escaped in fourth place as well. That's car number 73 there, Russell Patterson's Morgan Plus 8. They're always the staple of the road sports category and of sports car racing for years. The thundering Rover 3.5, initially 3.5, a number of them have kind of been converted with the 4.6 TVR version of that engine over the years. And again, Lotus versus Porsche. This will have been a battle that have been played out over many country roads. I think you're going to lose out usually in a drag race away from the traffic lights in the Lotus to the Porsche. And closing in behind is the Marcos in 6th position. And that is the V6 engine car, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That is John Williams. John Williams is in 5th place.
It's Nick Strong.
Yeah, Nick Strong in his Marcos.
Yeah, 1971 car. And behind them, by the way, a little bit of a battle underway. Heading to the front of that battle, 9th place now is the number 5 car. That's Anthony Ross in the TVR 3000M.
A definitive move there to get by the Lotus. And so John Williams in the Porsche has moved free. So where is he now? Up to 5th place, isn't it? 6th place. Ahead of Nick Strong and George Osborne, as you say, coming in there. There's car number 29, George Osborne, the one that looks like it's sort of got several panels from several different scrapyards on it, that Alpha GTV.
Here's the Corvette. What's progress looking like for the 11 car? The fastest lap of the race, that's not particularly a surprise for our pole sitter, but well down the field, joining at the back of the field from pit lane.
Do you know what? Maybe he just did it for a bit more fun, so he can overtake lots of cars, because after all, isn't that what motor racing's about?
Well, it's going to be one to track here. He's currently in 31st place. He won't stay there if that car is reliable. And I wonder how long it's going to be before we have it on the front screen of timing. We've got timing down to 30th. I don't think long is the honest answer.
Well, they're going around the Honda S800, car number 800. A very appropriate little, unusual choice of colour, bright green.
Indeed.
So the leaf green on a Honda. Not necessarily sure that that would have been most people's first choice. 177, not just 77. That's Wayne Beaucott's Alfa Romeo 2-litre GTV.
Well, we can tell you where the Corvette is right now then, because he was just being passed by the Corvette. That's 27th place. And we'll time that gap as best we can. So I think there's going to be rapid progress up the order until we start getting to the bigger gaps for the Corvette. Meantime, though, it is as they were all the way down to 5th place. 5th place with a change on our timing screens comes the way of the number 30 car. That is John Williams in the Porsche, the 1982 Porsche 911 SC.
We saw him getting ahead of the Elan, didn't we? So he's picking up pace and just starting to stretch away from the Elan. Now, whether he can get to the Black Morgan in front of him or not in remaining 11.5 minutes is another question, but closing in behind is the 3-litre Marcus. So again, it'll completely outgun the little Lotus in front of it. Nick Strong's Marcus, cars designed and built by Jem Marsh in Membry in Wiltshire. And as Bruce Jones and I were saying yesterday, we are definitely we're definitely Marcus and TVR drivers, because Peter Wheeler and Jem Marsh were talking, Lotus, the Honda came into the pit lane even as it was being lapped. So there is the tiny little 791cc Honda 4-cylinder engine, all alloy engine, a proper rev-happy unit.
Yeah, under 800 kilos for that car on the road, by the way. I'm sure that one is not quite in road spec. No. Meantime, Corvette watch. That car is up to 23rd place now. Trouble for the 66 Alpha.
So that's the car of Ben Bryan, 1750 GTV.
I think it's Ben Brain.
Could well be Ben Brain. I could well have misread that.
But 54 seconds, by the way, at the end of the last lap. From the lead is that charging Corvette, and still setting fastest race laps, even in traffic.
Yeah, last time round, 2 minute 25.9 for Gary Lapadou, 2 minute 29.0 for our race leader Richard Plant. The Corvette was comfortably the quickest car in qualifying, a pole time of 2 minutes 27.4 to 2 minutes 29.6 of Richard Plant. So Richard Plant is actually only 7/10 on his last lap, 7/10 off his best lap in qualifying, whereas Gary Lapadou, because he's in traffic, is almost 2 seconds off his best lap in qualifying and still going faster than the leader.
Yeah, so there's going to be further progress for that Corvette. It'll be frustrating for them to, well, for whatever reason they did start from pit lane. But it's fun for us to watch progress up the order.
As you can see, all these road sports cars in road legal trim still, not necessarily standard, but they still have to be road legal, so MOT-able. Not that many of them are actually of a vintage where you would need an MOT, but the Marcus is right with this little battle, or was right with the little battle. Didn't fare quite so well as the Elan, the pale blue Elan, going through the Beckett's S's down the hanger straight. That 3-litre Essex V6 in the Marcus will definitely help him close on the 1600cc Lotus in front.
Trouble, I think, for the number 5 TVR, dropping rapidly down the order from a top 10 position. And, that car had been making progress in the hands of Anthony Ross. Meantime, the Corvette has taken another 9 places on that last lap. It's closed 4 seconds to the leader, is now in 14th place.
I think he might have done it just for fun.
That would be nice to think.
Do you know what?
You know what? That's a great plan.
The Alpha GT that was smoking on lap 1 and seemed set for retirement is still laying smoke like the battleship Potemkin.
It's a feature, sir.
Eventually that'll stop, and it'll stop because it will have run out of oil. But that is a lot of oil coming out.
What I do like, just watching the car come by, it looks like he's got a reflective jacket, which of course is, in many countries, it's a required feature for a car smoking by the roadside.
A high vis.
Does it come as a standard with that Alpha?
Might well do, and a tow rope and an emergency triangle, long before they were invented. So there's our race leader Richard Plant. Gorgeous looking and sounding Morgan +8. He is carving his way away through traffic, but that has closed the gap down to Fraser Gibney in second place. The little red Elan with a silver roof is just a couple of seconds back. Here comes the thundering Corvette. Gary Lapidou last time round was in 11th place, up from 14th on the previous lap. So fewer cars now because they're more strung out at the front of the field. And he's still lapping extremely quickly.
To give you an idea, last lap for him was a 2:27. Now that is at least 4 seconds quicker than anybody that's ahead of him.
In fact, here's one he's just completed, 2:25.9. Fastest sector one of anybody. Oh, and another 105 Alpha finds itself facing in the wrong direction. That's Harrison Compton Goddard in his Julia Super TI. So car 144 is Harrison Compton Goddard. Car 44, I'm assuming his dad, Christopher Compton Goddard. That's the Ferrari 308 GTB that currently resides in 10th place. So we've got cars from 5 different classes in the top 10. And Gary Lapidou is about to join them. Here's our second place car, Fraser Gibney, again leading his particular subclass of this historic road sports category.
Yeah, Richard Plant still, he's holding that gap, or is it being closed down slightly by Fraser Gibney? I think he is.
It closed in traffic, but I think it's gone out by a couple of tenths actually on the last lap or so. Last time round, Plant 2:29.0, Gibney 2:30.7, so it's gone out sort of from just about a second to getting on for 2 seconds. Samuele Narcisco in the Lotus Plat just being dropped back a little bit. And then in 4th place, Russell Patterson in his Morgan, and he is now 3.5 seconds ahead of John Williams in the 5th place Porsche, and Anthony Reilly in 6th position in his little Lotus Elan.
This is the
Corvette versus Ferrari.
Yep, so
two of the most sensual looking cars of the 70s and 80s.
In very, very different ways. One of them, how can you put it, exquisite, the other one just brutal.
3-litre V8 versus 7-litre V8. Oh, I wonder who's going to come out on top in this particular battle of the tyre. Beauty and the Beast, I think we can safely call that one.
This is now the battle, by the way, for 9th place.
Yep.
From the back for Gary Lapidou.
Yep.
And we've got under 5 minutes to go. How much further can he make his way up the order, I hear you asking?
Well, 5 minutes should be at least 2 laps. And another pit corner.
That is the 5.
That was, the TVR 3000M.
That car was well up in the top 10 and has hit trouble.
Well, TVR, of course, you expect it really to be going to the garage fairly regularly. Now, Richard Plant pulling away, definitely pulling away from Fraser Gibney. That's the gap first to second in the Beckett's S's. Of course, the Lotus will have the advantage there a little, start to close things down. And the Morgan, there's no ill handling bucket. It's a very well sorted car, this. So too it would appear is the Corvette, although it's starting to mean it may not necessarily. It might have been warmed up and then switched off. I'm not sure that starting a big block Chevy is the easiest thing if it's hot, particularly when it's running on race cams and stuff like that.
So Lapidou now up into 9th place, but it's an almost 12-second gap now. So that's all over, you think. Well, actually last time around he was 9 seconds quicker than the car ahead of him. It's another slow-running Alfa Romeo here. What's happened here? I think is that rotation.
That's indeed the rotation. That is the second time round, I think. That looks like a different spin for Harrison Compton Goddard. This car in second place, Fraser Gibney. And if we hold this shot, how long will it be before the Corvette comes? Or will the director go, no, I can't hold that any longer?
It's 41 seconds.
All right, no, I definitely can't hold that any longer.
Yeah, but it was 54 seconds.
Lotus goes round TVR. So car number 3B, goodness me. That's Pete Connell's early TVR 3000M. All-rounded version of that with the headlights ablaze. Richard Plant coming down towards us. And he is now closing in on the Alphas, who are battling for 28th place, 27th place. So into the top 30.
Richard Plant's got this under control, hasn't he? If this Morgan stays out of trouble, there's nothing to suggest that it won't. He's been a very safe pair of hands all weekend thus far. 2.4 seconds the gap across the line last time.
So 76 and 96, Alfa Romeo 2-litre GTV and Sprint GT. And through goes Richard Plant.
2.9 seconds is the gap.
He's safely ahead of Fraser Gibney with Samuele Narcisco in third place. Their fourth place is the Morgan of Russell Patterson. In fifth place, John Williams in a Porsche.
This should, by the way, be the final lap for our race leader.
And the Marcus's challenge has faded, hasn't it? The Marcus not going to catch. You may have heard on the mics there as the Corvette went by, the Marcus not going to catch the little Lotus ahead of it for sixth position.
This, though, is a battle for position, and it's a battle for eighth position, catching the pretty Alfa GTV.
All right, we've got enough alcoholics in the normal Silverstone commentary box. We don't need any more.
No,
of that
I'm not an
invasion.
alcoholic, it's just pretty. I don't want one. I can appreciate the form.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
But it's another fastest lap of the race, by the way, in pursuit from the Corvettes.
2:24.6. That is 0.8 of a second quicker than he went in qualifying, Gary Lapidou.
There he goes. That is the position changed. And I think will be all she wrote. Or will it? The next target, 4.8 seconds ahead. Or was at the start of that lap. 22 car.
Yep, another looping TVR. That's Tom Owens, Series 2 TVR Vixen.
Yeah, inside the top 30, or was at the time of that incident.
So Richard Plant heading round the final lap here at Silverstone. Probably. Hang on a minute. 29 seconds. He might just get to the checkered flag as time runs out. Yeah, I think so. I don't think he's going to be quite quick enough. So Fraser Gibney in second place, Samuele Narcisco in third in the blue Lotus Eclat, and then in fourth place is Russell Patterson. Here's Morgan +8, just off the podium. Russell started in fifth position.
There you go, time elapsed, and this will be the checkered flag.
Yep. So heading out of Luffield around the Armco to take the checkered flag. Lights to flag victory for Richard Plant in his Morgan +8. Fraser Gibney second in the Lotus, and in third place the Lotus Eclat of Samuele Narcisco. That TVR is not in fourth place. Patterson in hang on a minute.
Yes, but Patterson has come through in fourth.
Did we see him? Yeah, we did. I didn't see him, but I saw John Williams in the Porsche. I couldn't spot the Morgan, and the Corvette did not get to the Marcus. So there is the Marcus. That is in ninth place.
Took 6 seconds out of him in that final lap, though.
In seventh place, rather, and Gary Lapidou finishing in eighth place, having started from the pit lane, several seconds behind everybody else. In fact, it'd be interesting actually to see when the car did get away, because he wasn't to pit exit, was he, waiting to go? So there was a significant lag before he actually got out on circuit. I think the leaders probably have completed half a lap by the time he got out on track. So whatever ails the car, it would be great to hear from him when we catch up with our top three with Mark Werrell. But Richard Plant, there's Fraser Gibney and Samuele Narcisco. So Morgan, Lotus Elan, Morgan +8, Lotus Elan and Lotus Eclat.
Yeah, well raced by all three. It's a battle between the two Lotuses of very different vintages and very different shapes and sizes.
There's about 10 years between them, isn't there? Between the Elan and the Eclat.
But this is 1964 version of the Elan. That is an S1. And the number 12 car, the Eclat, 1977. There's a 13 years difference.
Well, there you are. It's stopped smoking now, so it's burned all the oil. Now all it's got to do is... no, it hasn't burned all the oil. That's on left-handers, so something is... He may well get the bonnet up later because it probably stinks to high heaven, and find out actually that the oil filler cap wasn't properly connected or done up, and it's just been leaking down onto the exhaust in right-handers.
So that's 76 car, and that's another one.
A look familiar to any Alfa Romeo owner, the glaring look of "what have you done to me this time?"
But you know he's going to forgive it, you know.
Yeah, David Irwin. It's an abusive relationship, but there we go. David Irwin with his 2-litre GTV, another 1974 car. So yeah, at the end of the 60s and in through the 70s. This is not our only saloon car action, of course, during the course of the weekend. After lunch, we've got the historic touring car challenge. Pre-66 GT Sprint is, well, lots more Lotuses and Jaguar E-types and all sorts of stuff. But also on Sunday, the HRDC's Top Hat 1960s Classic Saloon Racing Series will be on track as well. They'll qualify first thing in the morning and race in the afternoon tomorrow. So lots more saloon car action. So, well, let's take a look at the results. Fairly much against the run of play. Gary Lapadou finishing in 8th place from the pit lane in the C3 Corvette Stingray, but Richard Plant from the outside the front row dominating proceedings to take it from Fraser Gibney's Lotus Elan, and Samuele Narcisco finishing in 3rd place in his Lotus Eclat. So lots and lots of different classes, too many to get into all the way down here. Gary Lapadou, by the way, an invitational class runner, so may well have just been doing it for entirely his own enjoyment, starting at the tail of the field in the pit lane. But again, I can imagine that if the car was warmed up earlier, starting a big block Corvette is probably not the easiest thing on the planet. So of our starters, we lost the TVR 3000M, didn't we? Although that did come out and retake the checkered flag. And the Honda did not return from the pits. We lost an Austin Healey along the way, and the Alfa as well. The big missing factor was the Corvette of Gary Lapadou that had dominated qualifying in the pit lane as the race got underway, but it wasn't abandoned. The driver was in it. Lapadou joined in while the rest of them were squabbling at the front of the field on lap 1. And the battle for second place very quickly boiled down into Elan versus Eclat, the 4-seater family car moving in front early on before Fraser Gibney struck back. In the midfield, there's a pretty little Alfa Sud, the early booted version rather than the later slightly hatchbacky version. Porsches 911 and 924 squabbling ahead of some 105 Alphas. It's a great indication of just the breadth of the field in HSCC Road Sports. Alfa Giulia Super TI running away with itself there and charging up through the field using all of the 7-litre Corvettes. Grunt, Gary Lapadou, but not enough to catch the race-long leader Richard Plant in his trusty Morgan Plus 8. Little less trusty perhaps, the Alfa Romeo GTV of David Irwin, but Richard Plant claiming victory from Fraser Gibney and Samuele Narcisco. Morgan in 4th place. So let's get down and hear from our top.
Which was not the plan, because they were going to wave them straight through in the HSCC Road Sports, but we've stopped the top 2, which means I've got right alongside me Richard Plant. Richard, we spoke after qualifying yesterday where you qualified 2nd quickest, but with Gary Lapidus having to start from the pit lane, that gave you an advantage.
It certainly did, there's no doubt about it, because in a straight line it's an absolute bullet. It's a Stingray. If I could have tucked up behind it, being so wide, it would have given me a nice drag, but I think staying with him would have been a big problem.
Those pesky Lotuses were never far away.
It was incredibly slippery. I don't know whether it was a pre-war group beforehand, but who knows, and the heat as well. But no, it was good. So I could see him all the time. I was just making sure I knew where he was.
Always under control then, by the sounds of things.
I tried my best, yeah.
The amazing thing is, the way that your car delivers the lap time couldn't be any more different to the Lotus, really.
No, I'm sure. Where I'm quicker in certain parts, he'll be quicker in other parts. But the good thing about these are it's a power circuit, and these have got power. So, but they're still good through the corners. But then probably on certain circuits they're quicker than we are. So that's why it's good fun.
You're a winner at the BRDC Classic. Well done.
That's great. Thanks very much.
Let's grab a quick word with the second place driver as well, who comes to join us in the Parc Fermé area, Fraser Gibney. Fraser, you were having a great little battle with the lack of Narciso behind.
Couldn't get rid of him. I couldn't get past him. He got me on the start and the rolling start, lots of power, and yeah, he's quick and he's a good driver. But I felt sort of, the standards of driving in road sports are superb. So I felt confident going alongside him, and so we had a proper tussle backwards and forwards. It was breathtaking but enjoyable. Heart in your mouth a little bit at the time, but yeah, it was fantastic. It's just annoying because I need a tow to get near him, and I couldn't reel him in. I was trying everything. I was literally probably on the border of some of the track limits, but I hope Andy's not listening. Good race.
You got that tow maybe on a couple of occasions, but the difficult thing at Silverstone, there's always a blooming great big straight that's coming up, and if you haven't got that tow, he's going to pull away, Richard.
Yeah, Richard's a great driver. He's got plenty of horses, and the Elan's nimble, probably better under braking, but when I close him up, he just pulls away again. So, a great car, well driven, well prepared. So, hats off to him. Try again tomorrow.
A great variety of cars in historic road sports. What's next up after Silverstone, after the BRDC Classic this weekend?
We've got the Gold Cup coming up, and then we've got our 60th anniversary at Castle Combe, which is going to be an amazing event. The road sports has a brilliant calendar. We go to all the marquee events, Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit we've just been at. So it's a great sort of entry-level motor racing, for historic motor racing, because the cars are not expensive to buy, and it's not ludicrous. They're basically road cars which have just been worked on, and so in that regard, anybody can get in and have a go. And we welcome new members all the time. So.
Thanks for keeping us entertained. Well done. So there we go. There's at least two of the top three in the HSCC road sports. So let's go back to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Well, always interesting. A little bit of cleaning up ahead of the next race. That should be done fairly shortly. And the next race on the agenda is the 2-litre sports cars, a championship that really was fantastic in the early years of the 70s, ran for 5 years. And the car's exquisite and still remarkably modern, even though we're talking more than 50 years ago. You'll see them Lolas, Chevrons, GRD, March, Vogue. You don't see many of those to the pound. My name's Bruce Jones alongside Graham Goodwin. And really, as we look ahead to the 2-litre sports cars, I think the best way of explaining what's coming up is to put a little explainer up on the screen so we can see what it's all about.
This grid brings the spirit of 1970s prototype racing roaring back to life. The 2-litre sports cars, lightweight, purpose-built machines from 1962 to 1976 were designed not just to race, but to flow. In their day, they were the underdogs of endurance racing, smaller, nimbler, and often overlooked against the bigger prototypes. But when given their own stage, they delivered some of the most competitive and exciting racing of the era. Cars from iconic names like Chevron, Lola and Porsche, all built around balance, precision and pure mechanical grip. No driver aids, no shortcuts, just rhythm, commitment and confidence. And now they're back, doing exactly what they were built to do.
So great to see that explainer, but also great to see when they get out on the circuit. And certainly a lot of people are rediscovering this category and going, these are really pure sports cars, Graham.
They are, and they're pretty. I think that's the first thing to say. They're pretty, they're quick, they're pretty. And in modern terms, think LMP2. Think LMP2 versus the LMP1 days or the hypercars at Le Mans. That's what you're dealing with here. These were pure race cars, customer race cars, and really serious pieces of kit in their day. And what's been lovely wandering up and down the paddock this weekend is talking to people who are discovering these cars for the first time, including some of the drivers.
Yeah, exactly so. And just looking down the cars, pretty for sure, but also just they're not big, are they? I mean, actually, that Chevron, Darren Burke, I think, will be starting that, looks larger than the others. It seems a little bit taller, but look at the Lolas. They're so low and sleek. The car in front will have Alex Brundle on board, and that's a car. He's got Sir Chris Hoy back in a cockpit again. In fact, I think Chris is also racing a Ford Falcon here this weekend, so despite his condition with his cancer, he's still doing what Chris does best, which is getting out and competing.
Chris is kicking ass, is what he's doing, and he's loving life, enjoying life. It's humbling. It's almost humbling to actually meet him in the first place.
There is Sir Chris on the right-hand side of the shot there. He got in this car and absolutely loved it. And Alex Brundle's getting an increasingly good stable of cars. But Chris, you know, there's that focus, that dedication. And you think actually how easy racing drivers have it in comparison to someone who's been the world leading cyclist. The training he must have done physically. You know, Alex Brundle sitting on board the car, welcome bit of shade for him there. Of course, he'll have trained to be fit for the car, but we're talking different levels.
Oh, completely different levels. I mean, we're talking to Chris Hoy that when he came into motorsport through Radicals in the SR1, my recollection is that Radical, based down in Peterborough, had to build a chassis for him because of the size of his thighs. You think I'm kidding? Go and take a look online. Just look up Sir Chris Hoy cycling, and you'll see pictures of just how he trained himself to have. Well, they weren't legs, they were pistons, weren't they? Absolutely ridiculous.
Well, still looking very, very fit now, but he's great. He's back here, the sun is shining. And again, the conversation is going on because one thing we have to consider ahead of this race is there are success penalties, if you will, or driver ranking penalties. It's a 1-hour race, pit stop somewhere around the middle point of the race, and therefore the order will juggle a bit. And so the people maybe who are a little giddy from being on the whirly-gig there may not understand what's happening around the time of pit stops until their own certain equilibrium has been regathered. But what they will see, now at least I know the start driver with the number 70 Lola, it will be Chris Ward, and then Jan Magnussen will take over for the second part in that ex-Guy Edwards Barclays International Lola.
And Jan was magnificent in this car. It's a joyful thing to see Jan Magnussen aboard these cars, rediscovering, if you like, this level of motorsport, but he was untouchable in qualifying yesterday. But what you're about to see are cars that look great, they all look great, they go very well indeed, and they race well. Are we going to get racing in terms of packs here? Well, we're about to see. Timetable, by the way, running just a little late because of that clear up down on the Hanger Straight, but I think we're going to be about to get these cars through onto pit lane for their formation lap. This certainly is going to be one to watch. This baby blue and white Lola with Chris Ward aboard the number 70 car. Jan Magnussen still to come. He's entertaining his old racing buddy, sparring partner and racing partner David Brabham yesterday afternoon. I spotted in the awning. Just about done, I think, with the Snail Trail.
Was that from the Alfetta or Alpha GTV? Was it that had its?
It's a feature, sir.
Is it built in?
Yeah.
Not on the optional extras?
No, they're standard.
Good,
Yeah.
yes. Yes, I had an Alpha once. Loved it. Christmas every day. The lights on at the cockpit. In the cabin at the time, but very plush too. But again, great engines. But these cars, it's funny when you walk up and down a paddock, a lot of drivers, they go, this is what I race, that's what I race. But it's just watching people see these cars and go, I need a closer look at that. And talk to Jan Magnussen. If you find him in the paddock, you talk to him and he pops and bangs. He just loves driving these cars because they're so super nimble.
For me, the first modern sports car racer, Ford GT40 for me. But then you see other steps coming, and this was another step. There are so many cue points on these cars that you can still recognise today. The understanding of aerodynamics is one of them, and that's certainly what you're looking at here with these cars. And the evolution there, look at this car with just the gurney on the rear, but the car in front with the big rear wing. We were learning fast, weren't we, about what worked, what didn't. And these cars, pretty much pure customer cars at the time.
Yeah, what happened in the first year, 1970, Joe Bonnier won the championship. It was always a feature. Second year, Helmut Marko followed on a second title for Lola. Vic Elford came second that year. Jean-Pierre Jaboury third, all in Lolas. But what happened by the fifth season, after Arturo Mazzari won in 72 with Monticello, then Chris Craft, Crown Racing Lola. That's not here this weekend, but lots of Lolas are. That was 73. In 74, though, however, it was a steamroller. Alpine threw their money at it, filled the top three positions with their works cars, and that sort of was it. It was too much money, no one else could compete, so it trickled out. But okay, well, I'll tell you what, why don't we, while we have this break, take a look at the timetable of what lies ahead. We'll have it projected on the image of the BRDC Clubhouse. So 2-litre sports cars, we're running about 10-15 minutes late at the moment, but it sounds as though the engines are fired up behind, so that'll be coming next. Then the HSCC Derek Bell Trophy, for that's Formula 2 and Formula 5000 cars, could grumble and rumble there. And then the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy event. It's two races in one from different age groups of sports cars, 50s into the 60s, fabulous machinery. And if you love your Formula 1 cars on big fat slicks, that's the 1970s into the early 80s. Oh yes, the GP Icons presented by Goodyear just after lunchtime, so 2:25 in the afternoon. And the historic Touring Car Challenge, the BMW had M3 against just glorious RS500s with some rather older BMWs, the 3-litre CSLs, and Nissan's doing things in Skyline GTR terms as well. And then the GT3 Legends will be at 4 o'clock. Already a historic category. Most of the cars out on display, not on display, with the gloves off in racing in GT3 Legends. A 2011 through to the youngest in 2015. And the pre-66 GT Sprint, that should be a super race for the penultimate event of Saturday here at the BRDC Classic. And then the endurance icons, cars that 2 blinks of an eye ago were competing the Le Mans 24 Hours.
And some properly beautiful cars there. We almost had to pause for thought when the Cadillac LMP1 car from 2001 came out. First time one of those has been seen in historic racing action, and that with the Bentley and some of the beautiful GT cars. Just stick around for you before you have your time.
It certainly was. I walked back into the commentary booth when you and Martin did have that moment. That pause for thought, and I think one of you went, or something along those lines.
Utterly beautiful car.
But beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and for me this was one of the sweetest experiences when I just started going to races when I could break out from school, and they just look right. They just simply look. No, I wasn't at a remedial
You went to school?
Yes, I know.
Amazing.
Yeah. It was only one term when I got off for good behaviour.
Approved by the local authority.
Approved by everyone. So here we have Lolas, and they changed their shape very fast indeed across the years. That was a number 69, the topless family car. That was one that was kept out in Japan. I haven't seen one of these for years. The March with that sculpted body, it wasn't a great success, but it sort of came in right as the series came to its denouement.
The vertical windshield. It's cars being led out. It will be Chris Ward that leads the train, followed by the Alex Brundle Lola.
And then the Chevron with its, Chevron against Lola, basically the story of sports car racing from 60s into the 70s, and they sold many. The only car with the roof is that Chevron B8 down towards the back of the pack, and the car bringing up the rear should be the GRD, I think, at the tail of the field they're going through. Yeah, the red Campos Costa driven car. So we had one car disqualified, which was the Vogue, but the grid, so that I don't think is taking part. But pole position taken by Jan Magnussen, the Lola T292, the similar car also on the front row is going to be started by Alex Brundleshed with Chris Hoy. Then Diogo Ferral back in racing with Martin Stretton. That could be a feature too. Another Lola T292. Bit of a theme, the best of the chevrons to be starting in 4th place. Second of those, Brighton Stanley in 5th, and then Willis Buchhofer, another Lola in 6th place. Some drivers going solo, including Alexander Collins in his Lola alongside Balfour Jones, another Lola in the yellow, white and red striped Joe Bonnier team livery. Pete Fisk and Stephen Nuttall. Stephen Nuttall's in that grey Chevron B8 with the roof. So different from these others, but the later Lolas like this, the Gary First, Nick Pink cars, Paul Cope in his unique march within this race, the 75S, and the topless Lola coming down towards the tail of the grid. So it looks like we're going to be having 16, 17 cars start the race. I'm looking at the back, and it actually does appear that maybe, just maybe,
Vogue is there, I think.
Yeah, it does look as though the Chevron bringing up the rear has got to start. So, but anyhow, the real story here is the amount of time the quickest drivers are going to have to make up during their pit stops. Because, for example, Magnussen, well, it's only fair he gets an extra 20 seconds. And Chris Ward has 15 seconds against his name, so add those up.
35 seconds.
So it seems. And then
wow.
in the Darren Burke has got 15 seconds against his name in the pit stop. Alex Brundle also 15 seconds. And 10 seconds for Ollie Bryant. Only fair again, he's in the number 2.
Well, that could really shake things up, couldn't it?
So it can. And look at the weather conditions. I mean, actually 22 degrees. I'd have taken out any of the last dozen weekends or so. It seems it's been a long, hot summer across Europe, and obviously things are really not very comfortable down in the southwest France at the moment with dreadful forest fires. Looks as though one's been through here. It's just simply the grass has had not a jot of rain to take on board.
Cars coming round on this formation lap. Very soon we'll be underway and racing. It's that soundtrack to historic racing. It's the sights, but it's the sounds as well. Highly tuned 2-litre engines. It's not all about roaring V8s, rumble or scream. This is very much a soundtrack of the past.
So 2 by 2 they shall come. They will form up. They are forming up, and then we'll go racing. And it's really going to be a charge to the pit stops, and then we'll see how those penalty times really start to come in and hurt them. The drivers with the higher driver ranking, of course, have to spend longer in their mandatory pit stops. So that's going to be an element that could have a large role. But it's an hour's race, so they do have time to iron out those kinks in the road. And we'll see how it all unfurls. But right now, coming round, just remind you, it's Chris Ward on pole position, Alex Brundle alongside, a pale blue Lola from a yellow Lola to keep things simple. So the car on the left was raced by the only recently late Guy Edwards in period, again nabbing yet another top sponsor. He was the king of sponsorship. And in behind, well, this is just such a good sight. In the years ahead, we're going to have more and more cars coming out to play, but I just think this 2-litre sports car championship is catching the imagination of the March. We didn't get to see it for very long because alas, it's dived with Paul Cope into the pits.
Away we go, and we are racing.
Well, fantastically formed grid, really, really tightly packed, exactly as the doctor ordered. Around the outside as they switch through Cox, the opening corner, looking to see how it all lands. The first two seem to be still side by side as they go up to Maggots, but no, Chris Ward said, no, I have the predominant line. I'm going to be going through Maggots, now going through Beckett's, and it's all very much in grid order at the moment with Harvey Stanley hanging on in 5th place at the moment. The ex-Gunston, Team Gunston car would have raced in South Africa. That's down around the middle order. But the first two, I sense already starting to make a little bit of a break from Diogo Ferral, who's running in the red and white BIP liveried Lola in 3rd place overall.
Hanging in there. These 3 cars getting away a little. 2, 3 wide as they come through. And that sorts itself out. Cars from, albeit a long history for 2-litre sports cars. These cars were a pretty well-defined era. As you can see, major differences in terms of the way in which the aerodynamics evolved, and that's beginning to show itself in terms of the pace of these cars. Chris Ward towing along Alex Brundle.
One of the things, you look at the packs of cars, particularly with the Lolas, you can see year on year there was another little tweak here, a near patak there, and they worked their way closer to the front of the field before. As I said, in 1974 the Alpines came in, it was like a wrecking ball, a steamroller, whatever, and the championship didn't survive that. But what I love is seeing some of the cars that you didn't get to see so much in period weren't as well known out there racing, and including that Vogue. Car number 63, Sam Mitchell, Julian Stokes. Look for its progress. It's going to be quick.
It's already making significant progress, I think, past 3-4 cars on this opening lap. More than that, in fact, and is now challenging, going up the inside. Stuck with that shot, we'd see exactly where, but that car is pushing itself into contention, the Vogue.
Yeah, well, it was about second or third. I think it was third fastest in qualifying. It had its times taken away for some, I believe, technical difference of opinion.
I think already up to 8th place from 16th place starting position, the Vogue, so a younger car, if we can put it that way. And 8th place it is as they cross the line at the first racing lap. Chris Ward leading by 1.3 seconds from Alex Brundle. Pretty equidistant then to the third place number 65 car.
Yeah, this championship was supposed to stretch into 1975, but after Alpine, it sort of was announced. The season was announced, they were going to go racing, but they literally had no entries, so that was they put the lid on. But actually, it's fantastic to see something rare. You know, we often only get in historic racing, or tend to get, the cars that won titles or were challengers. But having something like the Vogue it reminds you of other cars went out. Those teams had huge ambitions, didn't have big budgets though, and that was often the reason they didn't progress. But right now, it's a real Andy Willis in the number 155 Lola just in front, but he's under a lot of pressure from the Vogue. That's certainly got the pace, looking for the gap, trying to make a gap, but not just there. Andy Willis has been around the block a few times. He knows the lines he needs to take to hold on to position.
Yeah, he's not being rude, but he's done it this time and sweeps through. That's 7th place, going the way of the number 63 car, and immediately onto the tail of the next target, which is the 86. Sits second. We've got trouble for the 21 car here.
It's just been a little spin, I think, for Nick Pink there.
Yeah, the Lola T210.
So that will drop him down the order. I'm sure he'll work his way back. Now, when you look at the positions, you wonder, why is this Vogue so fast? Well, it's 2 or 3 years younger than some of the other cars, and look at the size of its rear wing in comparison. Wait till it comes into shot. You'll see it has a nose coming in the background fairly soon. That's always the thing. As a commentator, never say a car's coming to shot. There it does in the background. Boo.
Effectively, it's the first 4. They are in separate classes. The Matario class. This is the first, the Elford class cars, the slightly earlier cars. That is the number 2 car, 5th place.
Yeah, that's
Ollie Bright.
Harvey Stanley. Or was it Ollie who started? The helmet is blue and red, but I didn't see if it had the Union flag. But here, this is the car we need to watch for the moment as Jan Magnussen stretches nearly 5 seconds clear, because clearly it's a very good engine as well in the Vogue, but I think that extra downforce just means he can take the faster corners at greater speed. I'm not a physicist, but I think that's how it works.
For the change, by the way, because Alex Brundle has dropped to 3rd place, so the number 65 car, for whatever reason, has made its way through to 2nd place. And what happened there?
Well, he lost about 5 seconds on that lap. I don't know why he suddenly did a 2 minutes 11. His previous lap had been 2 minutes 6. So the new 2nd place car is this one, car number 65, Diogo Ferrao.
It was the second. It was the final sector, and it was a 5-6 second. I think he's had a bit of a moment, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, quite possibly there was an element of pressure, but let's hope that Chris Hoy gets to have a race.
He's looking around the cockpit little there, and I do wonder whether or not was that a spin or was that a problem with the car. Let's hope it's not the latter. He's back on it and straight back with the 2nd place car. I think he's going to go through. He is indeed.
Interesting. He's no longer looking in the cockpit. So what was it? Mobile phone falls out of pocket?
Very weird. I'm sure we'll hear from Alex later.
Yeah. But anyhow, the fact he was able to catch Diogo Ferrao, not just catch him, just reel him in and pass him, shows it may have been one little moment, but it's sort of long enough. Okay, well, let's take a look what it is. We think we might have found out. Did he have a moment all on his own? Well, here we go, and look for a yellow car. Maybe we'll see more than one of its flanks in the shot.
It is.
So we do, brilliantly caught by the camera crew down there. So in 2nd place, and by the time he goes, he's down to 3rd place.
I think it's
Ferrao goes through.
We're very polite. We won't be mentioning that to Alex at all, in any way.
I never saw it.
There we
are. He started 2nd. He's still in 2nd place. Nothing can have happened. What can have happened, though, of course, is the race leading margin is going to have stretched enormously. The end of the previous lap, it was only 1 and a bit seconds, but unfortunately with that spin, went out to 4.5. It looks like it's rather more than that, because obviously that won't have helped the tyres enormously, but
we've still got the pace, as we saw, swept by the 65 car. Meantime, where are we with progress? There's the 21 car that was in trouble a little earlier.
Yeah, Nick Pink had a little spin in that. He's not too happy. He's got time to go back out, though. You might as well go back out. But here is second, Alex Brundle, famous. I love the story about the colours on Alex Brundle's helmet, the red and the blue. Obviously, he's mimicking Martin. And Martin being Martin, apparently he'd chosen the two cheapest colours in the paint shop. They've kept on.
Look at
there's Harvey Stanley leaving his class. So
that is
it Ollie Bryan?
That is there's a change. 63 car now ahead. The Vogue has moved up to 5th place. Trouble for the Chevron as well. The 146 car.
This is disappointing. An hour race to have a couple of people already in the pits, but Magnussen, Chris Ward, well, they all did slightly slower laps that time around. So obviously there was a yellow flag at some point around the circuit, and look for the blue Vogue making its move, and it's all over. I think it's actually, I don't know if it's Darren Burke. I think it's probably Chris Pittard.
I think it's Chris Pittard
on board, because the owner driver has to start.
So the Vogue looking to get up to 4th place. There's quite some run here, and
from
does
the back, from 16th. But again, when you look, actually, the Brewing maybe isn't a great deal bigger than the Chevrolet, but certainly way bigger than the Lolas, by and large, in this point, in this category of cars. But 2-litre sports cars really capturing the imagination. And people watching this, and the queue of people wanting to drive them is going to be a long one, because just conversations around the paddock. I'm always rude enough to ask people, okay, so you've got your BMW CSL, what do you fancy? What else? What else do you want to try?
Absolutely.
And that's the thing. With Motor Racing Legends, they run lots of different categories, and in time, a lot of people go, well, I don't want to sit around in the motorhome or whatever all day. I might as well go racing. So they find something else in another category, and why not?
It's a funny old thing, isn't it? And been to a couple of historic race meetings recently, chatting away to people I've known through various bits and pieces of racing. They might be out there in a small single-seater car, a touring car, and then something like a Peugeot 908 goes around. And whilst they may not get to a Peugeot 908, what it does is focus upon what else is racing in that race. And sure enough, 6 months later, they're out there in an LMP2 car. That's the point. It's it's not just in terms of performance and aerodynamics that things have marched forward. It's safety as well. That is a big selling point moving forwards.
Yeah, no, definitely. As you look across the years, you accept what is current. You'll accept something that's not quite current, but when you look back a very long way, sometimes you have to suck it through your teeth and go, but these cars look great, but obviously they will not be as strong as a contemporary LMP2 car.
Look at the gap already between the Vogue and the chasing now 51 car, and it's all now about the 63. And what can they do about the 3rd place car, the 65? That gap, 5.4 seconds that time around. About a second difference in lap time, but that included the overtake. The Alpha class behind, by the way, it is about the 2 of the 86. This is the battle, however, for 2nd place. The 86 car under pressure from the 155.
Yeah, Dan Balfour just hanging on. Andy Willis, black and white helmet in the background. Again, running in that different class, the Elford class, for the slightly older cars. But again, first car entered by Joe Bonnier. He became effectively the Lola agent around, particularly to North America. And of course, Carl Haas became that later on. But this was a scene around Europe only. It shone brightly. The World Sports Car Championship, it was at the time, was, going through its travails, I think it's safe to say. To get to where we've got to now with the World Endurance Championship, with manufacturers queuing up to come in, a lot of it, your basis comes from a long way back. Oh, Andy Willis is having a look, having a challenge, but he's only being offered the outside line at the moment. Dan Balfour's going, not making it easy for you.
This is a 60-minute race, we should remind you. We're 11 minutes into it. I'm looking at that gap from Chris Ward back to Alex Brundle after that spin for Alex. 11.5 seconds. And the gap in terms of the pit stop penalty was 20 seconds. Is that right? 35 seconds against 15.
Yeah, that's correct.
So we're looking at to equalise this, and it's not going to be quite equal, of course, because that's going to then put Chris Hoy in against Czech's notes Jan Magnussen. So Chris Ward is doing a great job here.
They raced together an awful lot around Europe in the Le Mans Classic Series, and Dan Balfour, and that was the 1970 title-winning car for Joe Bonnier. He's still a little bit wide. He's trying to fight his way back, but that was just, again, that was the pressure. Andy Willis, we saw, was exerting, putting more and more, and that point, Dan Balfour cracked. You know what? He's not too interested in staying behind. He said, "I will have the inside line, but will you go around the outside?" Well, Andy Willis
done enough, just about enough.
Absolutely does. But again, and then.
What pretty little cars these are.
Well, I mean, that is the point. I was chatting at Spa with Jan Magnussen, and he was saying that the weirdest thing in these cars is if you're on a day when it's been very hot, and I will change and you will change back. He said stuff comes flying into the cockpit, great big balls of rubber. If someone's up ahead of you and hits the marbles, he said it's not something I've really thought about in cars. Of course, in Formula One, it might have been an issue, but generally you had a circuit being clean for you when you went out. But in the longer distance sports car races, of course, there's more time for tyre rubber to come flying off. But not that Jan would complain. He goes, "Oh, look at my fingernail, oh, thumbnail, shattered by this great ball of rubber." Right, our race-leading car, Jan Magnussen will be taking it over at the middle point of the race or thereabout. But Chris Ward is stretching the advantage. Second place car. I'll tell you what, actually, last time around, this car in second place with Alex Brundle on board took 1 and a bit seconds out of our race leader. So it's down to 10.2 seconds. And again, look at these cars. I just find them truly, truly exquisite with that beautifully crafted rear wing, the ducting on the side flanks, but such a pure shape.
It is.
And I gather, while in the world of Lola, you've got a very nice invitation coming up ahead of you at Myra.
Oh, yes.
Please explain.
Yeah, got a call yesterday afternoon. Do I want to come and experience the new road-going Lola T70?
T70S.
T70S at Myra with a car I've not heard of before. I can't remember. It was a bit unclear on the text message whether or not his first or last name was Herbert, but I'm not sure. But that should be fun.
Well, anything with Johnny Herbert, Lola Ambassador is astonishing. If you've not seen the Lola T70S, look it up. It is absolutely stunning. Obviously, in the late 60s into early 70s, they were sort of the backbone of the European, well, actually, and North American sports car scene. Of course, you had Can-Am on top in the States and Canada, but across Europe, they were hugely successful, and it sold in enormous numbers because they were just cars that were very friendly to drive, but they were super, super pretty. I know we keep talking about pretty cars, but it helps.
Had a Lola T70 moment, an unusual one. You did watch the number 6 car pressing on, and has, in fact, has closed down the gap a little.
He has.
Under 10 seconds now. Watching the Ford Ferrari, the 1966 film movie with my good lady wife, who thoroughly enjoyed it. And it's when we're in Ken Miles's house and his boy's bedroom. On the shelf, there's a couple of little model kits, and one of them is indeed a Lola T70.
Details. Good little touch. Right, the Vogue continues to press forward, and now it's moved ahead into third place of Diogo Ferrao. Martin Stretton will be taking the red and white Lola over in the second part of the race. That's car number 65, so that will keep its performance up across the range. But bear in mind that the Ferrao-Stretton Lola in fourth place and the car in third place are no driver success penalties at their pit stop. So though they've fallen 18 seconds off the race lead, now that the Vogue has got through all the traffic, well, the Vogue, that might come down because it's lapping. Actually, I tell you what, last lap faster than the first 3 cars. All the cars ahead of it. It's faster.
Here's the point: if the pit stop came now, that car, the Vogue, would have come out 16 seconds ahead the number 70 car.
Our race leader. Yep.
But
if some buts and maybes. But look how quickly he's pulled away of Diogo Ferrao. Diogo was raving about his. Going back racing after a while away from the cockpit. We've got a couple of cars racing here in the BRDC Classic, but he won't have enjoyed being passed by a car that he might not have even really heard of. You know, he'll know about Chevrons, he'll know about Lolas, he'll know about Alpines, he'll know about Sellers, but the Vogue, it was a KS Group, those are Kent sponsorships actually, and Queensway Autos, they were based up in Pettswood, and they sponsored lots of Formula Ford and Sports 2000.
It's those that we were talking yesterday, weren't we, during Zyclones about Mole Valley Racing and their long-term backing. Molly of blessed memory left us, I'm afraid, not long ago. And the long-term backing for World Centre Racing, but it's those names that you saw on the front and on the sides, on the rear wings of race cars, not just for a season, not just for years, but for decades.
Yeah.
Fueling enthusiasm.
It was financing a lot of young drivers, and if the drivers handled them well, some sponsorship deals went on forever. I remember Richard Dean used to hang on there. I think it was a Panasonic batteries deal he kept for years and a day. And you know what? It works two ways.
Whatever happened to him?
I think he's still playing full back for Leeds United, isn't he?
Someone needs to. But, of course, his business partner Zach Brown is here today, not tomorrow I gather, but Zach racing later in both the GT3 Legends and the Endurance Icons.
Well, when you're away from work, you might as well absolutely maximise your
I
time.
don't know what he's doing for a day job now.
He's the other fullback for Leeds United,
Is he?
apparently, yeah. Unusual for an American, but it's interesting to see the transatlantic shift. But our race leader, Chris Ward, he's ticking off the laps. Pace has suddenly picked up again. They're down to the 2-minute 9s. I think a little bit of traffic here and there, but Chris knows this guy's been racing across Europe, and Legacy Outlaws, fairly new name in this game, but just doing a great job leading the race. So I tell you what, while Chris Ward is leading, it might be an idea to find out about what his teammate is thinking. That's Jan Bangs.
Just going to grab another quick interview, because if I don't chat to Jan Magnussen now, he'll be hopping in the car and then we won't see him again, so we need to chat to Jan. Jan, welcome along to the BRDC Classic. It's great to have you.
Thank you. It's great to be here. It's a fantastic event.
I mean, Silverstone must have huge amounts of memories for you in what's been an illustrious racing career.
Oh, absolutely. One of the first proper tracks that I ever drove on back when I did Formula Fords back in '92.
Doesn't seem that long ago to me.
No, me neither, but it is.
So, you're sharing the car with Chris Ward. You've shared that car before. How are you finding it?
Fantastic car. So much fun to drive. It's so intense with all the revs. It's a light car. It's nimble. It's super fun.
And Chris is a good guy as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think we make a great team. We have some fun with this, and also with our T70. So far so good. And but now we're having a lot of fun.
We've even managed to sort the weather for you this weekend.
Yeah, beautiful. But I have to say, this year, wherever we've raced, it's been pretty crazy weather, actually. Super warm. It's nice. This is a nice summer day.
Well, it's great to have you here at BRDC Classic. I'll let you get ready for your stint.
Thank you very much.
There we go. It would be wrong not to chat to Jan Magnussen here at Silverstone at the BRDC Classic, wouldn't it?
Quite right too. And by the way, while we've been listening to Jan and thoroughly enjoying himself, Alex Brundle's closing this gap again. The gap now 8 seconds dead at the end of the last lap, and he's pushing on here. I think he knows there's a task ahead for Chris Hoy. I think what he's going to try to do here is make sure that Chris comes out with a lead to defend if he possibly can. Certainly a lead in the battle between those two cars. Remains to be seen whether or not they do actually lead, and that's principally coming thanks to the pace of the car now in third place, which is now dropping time to the two leaders. They've found their stride again a little bit more. 21 seconds is the gap, but no pit stop penalty for that car.
Well, that is the massive element within this. They've got to stay there or thereabouts, and been quite a story. The Vogue was actually designed by Lester Ray, who made the Ray Formula 4 cars, or he had the concept, he had the ambition to have it, and you know they sort of worked it together, but unfortunately money was tight. Have you ever heard that before in motor racing?
No, that's a new concept to me.
Yeah.
He says, looking ruefully at his bank account.
So Alex Brundle, you can see how hard he's working. Every corner has to be shaped to the tightest angle. He's trying to get every half second he can offer to Chris Hoy when Chris takes over in the second half of this race, because Chris ought to come out in this car in the lead of the race. Driver ranking penalties will weigh heavily on the shoulders of Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward, so they will have an extra 35 seconds in the pit stop. This car, Alex Brundle and Ball, will have an extra 15, so there's a 20-second chunk for Sir Chris Hoy to play with when he comes out in the second half of this race. And that could be a real helping hand. It does mean that Jan Magnussen has a moving target ahead of him, and he will be the hunter, and the hunted will be Chris Hoy. Or will it be the Mitchell Stokes less?
It's going to be tight.
Vogue getting to the front. It's going to be very tight indeed, as it is. In fact, if they all came in, had standard pit stop plus or minus the driver success times, the Vogue ought to come out with its nose just in front of the Brundle Hoy Lola. This one, car number 6.
So yeah, Lester Ray, of course, also involved with the sports car world, notably with a line of Harriers that raced around the world, raced at Le Mans just the once, the Harrier. Tried to qualify, I think, a little later, but notably in the British GT Championship through to the late 90s.
Now the Saria class is the top class, car number 2, and it is Ollie Bryant, now with a closer shot, who started the race, and this Harvey Stanley will be taking the second part. But doesn't that livery just look absolutely exquisite there? The red with the dark stripe up the middle, bit of gold in for good measure. And for Chevron fans, tended to fall in one camp or the other. I'm too fickle, I like both, but Chevron, had a very distinctive style. Always went for that sort of wider nose on their cars, and the Lola tended to be a little bit swoopy. There's an absolute ripping apart of the design theory of both of those cars.
That's an achingly pretty looking car, isn't it? And it's that, and you're right, it's that attention to detail with the livery that sometimes has been forgotten, I think. It's been moved into the modern era. We're getting back to it. Bumped into Sam Hignett from Cadillac Hertz Team Jota in the paddock with the family around, and certainly there's a team that have made great strides towards bringing back iconic liveries into contemporary sports car racing.
Of course, you and I both commentate on the World Endurance Championship, and a handful of years ago the three works teams, their cars were all red, white and black.
Yes.
It really was a massive helping hand.
Great, thanks guys. But I mean, I'm lucky enough to commentate that course with Martin Haven, and the nice thing about it, Martin does have some well-formed views on those liveries, but you never hear it.
Oh, thank goodness. If he wants to write in, he'll send them to you on a postcard, I'm sure. So our race leader Chris Ward moving around the circuit, trying again, like Alex Brundle is trying to cut back in, but the last 2 laps, the gap from first to second went down to 8 seconds, and it's almost as though someone got on the radio and went, Chris, could you? Yeah. Okay. It's now 10.5 seconds.
Yep. So, ebb and flow here. Alex Brundle finding pace and dropping away just a little, but I think he's the more consistent of the two, at this phase. It's just that Chris Ward, I think when he's finding clear air, is finding more than tenths.
Yeah, well, for a long time he was the chief instructor here at Silverstone, whichever racing school was at Silverstone at the time, so he knows the circuit like the back of the hand, he knows his car like the back of the hand. This is such a good battle for the Elfrid class. Because Dan Balfour getting close again in the ex-Joe Bonnier 1970. This is the car that won the first European 2-litre series, 1917. It's still out here racing. Just think about that for a moment.
Properly historic car.
But it's been given it's a properly historic car. There'll be lots of other Lolas or Chevrons that were taking part in the early 2-litre series races of no particular merit, or no particular merit in terms of their success, but to have a title-winning car out here is very, very special indeed.
One of the things I think about this emerging marketplace for historic racing, and finding all the time new and interesting classes side by side. By the way, here we go. This is a wheel-to-wheel battle briefly for position and for the class lead, and just drifting it through the corner, and I think he's got it. 86 is through. Dan Balfour.
Yeah, and obviously for these drivers, they'll be knowing there's a pit window coming up very soon indeed. I think someone's about to reach for the latch and open it in the next handful of seconds. And let's just look at the numbers. The last 2 laps have been very good for Chris Ward, or maybe not so good for Alex Brundle, because the lead was 8 seconds, down to 8 seconds, up to 10.5, now 12.5 seconds between first and second. So Chris Ward has got to squeak every part of a second he can get to sort of work away against the time penalties they'll have when they come to serve their pit stop. But the Vogue started life as a Ray effectively, but money was tight, so the name became something else. Car number 63 back in the battle, going on through. The gap back to Diogo Ferrao is 10 seconds.
Pit stops beginning to come now. The first onto pit lane of the lead order is the 51 car. Christian Pittard will hand that car over to Darren Burke. Darren will be capable of good speed in that 51 car.
Darren is one of the drivers with the driver ranking. That means he has an extra 15 seconds at the pit stop. Not quite enough time to inhale a bag of crisps. Not that I'd recommend that before going in a racing car, but certainly. So the order will change for a bit, and what we'll have is like a handicap race. Well, it is a handicap race as you work to the end. It's not calculated so everyone should finish equally, but it's just you're going to be pegged back, and then we've got to see if you can make your way forward.
Meantime, the Vogue still making its way through traffic before we inevitably see this car on pit lane. It's been quite the chase for them. Not quite got the bite, the pace that we've seen from the two leading cars. You can see the pit board hanging over there, pit window open. 69 car on pit lane. Topless family car. Cracking thing. And with a registration plate on that car.
Well, it's a bit. I always love the Italian cars that raced on the Mille, who'd have the testing plate,
yes,
written fore and aft on their cars.
I'm just going to ask the question about that. Is it actually road registered, or is that just a blessed memory of a family car? Meantime, Chris Ward comes through in splendid isolation.
It really is isolation. 13 seconds the good, still waiting for Alex Brundle to come through. Of course, their pit stops will come, and then their margin will be taken away, tossed into the bin, and a few more seconds before they're allowed back out, because with two drivers with such a high ranking, Chris Ward who started and Jan Magnussen who will finish, then they will have the chase to the finish. Have they got enough pace to do it? Just about.
Yeah,
I'm
Magnussen.
not entirely confident, actually.
You not think?
I think they will.
I think the pace we saw from Jan in qualifying bodes well for them, I think.
Yeah, that is true, because Chris Hoy isn't as conversant with the car in second place, so you'd expect Jan to be faster than Chris anyhow. The margin, there is an extra 20 seconds for Jan Magnussen's car to be in the pits when Chris Ward arrives. So he'll come out behind Chris Hoy, as we've sort of worked out.
7 seconds.
And there is Jan ready.
Yep.
Gosh, there he was, 34 years ago. I can't believe it. That was when he was racing Formula Ford.
Is it really?
And of course, 1992, very quickly he went into Formula 3 with Paul Stewart Racing. He sort of took a number of win records from Ayrton Senna, was again crumpled up and put into the bin. But then, of course, he got to Formula 1 very quickly and regrets it now. He reckons he wasn't mature enough to do it. He had the pace, but not the nous to make it work. However, what a career he's had since then.
You know what? And this is what's defined Jan in his career is joyful.
Yeah.
You know, he's always been the arch enthusiast. I mean, he is one of the great all-rounders, and probably unsung to a degree in that regard. A Danish touring car champion, remarkably recently, actually. And quick as a bunny in GT and sports cars as well, and now making his way in the historic world as his son is making his way in the sports car world championship. The team in contention for a world championship. New race leader with that car on pit lane is Alex Brundle. He'll push on.
He'll go on as long as he can. He's going to unfortunately give Chris Hoy as little time as possible, because there is something in the reckoning here. So absolutely our new race leader Alex Brundle will take it up to the lap before the pit window closes. Well, let's hope not one afterwards, and then we will see how it shakes out in the second half of the race. But just bear in mind, the Vogue, the car that was racing until the early 1980s, did Inter-Serie, the World Endurance Championship, or the equivalent at the time for a handful of races, not at the sharp end. Would understand, because money does talk in terms of car development, and also the car was quite long of tooth by the time it went out to play, but now something a little bit different. So we're going to see 3 different elements here. We're going to see a car that has 2 drivers that have driver talent, driver ranking time penalties. Legacy Outlaws look quite happy with that pit stop there.
On pit lane, the 4th place car and the leader in the Alpha class, Ollie Bryant, is on pit lane as well. So the shuffle starts here. And Magnussen out and running. Will give himself all of 50 yards before the pedal is firmly down.
Yeah, he adds 1 yard for every year over naught from pit exit.
And immediately, by the way, onto pit lane, our race leader, Alex Brundle. So we're going to be seeing Sir Chris Hoy in action very soon. It's been a busy week for Chris Hoy, a key part of the opening ceremony of the Commonwealth Games, hosting the King and Queen and TARDIS. Take a look back at your favourite news service if you don't know what I'm talking about there, but chatting to him in the paddock yesterday, hugely proud to be involved to that extent with the
That's Chris Hoy, and there's a very experienced strapper in there. That's a car run by Pearson's Engineering. So you think about them running C-types, D-types, E-types, but Gary Pearson, they're doing the strapping in, and Chris Hoy will be interesting to see, will he come out just ahead of Jan Magnussen, or will the pace of the Dane be enough to get his nose just in front when this pit stop serves? It doesn't look the speediest of stops though. I'm sure it's fine, it's just we've got the camera on it, of course. And again, on a warm day, the blower's in. Here comes Jan Magnussen. He's got a handful more corners to come through to pop into the lead of the race. I'm not entirely sure he'll do it, but it's going to be very, very close indeed.
Yeah. Wait and see. Not running yet. I think Jan Magnussen is going to lead this race.
Well, the Mitchell Stokes vote we've been talking about, that's yet. The pit window is still open, but not for a great deal longer. Maybe the next 3 minutes.
So Chris Hoy away and running, but sweeping through goes Jan Magnussen. But I think it is going to be the Mitchell Stokes car that comes through in the lead of this race, at least briefly.
Well, expected to be relatively close together, but there's the gap. The yellow car, that's Chris Hoy coming out into effective second place. Still waiting for the Mitchell and Stokes Vogue to come in and serve its pit stop, but then the second. Well, it's not the half of the race. By the time they've all done this, it'll be 25 minutes remaining out of the hour. So we've done more than half of the race beforehand. But Jan Magnussen, well, his lead is way bigger than I would have expected. Yeah. It looks so, because I was slightly concerned about the speed of the pit stop, the duration of the pit stop for the ex-Joe Bonnier Lola that we're looking at now. Alex Brundle's handed over to Chris Hoy. And instead of being in front and having to defend the lead, he's in behind. He's got Martin Stretton looking to trouble him. Stretton has taken over that red and white BIP liveried 65. And the race leader is the Mitchell and Stokes. Sam Mitchell on board, waiting for Julian Stokes to take over.
On pit lane now.
In pit lane now.
Yeah, so
they will have a standard pit stop, which is 1 minute.
Yeah, this will stagger itself out. Here is Martin Stretton looking to the inside of Chris Hoy. Another car in the mix, but that won't trouble him. Makes the pass and is through.
Well, of course, all bike racers understand slipstreaming, but Gary First in the ex-Team Gunston Lola, a car that we discovered yesterday. I would have seen when I was a child, didn't you?
We did.
On the Greek Hill Climb Championship. There we are. It wasn't Shelsley Walsh, by the way. It was a climb between Marathon and Eritrea.
It's a bonkers story.
It is fairly bonkers.
I think you should tell it again.
No.
When we get a shot of that car, as we surely will, it's a great story. On a childhood holiday, and this car and its latter services. We're talking here about the orange and maroon car behind.
Yeah, so it had its normal life in the European 2-litre series, went down as a lot used to in the winter, our winter, Northern Hemisphere winter, to race in the Springbok series, and someone bought it to compete on the Greek Hill Climb and Circuit Championship. Circuit outside Athens by the name was a place called Tatoi, better known as the Varibopi race circuit. There you have it. So, our race leader, we're waiting to see the lap pace. What I'd like to see is car 63 coming out of the pits. We'll see where that stands. 65, good to watch that, because that's moved up into effective second place.
And I think he's going to be pretty close to Jan Magnussen. So, there he goes. That is the Vogue. So, the Vogue has come up behind Chris Hoy.
Okay, so out into fourth place, because this car is now in second place, effectively, because having passed Chris Hoy just after he'd started his run the second half of the race. Martin Stretton, you expect him to be quick. There is Sir Chris Hoy. And then, of course, out just behind that, looking for the blue car that, with Julian Stokes on board, the Vogue.
So just waiting for the lap to be completed by Jan Magnussen. We can tell you what the actual gaps are. Tell you that immediately Jan is into purple sector times.
Yeah, best lap of the race, 2 minutes 4 by the car that he's driving, not by him. That was Chris Ward. That was on the second lap of the race, but it looks like that one's going to be crumpled up. Good to see the GRD there fleetingly. Only one of those in the race, and that's running. Well, that was almost overly polite, in fact, almost driving off the circuit to let Jan Magnussen come through. Jan doesn't need any extra help like that.
What do we know about GRD?
GRD, what would you like to know?
Anything. I'm a student here. I'm loving it and learning.
I'm just having a little vague moment from it. I'll get back to you on that.
I know about the GRD. I know about the grid. The GRD.
No, nothing to do. Built up in Norfolk, as far as I recall, and they made single-seaters and sports cars. and I will be embarrassed that I haven't managed to produce a rich history for you there and then.
We've got a single-seater GRD here this weekend, I think, as well.
Yeah, we do. I think it might be in the Derek Bell.
I think you're right.
Trophy. So they sort of again were thereabouts. Pit window is now closed. Ka-ching. And slam.
Now confirmed on our timing screens, the Jan Magnussen, Chris Ward, number 70 car.
Well, I tell you what, a driver who went very well in the first half of the race had maybe a little bit of a moment. His name is Alex Brundle, down with Mark in the pits.
We've got Alex Brundle alongside me. Alex, it sort of seemed to go to plan, and then there was a bit of oil down, which meant that plan unravelled a bit.
I'm glad I've been absolved of responsibility, and whoever's in charge of track mix this weekend has caught the oil, which is good. I've not dropped one for a bit, but yeah, down at Brooklands it's auto-rotated on the brakes, but luckily kept the engine going and carried on. And then it was just a case of finding our way through the oil, which was on the line everywhere. I made quite a good job of that. But then when it sort of dried up and went away, I think Chris just had a bit of a better car than me today.
I gather also, listening to what Alistair Douglas was saying, there was another little moment at Village that you gathered up.
Oh, we were gathering up all over the place. We were just trying to find the way around the oil while continuing to push on. We've not got enough efficiency in the car at the moment that I don't have to be on the chip all the time, and I'm obviously trying to give Chris the biggest buffer I can. The guys behind, I'm never going to catch Chris Ward. I can see him not even sliding ahead of me, so it's slightly disheartening. They've had that car for a very long time now, and they're well on top of it. We're just sort of in the early stages with ours, but I'm trying to give Chris a bit of a buffer to the cars behind, and I'm sure he'll go out now and do famously, luckily with an almost dry track.
Yeah, it's all cleared up now. That's it, you're done for the weekend now as well. You've not got the E-Type out or anything?
No, we're in the HRDC race tomorrow, so we're gonna run our Mustang in that, which will be good fun. Me and Jimmy Broadbent, who's been playing with a GTR, which is around here somewhere. So yeah, one more to do, but yeah, let's see how we end up in this. I need to go and find out how much time Chris has got to play with.
I'll let you go and find out. Thanks a lot to Alex Brundle there. He leaves us and heads towards the pit wall. We'll go back upstairs to the commentary box.
Thanks very much. Lovely interview there. And well, Chris has got something to play with, because in the background he's got not one but two people closing in. He's got the blue Vogue, there it is, and that suddenly that Chevron is back in the mix by looks things, or is that
I think that may be a little way down.
Yes, I think it is actually, looking at that.
But
right, GRD.
Go for it.
I couldn't remember what it was short for. Group Racing Developments, and Lotus. A lot of Lotus people went there. They built cars in 72, 73, 74 for Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula Atlantic, Sports 2000, and
so no ambition then?
No ambition, and of course the most famous driver for them was Roger Williamson, won the British Formula 3 title in the Forward Trust Series and Shell Sport back in 1972. But a short history. By 75 it was over and out, unfortunately for them.
What a shame. Jan Magnussen, by the way, 2:04.688, just a couple of tenths off the fastest lap of the race, and he is now 27 seconds clear of Martin Stretton, who's pulled out 12 seconds onto Chris Hoy. So Chris now dealing with traffic. That traffic almost was too polite, but Chris is being closed down right now by that Vogue, the Mitchell Stokes pedal number 63.
Right, it's not surprising that white Chevron's gone past. It's had to unlap itself because it's had a second pit stop. So Darren Burke, we know, is quick. In fact, his last lap, 2 minutes 5.5, was one of the, I think it's the second fastest lap of the race. So the white Chevron is a lap down, car number 51. So what maybe could have been has been a problem, set them back. He's got to find 20 seconds even to go up a position into the top 10, but the pace is there. And in fact, for Chris Hoy, we're looking at Chris now, that yellow Lola, he's being caught by the blue car, yellow being caught by blue, or more to the point, Lola being caught by the Vogue. So that's his particular battle. So he didn't want Darren Burke behind him. In fact, in terms of pace, I think they're about 7 or 8 seconds a lap apart.
Yeah, so even pace, by the way, between Chris Hoy and the 63 car chasing. Last time around, both in the 211s, a few tenths between them.
Oh,
trouble for Martin Stretton.
Second place is just going to change. So Chris Hoy goes into second, the Vogue goes into third. So don't know what's happened for Martin. So just as the fastest lap was raced, pulled off by Jan Magnussen, pulling off itself is another Lola. So big disappointment there, and that's a very sensible thing to do, just to get yourself out of the way there. But disappointment for Martin Stretton and for Diogo Ferrao, who drove very nicely in the first part of the race.
That looked really good for them for a podium finish, didn't it? But it's all over. And now, this the significance of this little battle with, what have we got, 19 minutes left, becomes very much more significant. It's not for the final podium, it's for second.
Well, that really would be a boost in the arm for Chris Hoy, and Alex Brundle still smarting from, well, as he said, I've at least been exonerated. Have you, Alex?
No, I'm not.
Oil on the circuit?
I'm, you know, I've known Alex for a long time, and you know, I'm perfectly prepared to accept that what I thought was a pretty weak excuse from Alex Brundle. Leaves that one to just dwell there. But no, we've got, I mean, look, he's just followed, what was it, 20 Alfa Romeos onto track. What do you expect?
Yeah, no, entirely so. But I thought it was very interesting, the interview with Mark Werrell, where he said, you know, I was having to hang it out there, and Chris Ward wasn't even getting the car to slip because he just didn't have to. But, you know, it's so much is down to pace, so much is down to familiarity. And also, a lot of these cars are racing on circuits that are a lot warmer than normal, you know, this summer. And certainly for Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward, they've raced a lot of hot venues so far this year in that Lola. So, you know, these things can make a difference. And certainly Legacy Outlaws seem to have a real grip of that, of their particular Lola. And there it is, sitting 46 seconds to the good.
It is, because that was a 2:03.554, fastest lap of the race again from Jan Magnussen. Compare that to what I think is the quickest time we've seen so far from Chris Hoy, which is the 2:10. And last time around, the gap was closed a little from the Vogue behind. So this is a proper battle for second place. Well matched at the moment, and a little way to go yet. 17 minutes still to go in this race. Traffic to be dealt with, and a proper race has broken out here.
Yeah, it really has. This battle was for third, is for second, and it's fast and furious. And Chris Hoy is going to have to use those mirrors, and certainly say Julian Stokes in the blue Vogue is getting really quite loose on some of the corners. Chris Hoy's much smoother, but the body language is, you know, if I'm in your mirrors and I'm showing you a lot of my car, you know, you're going to know I'm here, and I'm definitely coming for you. And that's the message from Julian Stokes. He chases Chris Hoy. The gap between them is 3/4 of a second. The gap to the race lead is 53 seconds. So, barring disaster, okay, bit of traffic, how do they work it? Well, very tidily indeed for Chris Hoy. Not quite so well for Julian Stokes. He gets cut off behind the GRD there. So advantage Chris Hoy. A little half second, maybe a second gain there. That could be a lifeline.
Yeah, massive cycling fan aboard the red car, without a shadow of a doubt. But that did work in his favour. Just gives him a little bit of an edge there this time around. So what was 3/4 of a second will stretch out by a few tenths as a result of just being able to get by the traffic in the right place for him. But you're absolutely right, the 63 car, Stokes, is hustling along now. 16 minutes to go.
And meanwhile, Darren Burke has got into the top 10. I mean, had it not had that extra pit stop for whatever reason it was, that's a car that should have been in and around fourth place. As it is, fourth place leading the Alpha class is car number 86, which is Dan Balfour started. Morgan Jones on board at the moment, lapping at a certain pace, but 10 seconds a lap faster is Burke down in 10th. His next target, well, a country mile up the lap. Well, it's going to be ninth because Martin Stretton has just pulled off.
So he's, it remains to be seen exactly what the gap is going to be, but he is, you're right, around 10 seconds quicker a lap than pretty much everybody ahead of him, with the exception of the race leader.
Yeah.
So it's going to be quite interesting to see just what sustained pace can achieve in 15 minutes. I have to say, so Chris Hoy is doing a very tidy job here.
He is. His pace is his outlap, the first flying lap after his outlap was 2 minutes 13. He's chipped away. He's done a couple of 2 minute 10s. So that may be the mark he's getting to. But the thing about him, he is driving so smoothly. And again, I think when you race bikes, you also have to keep super smooth. Anything you get out of line, and it really isn't your friend.
Quiz question for you here.
Oh no.
What do the two drivers in that number 6 car have in common in motorsport terms? Other than the fact they're sharing a car.
Yes, I've got it. They're sharing a car. They both raced in LMP3.
They both are champions in LMP3.
Ah, very good.
So Chris Hoy was the very first champion in LMP3 with...
what year was that? 2016?
2015. I think 16 was when Alex won it. So they were champions in consecutive years.
Right, what's the gap between second and third? At the start of this lap, Julian Stokes in the blue Vogue in the background. 1.6 seconds down. Looks like he's shaved a little off that, but there have been moments where he's been hanging it very loose indeed. Julian Stokes, KS Group sponsorship, fantastic rear shot there, just showing how hard he's pushing. Chris Hoy though, number 6 Lola, smooth, staying about a second and a half clear, but there. Give it another lap as poor number 67, that Diogo Ferrao, Martin Streckenthal, made it back to the pits. We saw Martin pull that off. Just looking at the pace again, another lap coming on the board, another 2-minute 10-second lap for Sir Chris Hoy, 2-minute 11-second lap for Julian Stokes. I would suggest at this point that Julian Stokes' tyres might not be enjoying life quite as much as Sir Chris Hoy's. And don't forget, Alex Brundle, although he said he was pushing the car around, he is, you know, the craft of a top prototype driver is to keep your tyres sweet. So Alex would have done a decent job, bar that little rotation, which we're not mentioning again.
Well, Chris is certainly showing he is absolutely no sitting duck here, and with very little time aboard this car. Jinx out to that's a trouble for the car started by Ollie Bryant behind.
Yeah, the lovely chevron. Harvey Stanley should be on board that at the moment, and that was running 3rd in class.
It was.
In fact, it might have been, yeah, it was 3rd behind, 3rd in class, 6th overall. So a warm day, maybe picking off a few of the cars. 1 hour race here at the BRDC Classic, only 12.5 minutes to go. There could be a 12.5 long minutes to drive for this number 6 Lola. That's Sir Chris Hoy, cycling superstar, but with more than a few years of racing experience.
I think he's been caught again here. I think he's been caught again. It is under a second, so half the gap this time. So again, second place is in some doubt.
Oh, and by the way, the minute mark between first and second has been passed, and how? 1 minute 4 seconds now, because Jan Magnussen, well, he's just got into the 2-minute 3s. He's done about 4 laps in the 2-minute 3 category. Again, he's found the limit, and he can produce it again and again, and that is the whole point of a top driver, isn't it?
It is absolutely. It's not just speed, it's consistency. And consistency in traffic and sports car racing makes that all the more difficult and all the more impressive.
Yeah, and in a car that you have hardly sat in. He's had, I think, maybe just the one test in this car. Loved it, but that's a different thing to knowing it. But again, it's not entirely different. Much older than other things he's raced, but not entirely different in terms of the way that it behaves relative to a contemporary sports car. And that is the remarkable thing. 50 plus years ago, and the car still looks sweet. Oh, Darren Burke. No, I'm not staying on 2 minutes and 4. I'll do a 2 minutes 3.9. So he's lapping only half a second. He's actually 0.4 of a second slower than the best lap by Jan Magnussen. Yeah, so round of applause to Darren Burke in his chevron.
Yeah, last time around quicker than the leader, because just slipping into the 204s, which ranks as failure for Jan Magnussen at this stage. 204 pretty much dead. Now this is an interesting moment, and that's why. And it actually, the 63 goes around. That was Chris Hoy making the wrong decision as to where to pass the traffic. Chose very late, pinched the line from the 63. Don't think there was contact. I think that was.
It was guesswork on both cases. The little orange Lola in front, just not really knowing where to be. That was Philip Buhofer. The wheel of that. Andy Willis had started it, but he was a little bit hesitant, and then those behind were guessing and second guessing, and Chris Hoy suddenly has been given a margin with that spin with 10 minutes to go. Well, he was defending, and let's have a look how it happened.
So this is
orange
the traffic
Lola
coming.
about to turn in, but Chris Hoy thought, there isn't an outside line, I'll go for the inside line, and already the decision being made by Julian Stokes to go for the inside. The door opened, and then it slammed.
Julian was on the curbs as well to the inside, looking to do the very best he could to avoid a problem. And the late grabbing of the line, there was no contact. The late grabbing of the line from Chris Hoy meant that he had to duck out of that at a point where there was no grip left.
Yeah, and it's put a 5-second margin between them, and bear in mind a 10th or 2/10 here and there between the pair of them in that battle for second place. And it does look as though the Vogue will still get a podium result, but it doesn't look as though it's going to be second at this point. So Sir Chris Hoy, well, he'll be delighted with second, but he knew before the start of the race there wasn't going to be really much he could do about Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward, but he's raced really well.
Not the way he would have wanted to earn that gap, and I'm sure, knowing Chris reasonably well in terms of his attitude, his outlook in answering the questions, he would say he made a mistake there in terms of his choice of line, but perfectly entitled to grab the space that was there, and unfortunately it did not go the way of the 63.
Well, Jan Magnussen, let's see if he'll come through. Oh, his last lap was also 2 minutes 3. It's just extraordinary metronomic form in the Barclays International Lola, the car that raced in 1973 very successfully in the hands of the late Guy Edwards. Now, I just want to see how...
Another spin.
Oh, same corner, same outcome, and the same car. It just in the background of the shot. This time it was the orange Lola coming through. So Julian Stokes, having got back ahead of the car that sort of helped him to spin in avoidance a lap ago, he gets the same corner, having overtaken it.
What a shame.
Randy goes, let's have a look at how and why. So this time the Vogue is in front, turns in, and maybe just bad memory still in his mind. And the Lola that had been on the outside the previous lap now in front. So I think
about rhythm, isn't there?
There is.
Once you've lost that rhythm, and is this further trouble? That's again the car that we saw Ollie Bryant starts.
Yeah, Harvey Stanley on board, and it's just losing. Well, it seemed last time it seemed to have no pace at all. Maybe they decided it fired back up and they'd go out again, but it's going absolutely nowhere fast at the moment. The glorious little Chevron, number 2.
Yeah, so Jan Magnussen, 1 minute and 17 seconds to the good. Another 2:03. He was obviously pained by my comment about the 2:04 dead last time around, so he's up the ante again. 2:03.8. What I'm looking at here, though, is Darren Burke. He's attacking what was an almost 1 minute gap to 8th place, and he's got it down under 29 seconds. We've got 7 minutes to go. He is 11 seconds quicker a lap than the car ahead of him, and I think that position is within his grasp.
Well, certainly if the crew can let him know and just keep telling him you're gaining 10, 12 seconds a lap, so keep on chasing. But that's what he was going to do, fired up by having to have that extra pit stop for whatever reason it was. Ended up 2 laps down, and leading the Elford class, that's a slightly older, the class for the older cars, is 87. 86 in the background of the shot. I think that was inflation for you, just went up while I was talking about it. But Morgan Jones at the wheel of the 86 Lola, and that's in 4th place overall, leading the Elford class, and with a huge buffer because the Buhofer Lola dropped back somewhat. That's 5th overall, but it's 40-odd seconds in arrears. So Darren Burke, there he is, car number 51, down in 9th place. Will he get up to 8?
Fastest lap of the race.
Fastest lap, faster than Jan Magnussen. Put that one on the mantelpiece.
Yeah, he's got that gap to 15 seconds. A 2:03.539 for this charging number 51 car.
Well, he's going to do it, isn't he?
As you correctly said, by the way, Bruce, back down there because he required a second pit stop for reasons unknown. But Darren is absolutely a light here.
Yeah, that's one of the it's why I love racing. We could imagine what it's like to race these cars. No, we couldn't, not to the level they're driving. But just, it's when you see one driven right to the edge like this, and still there's the balance, but you can see it's a delicate balance. It's a knife edge. Yes, there's a bit of aero grip, there's lovely sticky rubber on the track, but these were great cars, and to see them increasingly in good hands is really, really exciting to me, I must say.
It's a thing of beauty to watch this, isn't it? Darren Burke, I'm sure, will be fired up, at least in part by the adrenaline of we should have had a result and we're not going to get it. But
well, it would have been the top 3, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. It's not stopping him attacking this race now. We've got 5.5 minutes to go. The gap last time around, I'll remind you, it was over 50 seconds, is 15 seconds at the start of this lap. He's put another purple sector in. He's got a little bit of traffic, but that gap is going to be down to a handful of seconds at the end of this lap.
Certainly it goes past the topless Lola, which kept very kindly out of his way, so hardly lost anything in that moment.
There's the gap. There is the gap. That's his target.
Well, it's on, isn't it?
Without doubt. Without a doubt. And
Peter Fisk in the Lexham engineering car. I really rather love that colour scheme, actually. It looks very fresh, the red with a white and blue top on it. But here comes the Sasky liveried, Sasky sponsored Chevron. And, by the end of this lap, the deal is going to be done.
Through they go.
Although the T90 with Peter Fisk on board will not have the answers. Let's see what sort of... Oh, he's dropped off the pace. 2 minutes 4.1. What was that was the delay, just going around a bit of traffic.
Also, the number 2 car we saw in trouble a little earlier has pitted, so it's going to be another position gained by both of these cars. There goes Darren Burke, not prepared to wait. He was taking that position, and with 4 minutes to go, I don't think there's anything else for him to gain. It's 18 seconds, is it?
Well,
No,
last
it's
lap,
not.
he's 13 seconds faster per lap, but he can do this. He can do this. He can go up another position. Or actually, we'll have that classified when he gets to the end of this lap.
Yeah, the problem is the number 2 car is still timed.
Sorry, yes.
I don't think it's quite
won't.
within his grasp.
You're
but
right.
It's been a magnificent run from Darren Burke. What a pleasure to watch this in action. Has been the Jan Magnussen. Oh, a big, the rear end just getting away from him, but gathered up beautifully, pushing on still, not giving up what might be another task in hand. This is the answer to how quickly can you pedal one of these historic 2-litre cars. There's the other answer. Jan Magnussen, both in the 203s. So 203.539 from Darren, 203.547 just put in now by Jan Magnussen. So the two best laps of these two cars with two different levels of fortune, 0.08 of a second different to high quality drivers. And
Right, Jan Magnussen, just had a quick look. His 9 laps since the pit stop. 204s, 3 of those.
Yes.
6 203s.
Wow.
So those, the 204s, would be the laps he had traffic. There, unfortunately, is number 2 in the pit lane, and Harvey Stanley getting out. Disappointing to lose that one.
Yeah. Bobby Bryan just taking a look at the car. He'll be hearing from Harvey what's going to right.
So Jan Magnussen pressing on, and his last lap was his best lap. That's interesting. So he's done another 203.
So the 6th place car, 3rd in the Alpha class, at the end of the last lap was 16 seconds ahead of Darren Burke, but Darren was 13 seconds quicker. He can do this.
He can.
That's remarkable.
So 6th place within his remit. When he came out after the pit stop, he was outside the top 10.
And over a minute off.
Right, let's have another look at this masterclass. The Chevron driver is putting on board Darren Burke lap after lap, almost identical lines. He's using all the circuit, but this isn't coming through luck. This is coming through absolutely pressing on. Jan Magnussen leads by 100 seconds, 1 minute and 40 seconds, but he hasn't got far to go, just over a minute to go. Fastest driver on the track is the driver of this car, who's done consecutive laps in the 2 minute 3 second category. Darren Burke in the Chevron. Fastest lap of the the challenge has been laid down. Suddenly Jan Magnussen goes, oh, what are you doing? I'll do a 2 minutes, almost 2 minutes 2, but 2 minutes 3.081, fastest lap of the race. So by the end of the race, when the checkered flag comes out, perhaps at the end of this lap, may just squeak onto one more lap.
By the way, we can see his target now. It is that Team Gunston livery car.
Yeah, Gary First is trying to do his best in his Lola, but the numbers are counting against him. The clock has half a minute left to go.
It's this lap and one more for that pair.
Yeah, at the moment our race leader is just going through Stowe. There he goes, so he's got half a lap to go. So I think that should mean the checkered flag will be his at the end of this lap.
I think he's looking for a 202 here because he's gone through first sector, another purple sector, Jan Magnussen. It has been a fantastic display.
It's going to be scuppered by traffic. It depends where he gets it. Here comes the Vogue. It's caught up again with the car that's been its nemesis.
But he's about to lap the 3rd place car.
Exactly.
Jan Magnussen.
That little orange Lola has been the nemesis of the Vogue. It's had not one but 2 spins in its proximity, and then, well, managed to get out of the way of the race leader, but almost went off at the same corner again.
Absolutely. The gap, by the way, at the line to 6th place for Darren Burke, 4 seconds, and he was last time around 13 seconds quicker. He's going to be unlucky if he doesn't get 6th place, isn't he?
Yeah, really unlucky. His best lap was lowered to 2 minutes 3.2, whereas Jan Magnussen's done 2 minutes 3.0 seconds. But here, with just a handful of corners to go for Legacy Outlaws Racing, this is going to be another win in the bag. It's been a great season. Jan Magnussen and Chris Ward have driven this car beautifully across Europe, often with a handicap that leads them having to hunt down in the second part of the race. But I think Jan Magnussen loves the challenge and he likes the checkered flag. And there it is, victory in the 2-litre sports car race. The margin will be getting on towards 2 minutes at the end. Of course, we lost one of our challengers, but it does mean that Chris Hoy may be able to come home, not just on the podium, sharing with Alex Brundle. He'll be in second place.
Third place is already home. Here comes Sir Chris Hoy. And there was that moment where what looked like a wrong choice became, for other reasons, the right choice. So it did lead to an unrecoverable moment at that point by the now third place car. But Alex Brundle with that spin on the oil, followed by Chris Hoy with real consistency and showing real fight. That reward is going to be second place and a fine podium for one of Britain's greatest sporting heroes. And Darren Burke, by the way, has come home in 6th place.
Yeah, he got ahead of Gary first on that last lap. He got ahead by 3.5 seconds, and so did all he could. And that's with that second pit stop, the one you didn't program into your race meeting. So victory going to Chris Ward, who started, and Jan Magnussen, who finished the job in hand. And here coming through to take second place, Alex Brundle started. Alex Brundle had the little rotation, drove beautifully in between, and gave a chance to Chris Hoy. Chris grabbed it. The Vogue got right onto his tail. He was holding it off. We had the moment, we had the spin. But here comes the second place. So for Chris Hoy, busy week, but he'll have enjoyed this interlude, time alone in the car, and he can make his moves. And through to second place he comes now, the final couple of corners here at Silverstone in the BRDC Classic, and he'll see that checkered flag being waved for him. The marshal under the awning there, keeping out of the sun, waves the flag. So Alex Brundle and Sir Chris Hoy, second place for the pair, hand aloft.
Quite right too.
And eventually they were the only two cars on the lead lap by dint of Jan Magnussen stretching that margin, but probably the driver of the race came from this driver, Darren Burke. The car had an extra pit stop, the Chevron, and just went faster and faster. His final lap of the race was enough to get him up into 6th place overall. His best lap was a whisker down on the best of Jan Magnussen, and that is a massive, massive accolade.
He'll be utterly delighted with his pace. He'll be massively frustrated that it wasn't for a podium position, and we're yet to find out just what brought that car back into the pits for a second time. But after that, it was pretty much a Darren Burke masterclass. Excellent stuff from him. Wow. Properly attacking drive. Great to see it.
And you know, for a lot of these cars competing in the European 2-litre series, the revival of it, in many ways, they're still fairly fresh out of the box. A lot of just being restored, being improved bit by bit, and more cars will come out to play, you can be sure of that. Very popular. I've actually got one of the keenest, loveliest racing logos, the new championship. Take a look at that on the Motor Racing Legends website. Nice bit of artistry involved in that. But here we are at the end of the race. We had a Lola winning from a Lola, as it possibly was in period. The Vogue was the interloper, a car that Lester Ray created with help from others as well. And it didn't have the money to play, but unfortunately the spin towards the end, and then another moment, a second spin, really affected it.
I think tyres had gone away by that stage, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, they pressed very hard, and as you could see when Chris Hoy was being smooth, Julian Stokes was being quite ragged, but he was doing his utmost to see what he could do to tip him out of the way. And there we have the driver coming in who will have satisfaction of his pace, but unfortunately not a top 3 finish that could have been their job, but for that unfortunate extra second pit stop.
16 cars it may have been, and you're quite right. I think we're going to see far more cars back into this form of racing soon. But that was a properly entertaining 60-minute race. Had plenty to give all the way through for every lap, whether or not there was raw pace, whether or not it was battling. And there, Bruce Jones, is the final result.
Yeah, and there is the final margin, 1 minute 53 seconds. So you can say that Chris Ward and Jan Magnussen had this in hand. Well, you expected them to. They're very conversant with this car. They're very, very quick drivers. But for a spin, it would have been slightly less of a margin it would have been no. So Alex Brundle, Chris Hoy into second place, and the Vogue a surprise third place from the back of the grid, remember, from 16th place for Mitchell and Stokes. Balfour and Jones won the Elford class in 4th overall, and then Willis and Buhofer second in that category. 6th overall, Christian Pittard and Darren Burke, and Darren set the second fastest lap of the race on a massive charge. But that was that for the 2-litre cars. But it was a race from start to finish, an hour of fun, and at the start it was very, very close indeed. Chris Ward leading away from Alex Brundle. There were a few sort-outs, and one car making move very early on was the Vogue, blue number 63. Didn't see that much in period. It sort of came in after a lot of these cars and then had a checkered history, but it's still part of motor racing history. It's not just the winners that get to play. Alex Brundle still close. Diogo Ferrao in third place in the early laps. The Vogue number 63 kept on coming and working its way up the order, giving chase there. And then a rare sight, a spin from Alex Brundle. He gathered it up together but had fallen from second to third. He set off again and then started taking chunks out of the race leader, Chris Ward. But though he closed in, there's Andy Willis gaining a position. This is the battle a little further down the order, and Ollie Bryant, number 2 Chevron, was going very nicely at that point. That was trying to fight for the Elford class cars, the slightly earlier runners in the 2 Litre Sports Car Championship. And again, these cars, small, nimble, great to race, pedigree racing engines. Then, of course, it was the time of the pit stops, longer time at a stop for Jan Magnussen as he got in because of driver ranking penalties. And yet he pressed on, and then Sir Chris Hoy came under real pressure. This was the battle for third place. And then we had a few little bits to sort out. Chris Hoy tried to guess which way Philip Buhofer was going to go, came to the inside. Unfortunately, already going there was the Vogue, and that had a little rotation, and the race pressed on towards the end. Nobody was going to be able to do anything at all about the ultimate race. The second spin in 2 laps at the same corner for the Vogue. That was a wee bit unfortunate there. And then through as the race leader came, that was Jan Magnussen looking to complete the job. He eventually had 1 minute, well, best part of 2 minutes advantage over the best of the rest. There's the checkered flag. Jan Magnussen takes it in the ex-Guy Edwards Lola. Job well and truly done. Chris Hoy into second place. And let's go down and find out from Mark Werrell how it all happened.
Smile on Jan's face as he comes over to see me. Jan, many congratulations. A win for yourself and Chris in what was a busy old race.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think in the second half, my part of the stint, our main competitors sort of fell back more than we expected. So I don't exactly know what happened there, but no, we had a good time. The car was great. I could push the whole race, and I was by myself trying to navigate traffic the best as possible. So that's good.
You were pushing all the way towards the checkered flag because it was only, I think, penultimate lap. You got back the fastest lap of the race.
Well, I think the team wanted to know if I was pushing or not, so they asked me to push for 1 lap, so I went a little bit more. But I usually push all the time anyway. That's how you drive.
Yourself and Chris have been going well in this Lola.
Yes. Oh, it's a great little car. The team is doing a fantastic job maintaining it and keeping it in perfect condition. So, like I said earlier, I absolutely love driving this car. It's so intense, so much fun, it's lively. It's like a little Formula car somehow.
And what's the next thing that's up then for Jan Magnussen after this weekend? What's next?
A few weekends off after 10 weekends in a row. So a couple of weekends off. I'm sure my wife has a list of things that I need to be doing at home. It won't be relaxing, that's for sure. But then, no, there's a race in Denmark in end of August, and then at the very end of August we have Paul Ricard's next race with this and the G70.
Well, we'll let you tick off the list of jobs to do at home, and good luck for the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
There we go, there's Jan Magnussen. Let's see if we can grab a word with Sir Chris Hoy, who's only now just jumping out of the car, so we'll wait for him to take off his crash helmet and his gloves, and then we can grab a word with him. The first thing he does is come over and shake the hands and congratulate Jan Magnussen. And then off will come the crash helmet, and then we can grab a word with Sir Chris for what was a fantastic stint from him. Alex Brundle's just working his way over as well, and he will offer up some very well-deserved congratulations to Sir Chris, who did a grand job of hanging on to what was at the time a third position, and then ultimately with retirement for another car, it netting them second overall. So Chris has got a nice cooling drink. On goes the hat, and then we can dive in and grab a quick word with both Alex and Sir Chris. We'll have to interrupt their conversation, I'm afraid. So, chaps, are we able to grab a quick word? Sorry to interrupt your conversation. We'll start with Alex because you started the car, and we spoke about the oil out on circuit, but Chris did a grand job when he took over.
Chris did a brilliant job out there. For a guy I basically threw in the car this weekend with a little bit of testing in preparation, he's done fantastically well. So to hold second position to the end, absolutely brilliant.
second with a spin as well. So Chris, fantastic stint.
Thank you. Yeah, it was. I didn't really know what was going on. I was just trying to focus on my driving. Problem with the gear shift, my own fault. But slowly kind of got to grips with it, and by the end I felt like I was pushing on a bit, and it was so exciting. And there was a couple of moments, I think it was this blue car here that was closing in on me, right up behind me, and then as we're passing a lap in a car, I think he had a little spin. So yeah, glad to hang on to P2.
The traffic helped a bit as well.
It did. I mean, it's a bit of a lottery, isn't it, with the traffic? But I was just trying to focus on not getting distracted by all that, and just clean gear shifts, hit my braking points, and just try and be smooth with the car. But what a car it is! I mean, I love the whole grid. I think it looks fantastic. It's a very aesthetic looking grid, and they're quick and they handle well. They're fun to drive, and they sound great too.
How much pace has Alex helped you unlock in yourself on the weekend?
I think Alex has got a lot more belief in me than I have in me. But it's what he doesn't know about this sort of stuff you could write on a post stamp. So I just listen to him, and I don't try and take as much information as possible, and try and get within about 10 seconds of his lap times.
The commentator's joy is to sound like you know a lot more than you do, and I think I've been playing that role all weekend.
I've been playing it for years, Alex, as well. Well done, guys. Many congratulations. And let's see if we can grab a quick word with the third place.
All right, well, great to hear from Alex Brundle, Sir Chris Hoy, and the ever-brilliant Jan Magnussen after a fantastic 2-litre sports car race. Cars now already out, ready for the Derek Bell Trophy, this historic sports car club competition for Formula 2 and Formula 5000 cars. So these cars racing in period in the mid to late 1970s, some of the earliest cars from early 1970s, and we have got a couple of 1600cc cars in there as well. So Formula 2, Formula 5000, the 5-litre cars behind the 2-litre front runners, and also some Formula Atlantic, Formula A, Formula B cars, essentially the same machinery, just given different names in the USA. And it has been so far the best of the 2-litre Formula 2 cars that have out-qualified the 5-litre Formula 5000 cars. So the car on pole position, the white car with the gold and blue highlights, that's Alex Capadia's 1976 March BMW Formula 2 car. And alongside him, Martin Stretton, and the green and black helmet goes very well with the green and yellow of the BP livery on his March. So Christian Pittard, and alongside him, Neil Glover in chevrons, both in Formula 5000 cars. Gary Lapadou in his 5000 Lola, ahead of the Formula A March of Mark Mercer. And right down towards the tail of the field, Neil Harrison's March 772. Now that's an ex-hill climb and sprint championship winning chassis. The red and white car at the back of the field in its period Wendy Wool's livery. We get ready to get the Derek Bell Trophy race underway here on Saturday lunchtime at Silverstone. Alex Capadia leads them across the line. 20 minutes to thrash it out in these Formula 2 and Formula 5000 cars. The two big high airbox Formula 5000 cars, easy to spot. One's a Chevron, one's a Lola. But in third place, the red car with the blue and white stripes. That's Gary Lapadou, and that's another Formula 5000 Lola just without the high airbox. The pale blue car, that's car number 7, Neil Glover, his Chevron B37, and the red, white and blue is Christian Pittard, another Chevron, a B28, a slightly later version, but it is Alex Capadia who leads the field from Martin Stretton with the BP livery on his car. And then up to third place has gone Christian Pittard in his low line Formula 5000 car. So with a 5-litre V8 engine, essentially what would have been a Formula 1 chassis in period, but with a 5-litre stock block Chevy engine. The 5000, again, a brief-lived flirtation with power at what was often a national racing class level, whereas Formula 2 was more of an international category. The cars racing not just in their own European Championship, but also frequently supporting Grand Prix races, as they do these days, Formula 2 and Formula 3, of course, supporting F1 this weekend at the Hungaro Ring. but Formula 2 was very much the place to cut your teeth for the young chargers, and often you would find yourself as a young driver racing current Grand Prix aces who would race F2 and F1 together. The battle for the lead, Christian Pittard, the red car, number 7 Neil Glover, the blue car, battling for the lead in Formula 5000. So separate categories here for the Formula 2 cars, for the Formula 5000 cars, and for Formula A, Formula B cars, which were ostensibly similar. And there are flat bottom cars and pre-ground effect and ground effect car classes as well here. Formula 5000 not the ground effect category. As you can see, a clean traditional 1970s sort of square cut, square jawed single seater, whereas the Formula 2 cars translating that ultra low side pods, particularly the dominant force of March in the mid to late 70s. And we've got a couple of Marches out front. The 762 of Alex Capadia, car number 88, the race leader, and Martin Stretton in a slightly older car, a 742. March's numbering was very straightforward. A 712 would be a 71 Formula 2 car, a 742, a 74 Formula 2 car, and so on. A little further back, you can see coming down on the inside, Neil Harrison, the white car with the red highlights, car number 194. That is fresh from restoration by his dad Nick, his brother Mark, and the team. And that car has never raced on a circuit in its entire life before. It's a March 772, so a 1977 March Formula 2 BMW chassis. What's it doing on the tracks? It spent all its life as a hill climb car. It was the 1978 British Hill Climb and Sprint Leaders Championship winning car, driven by David Franklin in period, and it still has its period Wendy Wolves livery. So it's first ever circuit race in the hands of Neil Harrison. He was gentle with it in qualifying, but he seems to be getting his teeth into the car now. Clearly a car that was built originally for the hills, got very little in terms of race circuit setup knowledge on that car, so that is very much a work in progress. So as Alex Capadia and Martin Stretton streak away in the Formula 2 cars, then the Formula 5000 cars, and then we've got Martin Wood in the orange machine, Alex Collins in the pale blue car, slips down the inside, so Alex Collins moves up to 7th position ahead of Martin Wood. Wood in his March 73B. So that's another Formula A, Formula Atlantic car, and Alex Capadia, as you might expect, the race leader, fastest of all out front, 1:59.708. And he's just 2.1 seconds away from his pole lap time. And this battle behind, Neil Harrison clinging on in 9th place. I'm sure he's finding this car an interesting prospect. A very different not car, but a very different discipline from what it originally did. So all the setup sheets they will have had for places like Lowton Park and Wiscombe and all the others, Shelsley Walsh and so on, will definitely not relate to the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit. But for Alex Capadia, the race leader, he's raced this car with success over the last 3 or 4 seasons here in the Derek Bell Trophy at Silverstone and across the rest of the Derek Bell Trophy Championship season. Capadia has been on the podium, I think, almost every time out in the Silverstone Classic with that car. Martin Stretton giving chase. Stretton has raced all sorts of sports cars, of course, in period and in historic sports car racing, but not a stranger to a single-seater either. He's responsible for bringing, for instance, the Tyrrell six-wheelers back to Formula 1 action after many years away. And so Alex Capadia now really racing away. Even Stretton can't stay with him. Alex, a 1:59.708 on his previous lap and a 2:01.46 for Martin Stretton. So Alex Capadia just under 2 seconds quicker. And then in 3rd place, easing away, Christian Pittard from Neil Glover. This is Gary Lapidou. Lapidou has had plenty of time in big banger cars today, earlier on racing a 7-litre big block Corvette in the road sports category. Started from the pit lane about half a lap after everybody else had left and still finished firmly in the top 10, nearly in the top 6. But much more at home, I think, in this big Lola, the Lola T400. And big trouble there, and that was the battle, and the red flag immediately. That was the battle with Neil Harrison. So So that was the pale blue car of, and I can't see quite behind the graphics, is that Harrison's car that's gone off there as well? No, it's not. That's the orange March of Martin Wood, I think. So what happened here? There's Martin Wood's car. Now, does he spin and get collected? No. So what on earth happened there? Not quite sure how Alex Collins ended up there, losing the nose. Maybe he lost the nose as the orange machine, Martin Wood, went by him, and maybe the rear wheel just clipped the nose of that car. But with cars stranded right in the middle of the complex here, the race director with no chance but to throw, and no choice but to throw an instant red flag. Well, both drivers seem to be okay. Alex Collins climbing out of the car. Everybody heading into the pit lane. So number 49 just coming through there. That is the Mike Lane Chevron in the colours of Flying Tigers. And the teams will head down to pit out. Well, the good news there is that there doesn't appear to be a lot of damage to the car, although that radiator has been pushed to one side, so he has hit something rather than something has hit him and lost the nose there. I'm not quite sure. We only saw the end result rather than the initial incident. Alex Collins out of the car, he's okay. That's good news because, as we are very well aware, in the 1970s, driver protection was quite a long way down the list of priorities for engineers and car designers.
Well, it's damage, isn't it, to the front wing assembly on the driver's right.
Yeah.
So if there's been an impact, or there's been a failure, that's where it appears to have happened.
Yeah, well, the whole of that wide nose has been wiped away. There's Neil Harrison's car, rather. The Wendy Wools March 772.
Another long-time motorsport backer of renown.
Yes, indeed.
More typically involved, of course, with the Special Saloons.
Yeah, Wendy Wools were the title sponsors of Special Saloons for many years, and of course that championship itself has undergone a massive resurgence. Lots and lots of cars were sort of parked in the early 80s, mid 80s, when it just sort of withered on the vine, and there were other things that were a little more straightforward to engineer and race. And they have all come out, and actually the time is long overdue for the revival of the TVR Tuscan Challenge as well. Almost all of the cars that raced are still in private hands and still in garages, and some of them come out occasionally.
They did have a revival of it, didn't they? I'm trying to think which race meeting where they did do a memorial to it.
Well, let's catch up with Bruce Jones, who spoke to a few of our drivers and team bosses earlier on. He was chatting to David Reed.
Cars of all ages at the BRDC Festival, but not all manufacturers are welcome in the world of David Reed. It has to be an Aston Martin, doesn't it?
Has to be an Aston Martin, yeah, there's nothing else really. They're beautiful cars, and I've been playing with them since I was 18 years old, so or even before that. Yeah, it's just, I just love them, you know. There's nothing else quite like them, and the history they have and everything else. It's just a great thing, and also it's a fantastic club to be in as well.
Yeah, exactly that. You've already had your race, the Royal Automobile Club. It's the two-part race in many ways, Stirling Moss Trophy, but also the Woodcut Trophy. You're in the Woodcut Trophy, which is cars from 1956 forwards.
Up to 55.
Okay. Now, of course, it's a battle within a battle in that race, because you know you're not going to be up with the Stirling Moss Trophy cars, the big Listers and the nimble Lotuses, but you always have someone to play with.
Oh yes, we're quite good. We're in the class which is up to 3-litre drum brake cars, which is always interesting with drum brakes, especially around here. There's some very fast corners. And in our class, there's anything up to 3 litres with drum brakes, and that basically makes it really interesting. And today, we're very lucky to have 2 other DB2s in the class, so the whole class is made up of DB2 Aston Martins, which is fantastic.
Well, it's a great spectacle. Again, multi-class racing always provides a spectacle as the quicker cars come through and so on and so forth. But when here at the BRDC Classic you're looking at the other categories, we're standing in front of the European 2-litre sports cars. Are there any other series or ages of racing that appeal to you?
I think any good racing, you know, and it's great to have a big mix of cars, because you can. I love the Porsche 997s. You know, in that kind of era. I love the DB3S Astons and the E-Type or D-Type Jaguars, the C-Type Jaguars, which we've got in the race. I had quite a good first couple of laps with a couple of D-Types, which is interesting. But then you've got the sort of 70s, 80s cars, you've got the touring cars, you've got the big Nissan Skylines here, you know, and the RS 500 other cars, and it's just you know, you can't really pick any one. You're walking around and going, oh, I like that, and you know, there's a lovely old Morgan over there just behind us, you know, and watching that go round, you know, it's just great fun. And we're racing again tomorrow, so I'll be quite busy tomorrow, but we're going to stay for Sunday and just watch the racing.
David Reed, quite right. It's about fun, it's about variety. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much.
Great chat with David Reed there with Bruce Jones, and again summing up what this is all about. It's not just about, oh, I only love this particular niche. Everybody loves all these good races, and the teams and drivers are watching everything that's going on here as well. Now, it's not the only race meeting in town, because at Kart Silverstone, the track's brand new Grand Prix standard circuit, there is racing going on this weekend as well. You can go and rent karts and enjoy kart sessions from a very young age to a more acceptable age, but Kart Silverstone this weekend with a pro race season going on, pro race session going on.
And I was told, by the way, they're operating 2 circuits this weekend, one of which has got historic karts racing on it as well.
Excellent.
And first time I've actually seen this circuit in operation. It's very, very impressive indeed.
And by the way, if you are hungry, not only are there plenty of opportunities to eat and drink around the main part of the circuit, but a new pizza operation has opened up at Kart Silverstone called Box. And that was a good marketing meeting. That was a really well-spent marketing meeting. That's possibly the best pizza company name I've ever heard of. So there you go. Kart Silverstone, part of the many and varied different ways to get your teeth into motorsport here at Silverstone.
Ever the politician.
So waiting for action to get back underway at the BRDC Classic here at Silverstone. This is the Derek Bell Trophy race run by the Historic Sports Car Club. And this is for Formula 2 cars, Formula 5000 cars, Formula Atlantic, Formula A, Formula B. There's Alex Capadia, the man who started on pole and led the race from... Martin Stretton was alongside him, car number 18, but that is not Stretton, that is Mark Goodyear. The man who runs the tyre company.
Yeah, this will get sorted out. I'm sure it'll be a 10-minute race when we restart.
They are lining everybody up in race order. There is Stretton in second place. Yeah, third will be car number 51, Christian Pittard's red Lola. That's the big wide red car with the blue and white stripes up the centre. That's one of the Formula 5000 cars. In fact, that was the leading Formula 5000 car. So Mark Goodyear should join in 11th place, or what will be 9th place actually, because we have lost 2 cars. The cars that we saw stranded out on the circuit of Alex Collins and Martin Wood. They started 8th and 9th. They were racing together for 7th place, but there seems to have been actually not necessarily sure there was coming together between the 2 of them. Neil Harrison, well, I keep calling Alex. Neil Harrison heading out there in the Wendy Wolves March in its first ever circuit race. And what's making life even tougher for him is that he didn't complete a lap in qualifying either. So the car was a little bit recalcitrant in qualifying yesterday. It did an outlap and then that was the end of it. So a car that has lived its life on the hills, was a championship winner in the British Leaders Hill Climb Championship in 1978, in the hands of a man who has become a hugely successful historic racer over the years, David Franklin. He's had many big days here at Silverstone, as well as being a multiple British Hill Climb champion. But we are getting ready to send the cars away again, so this will be one formation lap behind the safety car. Lights will go off at the end of timing sector 2, and then the safety car will head towards the pit lane, leaving Alex Capadia with a very much reduced lead over Martin Stretton, but he was able to lap comfortably a couple of seconds quicker than Stretton's yellow machine, so we'll have to see how this goes at the restart.
Make it clear as well, by the way, that 10 minutes has started behind the safety car, so the clock is ticking down on this safety car lap before the field are released.
Well, and wisely so, because lunch was due to run from 12:30 to 1:30. It's now 12:45. So somebody's getting less lunch than they were expecting. In fact, everybody's getting less lunch than they were expecting, which is not an issue for these drivers or for their teams, or particularly even for the commentary team or the camera crews. But for the marshals, it is. They've been out in the heat all day long in their fireproof overalls, and they do need a rest before we get into the action for this afternoon.
And there's plenty of that action. We'll tell you all about that at the end of this race. But what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 races still to come after lunch break today, and that's before we get into tomorrow. And
busy.
Really busy. Excellent stuff.
So Alex Capadia, Martin Short weaving their tyres. The big Formula 5000 cars a little less prone to do so. They have probably generated enough heat away from the pit lane with their 5-litre engines. You just saw a little shot of the blue car with the silver side pods, Robin Lackford, his GRD. We were talking about GRDs in the previous 2-litre sports car race. So well represented here in 2 races this morning for such a tiny mark. However, out front, it is the March duo that will lead the field away, and Capadia's already long gone, and Martin Stretton going very slowly across the start-finish line, and almost being passed by Christian Pittard at the start line, which would have been an issue there. You're not allowed to pass before the start line, but Pittard now pulls out the big Formula 5000 chevron down the inside, but the Lola, lighter, nimbler, and Stretton manages to hang on. Pittard using that 5-litre Chevrolet power unit to try and drive him past the little BMW engined March. Didn't manage to do so down the straight though, and with Neil Glover coming behind in the pale blue car with a tall airbox, Christian Pittard looking to go around the outside, but again, Stretton, a lighter car, can brake a little later. He had the advantage of the inside line into Stowe and hangs on to second place. Alex Capadia, ching ching, he's just checked out once more. So Christian Pittard and Martin Stretton Short battling for second place. There's Neil Glover in 4th position, Gary Lapidou in 5th, the other 5,000 car with a tall airbox. That's a Lola compared to the 2 chevrons in front of it.
Yeah, excellent awareness from Martin Stretton. Knew darn well what was going to happen with the Formula 5000 cars on the long straight, but protected the line that he knew he could hold if he could hold position. He just about did that, and he's made it pay through and clear into 2nd position.
Gary Lapidou under pressure from Mark Mercer behind him, the pole sitter in the Formula AB category. His March 78B, that's another category B racer from the SCCA categorization in the US. So built in 1978, effectively a Formula 2 car, but running under slightly different rules as Formula Atlantic did. And now 194 has just moved up again. Neil Harrison started 14th on the grid, was given dispensation to start the race despite not having done enough laps in qualifying, but that's paid off really well. He's moved up another spot.
So he's now, what is that, through to 7th place?
Yep, so got ahead of Mark Goodyear. And there he goes. So Goodyear behind him. In fact, Goodyear's dropped 2 places because the Politoys car has moved up as well. Graham Edelman starts a little further back on the grid in 10th place in his March 782 white car with the BMW Motorsport livery. There it is. hovering right behind Neil Harrison.
After that slight stumble at the restart, Martin Stretton actually quicker, albeit by just 100th of a second, but quicker last time around than Alex Kapadia, and it's 1.9 seconds, all but 4 minutes to go in this race.
Well, Stretton's going to have to find another gear or two, Hollywood style, to try and catch Alex Kapadia from this far back. And that a very unusually tardy getaway from Martin Stretton. He would have been expecting the safety car to pull in. He would have been waiting for Alex to drop the throttle and tear off into the distance. And he could probably have predicted when that was going to happen as well. And yet the gap absolutely yawned first to second. Here is Christian Pittard in third place, sliding the big chevron around. Another one of Derek Bennett's pretty designs. And we saw plenty of those in the 2-litre sports car race as well. There is Stretton, so last time round 2:01.42 for Kapadia, 2:01.41 for Stretton, so the gap was 1.8 seconds. It's likely to remain largely that. Martin Stretton's helmet, I should think, is been fairly sweaty. He's had a busy morning, lots of work. I'm sure he's got several actually.
Yeah, self-inflicted, I think we'll call that. But he's having a ball, isn't he? Absolutely loving it.
Yep.
Brings the gap down by 10th of a second on that lap, so he's not letting him get away with this. The problem is there's not a lot of time to get stuck in and make sustained pressure here. It is just under 3 minutes to go. Fastest lap of the race, 1:59.641, goes to Martin Stretton. 600ths of a second quicker than the previous fastest before we went for the red flag from Alex Kapadia.
Well, Alex finished third in race 1 last year in the Derek Bell Trophy at the Silverstone Festival, second in race 2. So a move up to the top step of the podium here will greatly please him. Martin Stretton hanging on with him. Somebody's got a misfire. That somebody did not sound entirely healthy there. I'm not sure whether it's Kapadia or Stretton, but it just sounded a little fluffy. Christian Pittard, Neil Glover there in fourth place. There's Glover in the pale blue chevron. That car a year younger rather than the car in front of it. No, I was correct in the first place. And Stretton still 1.7 seconds back, but last time round, fastest race lap of anybody, 1:59.64 compared to 1:59.70 of Alex Kapadia, and none of the Formula 5000 cars able to break the 2-minute mark yet. Christian Pittard, the quickest of them, 2:01.25 last time round. 30 seconds on the clock. I don't think they're going to get another lap. So the two March BMWs wailing down the straight together. 20 seconds, we might be very close indeed, and Kapadia can't afford to lift off here, or Stretton will go right by him. Fastest first sector of the lot from Christian Pittard in third place this time. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, one more lap to go, surely, yes.
Well.
One more lap to go with 2 seconds on the clock. Kapadia now having to fight off Martin Stretton.
No, that's the wink. Sorry, we've done this consistently at the wrong pit lane.
There we go, done that twice.
But the gap has gone down by over a second. It's 0.8 of a second, and Martin Stretton is on the march.
Yeah, a 59.5 compared to a 2-minute 5, so 1 second quicker. Maybe it is Alex Kapadia's car. It just sounded sort of slightly muffled rather than the crisp bark of a 2-litre BMW as he came past the cameras the last time. Now, so it might just have a broken exhaust. Yeah, you can hear that fluffing noise. Yeah, I'm not sure whether that was wind noise or the exhaust, but Alex Kapadia under pressure from Martin Stretton. This is not going to be a runaway win. I mean, the gap here is nothing like what it was at the restart 8 minutes ago when he came out behind the safety car.
Catching him, no doubt about it, catching him. Can he do it enough in the remaining, what is that, less than half a lap to go?
Yeah, now they come past the wing, so that was 2 seconds to go as they went past the start line below us last time round. This last lap, is that going to be what allows Martin Stretton to grab the win at the last gasp? Third and second last year, Alex Kapadia, our current leader, coming out onto the Wellington Straight. One last shot here, and that's going to be coming down into Brooklands.
We've seen last lap passes already this weekend.
Stretton's not close enough, and Alex knows it, and so does Martin. No amount of last lap lunging from there is going to get it done, not from that distance back. Coming off too long a run up, Martin Stretton, he really allowed the race to get away from him, but Capadia again struggling. Is he running out of fuel? He is slowing, and Martin Stretton somehow gets the win at the checkered flag. Comes around the outside of Alex Capadia, and maybe there was something fundamentally wrong with the March BMW of Alex Capadia, because Martin Stretton has the race fall into his lap in the last 100 metres.
Wow, well, I sort of said it. It's almost like the commentator's curse, but it's steer clear of Alex for the rest of the weekend. Christian Pittard, by the way, comes through in third place and to win in the Formula 5000 category. Well, that was sustained pressure, as long as pressure could be applied, but that didn't look like it was the pressure that caused it.
No.
That was an issue for Alex Capadia.
Well, he clearly was not coming quickly out of Luffield, and he's weaving around now. I don't think there was enough fuel in the car. I think either he's got a misfire from some other reason and he thinks it's fuel, or there isn't the fuel in the car, and they were 100 metres shy of what they needed.
Either way, he's going to be properly gutted about that.
Sounds horrible, doesn't it? It's really not sounding great. So the final corner, Stretton on full throttle. You just saw Capadia look down in the cockpit and then checking the mirrors. He knew what was going to happen. He just wanted to know which side Martin Stretton was coming so that he didn't cause an accident of any kind. That is a tough break for Alex. Third and second here last year in that car, and it's a last gasp win for Martin Stretton in the BP liveried March 742, the older of the pair of cars. Wow, that's last lap drama. That's last corner. In fact, it wasn't even last corner drama. They were almost out of the final corner. In fairness, Luffield does seem to go on for about a third of a lap as you come out of it. From the apex, it's a long way to the pit wall on the right-hand side, but yeah. Well, Stretton's car had what it needed. Capadia's, for whatever reason, did not. And I'm sure we'll hear from Alex when he gets to Mark Werrell down in the collecting area.
I'm not sure that was fuel.
I think it was the way that he was weaving down the back straight. I mean, it doesn't sound great, and I thought maybe a broken exhaust or a slight misfire. If it was a misfire, maybe it dropped off 3 onto 2 there briefly, but you don't tend to weave if it's a misfire. However, there we go. Well, that is our closest race finish so far, and our biggest turnover of what looked like an unassailable lead when they were released from behind the safety car. Martin Stretton, the victor from Alex Capadia, winning in Formula 5000. Christian Pittard in his Chevron ahead of Neil Glover and Gary Lapidou. And then Mark Mercer started in 6th place, finished in 6th place in his Formula B March. So that also winning from pole in Class FAB. Our other class winners, who did we have? No, that was it, F2A. And actually Robin Lackford was a class winner as well.
By the way, in 7th place, the 194 Neil Harrison will be a podium finisher in F2A.
Yep.
That recovery up the field to 7th pays some dividends there for him.
That's a very valid point, actually. So started last and was given permission to qualify because of his results rather than the car's single lap of qualifying, and has come through to finish 3rd in the Formula 2 cars. The Formula 5000 cars were outrun by the lighter 2-litre Formula 2 cars, and as Alex Capadia and Martin Stretton raced away, a tangle in the midfield that took out Alex Collins and Martin Wood. Still not quite sure how that happened. Brought out the red flag, they restarted, and the running restart saw Martin Stretton only just holding off Christian Pittard in the Formula 5000 Lola, but out of the Chevron, out of the final corner, Alex Capadia definitely struggling there for motive power, and Martin Stretton was just close enough to be able to get by him by a 1/3 of a second at the checkered flag to claim the win. Well, that is it. We'll have to catch up with Alex Capadia later and find out exactly what went on with that. That is it, though, for this morning's action. Derek Bell Trophy will be back in action at 9:40 tomorrow morning, by which time he might have calmed down. It is time for lunch. We will be back at 13:30 local, and that is 12:30 Greenwich Mean Time. Wherever you are joining us, that is just over 30 minutes from now. Bye for now from Silverstone.
Just to think, for 75 years, all the greats have raced around this track.
Having the track right outside of your office, it's such an amazing place to work.
The passion that everyone has here and the collaboration is just second to none.
You're part of a team that delivers some of the biggest sporting events in the country.
I would describe Team Silverstone in one word as incredible.
I would have to say unstoppable.
Family.
Amazing. It's a very, very proud feeling to say that I work for Silverstone.
It's lights out.
It's going to take something truly heroic for them to win from there.
Can you believe what you are seeing here at Silverstone? Top step of the podium.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you've inhaled your sandwiches as well. Lunch, brief as it was, is done on day 2 of the BRDC Classic here at Silverstone, and we are ready for this afternoon's action. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, count them, 6 races still to come between now, 1:30 local time, and 6:50 this evening. Welcome back. I'm Martin Haven. Bruce Jones alongside me for the next couple of races. Graham Goodwin, Bruce and I will be shuffling in and out of the pit lane. And what a busy morning it's been. We started with the traditional opener of action, historic Formula Junior, before venturing back nearly a century to a race for pre-war sports cars, a long endurance race for those. The HSCC's road sports, machinery that perhaps a well-heeled uncle might have had in the 1970s on his driveway. I doubt he'd have had one of these though. Purpose-built sports races, the 2-litre sports cars. Jan Magnussen winning from Sir Chris Hoy and Alex Brundle in that one. And we rounded out the pre-lunch racing with a dramatic finish. Alex Kapadia losing the lead of the Derek Bell Trophy in the last 100 metres to the chasing Martin Stretton. And at the time we thought, okay, something wrong with the car, had a bit of a misfire, and Mark Werrell caught up with Alex right after the race to find out exactly what had happened.
Alex, wow, didn't quite happen. You were punching the steering wheel with frustration as the checkered flag came out.
Yeah, on the in lap of the red flag, I felt a big misfire, and then it suddenly cleared. So I thought maybe a plug lead's coming loose or something like that, and then it was okay for the first few laps of the restart. And then just on the last corner, it just went completely flat again, and Martin just got me. But we've also got another little issue at the back of the car. Something is loose at the back of the car. It's the whole, even leaving the pit lane, it was crabbing slightly, so I need to go and find out what's wobbling at the back.
And hopefully you can get it sorted for tomorrow, and yourself and Martin can have a cracking race again.
I think so. That'll be great, actually. Yeah, and if Martin's probably going to start pole now, so that'll make it exciting. So yeah.
We enjoyed it. Well done, Alex. Commiserations on the fact that the car had issues towards the end. And let's grab a quick word with...
Well, there was Martin Stretton right behind him, and Gary Lapidou, who was the top Formula 5000 car in that race, who completed the podium. So, yeah, tough break. And a car that's not going in a straight line as it leaves the pit lane. This ain't NASCAR. That's not what you want, Bruce Jones.
It certainly isn't. The driver just has to sort of park that bit of knowledge and be aware it's there. But right now, we're moving back in time a little bit from those single-seaters from the late 1970s. Now is the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. 2 races in one. Basically, the cars for the Woodcote Trophy up to 1956, sports cars up to that period. And then the Stirling Moss Trophy element, the more modern cars, 1957 to 1961. We've already had one race, and it was an absolute cracker with Bonamy Grimes and Johnny Molam just coming in front, just half a second, not even quite that, ahead of a similar Lotus 15 of Ollie Bryant. The battle will be rejoined, Martin.
It definitely will, and the car that led for much of the second part of the race after the pit stops, Michael O'Brien, he will start again in that Lotus 11, smaller engine car, but it's Lotus 15s on the front row, then the big Jag engine Listers, the pale green Lister Costin of the Hart family, and the Lister Nobley alongside them. Another Lister Cosworth, but with a Chevy engine for Max Lynn and Andy Wolff. Andrew Guy Smith's Cooper Monaco on row 3. Michael O'Brien in the Lotus 11, not a 15, looks similar, but with a 1500cc, not 2-litre engine. And Mike O'Brien left the pit lane early because he thought the mandatory stationary time for the car was 20 seconds. It was 40. I spoke to Gavin from GP59 this morning. I said, lesson 1, never trust a driver when it comes down to rules or timing. You have your stopwatch, you need to use it. So you can see the Woodcote Trophy cars as well. We've got about a dozen different categories in this to try and balance the various different cars from the various different periods. Tom Dark, the what's the word, not Bentley, any restoration expert, in his Cooper Monaco. I'm usually racing in one of these cars and normally see him in older machinery. Bugatti was the word I was looking for. So here we go, ready for the rolling start as our field comes towards the line. 34 cars, nearly 60 drivers in the field. You don't have to have a co-driver. It certainly helps with fatigue and finance if you do. And it is a mandatory pit stop. Minimum time stationary being 40 seconds, plus there is a longer pit stop for some of our pro drivers as well. So it is Bon Grimes who leads the field away with the yellow intake on the nose of his Lotus 15, That is Ollie Bryant, and big sideways moment from Gary Pearson, who starts the car that he will share with Martin Stretton, and the Lister Nobly getting into the Lotus right at the very start, and through comes car number 3, and that's Olivier Hart, who started that car, the son of David Hart. So car number 3, the Lister Chev, the Lister Costin rather, with its Jag engine, moves through, but Bonamy Grimes thought that his pace was absolutely sensational at the beginning of race 1 yesterday for these cars, and it's proving to be the same again here, Bruce.
And Michael O'Brien up to 3rd place. I was about to say at the start, look for the Listons with more power getting off the start-finish line, but a little tap on the tail of Gary Pearson. How he extricated himself from taking out the front half of the field, I do not know. Luckily, he ended up on the outside at Comps, but that was a moment that I'm sure we'll see in replay, but that was a near miss. But anyhow,
That's Pearson smoking, isn't it?
Okay, bodywork, clearly he had a bit of contact, that front right corner. He's probably going to have to bring that one in, but how he got away with that and everyone else, I do not know. But Bon Grimes is made of stern stuff, but he can't resist the power of the Listers at the moment. One has got past, that's Olivier Hart, but he's hanging in there.
I had it wrong there, and I've sent you down the wrong stream. The pale green one, as we know from qualifying yesterday, is the Chevrolet engine car, and there's another car out, and that might be a red flag, and that might be salvation for Bon Grimes. It might also help Gary Pearson as well. So who was in the gravel? Car number 84, I think that was.
Yeah, and of course the pale green car was Max Lynn on board that, sharing with Andy Wolf, and unfortunately...
that's the Jaguar GOM Special. We didn't see it yesterday because it retired after lap 1, and we're not seeing it again today. So Gary Pearson right in the centre of the shot. He gets tagged from behind.
He got hit by David Hart, I think, who spun him round. So that costing on costing action, but luckily there was half a gap, and he managed to head out through the side.
Well, yeah, high drama there. Safety car being scrambled. And so our race leader in the Lister Costin with a Chevy V8, and that is that Max Lynn or Andy Wolf? I'm not sure, but made a clean start, got through the kerfuffle, and I'm afraid that Jaguar GOM Special has gone for a Burton. Here all week, folks. If you don't laugh,
available for bar mitzvahs and small village hall gatherings.
Try the chicken, it's foul. And again, well, as they come round, a great opportunity to see the wide variety of sports cars, from tiny little things like a Lotus 11, the 7-litre Allard, Jaguar C-types and D-types, these big Listers with their Costin aerodynamic bodies, and the little Lotus 15, little Lotus 11, Michael O'Brien in 3rd place. And again, he made a really good start. A winner, that car in Charade in the last race weekend for these cars in the Motor Racing Legends category.
And that was quite a trip. Charade, you might know it more by its generic name, which is Clermont-Ferrand, just above the town of Clermont-Ferrand, built in sort of the caldera of a volcano from a handful of years back when I was but a lad. Of course, it was last erupting, but brilliant circuit used by Formula One in the up until about 1973, I think was the last year they went there. But the people who went down with Motor Racing Legends absolutely loved it.
Well, why wouldn't you? I mean, drivers loved it. It's a really tight, twisting mountain road of a racetrack, isn't it? And the aggregate in the tarmac is volcanic ash, volcanic rock rather, and so actually it's hugely abrasive on the tyres, which is why it's been a Michelin test track for so many years. Since they stopped racing there in the 70s, Michelin have been testing car tyres there, but it was always a beloved track of the drivers because it was so darn difficult, like Spa of old, Clermont-Ferrand.
It's like Spa that's been shunted and it's been shortened, not in terms of distance, but just in terms of how much ground it covers. And it twists and it turns, and it's it's got some folds. So let's have a look at the order. Sean Lynn leading in that pale green Lister, tucked in behind. Did really well to resist for a short while Bonamy Grimes in his Lotus 15. That's definitely got a role to play in this race. Came out as winner yesterday. Michael O'Brien started 7th, up to 3rd, so he's got his Lotus forward. And Andrew Guy Smith, Cooper Monaco, car number 22, holding down 4th place. And here's Gary Pearson. He's made his pit stop.
Yeah.
And also Ollie Bryant went for a pit visit as well. And bear in mind, his car was starting on the outside the front row. That was the green 15
Ollie
with the yellow nose.
Was basically in reverse from the start.
Right,
so I think there's not everything right with that car. It might well have been bonnet up, plug leads, bonnet down, off he's gone. Obviously they pulled the bodywork away there. They might even have used a 5-pound Birmingham screwdriver.
You hope so.
Yeah, to just lever it away from the tyre. So Gary Pearson, the car run by Pearson Engineering, of course, the car, the firm that he and his brother run together. In fact, Gary and John sharing another car as well, which John has started, obviously, because Gary's in that one. You get the gist. So it could be. So look at this. So 5-litre Chevrolet, leads 2-litre Lotus, leads 1500cc Lotus, leads 2-litre Cooper Monaco. So very different engine capacities. They're that huge hulking beast of an Allard with a sort of odd diamond-shaped grille. That's a 7.2-litre Chrysler V8 in that car. And again, you get to the back, you've got little Lotus Elite with a 1.3-litre Climax engine in. And there's Ollie Bryant right at the tail of the field. So Bryant's got a lot of work to do, but there is plenty of time in which to do it, as long as the safety car doesn't eat up too much of it. In fact, unfortunately, this rather pretty Jaguar GOM special is going to take a moment or two. It does look like it's had a failure of its rear axle. The safety car leading the field around. So Max Lynn and Andy Wolf in the pale Lister with its Chevrolet engine. They finished in 5th place yesterday, and they were 41 seconds. No, they were 13 seconds behind the leaders. So it was still a close run thing. Bon Grimes in 2nd place, Michael O'Brien in 3rd position. And then in 4th place is Andrew Guy Smith in the Cooper Monaco.
Yeah, every lap they're running behind the safety car is hurting the chances of Ollie Bryant making a comeback drive. He was pipped yesterday by 0.4 of a second, but at the moment he is right at, I think he's penultimate position, still with 1 car behind him. Gary Pearson, 2 cars that would have been at the very sharp end of the grid. In fact, they qualified 2nd and 4th. They will have a comeback, but every lap, as I say, behind the safety car reduces their chance to make up ground.
Yeah, it gives them less time to play. What it does also, perhaps, is just helps the bigger, heavier cars as well against their lightweight rivals, because of course at this speed they're not heating their tyres up, they're not wearing their tyres, they're not damaging their tyres, so they'll have more life in the rubber towards the end of the race than might otherwise be the case, particularly on a hot day like today. There is cloud overhead, it's not 100% cloud cover, but the track temperature won't be quite as high as it would have been a week or 2 ago, for instance, but it's still a very warm summer's day. Beautiful weather for watching motor racing, as long as you've got the Factor 50 on, and for stalking around the car park, and for wandering in and out of the car clubs, and for riding on the carousel, and for having a 99 in the sunshine, and all of the other stuff that goes on here at Silverstone's historic meetings. And this BRDC Classic is really an absolute return to form. The Silverstone Festival has been racing here for many, many years in the midsummer. Usually August Bank Holiday weekend has been the time for it, but that slot now occupied by Carfest. So that's going to be another huge crowd pleaser here at Silverstone as they come past the grandstands and down into the Beckett's S's. Car back on the flatbed, and that is getting ready to disappear off, and once the marshals and all the safety slap, we should be ready to go racing again.
So a little period of impasse, but I think you're fairly right, waiting for that signal for the lights to go out on the safety car, and for quite a few they've got to make their way back up. That first corner sort out really did shuffle the pack. Luckily for Bonamy Grimes, he was just in front of it, but pretty much everybody else could have been caught out, and 2 cars that should have been at the front end. One was the one that was being hit, that was Gary Pearson's Jaguar, but the car that also lost out was Ollie Bryant for reasons undisclosed, but that's had a pit stop. They both had a pit stop. They're down at the tail end, about 30th position in this field. We started with 34 cars. I think we've lost 2.
Further down the order, actually the car that triggered that, car number 33, and that is the Lister Costin of David and Olivier Hart. I'm sure it was Olivier Hart who started, and he ran into the back of Gary Pearson down into Copse Corner. So
I think it's David Hart. I just spotted the pale blue on his helmet. Blue? But let's take a look again. The car in the middle, car number 23, it's going in a straight line, but it's about to be given a helping hand. Not helping in a good form, hit up the back. It does appear to be, I think we've got clear lines. It was David Hart, and Maxwell Lynn went up the inside. He got into second coming out of the corner. How everybody else missed that spinning Jaguar Lister. It's not a small car, the Lister Knobbly, and it found its way back in around the area that sort of Peter Snowden and the gang were coming forward in their DB2 Aston Martins, and the Allard down towards the tail of the field, but he got going again. The bodywork was rubbing though, and Gary Pearson's obviously had to, as you said, come in, had that pulled away from that right front wheel, but he's down at the tail end of the order. The charge will be coming though.
Yeah, lights off on the safety car. So now Max Lynn getting ready just trying to warm a little bit of heat into those tyres, and he will start to drop away from the safety car. Bon Grimes in second place, just a 2-litre engine, but there's a 1500cc car behind him. Michael O'Brien in third, Andrew Guy Smith in fourth in the little Cooper Monaco, and then in fifth place the Freddie Wakeman, Pat Blakeney Edwards Cooper, and then the first of the D-types in 8th place, and that's the John Pearson started short-nosed D.
Right,
there he is.
The front end of the field are doing a very nice job of getting as close as they possibly can for the release. Safety car in this lap, they know that, they've battled it up, and Maxwell Lynn backs up the group, but Bonamy Grimes is going to be charging, and looking down the middle order is David Hart trying to make up ground all over again just outside the top 10, but flashing into Cops, hopefully this time without contact. Let's take a look. Yeah, on a safety car restart you don't expect much contact, you don't want contact, but actually still very, very close indeed.
John Pearson in car number 5 has already made up 1 place. He's gone by Rudy Friedrichs, and he was looking there at the car in front of him, which was Ollie Crosthwaite in the Cooper Monaco. So the D-type, by nobody's imagination, a big car, but it still makes the Cooper Monaco look like a fairly small car. There is John Pearson. So John and Gary Pearson, no, that's not, that's car number 6. That was Toby Smith's D-type. So he actually was the best of the D-types. John Pearson, a couple of spots back in OKV1. But the leader, Max Lynn, racing away here, and Bon Grimes in second place, Michael O'Brien in third place. If they get their pit stop right, that car could yet finish on the podium, with Ollie Bryant missing, with the Harts having to come through the field. There's David Hart picking up a spot as well as he moves up ahead of Ollie Crosthwaite. But it is Max Lynn trying to make the break here in the Lister Costin with its Chevy engine, and you can see how the smaller cars are throwing themselves into these quick corners, coming out of Club Corner and onto the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight.
Yeah, and they just really, really have to work so hard to squeak their tyres, to slide out to the edge of the corner. They don't want to lose momentum, but they do need to break traction just to get around the corners as fast as they can. But certainly Max Lynn in the lead of the race, well, we're told he's 7/10 of a second clear, but the grunt he has in that Lister Costin just very much his friend. And the field stringing out behind, just looking down through the classes, by the way, the Woodcut Trophy for the older cars are being led by Fred Wakeman at the moment in 5th place overall. There he is in the Cooper, number 11 in 5th.
Just saw Ollie Bryant moving up into 27th place, and behind him Gary Pearson in car number 23, also recovering lost ground. But our leader in the Stirling Moss Trophy, our race leader overall, Max Lynn, has now been caught by Bon Grimes. And Bon Grimes, the Welsh driver, gentleman driver, who spent years with Johnny Molam, racing in modern machinery and contemporary machinery, races like the Daytona 24 Hours, races like Le Mans, and also in a lot of historic cars. And on the straight, of course, the big Chevy V8 just eases away from the 2-litre engine in the Lotus 15. But in the tight and twisty stuff, Bon Grimes showed yesterday and has shown again today that this car is a match of almost anything out there. Third place, losing out in the horsepower stakes, Michael O'Brien, but has still not been caught by Andrew Guy Smith. So it is Lister Costin Chev out front, Lotus 15 in second, Lotus 11 there in third place, and the Cooper Monaco in fourth, and everybody else is a long way back already.
Yeah, and again, you just don't expect Michael O'Brien to be able to keep up with the other Lotus. When I say the other Lotus, I mean the one he's looking at, the one that's second in this shot, Bon Grimes. His is a Lotus 15, and as Martin has pointed out, he's got more horsepower, he's got more cubic capacity, but Michael O'Brien was nothing if not dogged, and then yesterday, when all was looking shiny in the race, unfortunately, undercut his minimum pit stop time, got the smack across the knuckles, taken it, and now trying to atone, but he just lacks the grunt at the moment.
Yep. But again, it's about racecraft, it's about when you make your pit stop as well. They did a superb job yesterday. Yes, they accidentally or unintentionally gained 20 seconds on the opposition in the pit stop. They won't be making that mistake again today. But
well, I hope not. It threw us off course entirely, didn't it?
Completely did. Couldn't figure out quite how they'd managed to out-fumble everybody, and frankly, nor could they either. So the guys from GP59 will be all over that. Gavin's got his stopwatch today, so hopefully that'll be fine. 33, you can see there, David Hart already up to 5th position. He's just got ahead of Freddie Wakeman. And what are we seeing here? That's in the background, I think, probably just about to happen.
Well, Bon Grimes continues to attack the race leader. Max Lynn in the pale green Lister, though, hanging on, but the pressure is really coming. Oh, a little move. Oh, Michael O'Brien.
Michael
Well,
O'Brien.
he doesn't have the cubic capacity, but you do, yes, the long cut, but you've got to maximise. If you're short on power, you've got to maximise at every corner. And, you know, you're not racing if you're not trying.
No, absolutely. He is definitely trying. Michael O'Brien has raced all sorts of different historic cars, and he has found a very fun plaything in this Lotus 11. Undergunned in terms of power. It wasn't a successful car at Le Mans for no reason. Bon Grimes dives into the pit lane, so pit window is open at the first opportunity. He ducks out of the slipstream of race leader Max Lynn. He's going to hand over to Johnny Molam. And Johnny told us in the interview after the race yesterday, said after finishing on the podium in second place here for the last 2 years, he said, I couldn't let Bond down. I had to go out and win it. And so he managed to do so. There's the fourth place car, Andrew Guy Smith, the Cooper Monaco. It's a tiny little sports racer based on their Formula 1, Formula 2 chassis, but with an all-encompassing 2-seat bodywork, although you'd have to be even smaller than the driver to sit in the passenger seat. Right. And a lot braver.
Absolutely so. Right, the car that Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam beat yesterday was Ollie Bryant by just 0.4 of a second. He's, of course, at the end of the opening lap, was right at the tail of the field, had a pit visit. End of that lap, he's moved up to 11th place overall, so he's making greater progress up the field than Gary Pearson, who's got up to 15th in the Lister that had that spin at the opening corner of the race. A little bit of contact. So just watch out. And Ollie Bryant's lap pace, by the way, he lapped just 0.3 of a second slower than our race-leading car last time around.
And Gary Pearson would dive into the pit lane. Martin Stretton hasn't started anything in this race, has he? So Martin Stretton will be ready. So I imagine that he might well hand over to Martin Stretton, fresh out of winning in the Derek Bell Trophy just over half an hour ago. There is Ollie Bryant, so damage there and a bit of gaffer. If it's not gaffer, it's not a race car, is it really?
No,
although it didn't even exist in period with these cars. Coming up behind the D-type of Toby Smith. So this is the later aerodynamic evolution of the D-type, the longer nose and that distinctive tail fin. Right in front you can see a short nose D-type, so the original D-type, no tail fin and a much bluffer front end. The long nose car developed with Le Mans very much in mind after failures of the D-type early in its progress. Going by one of the Bristols, Cooper Bristol. So not only a Formula 2 car, the Cooper Bristol, but the same car, also a sports racer, that you just added mudguards and lights.
Yeah, there was a huge interchangeability in sports car racing, of course. After, I think it was 1952, you had to have proper wings. You couldn't have cycle wings anymore, and that was a sort of changeover. But the fact you could have a single-seater and effectively put a sports car body on it, well, it wasn't just ingenuity, it was a financial imperative in many ways.
Well, that's exactly what the Cooper Monaco is, isn't it? They've just made a wider frame for basically all their Formula 1 car bits, and the same with the Lotus, the 15, the 11. They would have been essentially a two-seat version of the period, Lotus 18, Lotus 20, Lotus 22. So their Formula Junior, Formula 1 cars and the sports cars would have shared much of the same componentry. I mean, you know, in later road car years, earlier road car years, Colin Chapman was always a great raider of the parts bin, but with his race cars, he had racing car parts bin raids as well. O'Brien in the pit lane. So Michael O'Brien has also pitted. Hopefully this time from second place, hopefully this time slightly more accurately. Ollie Bryant into the pit lane to do his non-driver change but mandatory pit stop, because that early stop doesn't count as a driver stop.
I think he's also brought that forward as much as he can, because the bodywork was a little bit loose, a bit more fresh gaffer tape to hold that down. Doesn't want that rear engine cover to flap up. It's hinged at the rear, so that would not be your friend in a straight line.
No, really wouldn't be, would it? That'd be like the Mercedes Le Mans air brakes. A little bit of something flying off car number 3, Max Lynn. So Max sharing this car with Andy Wolff. Max Lynn, son of Sean Lynn, of course, who is the driving force behind Motor Racing Legends, who have brought so many of the cars here to Silverstone, really nailing their colours very firmly and very flamboyantly to the flag MRL, with 2 races coming up during the course of the weekend, a pair of categories, GP icons and endurance icons, which are going to be brand new championships for 2027. It's a very ambitious group of people, and they really seem to have struck a great note with the drivers and the teams who are entering here this weekend. So yeah, part of rebuilding this BRDC Classic into a cornerstone of the historic racing market.
Yeah, and historic racing never stands still by dint of the fact that cars get older, the drivers get older. The drivers that want to drive the cars from the 50s and 60s may be becoming, fewer, and other drivers who are 20 years younger might want to drive the cars from the 70s and 80s. It's a natural cycle, and also a lot of drivers hold on to cars thinking, I could still race that car, and you're going, you've got a lot of candles on your birthday cake, are you sure? It takes a while to pry the hands off the wheel, but our glory is the fact that championships are being created and reprofiled to get these cars back out, because we love them.
Well, absolutely, and actually some of the younger drivers who might come in historic Formula Junior or something are looking at these cars going, that's cool. Okay, never saw it racing period. I never saw these cars racing period, but they don't lose any of their attraction. So I'm sure there'll be an awful lot of young drivers who would be looking at these championships, whatever they're racing, historic or modern, and going, yeah, that looks like a lot of fun. Andrew Guy Smith, the Cooper Monaco, in second place. And still Max Lynn and Andy Wolff, they were the leaders, they've now pitted, so in fact it is Andrew Guy Smith who is the race leader. Freddie Wakeman will hand over to Pat Blakeney-Edwards. Michael O'Brien has stopped and has come out in front of David and Olivier Hart's car, it would seem, because they have pitted as well. Yep, they're on an outlap, and so too is Martin Stretton in the car that he shares with Gary Pearson. So that car back on track. It is down in 14th place at the moment, but a lot of the cars in front will still have to stop. So Andrew Guy Smith leading. And in this period of the race, with fewer than 20 minutes to go, pit window remains open. It will slam shut though, and so you have to make sure that your driver does not go past the pit lane and not leave you enough time to come in while the pit window is open. So there is a little bit of strategy at work here to try and make sure that you don't muff the only thing that you can affect as a team, and that's the pit window.
Well, entirely so. Another element I'm just going to throw into the mix here for the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy races is driver ranking extra time in pits. Let's throw some numbers at people. Ollie Bryant, he's made that second pit stop. The first one he went as a standard pit stop. He's got an extra 10 seconds as a standstill. He served that. Max Lynn, he's our race leader, yet to come in. No, he's been in and now gone out in the hands of Andy Wolff. That was an extra 10 seconds. So those behind will have sort of caught up a bit, but I think actually the Lynn Wolff car had enough of a margin to stay in the lead of the race, but he's not that far ahead of some of the others who are tucking in behind. Just going to quickly go through. Chris Ward, he's got 15 seconds at a pit stop. Olivier Hart, 10 seconds. So the Hart family car will be pegged back a little bit. 20 seconds for Carl Tilley. Darren Turner, well, it's only fair. 30 seconds for him. Time to have his cake and eat it, blow the candles out, eat it, etc. And Johnny Molam, that's an important car, yesterday's race-winning car, because of his driver ranking, an extra 15 seconds. So the likes of the person we look at here, Andrew Guy Smith, stayed pretty much in the mix. He doesn't have, as he comes in to serve his pit stop, any extra time at a standstill.
And most of the cars won't either, so it'll be fairly even, Stevens. And of course, if you've got a Max Verstappen or a Lewis Hamilton in the car, you sort of say, well, actually they should probably be handicapped a little bit against a 55-year-old businessman, for argument's sake, and that makes no end of sense, because otherwise nobody shows up, basically. Oh, Max is coming? Right, well, I'm not. Yes. So Andrew Guy Smith pits from the lead, and that should cycle this car back to the front. Now, I did notice when we were watching him in the Beckett's S's, what's right behind? Olivier Hart, not in the DB2 Aston. Oh, what's trailing off the back of the car? Something flapping around, the strap. Hopefully it's not holding anything important in, like the axle or the fuel tank. But it is still the Lister Costin Chevy that will cycle back to the front. But look right behind, that dark green Lister with its Jag engine. That is Olivier Hart looking down into the cockpit, not quite sure why. Maybe just adjusting the roll bar or the turbo boost or something, but he is now chasing down the car that was in the lead before we had the safety car period that led us into the slew of pit stops. And this for the de facto lead of the race. Young Olivier Hart, what is he now, 22, 23 years of age, maybe not even that old, chasing for what will be the lead. I think once the remaining cars have all stopped, unless Johnny Molam and Bon Grimes have managed to eat their way out on top. Olivier Hart, though, fastest race lap of Everybody 2:23.0, and here's the pass, goes by Andy Wolf, and in fact there is Johnny Molam. He is out front in car number 92, so they did manage to shuffle out even. Oh, and Olivier Hart overcooks it comprehensively. 2 wheels on the grass, Maggots into Beckett's, through goes the Cooper Monaco.
Yeah, Guy Smith finds the circuit eventually in the recovery, so that we know that Maggots is a fearsome corner, but a lot of the drivers already are thinking about what follows. Maggots goes straight into Beckett's, looking for a move. I can't think the last time I saw Olivier Hart spin a car. He's normally so precise. So there's Johnny Molam, enjoying him leading the race. He'll have been seen in the distance from the next 2 cars, and Andy Wolf comes in just about to be passed from Olivier Hart. At that point, I think that was bail out. I think he was going for the inside line, realised there was no inside line, and took the course of action. But we've got time. We've got a quarter of an hour left in this race. But suddenly for Johnny Molam, could it be 2 wins in 2 days? Bon Grimes will be now, getting his helmet off and going, right, where's my car? I brought it in from the lead. Is it still in the lead? Yes, it is.
Yes, no challenge there. Your gentleman driver brings the car in from the lead.
Actually, I did an injustice, of course. It was Max Lynn who came in from the lead, but they dived in earlier.
Now, again, what have GP59 done? Now, Johnny Molam had a pit stop penalty. Andrew Guy Smith didn't. The Harts did, and obviously Olivier, having just set fastest lap, tried to set an even faster lap and went off, and he's now recovered. But GP59, car number 59, that Lotus 11, Michael O'Brien, is in front after the pit stops again. I hope this time that they've stopped their start watch in the right place. Well, there is the lead battle, and we saw this yesterday, didn't we? The little Lotus 11 being chased by Johnny Molam, and at that stage also by Ollie Bryant. But what they didn't know, and what Michael O'Brien didn't know, was that he had been handed a penalty, a drive-through, a stop-and-go penalty, in fact, for too short a pit stop. We're not seeing that. Pit window has closed. Everybody has stopped. So we've now got a race to the flag. So Michael O'Brien, 4.2 seconds in front, 13 minutes. They're going to get him. They are definitely going to get him. It's a smaller gap and more time than Johnny Molam needed to catch him yesterday. Johnny Molam's car with a little bit of damage on that left front corner as well.
Right, Andy,
left rear corner.
Yeah. Andy Wolf, though, is down in 3rd place in that pea green. There's Michael O'Brien. Getting past the Cooper Bristol. That's where things can come unstuck, but luckily for him, they didn't. He's 3.8 seconds to the good. But the car in 3rd place, Andy Wolf's pea green Lister, is 10 and a bit seconds down. We've only got 12 minutes remaining.
Now, the reason that the gap is closing, Johnny Molam's last lap was the quickest for the car, 2:24.1, 2:27.4 for Michael O'Brien, the race leader, car number 59. So again, they know in the pit lane that Michael O'Brien has not got the oomph. He only lacks 500cc to the Lotus, but effectively, the 11 and the 15 are basically the same car in terms of overall weight. It's just the 15 has got a 2-litre engine and the 11 has got a 1500cc engine, so he's going to be outgunned here. Michael O'Brien will do what he can, but this isn't Cadwell Park. This is a big, wide open circuit, and horsepower is going to make the difference here. So Johnny Molam closing him right down, gone from 3.8 seconds at the beginning of this lap down to 1.5 at the last split, and he's going to be in shooting distance by the time they get round to the pit lane once more. So Michael O'Brien's time in the lead, I think, is very much less than it was yesterday. However, hopefully with no penalties to come his way, he could still hang on for 2nd place, conceivably, or 3rd place. He's certainly a long way ahead of the Cooper Monaco of Andrew Guy Smith. As they come onto the Wellington Straight, something very big and hairy has just gone under the camera, and Johnny Molam uses the horsepower to his advantage. Absolutely nothing Michael O'Brien could do. He's just got to hope that Molam makes a mistake in traffic and gives it away again.
Yeah, and rather fortunately, the number 4 Lotus Elite kept out of the way, which is very, very well done indeed. That's Jonathan Seymour. He could see what was coming in his mirrors, and also you got the long line of sight down the straight, so plenty of warning. But this car's being driven towards the very edge of the circuit. Bonamy Grimes handed over to this man, Johnny Molam. Scars of battle on the flank. You can see that left rear corner, but you have to say Michael O'Brien isn't giving up. He's 0.7 of a second down. He's going to lose out at every point on the circuit in terms of horsepower, as Martin has pointed out. But in the corner handling stakes, Michael O'Brien is looking very, very useful indeed. But unfortunately for him, 0.7 of a second on the start line. By the time they get to Maggots, maybe Beckett's, it'll be beckoning on a minute. What do I mean a minute? An entire second, I mean, not a minute.
Well, the advantage he's got here is that he does have a little bit of a toe from Johnny Molam, and when you're giving away horsepower, to be able to sit in the slipstream is definitely going to help, but that's going to break. Molam is going to be far away enough by the time they get to Stowe that on the next straight, coming down past the wing, then he won't be close enough, Michael O'Brien, to pick up that toe. But he is still 9.9 seconds, or was 9.9 seconds ahead of this car, the Lister Costin Chevy, and the Lynn and Wolf car. 2:28.0 on the last lap, 2:29.4 for Michael O'Brien last time round. So they are 1.4 seconds quicker, but they've got maybe 4 laps, possibly 5. So that's going to be quite tight. Again, that Lister with its Jaguar engine is going to be a lot quicker down the straights than the little Lotus 11. But again, you can see not losing a huge amount to the Lotus 15 in front of him.
No, it's just the ability to defend was not going to be there, but he's going to hang in there. The gap, 7 tenths of a second. Now, this is Ollie Bryan, who's up to 5th place overall. Bear in mind, he started the outside the front row. You can see the repairs at both ahead of the vestigial door on the left flank of the car and ahead of the rear wheel arch, if you will. But that was taped down and taped down yet more. Bear in mind, that car's had 2 visits to the pits and is still in 5th place. I know the safety car closed up the field, allowed Bryan and Gary Pearson to catch up a little bit after their first lap. Communication with each other.
That's probably saved their race, actually. Right behind is the car that triggered it all in the hands of David Hart, and his son Olivier has just set the fastest race lap, 2:23.0. Nobody else has been in the 23s. In fact, it wasn't last lap, it was a couple of laps ago. His last lap, 2:25, so he got caught out a little in traffic. But these cars are going quicker than the one they're chasing. Closest to the camera here, Andrew Guy Smith in the Cooper Monaco.
Yeah, he's 4th, and 5th and 6th are coming at him, coming all the time. Ollie Bryant's going to have a little look, and he'll be able to... I mean, the Cooper Monaco is very nimble, but the Lotus 15 is even more so. So that's the one immediately at the back of the shot. And then David Hart is now handed over to Olivier Hart. Olivier had the rotation, but he's in the background of the shot, looking to move up the order. Not this car, that's Ollie Bryant, but number 33. Cooper Lister in the background here, and wait for it, just coming into shot.
Well, on the last lap, Ollie Bryant with the yellow nose band was 4 seconds quicker than the Cooper Monaco he's just about to pass, and this car is quicker than the Cooper Monaco as well by over 3 seconds on the last lap. So Olivier Hart absolutely flying, Ollie Bryant place to go by, and there's absolutely nothing that Andrew Guy Smith can do about it. He knows that the car that's just gone by him is quicker. And car 6 and car 40, car 4 and car 61. What's wrong with my eyes today? Stop and go penalties for short stops. Well, at least it's not car number 59 this time. They missed that bullet by 2.
It's a typo, Martin. Right, so Jonathan Seymour in that light green Lotus Elite, that's car number 4, and car number 61.
Tim Childs.
Is Tim Child. He's had a bit of a mixed meeting, poor Tim. He's in a burgundy Cooper. By the way, I did say a Cooper Lister a minute ago. I did mean a Lister Costin. I just
that's fair enough.
Jumbling my words, but I think by not mentioning it again, I got away with it.
Yeah, definitely. That'll edit out nicely. So Ollie Bryant now up to 4th place, and in 5th position, still car number 22. This is the Cooper Monaco of Andrew Guy Smith, but as he drifts out wide, waiting for the straight is Olivier Hart. He comes out onto the Lewis Hamilton straight, pulls out straight away, and that 6-cylinder, 4.2 litre, 3.8 litre Jaguar engine just ponies on past the little Cooper. The lighter cars, the Lotuses and the Coopers, need a tighter, twistier track than this. The big Jag-engined and Chevy engine cars, they were made for the open expanses of this track, and trying just a little too hard into the complex under braking. Drifting out wide goes Andrew Guy Smith, down to 5th place, and down to 6th place now, actually, as Olivier Hart has gone by him.
Yeah, a little moment like that for Andrew Guy Smith. It looks as though something went terribly wrong. He literally maybe blinked for a nanosecond and was just off the racing line. It is a little bit slippery, but anyhow, there was enough width for him to gather it back up. But that's when you got, we said earlier, Martin, when you've got the lower capacity engine, you've really got to get your car on the edge, and it's much easier at that point to make a mistake.
Battle of Nobblies here, car number 23 with the green and black helmet. That's Martin Stretton, the car that was started by Gary Pearson, and Richard Hudson started the Chevy engine Nobbley of Stuart Morley, car number 2. So the same car, Stretton's car's got a Jaguar engine, and Stuart Morley's car with a Chevy engine. Morley part of the Bentley Racing Morley dynasty. I think I've seen at least 3 generations of the Morley family racing Bentleys in the same race. So grandfather, father, sons all race. Stuart Morley not averse to turning his hands to all sorts of other things. Same with Martin Stretton. Just won the race in a Formula 2 car, the previous race before lunch, the Derek Bell Trophy. Now here he is out in a car that's 20 years older than that in the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. So Stirling Moss Trophy runners are the top 7 cars. The Freddie Wakeman Pat Blakeney Edwards car, car number 11 in 8th place, is the leading car in the Woodcote Trophy, and that's their Cooper T38. And here looking at Michael O'Brien, still in 2nd place, 8.8 seconds behind Johnny Molam now, but still looking like a 10-second margin might be enough ahead of the Max Lynn and Andy Wolf Lister Costin Chevy, that pale greeny yellow car. There's your race leader, Johnny Molam, all on his own.
Well, much more relaxing run to the finish today than it was for Johnny Molam yesterday. He had to hunt down Ollie Brighton, only just managed it, but having got past it wasn't a done thing, but eventually just under half a second to the good. Today, a bit more relaxed. Car number 11, that's leading its class. That's Pat Blakeney Edwards on board the Cooper that started by Fred Wakeman. They've got a fair margin in that class, so they should feel pretty comfortable. The next one is, in fact, Gary Pearson, who's giving chase in the Jaguar D-Type, but he's 3 positions at about 20 seconds down. So one would suggest this car is going to take the Woodcote Trophy honours. That's for the cars from pre-1956.
That's a very aerodynamic looking car, isn't it? It actually looks more modern than the Lister Nobblies behind it, doesn't it? It's very much smoother look to the car. And again, John Cooper's team producing a really fantastic looking machine, the T38, run by Blakeney Motorsport. So Pat Blakeney Edwards running an awful lot of different cars here, as well as driving quite a few. Jaguar XK120 going through shot. All sorts of different machinery, some road-based, some very much not. And this little Lotus 11 still hanging on in 2nd place. A great result for the team and for the driver. And again, I can imagine Clermont-Ferrand being a very much more Little Lotus friendly track than this. Many more corners than straights.
There's a fabulous shot that if you go to BRDC Legends on their website, you can see it's an S, a downhill S with about 6 turns. Imagine the uphill S at Suzuka, pointed in the opposite direction and paint the grass verge. It's the same colours as we have here, buff at best.
But
with something dragging off the bodywork of the rear corner of the race leader, Johnny Molam. I'm sure it's nothing untoward, a little bit of flat.
Bit of tape, I think, because of that little accident damage. They may well have slapped a bit of gaffer on it. Now then, the reason that Andy Wolf is not closing on Michael O'Brien and Ollie Bryant, who is now up to 3rd, by the way, is the presence of Olivier Hart, car number 33. So that Lister Costin chasing the Lister Costin ahead of it, and again the difference between the 2 cars, I mean, you can see how similar they are. One is Chevy engine, that's the pale green, sort of Bowmaker green.
Yes, pretty much.
And then the more traditional dark green of the Jaguar engine. Car behind as they both squeeze by the Fraser Lash Le Mans rep of Jan Dobber, a period replica. So built by Fraser Nash in the 30s as a replica of their Le Mans racers, rather than built sort of in the 80s, 90s or 2000s. This is a great looking battle. We didn't actually see Ollie Bryant go by, but he has, and down the inside Olivier Hart also squeezes by Andy Wolf. So still, whatever that is, I don't think it's an anti-car sickness strap trailing along the back. Hello, the 70s, your cultural references are calling. But whatever it is, doesn't seem to be affecting the car too much. Although that car did qualify really well. Qualified 5th quickest, finished 5th yesterday as well. And again, in the straight, Olivier Hart not got much of an advantage at all. He's making it up in the twisty stuff.
You have to just factor in the fact that Olivier had that spin. It's easy to forget that dropped him down the order, but his lap times recently been, in fact, quicker than anybody else, bar Ollie Bryant, who, as we said, we didn't see his passing manoeuvre to get his Lotus up into 3rd place, but we got Lotus's 1st, 2nd and 3rd. A Lotus 15 leading the race. That's this one, car 92 with Johnny Molam on board. Michael O'Brien and a less powerful Lotus 11 in 2nd place, and Ollie Bryant galloping up towards the pair of them.
Yeah.
Fastest on the track last time around. He's closed the gap to second place to just under 4 seconds, so keep an eye on that one. That's coming down by the moment.
He was over 3 seconds quicker than Michael O'Brien on the last lap. Here is Ollie Bryant in third place, but this is the last lap. Time is running out. Johnny Molam's onto the hanger straight, so we're a third of the way through the lap. There's the gap. Second, the pale green Lotus. Third, the dark green Lotus with the yellow noseband. That's Michael O'Brien and Ollie Bryant.
And Ollie Bryant,
this is the last lap of the race.
Who's had 2 pit stops to the 1 pit stop of the other, had to come in to have the bodywork strapped up at the end of the opening lap. Yes, there was a safety car period for several laps, so he didn't lose all of that time. He closed a bit back up, but he still had to pick his way up the order, through the order. He was challenging for victory yesterday, did not get it, lost out by just under half a second. Today looks so third place is it going to be all he can get, but no one's told Ollie yet.
I'm not sure. He might have a chance for second. So they're coming down the Hamilton straight, so past the wing, the gap is closing by the metre. This could be a lunge down into Brooklands. He might even get Michael O'Brien into the complex. He is coming fast, Ollie Bryant, and he knows this car inside out. Michael O'Brien, much less familiar with the Lotus 11, and he's right with him now. This is the battle for second place. Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam going to take a second consecutive win after 2 second place finishes in the last 2 years. There is the race leader coming into Brooklands for the final time, but here is that's not the battle for second. There is the race leader. Here is the battle for second, down the Wellington Straight, and the power of the 15 tells, and Ollie Bryant has driven out of his skin in this race to come from last with an extra pit stop to second place. He was closer yesterday, but it is win number 2 for Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam. Again, they win both races here in the Stirling Moss Trophy, and in second place for the second time, but for very different reasons, will be Ollie Bryant. Michael O'Brien in third place, and today with no penalty to serve, so that is an on the road and on the podium result for the Lotus 11. Great racing by that small engine car. Olivier Hart taking fourth place. Another lap, he would have been right in amongst the Loti, and then the Max Lynn, Andy Wolf, Lister Costin in fifth place. Here is our winner in the other part of our 2 races, the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy, and it will be car number 11, started by Frederick Wakeman. Patrick Blakeney-Edwards taking over to drive the car through the second part of the race, and this Cooper T38 leading all the way. It was the pole sitter in its class, started in 9th place, and as some of the faster cars have managed to get by in the race, they finish in 10th spot but win the Woodcote Trophy. And just a little check back, who won the Woodcote Trophy yesterday? It was them as well. They were in 10th place. They were in 9th place yesterday, 10th place today, but winners of the Woodcote Trophy from the Pearsons in the Jag. And in second place in the Woodcote Trophy again today are the Pearsons in the Jag. Not this Jag, this is Ben Eastick ahead of Johnny Molam on the slowing down lap. Johnny Molam is, but Ben Eastick is a lap ahead of him, yet to finish the race actually in that D-type. So I hope Johnny knows that the race has finished.
Yeah, you just have to remember a couple of spins within that really did sort out the order, but the pace of the Lotuses around here, you might have thought this would be the sort of circus that would suit the more powerful listers, but clearly there are enough now twists and turns in the infield for the likes of Johnny Molam, Bon Grimes in their Lotus teams, definitely Ollie Bryant on his way up, and Michael O'Brien to use all the nimbleness, the feel they had in their cars. But here's our race winner, yeah, slightly tattered, and you can see the marks of war there. That was on pole position, got that rub when it wasn't the fault of Gary Pearson. He was trying to drive in a straight line, but a chip into the back, and that tipped his Lister knobbly sideways and clattered into our pole starter. But all came good in the end. Stories to tell, spins to be recorded, and charges up from the back of the field, most notably Ollie Bryant from Stone last.
And the winner coming into the pit lane as others finish their race.
Yes, I know.
Shades of Michael Schumacher, isn't it, in that sort of domination. But there you see our various different class winners all the way through the Royal Automobile Club Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy. But our overall winners, Bon Grimes and Johnny Molam, from this man Ollie Bryant driving solo again And yeah, a little bit of tape after the first pit stop, a lot more tape going to hold the thing together after the second pit stop. Was it Colin Chapman who once said that the ideal Formula One car should basically fall apart the moment it crosses the finish line, because then everything's done just enough and no more?
Because then you can present the privateer team with the bill for rebuilding it. Of course it was. Builders of race cars never mind selling spares, do they? Let's face it.
And just following him through, Michael O'Brien, one of the marshals there going, I think I was going to say he was going to pick up some debris. There was a bit of debris. I think it was also a pit board that had been dropped over the pit wall, probably in the celebration and jubilation. So Bon Grimes, Johnny Molan, the winners from Ollie Bryant and Michael O'Brien. Then David and Olivier Hart finishing in fourth, ahead of Max Lynn and Andy Wolf, with Andrew Guy Smith rounding out the top half dozen. It was Nick Fimbra who started the Cooper Monaco, and Ollie Crossthwaite who finished it. They ended up in 7th place, but it was the Wakeman and Blakeney Edwards Cooper which won Class 4A in the Woodcote Trophy. So take the Woodcote Trophy honours here ahead of the Pearson's Jag. And the third Woodcote Trophy car actually was in Class 1, so a slightly different category. John Clark in the Cooper T39 Bobtail, so another version of the sports car that started life as the Cooper Monaco. Well, right from the very first corner, contact with David Hart running into the back of Gary Pearson. And Pearson having to make a pit stop. Ollie Bryant also having to make pit stop after damage. And Bon Grimes battling hard right from the start of the race with the Chevy engine Lister Costin, started by Max Lynn. Safety car to recover car number 84, the luckless this weekend, Jaguar XK140 GOM Special. Away from the restart, it was a Lotus duo chasing the Lister Costin Chevy, and Bon Grimes diving into the pit lane rather than having to try and make a pass on the leader. Michael O'Brien having used a little bit of runoff area earlier on in the race, using a little bit more to try and get through traffic in the Lotus 11. And then Lister Costin with its Chevy engine, luckily avoiding being speared by a slightly out of control Olivier Hart. And Andrew Guy Smith's Cooper Monaco taking avoiding action in traffic from Michael O'Brien, squeezing by the Cooper Bristol as he raced through into second place, into the early lead actually after the pit stops. Then after a slightly longer pit stop because of the pro driver status of Johnny Molan, the 92 Lotus 15 got by the Lotus 11, and so Molan moving into a lead that he was not to surrender. He took victory at the checkered flag on the final lap. Ollie Bryant also got by Michael O'Brien. It was a Lotus 1, 2, 3 with 2 15s, and then the 11 in third place. Well, let's hear from the drivers after what was another breathless Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race.
2 out of 2 this weekend.
It's a dream weekend, isn't it? A real dream, yeah.
The pace of the two of you together, the pace of the car, it's just been perfect.
Yeah, we're working well together. Between us, we've kind of got a good average pace, which is what you need in events like this. And it was just a little bit of shame that Ollie wasn't there for the grand finale again. You know, I think he would have had it today, to be honest. And he drove brilliantly, didn't he? To come through the field from the back there, absolutely fantastic. So I think the credit goes to Ollie for this race. He should have been at the top, but we'll take the luck.
Well done you. Great stint. Johnny, 2 out of 2.
Yeah, it was a lot easier than yesterday. I knew that obviously because Ollie had the contact. We actually had contact in exactly the same place as well, but it didn't seem to be quite as hard. It didn't push the thing onto the wheel, fender onto the wheel. So as soon as I went out there, I said to Tom, my data guy, just tell me the gap to Ollie. I don't want to know the gap to anyone else. I don't care if he's 20th. Just tell me the gap to Ollie. And he was showing it to me, and I thought, right, I'm just going to pace it, just pace it. And it was fine. I think if he'd caught me, it would have been a good ding-dong, but same to him yesterday. I had a bit in reserve, but it was a shame we didn't have the battle and see who ended up, in a straight fight like yesterday. But Bon, again, awesome job at the start to not go off when he got hit. I don't know how he managed to not spin there. Handed it over to me, and today was a lot easier than yesterday.
You can go and relax and enjoy your holidays now, Johnny.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
Well done, Neville. Well done. So there's our top, or our 2 winning drivers. Let's grab a quick word with Ollie Bryant, who's over this way. Ollie, can we grab a word? So, sorry. Ollie, we need to have a chat because the start of the race didn't quite go to plan, but crumbs, what a recovery drive.
Certainly not, yeah, it was a serious challenge. David got a blinding start, but then I think he just misjudged his braking and he turned Gary around at turn 1. So I got bulked back and dropped back to 7th, 8th or 9th. And unfortunately had a bit of contact with David down at Aintree. He brakes early in the Lister and I braked, and that was my braking point, and I couldn't slow. So I gave him a light tap, which damaged the front of my body, and then I kind of collected him and it damaged the rear of mine. So I managed to pit that lap, repair the body, and then rejoin the safety car train. So then, from then on, it was just push, 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 and I didn't know whether there was going to be enough time to do it, and I wanted to run long in the window, but I stopped early to put more tape on the tail because it broke the bonnet clip. So yeah, it was pretty dramatic and very exciting, but a great drive, great fun, batting with Ollie on the way through as well, and catching the other listers and things. So it was a good challenge, and certainly I'd say more enjoyable than sort of being mugged on the last lap yesterday. It was more of a challenge coming through, but yeah, really good, and obviously sorry for the contact with David, but it's not nice seeing these cars damaged, but we all seem to have a bit of damage, which is a shame because I've driven it for 20 years and never put a mark on it, so it's going to happen sooner or later.
Well done. And let's grab a quick word with Michael O'Brien, who finished in 3rd place. Michael, it was disappointment yesterday, but you can only look forward because that was yesterday, and here we are today. An extra 500cc would have been good. You just got picked off by the more powerful cars.
Yeah, the corners and the braking zones, we had them covered, I think. It's we were just saying to the team, we can close up in all the corners, and they're wide, they're missing lines, and it's like, okay, I'll come back, and then just on the straights they put their foot down and just leave me for dead. So a bit more power would be nice, but full credit to the team because it's an incredible job in such a small, low-powered car to be even in contention. So
I was looking at both yourself and Ollie heading around the circuit, in particular Copse Corner, where Ollie sort of seemed to brake and get the car rotating on the brakes, and you took a very different approach.
I don't know what my approach was, but just gaining time in all the corners, losing it on all the straights. But on to the next one.
Made up for yesterday.
Yeah, thanks.
Well done. So there we go. That's our top 3 drivers in the race that we've just seen. Let's head back upstairs to the commentary box. We've got more racing coming up for you in just a few moments' time.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you to...
Just to think, for 75 years, all the greats have raced around this track.
Having the track right outside of your office, it's such an amazing place to work.
The passion that everyone has here and the collaboration is just second to none.
You're part of a team that delivers some of the biggest sporting events in the country.
I would describe Team Silverstone in one word as incredible.
I would have to say unstoppable.
Family.
Amazing.
It's a very, very proud feeling to say that I work for Silverstone.
It's lights out.
It's going to take something truly heroic for them to win from there.
Can you believe what you are seeing here at Silverstone? Top step of the podium.
We got the program signed, and another car with significant history, or got significant history,
Welcome back to Silverstone, the home of British motor racing, on a sunny Saturday, the first ever BRDC Classic. We are deep in the heart of the racing, and coming up next, a 20-minute exercise for some classic Grand Prix cars. So this is a brand new category being launched by Motor Racing Legends here at the Silverstone BRDC Classic, and it will be a full championship for next year. So this marks the return to power of Formula One from 1.5 litre Formula One, which was the predominant category in the early 1960s. In the mid-60s, returning to 3 litre power. And Bruce Jones, for fans of a certain age, of which there are undoubtedly quite a number here at Silverstone, the predominant sound of most Grand Prix cars when they first came to a racetrack and watched a Formula One car was Cosworth's DFV V8, and that is what powers almost everything on this grid.
It is a fabulous sound, surfaced at the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort in 1967 and was still winning into the 90s. 155 Grand Prix victories, quite astonishing. It enabled teams, particularly like Williams and McLaren, to make sure that their future had a future, and it was the backbone of lots of teams that came and went. There are websites that talk about forgotten Formula One teams, and actually you do forget how many you've forgotten, because some came, some never even qualified, but it was a fantastic element, that Ford Cosworth DFV, because of course you could mount suspension directly on it. That was a big step forward, and it had consistent power. But let's have a little look at a podium, and there's Michael O'Brien, third place. Jeremy Vaughan of the Royal Automobile Club handing out the trophies and the prizes, and we'll have Ollie Bryant. Rueful, but you know, he's had the pace. That would have still been quite a race for him, getting up into second place.
And our race winner. So these are the top 3 in the Stirling Moss Trophy. And Jeremy Vaughan, long-time associate of ours, Bruce.
Dating back to the 1980s, but very much doing great things with the Royal Automobile Club. And
we're all 8 then when we first met at primary school.
Yes,
yeah, indeed, or Autosport as it was called at the time. So Bon Grimes and Johnny Molan being interviewed by Toby Moody down there on the podium. And our drivers in this race will not get championship points, because the championship doesn't exist until this. And it would be great to have a head start, wouldn't it? I'd start the season with 2 race wins under my belt. I'm already the championship leader.
Well, let's just go down what we've got in this field in no particular order. I'll just look at my grid sheet. I have a Hesketh, that's pre-ground effect. A lot of the cars you're seeing right now are definitely pre-ground effect, but then you've got a Brabham BT49. That is very much ground effect. Patrese, Piquet did great things with those in 1981 into 82. McLaren MP41, look, Surtees going out, Arrows, Tyrrell, Brabham, that's the oldest car in the field. McLaren M23, oh my word, Minardi, another Williams, and Surtees. I think we're maybe missing the BRM of Graham Edelman, alas. Great looking car with its Yardley livery. But let's take a look at the grid. Take us through, Martin.
Yeah, Michael Lyons starts on pole in that ex-Rupert Keegan Hesketh, not in the familiar red, white and blue of the colours seen with James Hunt, but in the blue of Penthouse, and Lucas Halusa alongside in the Brabham. Steve Hartley's McLaren with Nick Halusa's Williams FW8 alongside. Simon Fish in an Arrows A4, and then in the Lek is Peter Williams, another small single mark British Formula One constructor. Ewan Surtees drives the first of 2 Surtees, the more modern of the 2, the TS9B, and Nick Pink in an Arrows A5. The Alboreto Tyrrell 012, driven by Ian Simmons, and Andreas Halusa in the next Jochen Mass McLaren M23. An older Brabham BT33, once driven by Graham rather than Phil Hill, Philip Buhoffer, and Max Girardi in the only Italian car in the field, the black and yellow Minardi. Osvaldo Joao also in a Williams FW8, and Chris Perkins in a Surtees TS14. Graham Edelman was in the Yardley McLaren Yardley BRM P153. That V12 engine car did race yesterday, but as you said, Bruce, does not look like it's left the collecting area today.
No, that's a shame, because these cars, we talked about the sort of the hard V8 engine note to the Cosworth DFV. That's a fabulous sound, but we like the mix of the other engines, and the V12 never ever disappoints. Well, it does in terms of fuel consumption, doesn't in terms of noise. But here we are, GP Icons presented by Goodyear. Fantastic to have these cars. And the Tyrrell there with the Benetton livery, that was 1983. I think I might have said 1993 the last Cosworth win, but we all know it was Detroit in 1983. What a record. In the 17th season of that engine in Formula One. Of course, it advanced and gained about 100 horsepower over its time in Formula One. And but it gave consistent power.
That Tyrrell chassis designed and first raced in 1983. That particular car was still racing in 1985. So not everything changed with the immediacy of current era Formula One.
Well, another example is the McLaren M23 down towards the back of the pack, because that was raced from 1973 through until 1977. In 1976, McLaren said, do you want to try a new car, the M26? James Hunt wasn't really too fussed, decided to stick with the M23.
Yeah, the M26 was the M23 with 3 mistakes added, wasn't it, to paraphrase a Lotus phrase. It was not a good replacement, so Hunt stuck with what he knew, and it worked well for him. So on pole position is Michael Lyons with Lucas Halusa alongside, the white car with the blue highlights, the Brabham BT49, the last Cosworth engined Brabham. Then Steve Hartley in the McLaren MP41.
And the BRM's caught the back of the pack, so
them up.
Graham Edelman will bring V12 joy, maybe not to get it to the front end of the field, but certainly for those in the grandstands, they'll get to hear it.
Yeah, wailing around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit as the GP icons get underway, and lunging down into the first corner, Michael Lyons. Through goes Steve Hartley in the McLaren into second place. The Arrows is already the A4 car of Simon Fish, already up to 4th place from 5th on the grid, so he got a good start. The cars on the inside channel definitely got a good start, but Mike Lyons is on his way already. Steve Hartley in second. 3rd place, Lucas Halusa, car number 4, the white and blue Brabham. Then the Arrows, the orange and white car of Simon Fish, and the rest of them streaming through with the V12 Yardley BRM right at the tail. Similar car to the one that won the closest ever Grand Prix finish back in Monza in the hands of Peter Revson.
Yeah, big lunge up the inside there from Nicholas Halusa. He's got his brother Lucas up ahead, but the Williams certainly making a move. But at the moment, it is there's Steve Hartley, the McLaren ahead of the Brabham. But I mean, what a start from Michael Lyons. He knows the circuit really well. In fact, he took a different line down the Hanger Straight, realised that's where the oil dry had been put down and won't be going that side again in future. Past the contemporary pits, he comes into Abbey. What's that? A lead of about 1.5 seconds, maybe?
Yeah. Wow. And again, that Williams FW08 car number 6, Nick Halusa, back up ahead of Simon Fish, out-qualified him anyway. And yeah, right at the tail of the field, the Yardley BRM, a car that Peter Gethin was the winner, wasn't it? Not Peter Revson, of that
the starburst finish. 5 cars covered by, but was it 0.6 of a second after that? And then they spoiled the fun by inserting 3 chicanes around the Monza circuit to stop those slipstreaming bunches in the name of safety, of course, because obviously just the year before, Jochen Rindt 1970 crashed and was killed at Monza, and certainly they decided it had become a little too fast, but the racing was outstanding.
Looking here at car number 58, this is Ewan Surgison in the Surtees TS9B. John Surtees, not only a multiple motorcycle world champion, Formula One world champion with Ferrari, then went on to run his own team. And the car behind, the unique Lek, or one of 3 unique Leks, but Lek only made 1 mark of Formula One car. Again, the family-owned refrigeration company, Lek Refrigeration, of David Purley. Not content with having their son driving in Formula One, actually built their own car in the factory that also produced the refrigerators.
Yeah, and of course, David Purley's career absolutely cut short. He had an enormous accident at Beckett's here, survived it somehow, only by being a dogged character. I mean, to Joel amount of his recovery, when his head might have gone down, the nurses told him to stop being so pathetic. Pull him, he's had one of the biggest accidents the world has seen in terms of G-force, and they pulled him through. But he was a tough ex-Marine, and he needed that sort of push and drive to get him going. But here we are. It's just fantastic to see the Lek out racing all over again. And also the Williamses, 1982. These FW08s, great-looking cars. In the background of the shot, one in 4th place overall. In fact, one Halusa looking at another, because the blue and white Brabham in front is brother Lucas, and Nicholas, the second of the brothers, in that Williams in 4th place. He may be able to edge close to them. We're just waiting to see.
Squeezes up the inside of Steve Hartley, but then the road goes left.
And do you know what he found out? He just realised that Lotus Formula Junior car he was driving first thing this morning was slightly smaller than the Brabham. Who knew?
Only just, though. These Formula One cars, you think they're such big things. When you stand next to them, they are absolutely tiny by any modern standard. In the same way that an old Mini is not quite the same size as a modern Mini.
Not even if you squint very, very hard indeed. Right, this is looking interesting, because I thought the way that Michael Lyons was getting away, I mean, he absolutely was like a scalded cat at the start, but he's only 2.5 seconds clear. I might say only, but I expected that to stretch on. Actually, here we go. Here's the Hesketh. That was the last year before Ground Effects reached Formula 1. Not that people knew about it at the time, but by the end of the following year, everyone absolutely knew. But these cars no longer have the skirts that go all the way down the track. That was banned. So the deficit he'd have had, our race leader, this was a non-Ground Effects car, Michael Lyons, in the Hesketh, but the cars that are chasing him would have raced with Ground Effects that sucked the car by a Venturi effect undercar, low pressure zone, sucked the car down, gave them all the ground, the downforce they needed to just corner as if on rails, but then those skirts were banned, they were taken away. So these, with their wider side pods, will still have a better low pressure area, just not as dramatically so. You want drama? Let's talk Lucas Alusa. Great move from the Brabham, and that way, Steve Hartley isn't a multiple historic Formula 1 championship winner for nothing. He can see that move coming, didn't make it too difficult.
Yeah, no, he knows when the jig is up, and you often lose far more than you gain by trying to fight a corner that isn't going to go your way. So Hartley tucks in behind the Brabham, and the McLaren ex-John Watson car will follow. I'm not actually sure who drove this Brabham period. It was the 49 was the last of the pre-turbo era Brabham, so that Cosworth engine car.
Yeah, it was the time when Brabham was just thinking, right, we better try a bit of turbocharging. That was the way to go to get power. They were going for the BMW route, but it was a time of sort of chopping and changing, and the man at the top, Bernie Eccleston, was trying to guide the team, do the business deals. One of the best deals he ever did was his sponsorship deal with the Parmalat Dairy. Is that really sexy enough to be on a Formula 1 car? But what he did, it gave him primacy with that sponsorship deal to keep his cars looking clean. Bernie liked clean.
Yes.
That white and dark blue livery, well, it's still exquisite even now.
And again, very classic Surtees with the red car and the white arrow down the centre. That's Ewan Surgeson, currently running in 6th position ahead of Peter Williams then.
But look at the battling further back. The arrows, the McLaren, then you got the only car with a radiator at the front, the 1970 Brabham. That was before they tucked the radiators down at the rear. So that was giving away in terms of aerodynamics, but in terms of the dynamics of the car, it was actually very, very, very good indeed. That's Philip Buhoff, car prepared by Hall and Hall, those long-standing experts. And so this is what it's about, getting these cars on the circuit so we can see them. That's step one. Step two is getting them to race, and they're absolutely doing that.
Well, here is the orange and white Arrows A5 of Nick Pink, and he is being closed down by Philip Buhoff in that ex-Graham Hill, ex-Rolf Stomlen Brabham BT33. As you say, the last of the sort of old generation where the radiators weren't in the side pods, because side pods didn't exist at that stage. The only car that looks like it might have side pods further back is the BRM. Those bulges aren't side pods, they're the fuel tanks. The driver literally sits surrounded by fuel. Did in period, still does. If ever that's going to get your attention, something is. Philip Buhoff down the inside in the Brabham. And again, you can see just sprouting the beginnings of wings, the very early days of wings on cars in the late 1960s or mid-1960s, and Buhoff just benefiting from that in the twisty stuff.
What's so interesting, there's a 12-year gap between these two cars, and when you look at them from the rear, the blue and yellow Brabham, it looks very, very similar to the Arrows in front of it, but obviously the difference is the radiator went to the side pods were created for it. Just talking about wings, the first wings appeared the Belgian Grand Prix 1968. Ferrari had a tiny little vestigial wing just over the rear of the engine, and then very quickly they put a larger one. Other teams, Brabham in particular, went for these high mounted wings on massive poles, but unfortunately one Grand Prix, Spanish Grand Prix, Montjuic Park, those poles started to snap, and lots of downforce, followed by no downforce at all. Not good. Accidents, and they were bad. And then thereafter, the wings were lower. They were mounted directly onto the suspension originally, and then as high up out of the turbulent airflow as possible. Lotus also had those very high wings, front and rear, big struts sticking up off the suspension, mounted just inside the wheels to put the downforce straight onto the tyre. Cross-braced by wire stanchions as well. It seems incredibly Heath Robinson, but
very fairy swordfish of them. Michael Lyons, another fastest race lap, 1:55.002. Lucas Alusa in second in the 55s last time round, 55.092, so only 900ths of a second slower than the race leader. Steve Hartley a 58.0, 58.3 for Nick Alusa in fourth place in his Williams FW8, and a 58.4 for for the Arrows of Simon Fish, the Arrows A4, lying in 5th place.
Okay, they'll be carrying a bit more fuel than they were in qualifying, but in fact the top 3 qualifiers on the grid, Michael Lyons in the Hesketh, Lucas Halusa in the Brabham and Steve Hartley in the McLaren MP41, the car we're looking at now, they all lapped in 1 minute 53, so there is more time to come. Michael Lyons has got the best chance of achieving that. He's out on his own at the front, but in fact, looking here and now at Steve Hartley, he's 4 and a bit seconds down on Lucas Halusa, so he can have his own racing line, but in turn he's 5 seconds clear of Nicholas Halusa. Nicholas in the number 6 entry, which is one of the front row racing, entered Williams FW8, and that was a year, just worth repeating. I'll double check how many races there were in that season, but we had 11 different winners in 1982. Just think about that now. In fact, we're having them spread around a little bit, but maybe only half of that number by the end of this season. And that was the season that Keke Rosberg drove one of these bluff-nosed FW08s and did take the title. But it was a real nip-and-tuck season. Lucas Halusa
into the 54s
now
for the
goes
Williams.
faster. I've got to answer my own question. How many rounds that year? Thank you, Peter Hine, for your excellent book. 16 was the standard. I was going to guess 16 because it was that for so many years. Now 24, very, very busy races all around the globe, but much more Eurocentric there. Much quicker for the teams to get back to base, to carry on bashing bits of metal to make their cars go faster.
There is our fastest man at the moment, it's Lucas Halusa, and he's closed Michael Lyons' gap to under 5 seconds now. We've got 14 3/4 minutes, so just about a quarter of an hour of the race remaining, and pulling over Chris Perkins. So the ex-Carlos Pache Surtees TS14, and that's a 1972 car, and he had in fact been passed by Graham Edelman in the BRM. So Graham Edelman up to 14th place with that fabulous BRM designed and built the car and the engine in Bourne in Lincolnshire, Raymond May's home, in the garage behind his home, where British Racing Motors was created. And there is the gap first to second Michael Lyons. No, that's not Lucas Halusa is in the Brabham, so that's Steve Hartley in 3rd. There's Nick Halusa in 4th place in the FW8. He's only 5 seconds back from Steve Hartley, and again, actually lost about half a second to Hartley's McLaren on that lap.
Talking about BRM being based up in Bourne, doing their business up here. Of course, what we had in the early days, Brooklands is celebrating its centenary in the next few weeks. But think how much the motor racing industry was within striking distance of that Surrey Speed Bowl. You know, so many people were there, Cooper, etc., HWM, blah, blah, blah. And then McLaren sprung up just not too far down the road or settled there. But nowadays, if BRM existed, you could be fairly sure we built across the road from here at Silverstone. Well, no, many teams.
No, Raymond Mays was a very contrary sort of a bloke. He would have had it in his back garden even if he lived in Arbroath. You know, Malcolm Wilson, there was an interview with him recently. He said, everybody told me you can't run a motorsport business from Cockermouth. Well, that was like a red rag to a bull. He said almost the only reason he started the business where he did was to prove everybody wrong, and he's done so successfully. Raymond Mays, he built the team where he lived, and he just happened to live in very rural Lincolnshire, a long way from almost anywhere else. But you're absolutely right about Silverstone. You know, this is the heart of between Silverstone and Banbury really is almost and around within a sort of 15-20 mile radius. Almost every Formula One team, almost every Formula One engine manufacturer, and so many other small industries grew up around the British Grand Prix circuit because it just had that sort of that gravitational pull. It pulled everybody in. When you were allowed to go Formula One testing, it was quite convenient to be close to a track. Yeah,
just to let you know, obviously about 30 years ago, for younger Formula One fans, there'd be alternate races, weeks. Grand Prix weekend, start the next week. What are you doing? You're testing, mainly at Barcelona, thank you very much. Then you'll get to that weekend, you're allowed that one off, then you travel off to the next Grand Prix. But a lot of development went on through the season, very much a no-no for the past sort of 15 years or so. And that's what's been rather unfortunate for Aston Martin, based just across the road from here. But it does seem this weekend, no spoiler alert here at all, they're going rather better with the revised car.
Yeah, Aston Martin in the building that was once opened for Eddie Jordan's team, then became the home to Force India for a number of years, and most recently Aston Martin, and they opened a big new facility last year. Now here's Max Girardo in the last Cosworth-engined Minardi Formula One car as well. It was actually designed originally for the Motori Moderni Turbo V8, which wasn't A, ready on time, B, entirely powerful, or C, remotely reliable. It was A, really, that forced Giancarlo Minardi and his team to convert the M185 for the Cosworth V8, which they had been previously using, but around which the car had not been designed. However, they had plenty of knowledge of it from the M184 the year before. That car raced in 85 and 86 with some of their most esteemed drivers. Sandro Nannini, Pierluigi Martini, Andrea Gutierrez all drove this car. Those cars, Rupert Keegan, the driver and the sponsor getter for this team.
Yeah, just go back to Motori Moderni. There were two issues with that engine, maybe three. Underpower, not good. Overweight, not at all good. V6 turbo was the way potentially to go. It didn't work in that circumstance, but you're lumbered with it for a season.
Yeah, it was Motori Moderni it was Carlo Chiti, wasn't it, who actually conceived the engine and put the team together, who had plenty of history in Formula One and had been, I think, been responsible for part of the Auto Delta Alfa Romeo running. But here is the Brabham in second place, gap now down to 3.2 seconds, 10 minutes remaining. So he's taken a couple of seconds out in 5 minutes. He's not catching Michael Lyons fast, but he is still catching Michael Lyons.
What we're seeing here is Lucas Halusa getting more and more accustomed to this Brabham. It's still relatively new to him, and he's doing a very, very tidy job. But again, it's a car that's 5 years younger or 4 years younger than the Hesketh in front of it, with those wider side pods. It's got more downforce. It's not in ground effects format, because you'd have under the bottom of those side pods with the Parmalat writing, you'd have had a line of very fine brushes that would seal off the air that goes from the front to the back, not let it seep out of the side. That would make low pressure. That would force it down. So would the wings, but the combined effect will give him incredible handling. So that deficit isn't as much as it would have been if these cars raced together in period. But there's Michael Lyons coming across Graham Edelman.
Catching the fabulous Yardley BRM.
Can we listen to hear that V12 engine? Not in this car, but the one it's just passed. Let's listen.
Well, Graham Edelman staying out of the way, and Lucas Halusa wisely trying to pick up the slipstream, a la Max Verstappen in qualifying in Spa. Gets a little bit of a toe down the straight. Every little helps when you're trying to find a few hundreds.
Absolutely.
Just cut away there from the camera as the V12 came through. But I'm sure the fans trackside are thoroughly enjoying that.
It is. It's not just the diversity of sound between the various engines. It's also just what a pure sound they made in period. So Michael Lyons is pushing very hard indeed. But I think the last few laps have been a lot slower. No, entirely.
Oh, Michael Lyons with a big slide there. Really driving the car sideways off the corner, and Lucas Halusa is right with him. We're talking about 4 seconds being the margin. That's not 0.4 of a second being the margin. Now, these Brabhams did race very occasionally without the nose wings. He nearly had to find out what that was like there. Got so close to Lyons Hesketh. And now he is right in the tow. Well, that slipstream from the BRM wasn't what did it. I think there must have been a mistake, maybe a missed gear for Michael Lyons.
Now, I tell you what the big difference is to me, in the straight line, the speed traps at the end of the first and the second sectors, the Brabham is way quicker. In the first sector, it's nearly 2.5 miles an hour faster. That is a lot, trust me. You would close big time on that. Now he's got the toe. He's just got to find the moment. But Michael Lyons is just looking a little bit loose, waiting to hear it come past us and hear if there's a misfire.
Sounds good as it went by. Michael Lyons still the lead, and Gordon Murray's Brabham BT49, the king of small frontal areas, Gordon Murray. Look at the tiny nose on that car compared to the big spade nose just from 3 or 4 years earlier of the Tony Southgate designed Hesketh 308. Now this is the E-evolution, isn't it? The kind of last of the line of the car that won its first Grand Prix, its only Grand Prix victory with James Hunt. And Michael Lyons checks the mirrors. He knows that Halusa's there. He knows that he's coming. So Lyons sits on the inside and says to Lucas Halusa, okay, if you want the lead, you've got to go around the outside into Stowe. And Lucas is going, okay, I gotcha. Lunging on the inside. No, goes the outside as they come out of the Vale. Trying to get a good run through Club Corner. And he's looking left, right and centre.
This is what it's all about. This is a way you could be racing in Formula Ford. Whatever you're racing in, you've got to work out how to make the overtake. And Michael Lyons is wise, but the tyres have gone.
Yeah.
And he's almost gone. He's off the side of the track. He's rejoined. He's hung on as long as he can. Valiant effort. Remember, he got 5 seconds clear in this car at the start of the race, but Lucas Halusa just looks more comfortable with every lap. The pressure was going to toll, and it absolutely did. But Michael Lyons, he'll see what he can do to come back. But already, you could just see he wasn't as quick out of the corners. The tyres were going.
Yeah, again, you wonder whether track temperature and tyre pressure were entirely well matched in that Hesketh. It's not quite as sophisticated the chassis as the Brabham BT49 of our new race leader, Lucas Halusa, but it shouldn't really have had that much tyre degradation. But certainly when he got to the end of the Hamilton straight and turned in, the rear tyres or the rear end of the car was definitely much more intent on going straight on than Michael Lyons was entirely happy with. So everything has to be balanced perfectly with these cars.
Okay, well, let's take a look at what went on. So slipstreaming down the straight, all fair and square, into the corner. Right, the Brabham is close, but unfortunately you can see the Hesketh is just not turning in at this point. Not. The move is done, and the game is up.
Yeah, he couldn't turn in because if he kept the nose in any tighter, the back already was coming out.
Oh, that's a great camera angle. You can see that tail coming round at Stowe, and then it's bunny hopping and then moving around. At that point, it's over.
That kick in the backside from the curbs as he goes bouncing up in the air. Yeah, he couldn't have turned in any more because he knew the car was going to spin under him, and that would have been really catastrophic for him and Lucas Halusa entirely, possibly. I mean, we heard from Ollie Bryant at the end of the previous race, the Woodcote Trophy and Sir Stirling Moss Trophy, that he said, I've raced this car for, 10 years, 15 years, never put a mark on it. It was going to happen at some stage, and that's what these drivers are trying to avoid. Not avoid tight races, but trying to avoid expensive damage to the car. Steve Hartley here in third place, and he too is about to catch Adam Edelman in that Yardley BRM. Yardley, for those of you of a younger disposition, a perfume company.
Or at rugby club dinners, it was an after-dinner drink. Don't try that at home.
No, again, this is the responsible voice of the BRDC Classic. Do not try that at home. So Steve Hartley in third. Nick Halusa's not really been able to get onto terms with Steve Hartley's McLaren. So Halusa in the Williams FW08, not quite there. Track limits warning. Hello, Modern Formula One calling. And again, really? Track limits warning from Michael Lyons. He went off because the car got away from him. That was not gaining advantage or a lasting advantage by using on off-track areas. I'm not going to get onto the Formula One track limits when there's something wrong with the car, and indeed in World Endurance. You can't be giving people track limit penalties when there's a problem with the car. Anyway, here's the leg.
Let's have a look at the leg. Well, that's great to see. Short-lived career, but another thing I'd love to look back to that BRM again, because here's a little fact I want to throw you away. 1970 Belgian Grand Prix victory to BRM. That was rare enough. The car, would be famously fragile. But Pedro Rodriguez, the fantastic Mexican driver, this was the full-fat Spa-Francorchamps circuit that went into the neighbouring valley. And bear in mind, he won that with an average speed, not a fastest lap speed, an average speed of, let's call it, bang on 150 miles an hour. And if anyone's been to Spa and knows where the old circuit went, instead of getting up to the top of the hill, top of the Camel Straight, and turning to the right through the chicane at Les Combes, you went straight on, over the crest of the hill, arced down to the left, into the neighbouring valley, past Malbury in a flash, through the Master Kink, weaving away between some houses, and then you got to Stavelo, the lightly banked corner, and all the way up the hill, and this BRM, just exquisite. And there was literally nothing between you and the trees.
Another fun fact, Pedro Rodriguez would have been faster in the Porsche 917, because at that stage the Formula One lap record was not as fast as the sports car lap record. Now this particular BRM was raced in 1970, 71 and 72. George Eaton raced it in 1970 and qualified for a couple of Grand Prix. Ozzy Howden Ganley raced it in 1971. Rainer Wissel, the Swede, and Alex Solaroig, the Spanish driver. And the very final race for this car in 1972 was Helmut Marko.
What is he doing now?
Some names to conjure with.
Yeah, well, of course,
Helmut raced that car.
Helmut was racing for BRM when he got a stone in the eye, and that was the end of his racing career that unleashed him into the pit. Oh dear, we've got.
Is that Michael Lyons?
Might be Michael Lyons. Trying to work out exactly where it is on the circuit. queue to
No, it's
track
not
on that.
That's not the Heska. That's a Williams FW8, isn't it? With the white just behind. So I'm not sure who we have lost.
Okay, red flag, because that's off. Well, it was 1 minute and 1.5 minutes remaining in the race, and I'm just trying to work out on my...
So it's not Michael Lyons, it's not Lucas Halusa, it's not Steve Hartley, I don't believe.
Well, it's not Max Girardo.
It's not Max Girardo, right?
He's leapt down.
We've counted them out. We've counted them in. Was it Steve Hartley? Where's the McLaren?
Calling car 77. I'm looking at my... yes, I think it was Steve Hartley, and I think it's actually remarkably close to our commentary box.
Lucas Halusa and Michael Lyons roundly applauding each other. And Max Girardo feeling the Italian glow of satisfaction in the cockpit of the Minardi.
Oh, it's the leg.
Not, it's the leg.
Ah, okay.
All right, so the white was actually the number there.
Oh, well, that's unfortunate. So we got to the penultimate lap of the race. Peter Williams off, but it looks like it's just been sort of slid into the back of the gravel trap. And with the red flag, of course, the race result will be counted back a lap. The message has come, no restart. We had just 1 minute and 37 seconds remaining on the clock. And anyhow, it wouldn't change the lead battle because Lucas Halusa had already had several laps in the lead. I must say, Michael Lyons was trying his best to get back into the mix again, but that little one slip-up was all it took for the lead to take place. But there was the change. People coming in, and there's Ewan Surgerson indicating he knows where he's heading. Yep, I'm heading into the pit lane.
Well, who's the winner in Class A? So the winner in Class C was Lucas Halusa. Michael Lyons also a winner. You get a trophy, you get a trophy, you get a trophy, because he was the winner in Class B. So it's Lucas Halusa, Steve Hartley and Nick Halusa, the 1, 2, 3 in Class A. Michael Lyons, car number 31, Peter Williams, the Lek, will finish second in Class B, and third in Class B will be Andreas Halusa, and he finished down in 12th place overall. And where did I get to? Class A, Ewan Surgerson, the winner, from Adam Edelman. So two very distinctive cars, the Surtees and the BRM, 1-2 in Class A. So again, because of the pre-ground effect, ground effect era, there are different categorizations of these cars. But there is your overall race winner, Lucas Halusa. Great job by him. And again, the pre-ground effect, Hesketh 308 of Michael Lyons winning in Class B.
Yeah, the results have now been wound back a lap, as you would do officially after red flag, and the gap 1.7 seconds eventually. But it must be noted, actually, the last lap that Michael Lyons did after that track moment where he went off the track was his fastest, so he was picking up the pace again. So maybe he just found a slippery bit of the track, but that gap had come down very quickly, hadn't it? I mean, Lucas Halusa in the number 4 Brabham doing a great job to catch him, but then suddenly the pace seemed to go away from Michael Lyons. Maybe there was a slight issue. Maybe it was the wind over the BRDC, but it is a slightly cooler today, for which we say thank you, but it's still a sunny day here at the BRDC Classic.
Certainly is. Lucas Halusa, the winner then from Michael Lyons after a titanic battle between the two of them. Steve Hartley's McLaren in third from Nick Halusa's Williams, and then the class, what did I say? It was Class A winner, Ewan Surgerson in 6th position. So Lucas Halusa, the Class C winner, Michael Lyons, the Class B winner. And a great opportunity to see these cars in action. And I think a successful first outing for GP Icons presented by Goodyear. Goodyear and Motor Racing Legends combining with a very major commitment to support historic racing over the forthcoming years, because without tyres, it doesn't matter how simple your car is to work on, it's still going nowhere. From pole position, Michael Lyons taking the lead early on, and then Lucas Halusa in the Brabham, who'd been jumped by Steve Hartley early on. It took him a little while to get by the McLaren, but in the end, Hartley just overcooking it down into the complex. Halusa got close, but he had to work harder than that. Further back, the oldest car in the field, the Brabham BT33, going by the arrows, not the first time of asking, but did get by. And that car pre-side pods. Why did side pods come in? They actually didn't come in to put the radiators there. They came in to create the underfloor tunnels for downforce, and they were then a handy place to put radiators and all sorts of other bump that you don't really want in a narrow-bodied car. The lead battle, Michael Lyons getting caught out a little bit in traffic going by Adam Edelman in the BRM. Graham Edelman, beg his pardon. And then Michael Lyons losing out under pressure from Lucas Halusa and dropping the car almost into the red flag for a retirement of the Lek, but Lucas Halusa was the winner at that stage and on countback, so he is our race winner.
Managed to find our way down in towards Parc Ferme and stood right alongside the glorious Brabham. We've got our race winner, Lucas Halusa. Lucas, at the start of the race, Michael sort of seemed to get away and then you had to push to catch him.
Yeah, I was a little bit asleep at the start and Steve got past me as well. And so obviously in these big cars, it's not really easy to overtake, especially if you've got a good driver like Steve. So I just had to be a bit mature and find a moment to get past Steve, and then I got a little bit lucky with the back marker. I know that Michael caught him just in the wrong place and I caught him perfectly. That saved me a few seconds, but no, it was a lot of fun.
As you went down towards Stowe, Alistair Douglas and Paul Jerd, who were on the commentary, were chatting about how you were hunting down Michael and it almost looked like you were going to do a Nelson Piquet move down there, a bit like he did to Nigel Mansell did to him back in the day.
Oh, that would have been nice. I mean, I obviously, you know, I got a lot more ground effect and downforce than Michael, so the high speed stuff I just have a huge advantage in, so I didn't have to do anything spectacular, you know. I could just find a moment to get past in the high speed stuff.
Tell us a little bit about the history of this particular car, because there aren't many Brabhams that are in private ownership.
No, exactly. So this car was driven by Nelson Piquet in the 82 season, and yeah, I'm very lucky to own it.
It's beautiful to drive, well done.
It is beautiful to drive, thank you very much.
Let's grab a quick word with Michael Lyons, who is alongside the Hesketh, so we'll just walk around this way and grab a quick word with Michael. Michael, you got away at the start, and I'm not sure whether maybe the tyres went off a little bit on you?
Look, we're having some fun out there, aren't we? Yeah, I got a good jump at the start, I was quite happy about that, and then I saw Steve was in second for a minute, and I thought, oh, mega, they're going to fight, and I might have half a chance here, but fair play Lucas, he was mega. I caught the back marker in an unfortunate place. He didn't do anything wrong. It was just the wrong place, wrong time, and it sort of got me a little bit just in the worst place. And so I saw Lucas started run at me and started trying to defend for a couple of laps, which I know seemed to make it worse.
He snuck by at Abbey, did he?
Yeah, I just went in deep. Like I started playing around, started playing games a little bit and stuff, and I thought I'd got a good enough run, but I could see him in the mirror, so I was like in the middle of the road, and I just went in a bit deep and sort of run out of road. In the middle of the apex, I was like, I need more steering than this, and I could feel the rear tyre was right up on the edge. I was like, if I have more steering than this, it's going to go around in a circle. So I opened it a little bit, and I just see him appear, and I was like, there it goes. But hey, they're a mega fun round here. I was quite happy with my consistency in the beginning, and I was just trying to chip the laps away and open for the clock to count down a bit quicker, I think.
We can do it all again tomorrow, though. Might be able to turn the tables on him.
We'll give it a good go, wouldn't we? I mean, it'll be outside at turn one, so it should have the gripped upside in theory, so we'll see how we get the jump off the lights, and hopefully we'll have some better tyres on tomorrow, so we'll have another go as well.
Well done, Michael, on today. Well done. And let's grab a quick word with Steve Hartley, who finished in third position. We'll do it beside your car, Steve, because then that way we can get a great shot of this glorious McLaren MP41. So, Steve, who we spoke to after qualifying yesterday, and you had a big old smile on your face. Third place today, pleased with that, or just unfortunate that Lucas snuck through eventually?
Well, unfortunately, I'm fighting with age now. The young lads, they're quick, and you know, it's one of them things you got to live with, haven't it? But the car was great, you know, and do it, you know, they passed me fair and square, but I just couldn't keep with him. But we'll have a look at the data and see if we can, you know, do some mods on the car, and see if we can get a bit more speed out of it for tomorrow, you know. So yeah, I'm pleased with the result.
And your car, you know, it's got a great history in terms of what John Watson did with it, winning Grand Prix back in the day.
Yeah, he won a few Grand Prix, and unfortunately, he didn't win the championship because Keke Rosberg, Niki Lauda and John Watson kept taking points off each other, and Keke went on to win the championship. But they were all good cars, you know, the Williams, the Brabham, just the top cars, you know.
And it's still great to see them out there. So thank you for keeping us entertained. That's it for the moments from GP Icons. We'll have more from them coming up tomorrow here at Silverstone. So let's go back to the commentary box.
Well, coming up next, a very different kind of racing action from our historic Touring Car Challenge. 40 minutes for this particular race, the first of their two for the weekend. So what can we expect to see? The historic Touring Car Challenge. If you grew up watching touring cars in the 70s and the 80s, this is the grid for you. From screaming BMW M3s to turbocharged Sierra RS Cosworths and even the mighty Skyline GTR, this is a proper touring car time machine. These cars move, they lean, they fight. This is touring car racing as it used to be. With icons like the M3 and RS Cosworth celebrating 40 years of competition, the history is just as powerful as the racing. That was very convincing, wasn't it? I'm not entirely sure that any of that was true, but we'll go with that nevertheless.
I'm going to stay for this now.
Yes, contractually obliged, I think, to stay for this now.
Out go our grid, fabulous grid, by the way, of historic touring cars here. Some real icons of this part of the sport. BMWs, Nissans, Rovers, Capris, and of course the mighty Sierra Cosworth.
Yeah, so all sorts of Group 5, Group 6 cars, Group 1 cars, and then the Group A cars as well. And speaking of which, the Middlehursts, father and son, start on pole position in their flame-breathing Nissan Skyline, equally flame-breathing alongside the caliber-liveried RS500 Sierra Cosworth of Julian Thomas. Simo Arthur, the Aussie, in another Nissan Skyline starts third. Darren Fielding, the fastest of a fleet of E30 M3s, ahead of David Tomlin's familiar Ford Sierra RS500. And the Pearson family in their Broadspeed Capri. Michael Cullen's BMW and Lewis Fox's similar car alongside, although very different in terms of livery. The Graham's BMW and the 3-litre CSL of Edwards and Grant Peterkin start on row 5. Steve Soper drives a Bastos BMW. Frank Partridge, Frank Guest alongside in the first of the Ford Escorts. Andrew Cahill follows him, and Fred Shepherd in the Chevy Camaro alongside. Then the very colourful Liberal and Freitas Portuguese entered BMW. Harry Whale driving on his own, it seems, in the Ford Escort that he normally shares with Dad Nick. So Nick not driving today, may drive in tomorrow's race. Some of these will be 2-driver cars, some will be 1 driver on their own. And that will be a case in quite a lot of our races where there is a mandatory pit stop in the middle as well. So this historic touring car challenge with 40 minutes. Mike Whitaker drives on his own in the first of a trio of Rovers that have all qualified close together, ahead of a period rival, the 3-litre Ford Capri of James Slaughter. Another Batmobile right behind, and another 3-litre Capri, Mark Manton. As you can see, various different categories depending on age and size of engine and capacity and colour of the wheel rims and pressure of the tyres. I mean, all sorts of different ways of trying to balance these various different eras of touring cars together. Because essentially, and wisely, I think, Motor Racing Legends have decided that if somebody's got a particularly attractive touring car, why would you not want them on your grid, even if there's not necessarily, like the Camaro, anything that's naturally a rival. But on the front row of the grid, the Middlehursts, Andy Middlehurst and his son Chris Middlehurst, not sure which is starting the car. Their Nissan Skyline on pole from Julian Thomas in the ex-Lawrence Bristow caliber liveried RS500, a car run designed and run in period by Andy Rouse in the British Touring Car Championship. Another Skyline, Simo Arthur and Darren Fielding in the first of the BMWs. And then behind them, row 3 of the grid, David Tomlin, Sierra Cosworth, and a Broadspeed Capri of the Pearsons. We are rolling and ready to go green. The race is underway. 40 minutes of the historic Touring Car Challenge here at Silverstone, and the flame-breathing monsters at the front of the field barrel into turn 1. And right behind, you could see the Toby Partridge, Steve Soper, Bastos liveried BMW M3 trying to make a move through on the inside. But the first of the M3s is Darren Fielding in an ex-DTM car, lying in 4th place.
Yeah, one of 8 E30 M3s of 2 different vintages, the Evo version with the taller rear wing in full display here as well. But what a grid of fantastic touring cars they're built for this event. Pretty much every icon displayed here, Martin.
Yeah.
2 of them in 1-2 at the moment.
Well, again, from the Group A period, Nissan Skyline weren't actually racing in British touring cars. They were banned because they were 4-wheel drive, and 4-wheel drive was banned at that stage. But they certainly were a dominant force in many other touring car categories in Japan, and particularly in Australia, where the car, with its Japanese roots and flame-spitting livery, or flame-spitting manners, became known as Godzilla. And Andy Middlehurst raced the Skylines in period in the British Saloon Car Championship rather than the British Touring Car Championship. It was a production-based championship for Group N cars. The 2-litre BMWs, the 4-cylinder E30 M3, the first of the M3 family, became such a dominant force in touring cars, in DTM, in European Touring Car Championship, British touring cars as well, the mobile livery cars of Jonathan Palmer, Netton Lindgren, Frank Sittner. There's the Bastos car, and that car being started by Toby Partridge, I think. Didn't look like Steve Soper's helmet inside it, but that car coming up from what was 11th on the grid, and currently up to 8th place, so that's made a good strong start as well. Looking to pick up another place as well as it goes by is Michael Cullen's car, and following through is the Tyson Advan livery car of Lewis Fox.
69 car there, running through in 7th place. That is Michael Cullen's car.
Yep, so Michael Cullen is the next target, and an absolute BMW horde now coming up behind. David Tomlin in that white Sierra Cosworth with the green and red on, and the tortoise on the doors.
All we need is Frank Sittner to go, who put the tyres on? Who put the tyres on? And we're right back there.
Exactly right. We need effectively we need John Cleland in the Cavalier as well, but they'd be slightly outgunned by these 2.5 litre, I said 2 litre, 2.5 litre 4-cylinder BMWs and everything else.
This was the golden age of touring car racing before we got to the Super Touring era, wasn't it? The GAT Super Touring. But the David and Goliath battles between the BMWs and the Sierras.
And Andy, or is it Chris Middlehurst out front, setting, I think that might not be Andy Mill, that might be Chris Middlehurst out front. Not David Tomlin, Julian Thomas fighting his way back past 126, the Zexel livery car of Simo Arthur. So the Caliber Sierra is an original Rouse Motorsport car from the British Touring Car Championship, the Tricentral British, or was it Tricentral then, or Trimoco still at that stage? But this car, a recreation, the car in 3rd place is a recreation of the Group A Nissan Skylines built by Rick Wood. We normally see Rick Wood running towards the front of the field, but he's currently down in 17th place. Rick Wood in car number 87. That's Julian Wood, rather, car number 87, and Nissan Skyline, Rick's son. Rick has had plenty of success in Skylines, building them and racing them here at Silverstone.
Yeah, 2 Sierra Cosworths, 2 Skylines and a solo BMW in the top 5 at the moment, separated by just under 6 seconds after 9 minutes of racing.
For the moment, but behind David Tomlin in that white Sierra Cosworth, Michael Cullen, Lewis Fox, Tony Partridge and the Graham family BMW all coming up together as a train of fast-moving M3s. So our race-leading Skyline still just in front of Julian Thomas in that Ford Sierra Cosworth.
Yes, having dropped back briefly behind the second Skyline, he's got back through into second, pulling away, and I think is closing the gap just a little on that lap to the race leader. And it wasn't just a little, it was the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah.
0.7 of a second back at 2:14.299 for Julian Thomas.
Yeah, nearly 8 tenths quicker than the leading Skyline. Now, of course, the Skyline being four-wheel drive is a little heavier than the RS 500. That might not necessarily help with the tyres. It's a 40-minute race rather than a 90-minute race or a couple of hours, which would really probably require a tyre change and some fuel stops, and that would be fun, wouldn't it, in the future? You can see there from the RS 500, that was built for fueling, and again the flames spitting out the unburnt fuel burning down the exhaust pipe as they change gears up and down the box, both in the Skyline and in the RS 500 Sierra Cosworth.
Now Julian Thomas is applying the pressure, trying to see if he can force the error out of what is Andy Middlehurst starting the race.
That is okay, that's fine. So Andy starting, give Dad to go first, and then he can hand it over early in the pit window.
This trio have got away from what is now a new fourth place car.
Yeah, Darren Fielding has got ahead of David Tomlin. And so Tomlin down to 5th place, and Darren Fielding the first of the M3s. And still going to be another few seconds before Michael Cullen, Lewis Fox and the rest of the M3 Armada close in on Tomlin's RS 500.
Yep, and 161 is pulled into that group as well. There's the Graham family BMW too. So 15.5 seconds separate the top 9 at the moment. Another look up the inside here from Julian Thomas, but I think he's just showing him he's there. Not really a lunge, just showing what he can do. Trying to set up, I suspect, something in a following lap. Here's my line, here's my line, here's my... Oh no, it wasn't. It's fire breathing, I keep saying it, but it is.
Yep.
Skyline, away it goes. 1 of 5 here, by the way, these R32 GTR Nissan Skylines.
Simo Arthur fastest lap in 3rd place, so actually rather than the car that started on pole easing away from the others, they are sort of concertinaing up from behind on Andy Middlehurst. Son Chris must be championing the bit, going, come on Dad, let me in, put me in coach.
Yeah.
And suddenly Julian Thomas is right, not right with, but all over the back of the Middlehurst driven Skyline as they come out onto the Hangar Straight. Again, this is going to be just a battle of power on the straight now. Julian Thomas with enough to go by. Is there an issue with the pole-sitting Skyline? Because Julian Thomas in the RS 500 goes by Andy Middlehurst. And that is not an easy thing to do on a Skyline. So now what does Simo Arthur in 3rd place do? Having seen how quickly this Sierra Cosworth just went by on the straight, he's going to figure that there's something wrong with Middlehurst's car as well. And he drifts out a little wide, maybe having a bit too much of a lunge as they came out of the Vale.
Yeah, but managed to gather it up just at the final moment, didn't he? But it has cost him time and an opportunity to get to terms with Andy Middlehurst.
Well, he's going to have to set another fastest lap then, isn't he, to get back onto terms with Andy Middlehurst. Last time round 2:14.0 to 2:14.2 of Julian Thomas and 2:14.4 of Andy Middlehurst.
Relatively long race this, 40 minutes. We're well over 30 minutes still left to go. Oh, trouble for the Sierra.
Yeah, Sierra pulling off. That was not a driver error. That was something lighting up like a Christmas tree inside the car, or he just lost all the gears now. He's starting to get going again, but I rather fear that might just be to get the car back to the pit lane or into a place of safety, and a Skyline off as well. Left front puncture.
The Tarzan van car.
Yeah, I think Julian Thomas heading for the pit lane, so he had got by the Middlehurst Skyline for the lead, but his race is very much over, being passed by the Partridge Soper BMW and pulling off car number 12, the Tyson Advan livery car of Nick Strong.
And side by side for the lead now, 126 going by Andy Middlehurst's car.
Simo Arthur definitely sees the opportunity here, doesn't he? He saw how Julian Thomas went by and then possibly blew up, but nevertheless he's going to give it a go. So he goes by into the Beckett's S's. The Australian comes from a background in off-road motorcycle racing, but doing a pretty decent job here in the Skyline. skyline on Silverstone's Grand Prix circuit. Hand out to the cockpit. Why? To say thank you to Andy Middlehurst for not making life too difficult. That would normally be the sign that I've seen a yellow flag. There are yellow flags. Is that for the skyline down here?
I think it is.
May well be, yeah. Well, that sort of takes us right back, actually, almost to our previous race where the GP Icons are powered by Goodyear. In those days, the 70s and the 80s, if there was an issue with the car, drivers would stick their hand out of the cockpit. That's when you could get your arm out of the cockpit because they didn't have the big sort of neck surrounds that they do in the current era.
Julian Thomas, by the way, has managed to get the Sierra back to pit lane. So we'll see whether or not he does re-emerge, whether or not what has befallen the Caliber livery car is solvable in quick order. Meantime, it is Nissan on Nissan battle for the lead, and closing in, here he comes, and it is puncture.
Oh my goodness. So is there some debris down from the previous race or a previous race? Because we've just seen two cars with punctures on the same lap, because the Skyline very definitely had a puncture.
There you go. And by the way, pulling closer and closer and closer to this lead battle is the third place car. The number 8 car of Darren Fielding is right there now. The gap that was 5.7 seconds now isn't. Andy Middlehurst taking a look up the inside. See what the gap is as they complete the lap.
Well, this could be a Middlehurst-Rick Wood battle of years gone by. There were a lot of those in various different Skylines. I'm not entirely unconvinced that this... I just wonder quite why Andy Middlehurst seemed to lose a little bit of pace for a couple of laps.
That 5-second gap, by the way, to the number 8 BMW. It's now down to under 2. And now we're going to get the additional factor, traffic.
Yep, they're catching, very quickly catching a Ford Capri at the tail of the field. And that is the 3-litre Capri. Car number 2 of Mark Manton. It's a very standard looking car as well. Darren Fielding in that BMW, he can see these Skylines getting much closer to him. Julian Thomas back out of the pits. Right, so he clearly got down into the complex and had a big warning from the car, and as a result just decided not to turn it, went off straight on where there was a runoff area back into the pit lane, and he's now got 4 tyres with air in. Andy Middlehurst just creeping away now from Simo Arthur, leaving him as tail gunner to deal with Darren Fielding. Behind you can see David Tomlin. Tomlin's under real pressure as, oh no, he's gone by the Capri, that's what it was. So David Tomlin still 10 seconds ahead of the battling M3s. So this car of Darren Fielding definitely punching above its weight, because the rest of the M3 pack are still some way behind David Tomlin, whereas he's got by him.
I wonder whether what's happened here, because it was a slow last lap for both the GTRs and a much quicker lap for the 2 chasing cars. And I wonder whether or not those yellows withdrawn just between those 2 duos.
Might well have been. And Simo Arthur was very concerned not to speed past the yellow flag, wasn't he? They go by the BMW CSL, car number 14, driven by Gérard Lassault. One of 3, I think, CSLs in the field, including a fabulous Jägermeister livery car. So Steve Soper not driving the Soper liveried car, that Steve Soper DTM car being driven by Darren Fielding. There he is.
So a Soper liveried car and a Soper pedalled car.
Yeah. So Soper's actually driving the Bastos liveried car, and he will take over from Toby Partridge.
So back up to speed, by the way, on this lap. It was just that moment where we saw the hand come out from the driver's side window.
I think you're absolutely right. That certainly looks like that's what closed the gap down to the BMW. But Darren Fielding's not exactly doing a shoddy job. 2:15.1 from Andy Middlehurst, the leader. 2:15.6 from Simo Arthur, and 2:15.4 from Darren Fielding. That's the first 3 cars Fielding in the BMW. But now
the 2:15.3, by the way, from the 4th place Sierra, but with a gap. 3.5 seconds, and that's not quite enough to make a meaningful dent at this point, at least. We are 25 minutes to go in this 40-minute race. Much more traffic coming.
Now, the only thing that I would say is it's very easy to give away 2 or 3 seconds in the pit lane just by being cautious, going by the Daily Express bridge. Let's throw back the Daily Express Rover SD1.
And BMW right with them again. Just picking a line. With a little bit more of a press-on style into the traffic. Once again, that gap to the Skylines from the BMW is back to nothing again.
John Saunders in that Daily Express liveried Rover with a battle with the Ford Capri right in front of him. So again, there's a lot of very period battles being fought here. Skylines never raced in the DTM either. Actually, what we need is a couple of Audi V8 limousines.
Oh, go on then.
I know. I mean, I want one of those as a road car so badly, but to see them racing in the hands of the likes of Walter Röhrl and Hans Stuck, they were absolutely phenomenal things. So the BMW right with the Skylines now, and again the twisty stuff works well for the BMW. The extra weight, the 4-wheel drive, not a help but a hindrance for the Skylines. Under braking and in the tight and twisty turns, but then as soon as they get onto the straight, they outgun the BMW and they just creep away out of his reach again. Tantalisingly close to Darren Fielding, close, but so far no cigar.
Yeah, very different lines for the last couple of turns for the two GTRs, and it was very effective indeed for the chasing car. Broke the toe a little from the BMW.
Yeah, Simo Arthur there having a little look at Andy Middlehurst as well. Didn't quite make a move, but Darren Fielding is right there again through the Beckett's S's. Again, almost close enough to touch, and then the elastic stretches out once more and they race off down the straight. And at the moment you feel that Simo Arthur is quite content to sit behind the race leader, Andy Middlehurst, and just stay with him, maybe learn a little bit from Middlehurst lines, plan that if after the pit stops they're in a similar position, then he might be trying to find some way of getting by that he's not yet explored.
So on this battle, 66 car pit window is open, and on pit lane is the number 66, the Solo Crew, I think you said at the start of the race.
Yeah, it looks like it. Harry Whale, son of Nick Whale. Now, Nick did qualify the car. We certainly saw him at the end of qualifying looking hot and sweaty, taking off balaclava, but I know that occasionally he decides just to let Harry race on his own, and so that may well be the case. And Harry actually the class leader as he came in of class 2A, and that is a 2-litre Zack-Speed style Escort, recreation of the 2-litre Zack-Speed Escorts. Something's wailing by a camera mic somewhere, but not past this one.
Middlehurst doing a great job here. 22 minutes to go now. With the pit window open, when will we see? Middlehurst Senior comes for pit lane now. Both the Nissans come for pit lane, and does the BMW go through? It does to complete the laps. A new race leader will be the number 8 BMW. So through and into the lead of this race, Darren Fielding, and he's done a fine job of catching and fending off the second of the Sierras, well, in fact now what is the first of the Sierras, because the refettled car of Julian Thomas is back out and running, but down in 26th place and 2 laps off the lead.
Yeah.
But attention now being paid as Andy Middlehurst hands over the car to son Chris.
Either that or Chris has had a very good grey rinse. So Darren Fielding leads in the ex-Steve Soper at DTM BMW.
Done a great job.
Calm down, Toby Moody. Calm down, man. David Tomlin in second place, 6.4 seconds back. And the other Zack-Speed Escort is just in front, actually, I think. Just about to put a lap on that. See the blowers there. Blowing air through the radiator. Ooh, don't unsafe release in front of somebody else. No, that's okay. managed to get out of the pit lane before the Portuguese crewed BMW came in.
Now, looks like a quick lap here for the BMW. Out comes Chris Middlehurst into the fray.
Liberal and Freitas, the Portuguese crew in that art car BMW, actually just outside the top 10. They're in 13th place at the moment, so they're having a really good run here. The car did come last year, but didn't race for whatever reason, but definitely is racing this time. So Harry Wells staying in the Escort, and just about to go a lap down to the race leader, Darren Fielding, but at some stage he is going to have to peel off into the pit lane, and actually it might well be now. He's had a relatively clean track in front of him as an in-lap. Whoa, there we go, that's what you like to see, driven on the throttle in the style in which God intended.
Well, one more lap at least.
Or Bayerische Motorenwerker at least. So the BMW continues to lead. And that familiar four-cylinder howl of the E30 M3, such a distinctive 1980s call. That against the... and again, this is something that we see very little of racing anymore. The 190E Cosworth Mercedes that it was rivaling, that was its rival in period, there seem to be far more M3s racing in the UK and very few Cosworths.
It's the TTM Legends series where they've got a few of those cars.
Yeah, and predominantly I should think most of them still very much in German hands, owners and teams.
I like Kurt Thiem drives his old car. I think he does, you know.
I think he does as well. And why wouldn't you? I mean,
Absolutely.
After all, you know, why wouldn't you? But yeah, need some Audi V8s in to mingle in amongst this. I mean, of course, the wish list is long. There's so many different cars that you could count in here. And we have seen over the years various different versions of the Sierra Cosworth, the Eggenberger Sierras, for instance, the Texaco livery cars that raced in Group A as European touring car racers. You can see some TWR Jags potentially out here, the TWR Rovers as well. We've seen the blue Rovers, but we haven't seen the yellow Hepalite Glacier Rovers that were racing in the British and European Touring Car Championship. Little lock up there from Darren Fielding as he goes around one of the Patrick Motor Group Rover SD1. No, it wasn't. It was the Daily Express car again. So the Daily Express car of John Saunders. As putting a lap on him.
This might be an lap.
So yeah, I have to say that again. There was car noise, very loud. I couldn't hear a word you said.
I wonder if this is an in-lap. He's got the air of looking like he's pushing as hard as he possibly can.
We're hearing M3s going by a microphone somewhere around the circuit, which is lovely, but not entirely related to the pictures we're seeing. So it could well be an in-lap. He's certainly pushing he's pushed very hard right from the start of this race, but in comes Darren Fielding, and that will cycle Fred Shepherd through to the lead of the race in the thundering Chevy Camaro. So does he... Harry Whale is back in, so that iconic Escort has stopped once already. We just caught a glimpse of it coming in. There is the team first, Capri, and that moves Lewis Fox into the lead, so Fred Shepherd not coming through as the race leader.
I'll say out loud, that looked quite quick into pit lane from that BMW.
Well, we'll wait and see what the stewards make of that. Well, there is Harry Well with the Ford Escort. And so this then, I think, is our current race leader. White, blue and black car of Ernie and Will Graham. So at least that's the car they've picked out for us.
So it's the 161, I believe.
Yeah. Well, timing and scoring showing them down in 17th place. So no sign of Fred Shepherd in the Camaro. Haven't picked him up yet either. He's somewhere around the back of the circuit. But there is the Pearsons. The white and blue car is the Gary and John Pearson Broadspeed Capri. Started in the lead group, started 6th on the grid.
Just that 146 car left to pit.
And so here is David Tomlin. Has already pitted.
He has,
yeah.
Back down to something like 7th spot. We'll see how that shakes out as they clear the timing beams.
Harry Whale has not left the pits again in that Class D. There's the Camaro, just in case you wondered what it looked like. Raced in period by Frank Gardner, the legendary Aussie, as famous for his white cloth cap, hello Lordy, for his white cloth cap bucket hat, as for any of his, or all of his driving exploits. This car, a period car raced by Frank Gardner.
Driver's side window has popped the frame on this car.
Well, it's a frameless window. We talked about this on another car that was doing the same. When it's got a big sheet of glass in it and that glass drops down into the door, it stops it waving about. But the Perspex is a thinner, B lighter, C not fixed to anything. It's sort of barely tacked inside the door frame, so more for visual effect and to cut down on turbulence in the car. What it doesn't do is make an effective window seal.
So here it comes, and it is the last of the remaining runners that has yet to pit, and the pit window has closed.
Well, that will be an error then,
yes,
by the driver and or team, and that should leave. Coming into the pits are the Pearsons as well. Now that may be a second stop for them, so they should have been further up the order. They were only in 23rd after the pit stop. They should have been further up the order. Meanwhile, back with the Middlehursts and Darren Fielding. So it is now Chris Middlehurst in the pink and grey Skyline, Darren Fielding as was before in the Steve Soper DTM BMW.
Fastest lap of the race for Chris Middlehurst. It's a 2:12.824.
Now, did he come out behind the BMW, or did he come out? He is in front now, but did he come out behind it? He just set the fastest race lap. I'm afraid this is all too little, too late. There is a penalty coming at the way of this car, because if you stop outside the pit window, then you've stopped outside the pit. If you stop too early or too late, you're going to pick up a penalty there.
Indeed you are. So, de facto leader, Chris Middlehurst, 1.5 seconds clear now of the number 8 BMW of Darren Fielding.
But Simon Arthur lost time in the pit lane. He's dropped back a long way behind these guys, 7 seconds behind the BMW. So we haven't seen him yet. He'll be just coming out of the Beckett's S's, or in fact he's just coming down under the bridge on the Hanger Straight.
Meantime, back in 7th place and one to watch, Steve Soper, we believe, now aboard the number 5 car. Well, it'll be 6th place because of the looming penalty for the Camaro.
And just going by and putting a lap on Nick Bartlett in that Fina liveried BMW M3. Again, another livery with which E30 M3s are so regularly associated. In fact, Steve Soper as well probably raced cars of that livery and period. He spent a lot of time as a BMW factory driver before being poached by Ford. Now, that wasn't in the 1970s, that was in the 1990s, because the same thing happened when Jochen Neerpasch left BMW's factory operation in European touring cars to go to run Fords, and took a lot of engineering talent and poached a lot of drivers to go with him.
So has the BMW got anything close to ponies to get onto the back end of this Nissan?
Well, it hasn't, because the Nissan is pulling away, hasn't it?
It is indeed, and 2:13 the last time around for Chris Middlehurst. We're waiting for the lap time for the BMW behind.
Simo Arthur still in 3rd place. David Tomlin in 4th in the white Sierra Cosworth, and then Michael Cullen ahead of Steve Soper by just about 1 3/4 seconds. And then Fred Shepherd in the Camaro. Well, he's come out somewhere. Timing screen's not entirely sure where, but he is going to have a penalty, so I think we can safely ignore him.
Yeah,
there's Simo Arthur.
It's another fastest lap of the race for Chris Middlehurst. It's a 2:12.8 dead.
And there is the Broadspeed Cologne Capri, kind of a 54 again. That's the Matthews and Griffin, another of the RS. Somebody's being off in a big way down here in the Beckett's S's. The helicopter has kicked up a lot of dust with the downdraft. That's not our TV helicopter, by the way. That would be somebody else's helicopter. So that was the. We saw briefly the Matthews and Griffiths Ford Capri RS 2600.
Problem for our 2nd place car, and what a shame after such a clean run. Car number 8
Darren Fielding.
He's going to get a stop and go penalty for a short stop. And that is going to drop him out of podium contention, I fear.
Now, you did say that he came very quickly into the pit lane, so maybe they hadn't quite adjusted for his speed of arrival. I mean, if he came too quickly into the pit lane, then he would have been pinged for speeding as well.
It could be a double penalty. It may just have been an optical illusion, but I thought he came in very hot.
Well, the only penalty we've been noted of is that short stop for him. So Darren Fielding, unfortunately, just trying to pinch an inch somewhere during a pit stop, or the team setting him off a little too quickly. I'm afraid it's not like Monaco where they've changed the chicane on the way in, and as a result, the delta for the pit lane has changed. So Darren Fielding still second on the road, but that is going to promote Simo Arthur, because it will be a stop and go penalty, and so that'll be more than 30 seconds added to the race time, and that will drop him a long way back. Who's 30 seconds back? Well, the Wooden Hill car is in 8th place. The Julian Wood Jake Hill Nissan Skyline, the HKS car, the green, black and purple machine built by Rick Wood, driven now I think by former British Touring Car champion Jake Hill.
Yep, Jake proved to be a rapid peddler in whatever he puts his mind to.
So he's the third of the cars with the yellow backing on the timing pylon, car number 87. And so that is class 5B, which is essentially for Nissan Skylines, turbocharged four-wheel drive. Again, all sorts of different categories of car here, covering a near 20-year span. So understandably, I mean, look at the 3-litre Capri right behind, and look at the Skyline in front. The volumes of engineering difference between the two just can't be overstated, can it? David Tomlin now closing in a little. He's in 4th place. That will become 3rd, so it will be a place on the podium for at least one of our Sierra Kossuth RS 500s.
News too that the inevitable has happened. The car 146, that is the Camaro, will get the stop-go penalty for stopping outside the window.
Or in Stuart parlance, not being able to read. So haven't read the rules correctly, therefore don't stop in the correct period. So going past the RS 2600 Capri. We saw that car had problems yesterday, didn't we? It was in the pit lane during qualifying bonnet up, and the Kossuth designed GA V6, essentially a very much modified version of the Cologne V6 used in the production cars.
So we're still waiting for car number 8 to perform that stop and go. 7.5 minutes remain.
Oh, he's not going to do it because there's no team to car radio to tell him to do it. We just saw the leader in Class 1B, and that's John Saunders in the Daily Express liveried Rover SD1, and he leads that class. In fact, he doesn't. He's 5th in that class, actually, 4th in that class. So our class leaders are the Middlehursts. Darren Fielding currently leads Class 4A, but after his penalty, that will go to Michael Cullen. He will be the top BMW M3.
It's another fastest lap of the race to the race leader, Chris Middlehurst.
Wow.
2:12.735, so that's almost another 10th shaved.
Now he's just doing it for fun, isn't he? He's just showing off.
So 10 seconds to the good of a car that has got a penalty looming. So the realistic gap at this point is 15.5 seconds to the second Skyline, the 126 car.
And a 2:12.7 on that lap for Chris Middlehurst, and a 2:14.0, so 1.3 seconds slower on the last lap alone. Simo Arthur in 3rd place in what will be 2nd place, because as we saw yesterday in the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy race, penalties applied, but there's no convincing way of passing them on to the driver while he's out on track. Most of these cars won't have any ship-to-shore radio or shore-to-ship radio, and so unless you have brought a pit board that has all the sort of potential different penalties, then that doesn't really happen. So that will be added to the end of the race time for Darren Fielding. So Simo Arthur there, you saw 2nd place effectively. David Tomlin in this Sierra Cosworth RS 500, effectively our third place man, though he's fourth on the road at the moment.
Well, he'll be pushing on to ensure that the time penalty, if that's what we believe is going to happen for no stop-go penalty having been served, isn't too little.
New fastest lap of the race, and that is for the car that is in 8th place, car number 87, the dark green, purple and black HKS liveried Nissan Skyline of Julian Wood, the starting driver, and I feel fairly convinced it is likely to be Jake Hill at the wheel of it now.
You think?
Yeah, it may well be. So Jake Hill in 8th place, but a 2-minute 12.690, so quicker than Chris Middlehurst in the race leading Skyline.
Was that third, fourth quickest at the moment?
Ooh, heading into the pit lane, I am completely made to look a liar as Darren Fielding comes in to serve a stop-and-go penalty, and hopefully it will be of the correct timing for the penalty.
So let's wait and see just exactly where. Well, there goes the 126 car.
Yeah.
That goes through into what is going to challenge second place. What about the Sierra?
And in fact, Fred Shepherd has come into the pit lane to serve his penalty as well. Goodness me.
Discipline.
Well, they couldn't do it with the 1950s sports cars in the Woodcote Trophy and Stirling Moss Trophy, but maybe some of these actually have got radio, or the organisers have realised that they need to hang out a board saying stop and go with a car number on it, which didn't happen in yesterday's first race.
So BMW straight back out of course. It's now a Nissan 1-2. Where is the number 17 Sierra? That's the next
Graham's
question.
going to make the mistake of looking at the wrong timing screen, whereas the one on the TV screen looks to be an awful lot more accurate than the one that we've got beside our TV screen.
Just looking as to exactly where they're just behind the Sierra. And,
well, there are our two penalised cars. The BMW actually came out behind the Camaro, so Camaro presumably just had stop go, whereas the BMW also had to serve the missing time. Whether it was a tenth of a second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, or whatever, that's the time that you have to stop and make up in the pit lane when you do your stop and go penalty.
So the battle now is going to be for third place.
Well, there is David Tomlin in the Sierra Cosworth, and he is in third place, and there is Darren Fielding in the BMW, and he ain't. So you're absolutely right. They are very close together. 3 minutes to go, and a second in it. Less than a second in it, and the BMW is closing fast on David Tomlin. I don't think he's going to need another lap to get by the Sierra to get clear of it in a straight, maybe. But in the tight and twisty stuff, the BMW has got what it takes, and he starts to pull out down the Wellington straights. Now, this is where the RS 500's horsepower, there you go, comes into effect. But again, as we come down into Brooklands and then turn right in Luffield, the BMW all over the Sierra of David Tomlin. And again, this is sort of British touring cars almost, isn't it? Sierra Cosworth's fighting with BMWs. Oh, and a huge slide. You saw literally the moment that David Tomlin picked up the throttle there.
How has he managed to keep that lead? That's ridiculous. There must have been a big lift for the BMW. You think he was going to be swiped to the side.
And stood the car on its nose there because he realised that David Tomlin was going to turn in there. So great reactions from Darren Fielding. He's looking for a way through. Maggots into Beckett's. It's not going to happen. He will be held up by the Ford in the Beckett's S's because the BMW will be lighter and nimbler. Now can he come outside, inside? Yes, he does. David Tomlin knows he's there. Now the road will go left, and you see the BMW sliding off the corner there, losing traction. Tomlin's still there. They come onto the straight side by side from the Chapel Curve, but again the Ford turbo engine in the Sierra Cosworth pulls him in front all the way down to Stowe, and once more Darren Fielding in the BMW is going to have to do it again. Now don't forget, the leaders are 40 seconds up the road ahead of them, so there will be one more lap for these guys.
Okay,
more nimble through the corners, not quite enough speed. Cracking little battle this. By the way, Julian Thomas approaching from the rear here to unlap himself from both of these two, he would hope, but I don't think he's going to want to get involved in this. This is a corking little battle. It's under a minute on the clock.
Yeah, it really is fantastic. Out front, it is a Skyline 1-2. Chris Middlehurst leading Simo Arthur by over 18 seconds, but all eyes on the battle for third place now. David Tomlin and Darren Fielding.
And meanwhile, another fastest lap of the race to Jake Hill, and he is rapidly catching the 7th place number 26 car.
There is the leader, and with 28 seconds on the clock, comes across the start-finish line to begin what will be the final lap of this 40-minute race. It's gone so fast, it doesn't feel like 40 minutes at all. And a very handy lead for Chris Middlehurst. Just broke the opposition with a string of really quick laps. Now he's in traffic, and here is the battle for third, and nothing to slow down David Tomlin. Darren Fielding's going to have to do this all himself. When they get to the start-finish line, there will be one more lap to go, and again out of Luffield, David Tomlin, the car fighting viciously under him as it scrabbles for traction, overpowering its rear tyres, and coming up from behind, Julian Thomas in the other Sierra Cosworth unlaps himself from the BMW after picking up that puncture and having to make an unscheduled pit stop. He's not in the battle here, he is a lap behind, but he is absolutely flying, driving the doors off the Caliber Sierra.
That's helping though. The other Sierra ahead, not giving it up yet.
Yeah, it really is, because he's holding up the BMW where the BMW is quickest as well. And again, the drama there for Darren Fielding is that Sierras will both pony away down the straight, and he's got no answer to that turbocharged horsepower. And that might be the break that David Tomlin needed. He won't worry too much about Julian Thomas going by him in a straight line, but Darren Fielding has now been separated from the man in third place in the white, green and red Sierra Cosworth. David Tomlin with the lapped Julian Thomas behind him. And Julian, I'm sure, will be looking for a way to go by, just because he wants to drive this car as quickly as possible. Now, does the BMW get a slipstream here down the straight? And even if he does, can he make any use of it? The 2.5 litre four-cylinder outgunned by the 2 litre turbo of the Sierra Cosworths, and outgunned by the Skylines as well. This is Chris Middlehurst heading towards the checkered flag at the end of the historic Touring Car Challenge. 40 minutes where the Skyline has been in front almost from start to finish, only separated from the lead by the pit stops. And it will be Simo Arthur coming across the line further back in second place in this white Skyline to make it a Nissan 1-2. They didn't need the rain, they've got the pace. Julian Thomas down the inside of David Tomlin now, just to even honours up. He needs to affect David Tomlin here the way that he affected the BMW, and Darren Fielding's right there. And still, Julian Thomas does not get through. David Tomlin will hang on for third place. Darren Fielding can't match the pace of the Sierra Cosworth in the drag race to the line. Julian Thomas unlaps himself, and in the white Sierra Cosworth, it's third place for David Tomlin. Darren Fielding wins his class, but does not get the overall podium position that he'd been striving for the last 3 or 4 laps. He will be the winner of Class 4A. And there is the car that was in second place. That's Michael Cullen's car. He was in second place ahead of the Toby Partridge, Steve Soper car. And I wonder whether something went wrong between the two of them in the Beckett's S's, because that's where he is.
There was a big gap. He was 25 seconds clear. And Michael Cullen is going to lose out to both the number 26 BMW and Jake Hill. And I think Jake Hill he does indeed, gets to the line in 6th place. Takes 2 places, one on the track and one with the benefit of the BMW buried deep in the gravel.
Yep, so he got by fellow BMW driver Lewis Fox in the Taisan Advan car. Another DTM racer. The car, not Lewis Fox.
So that was spirited, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
Ends with the Nissan 1-2, and that great battle at the end. with the Julian Thomas, Sarah Cosworth getting involved in that towards the end of the race. That was enough, I think, to count out a meaningful charge to the line for third by the number 8 car.
Little further back, class winner Frank Guest in the Escort RS 1800. He was down in 11th place, class 2A, just ahead of Andrew Cahill's Mark II Escort. So a battle for position there. Class 2B, right behind the winners, or the sole winner, and that was Martin Grant Peterkins in his BMW Batmobile, car number 55, the Jägermeister livery car. There it is.
And by the way, the gap at the flag in that class, under a second, 0.8 of a second between that number 55 car and the 31 Capri, this car. That was the lead
team
pair.
First to BMW, first with a U, Ford rather with a U rather than an I.
It's 20.5 seconds the gap at the flag between the two Nissans, and great opening stint from Andy Middlehurst, but absolutely sublime stuff at the end from son Chris.
Really was. Another class winner is who was got Mike Whitaker in the ex-Patrick Motor Group Rover SD1, but it was a Nissan Skyline 1-2. David Tomlin hanging on to third from Darren Fielding by 0.8 of a second. Steve Soper bringing that BMW, the Bastos livery car, up to 5th place ahead of the Wooden Hill Skyline, which also raced up the order in the hands of Jake Hill. Then more BMWs rounding out the top 10. Just outside the 10 in 11th place, class winning RS 1800 Escort. And that was Frank Guest, car number 377. The BMW CSL, the Batmobile, the Jägermeister car, winning its class as well. And I think that was Martin Grant Peterkin driving on his own. Don't think Pat Blakeney Edwards did drive that in the end. And lots and lots of different class winners all the way down. Not sure what happened to Harry Wales' car. Had to make an emergency pit stop just after its initial stop and drop that out of its class lead. And the Pearsons, having qualified really strongly with the Broadspeed Cologne Escort, Capri rather, they were 6th on the grid, ended up in 25th place. So that car as well, I'm sure, not entirely as healthy as the good Lord had intended.
Well, that lacked nothing.
No, absolutely. Plenty of drama right from the start. Julian Thomas in the ex-Andy Rouse Ford Sierra Cosworth taking the battle to the Skylines early on. And a massive BMW M3 tussle behind. All sorts of cars, all sorts of liveries. Among the Ford Escorts, it was Harry Well who led early on with the Camaro, just making everybody's life a little bit too noisy. And the Middlehurst Skyline taking the lead just after Julian Thomas had gone by on the Hangar Straight. When Julian picked up a puncture, he would rejoin from the pit lane, but that left Nick Fielding in the lead of the race at the midway point during the pit stops, pushing as hard as he could as he worked his way through traffic. But a great run from the team first Capri. There's Jake Hill going by him in his Skyline. Race-winning effort from Frank Guest in that red and white Ford to win his particular class. And then at the end, Julian Thomas, I beg your pardon, not Julian Thomas, having to hold off the car number 17 of David Tomlin, having to hold off the BMW of Nick Fielding right to the line. Julian Thomas played a part in that, actually getting between them right at the very end, but there was no catch in the Middlehursts. So let's catch up with our leading drivers.
We're down in Parc Ferme, and I've already got alongside me Chris Middlehurst, who has just secured victory in that race. Your dad was saying when he got out of the car there was a gearbox problem, and by the sounds of it you had to manage that as well.
Yeah, so basically the gear selector was sort of way out, so it was like stirring soup, as they say, changing gears. So where your gears normally were, they were just like nowhere near. So they were in there, they just had to sort of fish for them. So you had to kind of relax and not be too hard on the gear lever, essentially. You have to find the gear and then memorise where that is and then tried to find it again. So I only really was finding it hard to get into second and fifth. So I decided to leave it in fourth on the limiter and not risk fifth. But second was like right over. So I was trying to leave it in third where I could. And then where I needed to get second, I was. So it was right. It might have looked quite easy, but it wasn't because, you know, my dad said to me, like, you're not going to be able to get gears. So I'm going out there thinking, oh God. But luckily I've got enough experience under my belt and just stayed relaxed. Like I say, if you tried to sort of like fight it, you would have missed gears. Obviously, it's quite. If the viewers are wondering, like, if you get the wrong gear, you could just destroy the engine. So you've got to make sure you're getting a gear above. You might get sort of second to fifth, but you don't want to go second to first or third to first or whatever those, you know, a miss shift, you know, a money shift as they call it. But luckily we didn't miss any gears and we kept going, and actually reasonable pace as well, considering I was just like I say, just fishing around there and praying it would go into gear.
We better bring Dad in as well, who congratulates you. You did it.
Yeah, I've passed as much info on as I could, but it's like stirring soup basically. I think there's just spoke to my gearbox guy here, and he just said the bush has gone in the bottom, so the gears basically just, anyway, it's like stirring soup. So if you know where they are, you can guess where they're going to be, and that's it.
So it sounds like there might be a bit of work to be done overnight.
Yeah, it's not too difficult to do, I don't think. We can fix it.
Well done, gents. Well done. Congratulations. Let's see.
Well, from beasts of the touring car era, knocking on for 45, 50 years ago, to an altogether more modern set of race cars that debuted here 20 years ago this year. This is GT3 Legends.
This is GT3 Legends, a grid that still looks modern, but already represents a golden era of GT racing from the early 2010s. These are the cars that defined a generation. Audi R8 LMS, Ferrari 458, Lamborghini Gallardo, all still delivering serious performance. When GT3 launched in 2006, it changed the landscape of GT racing, bringing global competition and incredible variety to the grid. As it celebrates its 20th birthday, it's as thrilling now as it was then.
Well, it's not just the legends of the cars and the teams, it's the drivers too, and a big name here, Zak Brown, and Bruce Jones caught up with him earlier this weekend.
BRDC Classic, a lot of drivers having a lot of fun and racing in multiple categories. Endurance icons, some of the cars in the background of the shot, including one we'll come on to in a second, but also GT3 Legends and Zak Brown. A weekend so far away from your day job, yeah. But this is your fun job, isn't it?
This is what it's all about, driving race cars. So I'm excited to be here. Silverstone's an unbelievable track. I think the series that Sean Lynn's put together, Motor Racing Legends, is pretty awesome. So out having some fun.
But it's also just so weird that cars like the Ferrari behind us, that your son Max is on board, more of that in a second, are in a historic category, isn't it?
It shows me how old I'm getting, because when I see these things, I'm like, these aren't historic. And I didn't realize it was a Ferrari. I thought it was a red McLaren.
I see what you did there. But you have been in a McLaren, of course.
I have been in a McLaren, GT3. So we brought out I Love All Brands. This is an iconic car. Raced at Le Mans, won the championship. And then that car I won my last race in, one of very few, with Alvaro Parente, who's actually racing here this weekend. And first time I've raced with my son, so I'm looking forward to it.
And what's Max's history in racing so far?
He's about ready to make it. He's done one race at Brands Hatch, and unfortunately he's already quicker than me. So he's either pretty good or I'm pretty slow.
That's always a terrible tipping point for a parent, isn't it? Pride versus pride, really.
It is. I didn't like it much at first, but I'm coming to grips with it.
But when you're here at Silverstone, you'll be looking at other cars that you probably watched in period. Are there any that catch your eye and you go, oh, I really would love to drive one of those?
Yeah, that one right there, Sean's, that Bentley is pretty stunning. So, but I mean, there's some great cars here. So I've seen a lot that I wouldn't mind if they ended up in my garage.
And obviously for Bentley, that was quite a success story, winning Le Mans in 2003. McLaren, of course, are aiming to win it outright in the years ahead, aren't they?
That's the plan. Won't be easy. The competition's immense, but we're giving it all we've got. We're actually in the middle of a pretty big test at the moment, an endurance test. So everything's going well so far, but tough competition.
Zach, so good to see you having some downtime, good downtime, but thanks for chatting with us.
My pleasure.
So Zach Brown there, and as you heard from Bruce just a little earlier, he'll be in action not only in GT3 Legends but also in the Endurance Icons race. And I believe I'm right, it's just going to be Zach now, not Maxwell racing. Brucey seems relaxed. He's here with us today. He's back on Grand Prix duty tomorrow, but ready for it?
Oh, just 100%. You know, he is a 7-day-a-week motorsport person. There's no mucking around. I mean, you'd cut him some slack to take, maybe Thursday afternoon off and, lie in a darkened room. But this is his fun. This is how he recharges. But I tell you what, you've seen him across the year, interviewed him across the year, so have I. And when you get him at somewhere like Le Mans 24 Hours, he's juggling so many balls, so many other projects that hadn't even been announced, maybe just in his head. He's thinking about it. But here, this is quality downtime, and he can obviously argue to everyone in his family that it makes him better to go racing. So could he buy some more cars, please?
Yeah, I can tell you right now, he was in touch earlier this week about another new car I think might well end up on this grid in the very near future. That's for him to talk about rather than me. Looking forward to this race. This is the grid of the newest cars on what is an almost century-wide paddock of cars. GT3 Legends goes back, as Martin was saying, 2006, right here at Silverstone was the start of that era. The very first race took place here, won by a Ferrari, pedalled by the late and very great Alan Simonson and Hector Lester. And here's another chapter. Not only are we going to see cars out in contemporary competition here at Silverstone this year, the British GT Championship in the European Le Mans Series in GT3 form. Next year, the return of the FI World Endurance Championship to Silverstone, the return of the GT Open to Silverstone, so plenty of GT3, contemporary GT3 action. Aside from that, you've got GT Cup, you've got Britcar, both of those use GT3 cars. But for right now, we get to remember the first decade. 12 different manufacturers involved in this grid.
I mean, stonking's a great word. I like it. That's exactly what it is. And I tell you what, who's absolutely flying is Jonathan Mitchell. Aston Martin's very much at the front of the grid. You can see Graham Davidson alongside him in another car. I'll talk about driver penalties later, because when it comes to pit stop, they'll have a role to play. Nick Sampson makes it 3 Aston Martins in the top 3, very much a young gun. Then working down away from the Aston Martins, you get Audis in the mix. We've skipped past the Chevrolet that's starting fourth. Charlie Kennedy, look out for him in his Nissan. And Carl Tilley, well, unusual to find him in an Aston Martin, but anything with wheels on it, he'll race. And then Jimmy Broadbent, we'll hear from him, I think, at some point in this race. Him in the mix. First car without a penalty, if my maths are right, was Sean Balfe, who'll be starting back with Julian Thomas in 12th place. Everybody else has at least a 10-second penalty in the pit stop. So some of the midfield runners without time penalties in the pit stop at this 50-minute race can make a move up the order for sure. But great to see the variety. You talked about the number of manufacturers. The Ford GT ran briefly, and that was a car that was put on pole position, just going out of shot actually, with Fred Shepherd on board. But for these cars, it seems staggering to me. They're already historic, and for some of the drivers, they were racing them in period, and they're not very old now. They're only in their mid-30s. The cars, though, you don't have to squint much to go, are these historic? Well, they're sort of contemporary cars just from a few years back.
I might see one of these next weekend in contemporary competition. It might well be another iteration of, we're at the end now of the cycle, this hugely successful cycle for the Audi R8, but at least 2 different iterations of those cars here. From they count them 310 Audi R8 GT3s in 4 different varieties that were brought to the track over the lifetime of that program. But BMWs, Lamborghinis, the Ford you've mentioned, Porsche, Ferrari, and Aston Martin. I'm just telling you the cars you can see on screen right now.
Yeah, and just as you started that, we can see Zach Brown's United Autosports McLaren just going out of shot. He raced that in period. As he said, the last race win he had was in that car. Of course, United Autosports have taken stride after stride as they work their way forward, and they now run, of course, some great cars. Pole starter 007 on the door. Only if you have an Aston Martin can you put 00 in front. We know all about James Bond and 007. I'm sure he'd have approved of this. I'm not sure M would have liked balanced performance. He'd have gone for secret weapons. But here we come round to take the start. GT3 Legends, already historic. 50 minutes race, mandatory pit stop, and a whole host of the front runners have got time penalties to add to their mandatory pit stop in the middle. But look at the array of cars. The BMW Z4s, haven't even mentioned those. Ferrari at the back. Audi working our way through to a Lamborghini right at the tail of the grid. But out of Woodcote they come, 2 by 2 top waiting for the lights to go from red to green. Looks so green. Davison's actually noticed in front. He just backed off. Jonathan Mitchell will be in front, surely going to the first corner. But look, Nissan on the charge. Can you imagine that? Oh, the car that's lost out. There was contact between cars 2 and 3. Sam Neary or is it Richard who started out has gone sideways. Nick Sampson as well, who was starting third. So, and a third car in that
Audi
mix as well.
It was one of the Audis.
So it's a gift for the front row. Graham Davison in second place, and our pole starter Jonathan Mitchell getting clear. Looking to see any messages on the screen about whether they'll be sending out a safety car. But there were 3 cars off at Copse. Not the dream start.
No, indeed. It was a clash between the fast-starting ABBA Racing Mercedes SLS contacted the 68's ex-Massive Motorsport Danish team from the ELMS back in the day on the just off the apex of the corner. But at least 2 of those cars do not look as if they're going to be able to get away from there, expecting some kind of intervention, and soon.
And I think the one who was luckiest there was Phil Keane, who lost out a bit at the start. Look, he's up into 5th place. He fell to about 8th place going to the first corner, having started 4th. But as they go past the modern pit lane and the wing, there we have, it's Julian Thomas's car. This was the car, the highest ranking car on the grid that didn't have a time penalty due to it at the pit stop. So they've lost any advantage they could possibly have gained over the front runners. But
Safety car.
Well, no surprise there. 2 cars in the gravel, and as you know, if you've been at Silverstone before, as you approach Copse, you can't see a great deal around the corner.
Julian's had no luck over the last hour, has he?
He rushed from the historic touring car challenge where he red flagged there. That's okay. They need more than a safety car to clear this up. So it does mean we'll have another rolling start, and let's hope the second one goes rather better. So Nick Sampson out of his car. He qualified really well, the 21-year-old racer. 3rd on the grid, but I'd like to see a replay to see how all of that happened. But certainly what you could see from that head-on shot, Graham, you could see the Nissan, surprise, was super fast off the rolling start. Charlie Kennedy was up on the pit wall side, but in front of him was what went wrong.
It was the 30 car. Rapid start from the Mercedes from that rolling start, and was making his presence felt around the outside. And whether or not that was him trying to tuck in, or whether or not that was him being surprised by a car coming across his bows, we'll wait and see. Here we go.
Let's take a look. This is the head-on. 2
There's
Aston
Mercedes.
Martins at the front. Look for the silver Mercedes on the right-hand side of the screen. That's going to come across. He's already clipped the nose of the Chevrolet, and then clipped the nose of the Aston Martin as he moved across. And how the Chevrolet managed to keep going with cars going to the left, to the right. Unfortunately, Nick Sampson's car was given a little love tap by someone coming through.
Also one of the Lamborghinis, by the way, running through the gravel, but lucky to escape.
Well, we like spectacle. That was really unfortunate, though. So the cars needed clearing up. 3 of them down there. The Neary Gullwing SLS Mercedes on the left-hand side of the shot in the gravel on the exit of Copse Corner. Then, of course, the Julian Thomas Audi. And finally, of course, the car that was spun around, Nick Sampson.
Race clock has stopped, by the way.
Yeah, race suspension is the official message. Let's just look if there are any further warnings on the screen. So clean start for the first 2.
Yes.
Tick that box, that's good. But all in behind them, unfortunately, 1 bit of contact. And this field was going to be so competitive. I mean, the lap times in qualifying were remarkably close, so we knew it wasn't going to be a case of the cars being covered by a second here or there. These are cars that are covered by a fraction of a second. And you get events like the Spa 24 Hours, you get the top 40 cars covered by a second in qualifying. Around Spa-Francorchamps.
It's nuts. 007 car, or the 7 car on our entry list here. And as the JCB gets to work with the ex-Ram Racing Mercedes SLS AMG GT3, the Gullwing car, as you can see, is the car that scored the first ever championship win, I'm told, by Richard Neary in the 24/8 series, Graventic series that includes the 24 Hours of Dubai and a variety of 12 and 24-hour races now across the globe, but then across the Middle East and Europe.
Yeah, what was so remarkable about 10 years ago, that Dubai 24 Hours was sort of standalone event in many ways, not much happening in January until you got to the 24-hour Rolex 24 at Daytona, but now more and more races are sort of encroaching, and we all know our race season used to be March to October, very much a pinch if you went to the start of November for Macau, but close season?
I've not been home in December, January or February for about 6 years. I mean, but I'm slightly exaggerating, but it's a slight exaggeration. If we chose to do it now coming through post-Christmas with the 24 Hours of Dubai, with the Golf 12 Hours, with Daytona and the test sessions, Bathurst, the Asia Le Mans Series. Genuinely, there is a significant race, add in the Dakar Rally, by the way, significant racing every weekend throughout January and February nowadays.
Yeah, and the works-assisted GT3 drivers. Think of Mauro Engel. What air miles has that man got? You know, he's bouncing around the globe, even faster than all the runners. And then if there's a weekend off and someone wants someone quick in their Mercedes in the GT World Challenge Asia, he's on the plane again.
It's a phrase we often hear is think about the children, but why not think about the GT3 Pro drivers?
I know. I try to put it out there
Can
for
we
them.
put a GoFundMe out there for them? I think we should.
Having a beastly time on a global level. So a little bit of hooking up required.
But as we're watching that, that's a point to raise, really, isn't it? The opportunity. We talk about this in the hypercar paddock with the opportunities for professional drivers now with this wider grid. But GT3 has thrown open a world of opportunity, not just for the full pros, but also for the pros that work with the AMs. Well, this is the kind of the ultimate. Let's see, switch to the new kart Silverstone Centre. First time I've been here and seen this in operation. This is properly impressive.
Well, it really is, and you can see today busy. A lot of these people have come strictly to the BRDC Classic, and then with a little bit of ear bending, children are out there, and a lot of the young drivers who are going to step up into single-seaters and quickly into GT3, as that's now almost the safest route to go to establish your career, will be making one of the children out there is every chance that can go out. And I'm just hearing that if you fancy a drive, we can't, unfortunately, Graham, because we're stuck in the commentary booth and we're a little bit on the large side, but everyone else can go up there, and there is a very good discount, and I'm hearing, is it
50%?
50%
off to this
All right,
weekend.
I'll cover for you. Off you go.
We're going. Martin's
karting.
Oh, he's gone. You know, there's only two things that stop me being a massive success in karting. The first was I had absolutely no talent, and the second was that didn't scare me. Oh dear, that's a bit broken.
Well,
if only Audi had a functioning customer support department that could fix it.
So for all the other drivers looking down the grid, just waiting to go out to play all over again, a lot of Lamborghini Gallardos. They were really strong in the early days. That's a car shared by British touring car racer Bobby Thompson and James Parker, run by the Jordan Racing Team. Of course, Mike Jordan and son Andrew have had a career between them, or two careers between them, have stretched through many, many decades. And it's great to see some of these teams getting a new place to take their racing. I was talking last year at a GT World Challenge event at Valencia to Mark Lemmer of Barwell, and I said, "God, are you excited about GT3 Legends and things come up?" And he said, "Absolutely, I am, and I might sort of almost turn my entire attention to it because it's growing so fast."
I mean, Barwell probably most local significant race team, and remarkably, despite the fact I've lived where I live for better part of 30 years,
They still haven't signed you up.
We'd never been there. They actually operate on part of what was Dave Price Racing's base, and I think Michael Caine's GTC base at the same time or before that. And it's fair to say of the cars they've got, they had in the garage at that point, well before GT3 Legends was announced, at least two of them are out and racing somewhere in historic GT3 racing now.
Yeah, well, that always used to be the joke for when I was on Motorsport. If Nigel Roebuck, our Grand Prix correspondent, came in late, he had to go via Chessington. He went Panther on the line at Chessington because, of course, Panther cars were based down there too, which is where
the late and much lamented Panther de Fiel and Panther Solo. And
yeah, you've got it. Panther Lima, let's stop now.
Panther 6.
Right, looking in these cars, though, I mean, explain what GT3 is or was when it was founded, Graham.
Well, what it is production-based cars to high performance. What it is now is significantly different from what it was then. And the best way to explain that is GT3's baseline car, around which the performance was defined, was effectively a mildly upgraded Porsche Cup car. Well, the current Porsche Cup cars are significantly more capable than they were 20 years ago, but to say that these cars have taken a step forward in the last 2 decades would be an understatement. I think in an earlier session I was mentioning, albeit on a changed Spa circuit, 22 seconds quicker over a lap.
Get away.
I mean,
it is a staggering figure.
It's insane. Delighted, by the way. I was telling the story, by the way, of Freddie Dorr and ProDrive, the DBRS9 Aston Martin. And with thanks to John Godley, who was listening in yesterday. I'll be listening again, John. We'll look again at the incident that's brought us this red flag.
So far, so good. And then just look for the Mercedes coming from the right-hand side of the shot, and tiny degree of contact, but with the Nick Sampson's Aston Martin being spun around, it's then guesswork for all those in behind. Sam Neary's Mercedes off to the left of the shot, but unfortunately Sampson's being clobbered, and then Julian Thomas was in that mix, caught up with that white Lamborghini.
If I was to be critical, my take on that would be Sam Neary's taken a line, but he's taken a line without due deference to the fact that the entire field is trying to get to the apex.
One small detail potentially within that mix. If he'd taken a slightly wider line, that may not have happened, but again, it was a tiny degree of contact, but then pitching cars sideways then narrows the options for those in behind. And bear in mind, we were looking at those two Nissan Skyline GTRs coming up like rockets, as they do.
And by the way, I say that without having seen any other angle.
No.
So we don't know whether or not the Aston Martin kept to a definable line, but it looked as if he did from that angle. And here's the thing, all of these opinions always come with the following caveat. We're not the stewards.
No, entirely, but also they will probably have more camera angles than we have
to
investigate this. So Steve Osborne there, you can see his Malden Salt logos on his sleeves. He has an amazing collection of cars. He's in one of the other, I think it is the other Mercedes SLS. That's the ex-Black Falcon car. Lovely metallic green livery, and those did an awful lot of racing and a huge amount of success in the aforementioned Dubai 24 Hours, but also a lot of time racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Yeah, and always produce cars spectacularly presented. Backed out of GT3 racing some years ago, was sort of replaced by HRT in that regard, Hubert Haupt's team, but are now back in GT3, and it's great to see them. Black Falcon, habitual providers of overall VLN, now the NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecke Championship, around the Nordschleife champions, because they got it early that the overall championship almost always goes to teams that provide very good cars in the largest class. It's not the overall quickest car. And if you've got cars, and they had a myriad of cars in the production-based categories, that you would get the better points, keep the consistency, keep the quality. Jean-Paul Breslin, one of their overall champions, became the team manager, now team principal at HRT.
Yep, and if you want to watch it, the next one of those rounds is next Saturday. You can watch that.
You on comms?
I am on comms, indeed. Not from Germany, but from a studio in London. But it's great racing, anything on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And I tell you what, that circuit gained an awful lot of fans already as the whole series builds up. But Max Verstappen, stepping out of Formula One to do the Nürburgring 24 Hours, had 75,000 people to the gate figure, and the global audience just went kaboom. And you know what? We all have a very wide taste in motor racing. It's lovely when people are quite new to the sport and they discover something different. If that's dragged them in, a lot of them would have gone, does this circuit even exist? 25 kilometres up and down and round and round.
It's every day's a school day, and it's great to see. That's the star power that is going to make a difference.
100%.
And it's not just going to be Max Verstappen, it's going to be others, whether or not that is with what we're going to see in hypercar coming forward. We've already seen Fernando Alonso obviously in LMP1. We had Lance Stroll in the GT3 car at Paul Ricard. There's going to be more. Max has not been quiet about how fantastic this racing is. You mentioned the Nürburgring 007 there. Aston Martin for a long time have tried to take the win at the Nürburgring 24 Hours, and I was part of that commentary team for over a decade, 2007 to 2017. Towards the end of that, we had 007, Daniel Craig, at that race with a factory effort as Phil Keane aboard the mighty Camaro 6.9 litre V8. I'd say pointlessly large, but I'm so glad they've done it. It is an absolute weapon.
Well, you look back through the history of German racing, I think back to the Ruch brothers. They would run an out-of-date Ford Mustang, but it had a big engine, and it got as much of a cheer as those in the sharpest end of the DTM field. And as soon as they said they'd retired, there was almost a campaign to keep them there. A car making a raughty, talky sort of sound is loved everywhere.
And at least one of those still in action in the DTM Legends series, which is great to see. And I think it might be one of the brothers still driving it.
Probably, more than likely. What was their profession? They were undertakers or something like that. Or maybe I've made that one up. But
either way, that's funny.
That's good enough.
Yes, absolutely.
Probably find they're nuclear physicists and I've just got it wrong. But right, so these are the cars. Why are they in the pit lane? This isn't their mandatory pit stop. They're here because, alas, on the opening lap, on the opening corner of the opening lap, there was contact. 4 cars off at Copse. They needed to be recovered, waiting to see. And the race was immediately suspended. The red flag was flown. We wondered if a safety car would cover it, but no, with 4 cars. And also bear in mind the approach to the corner where they were off Copse is quick and it's relatively blind.
Clock has been adjusted. I think we're going to see a 45-minute race.
Yeah, it was due to be 50 minutes, so we've probably lost about a quarter of an hour. We can't get too far out of the timetable because the last race today, the Endurance Icons, you're commentating on that with Martin Haven, is supposed to go up to just before 7 o'clock in the evening.
I've got to be home before the street lights come on. Trudy says
That's
so.
true, yeah, once your eyesight
Let's tell some
dimming.
stories. This 007 car, ex-Racers Group car. There is Zach Brown's McLaren MP412 GT3. Marked McLaren's return to GT racing for the first time since the iconic McLaren F1. But that 007 car, ex-Racers Group car, pole position car, I think from 2015 at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. And all the way down this group, there is Maxwell.
Max, son of Zach.
Yep,
and again, that car, looking at the time, that McLaren MP412C that Zach raced with Mark Patterson, Mark Blundell. I mean, Mark, both Marks would be lovely people, but Mark Patterson, the guy who belied, the number of years on his clock was X.
One of my favourite people in motorsport.
A polymath, wasn't he? He was an artist. Super fit.
I found myself on a flight to Qatar, sitting next to a guy who was chatting away. Turned out one of Mark's closest personal friends, internationally renowned cellist and conductor, and was telling me about the work you don't hear about the wealthy guys in motorsport and the millions of dollars that Mark Patterson has put into mentorship for young people in South Africa, his native land, to get them into the arts and into music. You don't get those stories.
You don't, and Mark wouldn't tell it himself.
I absolutely wouldn't. He absolutely wouldn't.
Yeah, well done for airing that one. So just going back to that McLaren that Mark shared with Mark Blundell and Zach. Zach then raced with Alvaro Parent, who he was mentioning in that interview a short while ago.
His last race win, he was saying.
Yeah, it was.
In contemporary racing.
In 2013. So that was sort of pretty much exactly, this car was from 2012, the MP412C. Then it went over to Macau, a couple of years running. Danny Watts always seemed to not understand it was a very narrow circuit, but very, very successful, second and third.
He did. I was just about to say, two podiums for him, and alongside a second car for Richard Means, and that car was kept at the base of United Autosports for a number of years. Great to see families out today.
It is, and we'll get the cars racing. So just looking at one of the people at the front, you can see there's quite a breeze, t-shirt billowing around, and the temperatures are cooler this weekend. Tomorrow is supposed to be down a few degrees. So things should be very comfortable indeed for Sunday's racing. We've got the second of these races tomorrow, but you were a busy man while I was eating my lunch, and you nipped out, Graham, and you spoke to Jimmy Broadbent.
It's a big beast. Godzilla, that's the car, not you, Jimmy. Jimmy Broadbent, racing two very different cars. Well, in some ways, quite similar cars, but two very different cars this weekend at the BRDC Classic. This Nissan GTR with GT Academy heritage, and the Mustang with Alex Brundle. Having fun so far?
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, what a cool thing to say that I'm doing double duty at one of these events. I never thought that would ever happen. So, and as you say, in cars that are not very similar, and they're both oversteer, so that's about it.
Everything you do is focused on not just your career but fans. That's the idea behind this BRDC festival. Have they got it right?
I think so. I mean, like, just walking through the paddock, you can see, I mean, all the cars are just out there. You can just see them all. And even in the garages, people are super comfy to have people come just walk through. And it's always my pleasure to try and maybe put someone, come sit in the car, come see what it's like. Because for me, it's about all being accessible and giving these people the chance to actually be close to these cars,
there is a definite parallel between this specific car, the always evolving car from the United States, Brian Highcotter, coming into this program in what was Pirelli World Challenge through the Nissan GT Academy, and with your background in sim racing, there's a mighty parallel there.
I mean, I actually tried to get into GT Academy back in the day, and I wasn't good enough. So it was a road less travelled, but eventually through sim racing, through other stuff, I found myself in the GT Academy car. I mean, I also work for GT as a presenter as well, so it's kind of appropriate to finally be here doing it.
Again, with the community that exists around sim racing and the online community, very many of these boys and girls are living their fancies through your experiences. What can you tell them about the experience in real life of the reality of this car?
I mean, jumping into a GT3 car is completely different from anything that you can experience on your own or on the simulator. I mean, I've run hundreds of laps of the sim to prepare for this because that's what I do for every car, but I got in it and immediately I'm like, okay, that's different, that's different, that's different. But the result is that you can jump into the car, and I don't say it's true for everyone, but a lot of these sim guys are capable of jumping in the car and being competitive and decent straight away. So, if you're good in the sim, there's a chance you'll be pretty decent in real life as well.
Two racing icons, the Nissan GTR, Jimmy Broadbent, everybody. Welcome to the BRDC Classic. We'll see you racing later, and I hope back next year.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate it.
So it was really interesting. A, the interview, but B, wind it back to the start of COVID. We thought, will we ever go racing again?
Absolutely
and
right.
Then we got to the point wherein we very quickly had online racing. That was the first time I came across Jimmy Broadbent, the digital DNLS, the digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. And weirdly, the first time I commentated on it, within 5 minutes at the start of the race, I forgot that it wasn't real. The graphics were so extraordinary. But the fact, it then became clear that people who were top sim racers were already doing these series, and then contemporary racers, to stay in tune, went to have a go, and suddenly they went, oh my word. And then a lot of the people like Jimmy Broadbent and others then were brought in by top Formula One teams to be on the sim for them, do thousands of miles, but also some of the race engineers then got involved in sim racing and realised they could keep themselves learning as they went through that sort of interregnum, the period where we couldn't go full metal racing, as I called it later, when we got back to it. There was a lot to learn. It was an extraordinary time.
It was. I mean, there are things that sims can't do. They can't simulate the physical endurance. What they can do is to give anybody an opportunity, you're quite right, to dig into the engineering aspects of motorsport. And yes, you can find people with some basic talents through that and some advanced talents that otherwise wouldn't have got that opportunity. Quick tale about, we were talking off air about that car. Rather remarkably, that exact Nissan, Nissan's GT Academy guys, flew me in to a race at COTA. Would have been about 2015 with Brian Highcotter to do some PR editorial around that. Flew into COTA in an ice storm in April, but that team always evolving. Now here's where another completely different aspect of car culture comes into it. Always Evolving was co-owned by a number of people, but notably Roger Rodas and Paul Walker, the late lamented star of the Fast and Furious series of movies, and it was indeed Paul and Roger that were killed in the accident that took both of them away from us in a road car some years ago, and after that the team folded. So there's three worlds coming together, real world, in fact four, real world GT3 racing, real world historic racing, sim racing, and the car culture that has undoubtedly been added into the mix through Fast and Furious, all in one car.
It is, and also that whole element, that then spreads out because sim racers, of course, can choose which car they race at any given time. So it sort of makes it just a much wider net. And then you look to contemporary GT3. How many manufacturers have we had involved in GT3? I think you came up with the figure.
Well, it's 12 here.
12 here, which
I
is
think
astonishing.
it's close to 20.
I think it's close to 20. I wasn't quite sure if we'd broached it yet, but again, it keeps evolving, and through the history of GT3, you get to a point where a manufacturer goes, okay, you can have some Evo parts to your car, and then eventually we'll have a new model somewhere up the line. And it's not always a quick fix when you go to your new model to get to the front. There is balanced performance. Could you explain that briefly? What does balanced performance mean? It's been the essence of GT3. A lot of people had their nose out of joint, were a bit sniffy. They went, why do we want to have that? But there's a very good reason.
Well, you look at, if you strip away the liveries, the stickers, in many cases, the aerodynamics of these cars, and look at what you start with the road cars. They're not always road cars that are necessarily competitive with each other on performance. So a Lamborghini Gallardo and Chevy Camaro, for instance, in period, would not have been a straight choice in any way, and certainly wouldn't be for performance. So the idea was that manufacturers, customer racing operations, because these are designed principally to be customer cars, albeit some of them with a fair amount of factory backing down through the years, is it gives an opportunity to bring a road car, production car, to competition with all the accoutrement you can see on these cars and compete. And what does that mean? It means that you're basically providing a performance window. The car has got to be got into the performance window. There's various ways you can do that, through aero, through the powertrain that you put into the car. There are various things that must not happen. They cannot be four-wheel drive. So you've got, in some instances, cars that were not available initially in two-wheel drive form, that now in racing are two-wheel drive and have gone on to have a limited edition road car version of it. They can't be a hybrid. The Ferrari 296, a current car, they spend something like 30 man-hours at Oreca, where the cars are assembled, taking factory-fresh powertrains from Ferrari's production line and taking out the hybrid bits to make it a GT3 compatible car. All sorts of things they cannot have. They can have ABS, traction control, because they're made to be, as you were saying in an earlier session, very customer friendly, very gentleman driver friendly. And these are, make no mistake, remarkable cars. Vast advances in terms of their capabilities. The numbers are enormous. There are GT3 cars in their thousands in pretty much every race market, and for that matter, track day market as well.
Exactly. So what's the point at which these cars would have faded away from racing and go into that track day? But you do have to tip your hat to one person in particular, the man who it was his brainchild, and that's Stefan Rettel of the Stefan Rettel organisation. They run the GT World Challenge at various points around the world. There's the European scene, the North American scene, the Australian and the Asian. Another one sort of queuing up to join in as well. But you've got those star races, and of course the Spa 24 Hours is the big one for SRO. The Nürburgring 24 Hours is growing by the year. It's gargantuan. But these cars have to last. They can't just be 1 hour sprint cars. A lot of the races are 3 hours anyhow, but they have the 24-hour races. These cars have to be robust. That's something that's been built in over the 2 decades since GT3 was formed. And looking down, there's the Zach Brown McLaren, bottom left of your screen. BMW's, and that's in the Team Mark VDS. And we lost Mark van der Straten after the Spa 24 Hours. It just went very quickly, and the Van der Straten family for 3 generations now, plenty of money in their Belgian bank account, but they put an awful lot out rather than in, because they've invested in racing since the 60s.
Four-wheel sport and latterly two-wheel sport as well. What a great thing to see the Boots and VDS team come to Misano. Was it last weekend or the weekend before?
Misano last weekend.
So for the Sprint Championship, trouble for the number 16 Ferrari. They'll get that back going. But with a tribute livery. That livery, in fact, the livery that featured on that iconic BMW Z4 GT3. Here's another answer, by the way, to the question you just asked about what is a GT3 car. BMW Z4 in period could have got nowhere near the performance window for this. What's the answer?
Supercar, not a supercar.
Indeed. What's the answer to that? Put a V8 in it. Is there a V8 version of the Z4 available for customer use? No. So you're allowed an engine from the manufacturer's production line. Strap in a V8, and what have you got? One of the most iconic GT3 cars of the last 20 years. Why? Because of the way it looks and the way it sounds.
You know, I like the looks, but the sound. So anybody who's standing around the banking here at Silverstone, here at the BRDC Classic, if it's their first time hearing the BMW Z4, enjoy, but also another great rubble. Phil Keane is starting third. The safety car is leading the car around, but that's the 6.9 litre Camaro. All black. You might as well paint it black. You might as well keep it black. It is the pantomime villain in this, because it makes the biggest sound of the lot. And with Phil Keane, it's not going to be going slowly. You can be sure of that.
Well, he'd be pleased that it's going around quite slowly at the moment, because I don't think the tyres last very long on that car. So the way that Phil's been pedalling it. 2 of those BMW Z4s on the grid this weekend. One of them, the X888 car, and with amongst the names on the door, Joe Osborne,
your co-commentators in the world of SRO racing. I believe Joe is here somewhere this weekend.
Is he? Well, he normally will fire a message up. Probably find him waving from a window of one of the cars in this race. But
there is the Mark
that's
VDS
the Mark
car.
VDS, and of course that was a team that one of the great wins in the Spa 24 Hours. The sheer emotion was Maxime Martin taking victory in the race that his father and uncle had such glory in.
I can remember, and I can remember for a specific reason. I was tasked by Radio Le Mans at the time with getting an interview with Marcus Paltella. Marcus was good enough to come up and talk to us, and a frantic banging on the window from Team Boss. You need to get in the car right now. And out he got, and away they went to win the race.
Wow, there you go. Race is about to be on. The safety car has withdrawn, so Jonathan Mitchell leading the field around. Graham Davidson, former British GT champion, tucked in behind. And let's hope, of course, it should be Linus Stern. No overtaking until this point. But that Camaro, Phil Keane is right on the tail, battling into trying to get second place. Not happening through Cobbs. Danny Winstanley running his Audi through behind, and then Charlie Kennedy in, and then Kyle Tilley in 6th place. Let's hope everybody else behind can get through Copse, but the first three starting to make their breakaway, but Danny Winstanley trying to hang on to the Nissan behind, locking up as they go from Maggots into Beckett's. Then it should sort itself out. But the important thing for Jonathan Mitchell, he kept it clean, he kept it tidy, no contact from the rear, and is pulling clear.
Yeah, and don't worry too much about the fastest lap at the moment. That's just as the cars got running. It's top three getting away, but it's the big Nissan pulling out to try to get by the first of the Audis. That is Charlie Kennedy's car, the 23 car.
And again, when you saw the rear shot of the Nissan there, you almost couldn't see the Audi next to it. And this is the beauty of GT3. You could have cars of different dimensions, different scale, almost as though they came from different countries. Well, they did, didn't they, of course? But, you know, you could mix them together, balance the performance. And here we have, look at the order. Aston Martin, Chevrolet, Audi. Then we have another Aston Martin in 6th. I've missed out on Nissan in 5th place, but the better of the BMW Z4s, that's going rather nicely for Christoph van Oenhausen. So that is up into 8th place, kind of a 888 in 8th. Well, that sort of works, doesn't it?
There's the second of the Nissans, and that is the number 5 car. That's got Maxwell Lynn in it at the moment. That is 888 BMW. We talked about it a little earlier.
Hold on, let's listen to just as we cut away. Maybe later we'll treat you to a bit of BMW Z4 rumbling.
We absolutely should, because it's the soundtrack of this formula that is just so bewitching. And by the way, the 05 Nissan has made its way by that Aston Martin. Is going to be looking now to close the gap to the second Aston Martin. Jimmy Broadbent will join in. The pit window will open with 25 minutes to go, by the way.
Yeah, so it was shortened to a 45-minute race. They have to get 20 minutes under their belt, and then the pit window will open. And then almost all of the front runners, as Jonathan Mitchell goes under 2 minutes, he's now starting to pull clear, will have a time penalty. Let's just cut you through the front runners in the race. 20 seconds for running solo in this race will be Jonathan Mitchell. Likewise, starting in 2nd place, Graham Davidson, he's also going solo. 20 seconds extra at his pit stop. 20 seconds to Nick Sampson, except he's not in the race anymore, having been taken out at the first corner. Phil Keane, going to be a bit tough on him. He's FIA Gold, he's going solo. Combine those, he's got to stop for a minute. He could almost boil an egg. He likes a challenge. So the car in 3rd place, that all-black Camaro, enjoyed at the front end of the field. If it's there at the end in a similar position, he would have produced a masterful performance, but it's not as though he hasn't done these in the past.
Phil Keane in GT3, he's driven pretty much everything. This, I think, is his first opportunity to drive this particular car. This is the 10th of 10 produced, by the way. What a thing. Produced by Sarini, S-A-R-E-N-I, which was a subsidiary, if you like, of Writer Engineering. And Sarini is the first 2 letters of Spencer Writer's 3 children, and produced with under license for Chevrolet. It is going to be those 2 Nissans together fairly soon, I think.
Yeah, certainly looking that way. But Jonathan Mitchell just pacing at the front right. Black and white driving standard flag has been waved already. Car number 23, Charlie Kennedy. He's running around there in 5th place overall, trying to get past Danny Winstanley's Audi, and maybe they think he's got a little bit busy. So black and white flag, the warning is there.
He's dropped back off that Audi, hasn't he? And he's beginning to fall into the clutches of Maxwell Lynn.
Yeah, it's almost as though he's had to slow down a bit to concentrate to the radio on the radio message he's been getting. All front end washing away a bit here.
Well, Max is going to be busy for the next hour or so, because he's going to be out in that absolutely stunning Cadillac later. And
what a warm-up.
Well, what 2 great cars to finish a day with. an iconic GT3 car like nothing else out there. And by the way, in the next, not the next race, but the final race of the evening, the 30-minute Endurance Icons race, there will be 2 more GTRs, but they will be V8 engined GT1 Skylines.
Yeah, similar outline, different engine note, different category, but that just goes to show how over the history of sports car racing in particular, the formulae do change from year to year, but there's bloodline for GT3, now 20 years old, and it's gone from strength to strength. We talked about the night with Steve Osborne, and he's making some pretty decent progress. He's up to 10th place in that Black Falcon. That's the metallic Mercedes, and then in behind Zach Brown is getting into the mix, or is it Max? But we think it's Zach on board to start with, and the boss of McLaren can't take a phone call when he's racing, so he's probably very happy out there.
Everybody extremely happy out there.
And then Marcus von Oenhausen is in behind. That's Father Oenhausen, and they both have a Z4 to play with. So what a great stadium for them to come. What an arena for them to come and race this weekend. I saw them in the paddock. They're also busy looking at other cars, as all racing drivers should. Look across. What's that under in a tent over there or in a garage?
I mean, there's ex-British GT cars here. There's ex-ADAC GT Masters cars here. There's cars from Australia. There's cars from Japan. There's cars from all over the world, from the USA, and that is the definition of the significance of this GT3 rule set. Beginning to get away, by the way, the 007 here.
Yeah, but each lap he's just edging clear. 2.2 seconds to good. That's Jonathan Mitchell, who's also busy this weekend in Jaguar E-Type. I think they deliver their powers in rather their performance in rather different ways. Right, Charlie Kennedy still holding down 5th place in his Nissan, but certainly Max Lynn is getting a little bit closer. That's the car that he'll be sharing with Jimmy Broadbent. We had that great interview that Graham did with the Sim star, who's now a track star as well. I mean, what a fabulous thing, to trace that dream. And of course, I don't know if he didn't win the Nissan GT Academy in the year that Jan Mardenborough won it, but I remember when Jan turned up at, look, you're thinking about this now, or was it the very first year? Ordonez, wasn't it?
Lucas Ordonez. Yeah,
both of those raced in Le Mans, but I just remember being in the pits, and in fact, I think I was talking to Alex Brundle at the time, and they just couldn't believe how Jan arrived at Le Mans and he knew exactly what to do.
In the LMP2 car, it was amazing. Now, look, there is the Gran Turismo movie. Yes, that's not a purist racing movie, but it's a good movie. The delightful experience of commentating at the Dubai Classic some years ago. And on the way back, sitting next to a couple, both of whom were watching the Gran Turismo movie, I popped to the bathroom with a couple in front of me who were watching the Gran Turismo movie. And as we stood up to get off the plane, I asked both couples what they thought of the movie, and they both said, actually, it was really good fun, blah, blah, blah. To which my next point was, meet Jan, because he was sitting next to us.
Epic. Right, well, it's clearly epic if you have an Aston Martin. We lost one right at the start of the race. That was Nick Sampson. We had 3 in the top 3 positions. With that removal, the race had to be stopped and started again, but Jonathan Mitchell leading by 2.1 seconds. So in fact, Graham Davidson has sort of got onto his pace very much, trading a 10th here or there, looking for the change in the order. The mode is a bit nose to tail, but this is a 50-minute race, or it was a 50-minute race.
45 now.
Now 45 after that stoppage, but the equivalent tyre life removal and that outlap would have... Oh!
Big sideways moment there for the BMW.
Yeah, that's Christoph von Oenhausen, young racer there, but Carl Tilley tucked in behind in the Aston Martin and sharing with Christian Albrecht. They're fighting over 7th position, but Van Oenhausen hasn't had this BMW for very long. Makes a great sound, but he's certainly found there it could bite your hand if you press the pedals too hard.
It most certainly could. But 2 very, very different answers to the same question. How do you build a GT3 car?
But that is the beauty.
It absolutely is.
You've been there on the grid at many, many GT3 races, so have I, and it's when you hit the fans, and a lot of these races, they have fantastic grid walks where the fans can get involved, and every single fan has a different car that's a favourite, and you think, well, that's got to be a winner. Wind the clock back. For a few years after these, you had the Bentley Continentals, which had their own set of fans who followed around Europe.
It reminded me, and I say at its peak, it's still at its peak, reminded me of the Super Touring era, of going with my son to Brands Hatch or to Silverstone here with 9 factory teams out there, and frankly, pretty much whatever consumer box you brought to the race was racing.
Yeah, you had a connection from the grandstands, from the spectator banking. Right, looking at this battle for... Well, obviously the Chevrolet Camaro wouldn't have sold in great numbers, but obviously it did actually when they brought it back to the sort of the latter day Chevrolet Camaro in the shape that very much echoes the ones from the very late 60s.
Well, the closest we've got is the Ford Mustang,
yes,
which is not represented here. It's a much newer GT3 car, but same kind of idea as a pony car, and big power, and increasingly understanding that you need to get around the corner as well. But it's the same kind of concept, the sound of freedom, I guess that you might call it. But it's a spectacular looking and sounding thing. It doesn't seem to quite obey the laws of physics, because you wouldn't expect something that's about as big as a block of flats to get around as quickly. There's the 477 car. That is Alvaro Parent's car.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Quintet looking to see what the problem is, but it is a problem because he's now a lap and a half in arrears of the field. And we were just talking about how he shared in period McLaren with Zach Brown, but he's said many things. He's been lured back into racing. Alvaro Parent, very much a talent that went missing.
He did. There was one of those questions. Whatever happened to? And it was great to see him coming back into historic racing, and the odd race here and there. I mean, at his peak, one of the absolute best in a GT3 car, no doubt whatsoever about it. Whenever you saw his name on an entry list, you get excited.
Oh, but I mean, he was also a top single-seater driver as well. Not all the. Okay, let's just touch on this point before we get to the pit stops, because they'll be opening relatively
4 minutes
soon.
until the pit stop window opens.
20, 30 years ago, probably 30 years ago, you came into motor racing, you did 2 or 3 steps, and if you were good enough and had the money and did well enough in Formula 3, you might get to Formula 3000, GP2, Formula 2, call
and
it.
You might be spotted.
You will. However, the cost of going up that ladder has just gone bonkers, and now a lot of drivers have realised if they can come in and be good enough to have a go at GT4, try GT3, so already cars with roofs over their heads, they've seen people get works contracts and keep contracts for a good decade from a manufacturer. If you treat them right, they treat you right, you pick up an AM driver, because it is supposed to be pro-am pretty much, you could have a career you may not have to finance yourself once you've got to that point, if you're good enough, if you look, listen and learn. So it's very much a way into motor racing.
I'll give you a story now. We'll spare the blushes of the driver involved, because he was very open about telling me about his journey. But his story was, I had several years with success in GP2 with a multi-million-dollar sponsor, but would come away from every single race not able to pay my bills, and made the move to sports cars through GT, now a multiple world champion with a huge brand. That's the difference it can make, because without this, he'd be lost in the sport.
Yeah. I mean, many a driving career has been saved at the last moment, and equally many have been scuppered. When you think you have the money for a season, it doesn't happen. Someone reneges on a deal or whatever, or a deal falls over, you're out of the shop window, you're out of the picture. And it's really very tricky, but GT3 has given a lot of people a lifeline. And I'll tell you someone who took it, because his father was bright enough. Jean-Marc Gounon said, Jules Gounon, I will give you 1 year in single-seater racing, and then we'll put a roof over your head. Look what Jules has done across the years, one of the top GT3 drivers. But that was Jean-Marc, who raced fleetingly in Formula 1 and went, there's no way I can afford Jules. Love you as I do, to get you up the single-seater ladder.
Jules Gounon now active, of course, factory level for one factory in GT3 and for quite another in hypercar, where his career has gone as a result of that choice.
So we have actually just had an overtaking manoeuvre, because the Nissans have swapped position. Max Lynn has got ahead of Charlie Kennedy, and the leopard livery Audi is going, but with a little bit of help to get it started. So at this point, there is another race tomorrow, a 50-minute race. If there's a problem, you might as well go out and sort it for the remainder of this race. Can anyone do anything about the problem for the other drivers in the field? The problem it is Jonathan Mitchell, because he's sitting on a lead. For a while it's sat at 2.5 seconds. He's wound it up to 4 seconds. The last 2 or 3 laps have been very good for him. In the background shot, Graham Davidson still hanging in the picture in the second of the Aston Martins, but that gap is going out with the laps. The pit stops are approaching in just over a minute's time, and for those at the front, they've got to work out, hold on, where will I emerge? Will I emerge amid a gaggle of cars that aren't as fast as me further back in the field? And so both Graham Davidson looking at his Oman. Oh dear, we've had a little rotation there, and one of the Gallardos.
The 91 car, that is
Marcus Anderson.
Yes, it is.
So that gets going in the right way again. That was the corner where the problem was on the opening lap of the race. That is Copse Corner. But for a race leader, just looking very, very serene, it must be said. In fact, I'm not sure he can come into the pits this time around, because it's not quite yet 25 minutes to go, but certainly it's looking very cool, calm and collected from our race. Let's see what happened. Sometimes can take 2 to tango, and the Lamborghini was on the inside and the blue and yellow Aston Martin on the outside, but Marcus Anderson was the one that had to possibly come off the throttle when he should have, wanted to sort of keep the car balanced. So avoided contact, won't have helped his tyres, but stopped. You know, having the tarmac on the outside of the track certainly helps in that position. But it had enough friction to bring the car to have a spin. And oh dear, the Audi. By the way, it's Robert Aldershaw's car they was fighting with during the moment. The blue and yellow Aston Martin, having just rejoined the circuit. Unfortunately, we said let's go and get some testing laps, but it looks though the 477 Audi is just going to reverse out of the scene of the crime, which was Maggots just on the approach to Beckett's there.
007 continues to lead. We're in the pit stop window now. 4 seconds to the good over Graham Davidson. This ex-TRG car.
Well, here's the car 52, the Aston Martin that got very close with the Lamborghini, and ground went the Lamborghini, but Robert Aldershaw Jr. able to press on in the bright blue and yellow.
Do we know which car that 52 car is? Have we got notes on that car?
No, not particularly, because I've got notes that say it's blue and yellow, because I went to look, but there are no distinguishing marking points.
I wonder if that's the car that was run briefly by, was it V8 Racing? Something like that, by Hugh Chamberlain.
Well, he might have had some spare yellow paint, so I guess, you know, Hugh always wanted to stretch the pound, didn't he? But anyhow, we know for sure this was the racers group. The livery on board the race-leading Aston Martin. It's staying at 4 seconds clear. They could come in this time round, but the first two cars weren't. They'd passed the pit in, so they couldn't pit just as the pit window opened. But they've got that comfortable cushion. 4 seconds between them, and 2 and a bit seconds back to third place to Phil Keane. And Phil's going to have the much longer pit stop. Remember, he's got 60 seconds of time extra on top of his pit stop because, well, he's a superstar.
Well, we said about cars from around the world. Quick shot there on pit lane of the number 21 car. That's the ex-team Hitachiyama car from Super GT.
Super GT, and of course over in Japan they've got the Super Taiku, or the Taiku series as well, a huge GT3 scene over there, and a lot of brand meetings. But it's lovely to see deliveries that you never otherwise get to see, and certainly the global market for GT3 cars. If you're going, haven't I got a couple of GT3 cars in the garage at home? I tell you, now is the time to sell. Just saying, which one are you going to have, Graham?
You know what? There's so many of them. You know, some of the quirkier ones, the Morgans of past interest. Jacques Lafitte involved in that programme that won races with those cars.
But it's so funny when you look at the as some of the Nissans come in. You look at you talked about Frederick Dorr. He'd already been with ProDrive and sorted the 550 Maranello Ferrari. You know, so a lot of times in motor racing history, manufacturers sort of dragged by the nose. A wealthy individual goes, I want to go racing on those. Well, you can't. Well, I can if I pay you and you make it happen.
Absolutely.
And you have to admire people who've got the gumption to do that.
And in many cases, I've made a commercial prospect of it. So it is that leading the way, if you like. It's the seed corn funding that's provided an opportunity for a couple of manufacturers to actually have a custom programme.
It is, and then
which frankly is where the McLaren F1 came in.
Entirely so, and I always love a story that Thomas Bashir told me once. Of course, he was one of the early racers for those, and his was the first McLaren F1 road car that reached its first service interval.
Wow!
And they plugged it in and went. They phoned him and said, something extraordinary. It's obviously a glitch. It's telling us that every time you drove the car, you drove it at you hit 200 miles an hour. He goes, yes, that's why I bought it, and that was his commute to the bank in Munich.
Here is the number 5 car. This will be the entry. Oh, and it's a stall for Jimmy Broadbent. He tries to get the car away from the pit stop, so that will cost just a couple of seconds to number 5. Max Lynn had done a good job in putting that car well into contention on the early stoppers.
Yeah, came up to 5th on the track. Still a great engine notes blaring past us, still waiting for most of our top 15 to come in and make a pit stop. Just one thing I want to put in that equation is Jonathan Mitchell. Here he is in 007. He's got to be an extra 20 seconds at a standstill, but on the basis that pretty much everyone else that started in the top 6 rows of the grid has the same. But unfortunately in the case of Phil Keane, he's got 3 times that, thrice the trouble.
Well, here's another aspect of GT3. There is a V12 Aston Martin. Also on this grid, we have V10s, V8s, flat 6s, turbocharged cars, non-turbocharged cars, front engine, rear engine, mid-engined, and they can race head to head.
Yeah,
That's what balanced performance gives you.
And as you said, that there was a different engine note coming past. It's the 1.4 GT in the race. So the cars have different shapes, different sounds, different colours, different ways of being driven. So that is why GT3 has been so strong. People really, I'm not over-egging it here. They were very sniffy of balance of performance you're creating. What have you created? You've created an incredibly tight race with diverse machinery, different sounds, and it's now global. So you who gloated,
there is nothing wrong with taking a purist view of motorsport, that you should be able to engineer the best and the fastest car you possibly can. And if you want to spend years and years watching 2 or 3 cars race, that's absolutely fine. That's what you can do. If, however, you like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 cars racing over 6, 10, 12, 24 hours, then BOP is a necessity.
So yeah, absolutely. So just wondering if that's a standard pit stop for the McLarens. I think it is. Zach Brown should be getting out, and Max, as he said, when I asked him what's his racing history, says it starts now. So think about that, being in a car like this. Of course, he's got his racing license. He couldn't be on a circuit in the UK without it, but it's quite an ask.
Went for a meeting with United Autosports fairly recently, Dunsfold, the Top Gear track, and Zach and Max were there with a couple of cars, having a bit of a crack on the Top Gear course. What a nice young man. What a lovely young man.
Oh, that's great to hear, isn't it? So we're still looking at the race leader. Graham Davidson has come in from second place. Just remember, before the pit stops, it was about 4.5 seconds, the margin between the driver we're looking at now, which is Jonathan Mitchell. He's now in behind a Nissan that has already made its pit stop, so doesn't want to get delayed. He has been faster than that car before, but not by a lot. But the pit window, well, it's got a little
trouble.
bit of oh dear, that's
the 888 car.
That's Christoph van Ooyenhausen, and when the dust cleared,
it was a Lamborghini. I think it's the right Lamborghini. The Blancpain livery Lamborghini 24.
So that is car 24. So that's one that's already been in the pits, I would think.
That was on its outlap.
And that was it might have been Stuart Hall. No, Nick Mayton is the name down on that one.
But it looked like it just missed its turning point and took the side of the BMW. From that angle, it looked like that was on the Lamborghini, I'm afraid. And they're going to be beached there. That will require an intervention. We've got 18 minutes to go.
It was on its outlap. So hold on, just think about how does this work. Already Graham Davidson was in the pits, waiting to see any messages of whether there's going to be a safety car, but Jonathan Mitchell had not yet pitted from the lead of the race. So this could really swing the equation. We know that Phil King's got this very long time to serve when he makes his pit stop in that Camaro that's sitting
Well, if he's sensible, he'll get in right now.
Entirely. And the safety car, there's the signal, the safety car is coming out. That comes as absolutely no surprise. And Nick Maidson walking away there. SC flashing on the boards all around the circuit.
I don't know whether or not pit entry is closed.
No, nor do I. I can't reach for it. Well, if it is,
like not.
They better slam the door right at the gate right now, because in comes our race leader, and he's maybe going to gain an advantage. Well, he's maximising his line coming in over rather greasy, oily little approach. But safety car on the track. Race leader in. Graham Davidson in second place. He's out onto the track. Remember, he was 4 and a bit seconds down before the pit stops.
So this does throw a very substantial spanner into a very intricate works. And there goes Phil Keane. He's taken the opportunity to pit too. So this might be his saving grace here.
Well, it could save him, I would reckon, probably about 40 seconds, which is what he needs to shed. That's the extra pit stop time he has relative to his rivals. And look at his rivals now. The pace on the circuit is absolutely abated. Everybody has come in, with the exception of Christoph van Ooyenhausen, to make at least one pit stop. But of course, Christoph, we've seen his BMW off at the start of Beckett's, and he looked like the innocent party there, hit by a car that had just come out.
It did look that way. It looked as if it might have been just a slight fumble from the Lamborghini, but we only saw the end of it, and again we only saw one angle. But this is going to be a substantial. And at the front of this queue, by the way, is Jimmy Broadbent.
There you go, his moment in the sun. 05 Nissan. Brian Heitcott, American racer, was the driver at the time who rose up to race that through the program. Again, that Nissan GT Academy.
Yeah.
It was an extraordinary program, and Darren Cox was the man who sort of oiled the wheels and made it happen. And talk about vision.
Well, yeah,
it has to be convincing too, because manufacturers don't go, here's lots of money, do they?
Look,
they need to know the reason.
A lot of focus nowadays on the, it has to be said, dramatic failure of the LMP1 program. But look at what was happening before that. The LMP2 engine program. Branding everywhere. LMP3
would not have happened without Nissan.
No.
So Chris Hoy would not be a European champion, neither would Alex Brundle without Nissan. Then there was the GT Academy, the GT3 car, the GT4 car were one of the very early takers in the class that followed rapidly in the wheel tracks of GT3. Both of those are with us, and both of those are incredibly healthy to this day. And,
I know, I mean, not everything succeeds, but right, here is the driver who was leading the race before the safety car came out. His challenger had just pitted before the safety car was deployed. That's Graham Davidson. So Graham Davidson at the second of the Aston Martins came back on the circuit, but when this car went in, everybody out on the circuit was running at reduced pace behind the safety car. So he's going to get to the... Where's he going to join in within the field? I'm just looking to see where he is relative to everybody else, and more importantly, where is the safety car on the track? I'm waiting for that to actually let me know where it is. So going past the regular pits, there he is, all on his lonesome. That is our previous race leader, Jonathan Mitchell. He's going to catch the tail of the cars, and the safety car is at the moment going between Brooklands and Luffield. So in fairly short order, he will get towards the tail of their group.
Also out of the pits and now running hard, I'm sure, to catch the train of the safety car is Phil Keane. So it's not cost him a minute.
No, he's had the option to potentially claw back 20, 30, 40 seconds. Look, these cars are now running at much reduced pace, and on the tail of that batch of cars very shortly should be Jonathan Mitchell. And he'll be a lap up.
He's going to be a lap up, isn't he? He's going to be a lap up on these cars.
Yeah, we come into the background of the shot relatively soon. Jonathan just turning into Luffield, should be coming in, hold the shot, hold the shot, hold the shot. Look for a blue Aston Martin, there it is. There's our race leader.
I can't believe we've got wave bar in this race. I've not checked the regulations, that's a big oversight on my part. But and by the way, if we don't, here's going to be an example of why we do have it in international racing nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, there are many ways you can deal, but American racing for years has had the wave by to sort of keep people in the mix, but some races it works, some races less so. But anyhow, you need clarity of conditions. So the car following the safety car is the number 5 Nissan. That's Jimmy Broadbent. Bear in mind that he had that little stall when he was leading his moment. Otherwise, he might have actually come out just ahead of the safety car, and that could have helped him.
Yeah, but that is the 5th place car. So if I'm just waiting for Phil Keane, and he has cleared sector 2, the top 4 are going to make better part of a lap with this.
Okay,
pit window is closed, by the way.
Looking at those in the top that are coming round, it is the top 4 for the pit stops. Jonathan Mitchell, Graham Davidson, their Aston Martins, Danny Winstanley in his Audi, and Phil Keane in his Chevrolet. That black Chevrolet should be in the background of the shot.
Now, what does Phil Keane have left here in this Camaro? There's 12 minutes left at the moment. We're going to have at least one more lap behind the safety car. There's no sign that there's any kind of wave by going to happen here, and I would imagine it won't. And we're going to have Phil Keane without a minute's penalty, right on the trail of 3 other cars, and you guess as well, saving tyres behind the safety car as well, which has been a bit of a issue. Let's put it that way.
Well, Phil Keane, what's he drive? Is it black? Has it got the bow tie on the front? Yes, that's him. There we are in the Camaro. So, listening and loving it. What a basso profundo rumble. Fabulous. So he's going to catch the end of the train of cars, and ahead of him should be Danny Winstanley. Everyone in front of them, when the safety car releases the field, they're going to be nose to tail. They'll be fighting for position. This is going to be really, really hard for the front runners to try and overtake them. They've got the laps advantage, but they're not. They've got their own race too. So here we have Jimmy Broadbent, that number 5 Nissan, tucked in behind the safety car. In behind him is Steve Osborne, one of the 2 SLS Mercedes with the gull-wing door, and then Christian Albrecht, who's sharing with Kyle Tilley, is 3rd in that metallic green and yellow Aston Martin.
But let's make it clear, the cars behind this safety car are not leading the race.
Indeed.
The race leaders are effectively the last 4 cars in this train, and have profited to the tune of basically a lap. They managed to get in and out of the pits, but the safety car was...
The first 3, we just saw them nose to tail. Mitchell, Davidson, Winstanley, Aston Martin, Audi, and Phil Keane has yet to catch them. In fact, he's lucky there's another lap behind the safety car, because he will catch them. At the moment, he's 40 seconds down off the tail of Danny Winstanley's Audi. That's car number 78. But with this lap, of course, What's the pace they're going around at?
There he
2
goes.
minutes 40. Oh, well, he's already gained about 20 seconds. Someone else was just running through the pits. I could see. Now, this is the car that has, well, Christmas has come in July by the looks of things, but
Indeed.
the clock continues to count down. By the time the safety car releases them, if it does at the end of this lap,
well,
we'll have about 8 minutes left.
Unlucky for Jimmy Broadbent, very lucky for the top 4 here, and extremely lucky for Phil Keane.
Well, 100%. But I'm just going to go back. I'm not wanting to pick on Jimmy Broadbent for stalling his car, his Nissan, but he would have squeaked out ahead.
It could have
of
been
where
in
the
that
safety
5-car
car
battle.
It could have been a massive promotion before the pit stops. Now the safety car has.
It is a wave by.
It's a wave by.
Wow.
Well, is this going to be completed in time for? In this case, he's going to wait for the blue Aston Martin. It's just gone under the bridge there, weaving from side to side. So the last 4 cars in that train are the ones it needs to pick up. But how quickly will these others on the wave by go around? Will they get to the tail of this group before the safety car goes, fine, I'm coming in now?
I can't believe we'll have more than one more lap behind the safety car. So pick up now.
Okay,
there is our race leader.
Okay, there's our race leader. Confirmation. 2 Aston Martins as they were before. The only difference is there'll be nose to tail on the restart. Jonathan Mitchell ahead of former British GT champion Graham Davidson. The difference is before they rumbled into the pit stops, there was about a 4.5 to 5 second margin between them. Now it's going to be half a second when the restart commences. We've got half a lap to go with this safety car, looking for any signal from race control that about when the safety car will be withdrawing. One car that does appear to be withdrawn is Keith Freezer. He's going to be busy because he's out in the endurance icons later, but here's Lamborghini Gallardo that raced in Super GT with Richard Bradley, who's been busy here this weekend. He was in an Aston Martin speed model earlier today. So again, these drivers, it just goes to show the global spread, not just of the cars or the championships, but the drivers too.
I'm guessing here that what we're going to see is one more lap with the safety car, and then we'll go racing wherever the rest of the train is.
I'm just wondering, because looking at the tracking map, just checking everybody else. This is going to be really tight. Coming down the Wellington Straight is our lead quartet, the first 4 cars, and the others have now, according to my tracker, all gone over the start-finish line.
Yes.
What are the lights doing? They're still flashing on the roof of the safety car. Oh, if those have gone out, this lot will go, okay, 3 of us are going to get medals, gold, silver, bronze in whichever order, and one's going to just lose out. But we have a top 4 finish within our hands, whatever happens. But however, the safety car has not, as it goes around Luffield into Woodcote, turned its lights off, or has it? Hold on, have a look. No, they're still on, so it's going to be another lap.
7 minutes and 45 seconds. They are doing a safety car lap in about 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Which is 45 seconds or so slower than a good race pace.
2 racing laps, at least.
Yeah. So
Jimmy Broadbent's on it here, trying to catch up.
He's dropped everyone else behind, which is important. So Steve Osborne, it could actually be a friend to the first 4 drivers. He's keeping the others back. If he can pick up his pace, they need to be on the tail of Jimmy Broadbent, who's in that number 5 Nissan. Jimmy's off and away. He's heading off. He's going to see if he can get onto the tail of that top 4 cars.
And remember as well, by the way, fair number of the drivers in 2 driver cars have just got in.
Yeah, they have.
They've not really had more than 1 racing lap here.
So, some have literally, probably got half a lap. They probably saw what had happened down at between Maggots and Beckett's, the point where they are now, where unfortunately we had the Lamborghini clattering into Christoph von Neuenhausen's BMW. And that's where our leading quartet are, and the best of the rest at the moment is just turning from Brooklands towards Luffield. And he's, well, I tell you what, Jimmy Broadbent is absolutely leaving the rest for dead as he's herring around the circuit. This lap will be a quick one from him, whereas our first 4 runners can do nothing. They are having to run at this reduced pace behind the safety car. However, they do have primacy in terms of the fact they will be at the front of the line. But will this safety car, I'm just eagle-eyed looking at the lights on the roof, give us a clue. Are they going to go off? Are you going to release the field? So the drivers, their job, running through the order. Jonathan Mitchell, Graham Davidson's 2 Aston Martins, Danny Winstanley in his Audi, and then tucked in behind the one that makes the biggest sound of all, Phil Keane in that black Chevrolet Camaro. Will he end up on the podium? Will he end up in top position? We do not know, but he's going to give it a really good lick.
I think we're going to see at least the lead group from this chasing pack join this queue. And
do you know what? The ones that are like Jimmy Broadbent, when they arrive, their tyres will be fully up to temperature. These drivers absolutely not. So they're going to have to be really, really cautious on the restart.
Yeah, it's a very good point and well made.
Well, I'll tell you what. Danny Winstanley's running third. Fourth, of course, is Phil Keane. But number 5, just catching it, rushing towards their tail, going through club right now, is Jimmy Broadbent. But those in behind, there's Steve Osborne. No, I tell you what, Steve Osborne just dropped out of that pack, because that's Christian Albrecht that's coming through.
Here they come. This is Jimmy Broadbent is already there. Here come the cavalry.
So the job of all these drivers is to get onto the tail of the car in front and urge it to catch the car in front of that, and then close onto the tail of our lead quartet. The one that's done it best has been the car in 5th place, car number 5, Jimmy Broadbent, catching our top 4, and our top 4 at the moment.
He's there. He's already
He's
with
on them.
He's on them. So it's going to be
that's where Steve Osborne's gone, because he should have been running in, I think, at 6th place, but he's brought his Gullwing Mercedes SLS into the pit, so he won't be part of the restart. He will get a race tomorrow, I'm sure.
Lights off. Lights are off on the safety car.
Off, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Aston Martin, Audi, Chevrolet, and Nissan suddenly coming back into the mix, courtesy of the safety car. And the gift box that was gift wrapped has been removed from the first 4 runners.
Snatched away.
Yes. Did you want an action man? Tough luck.
Absolutely.
Giving it to your cousin.
Taking the accessories away.
Yeah, no gripping hands, but here we go. Gripping steering wheels, most certainly. And Jonathan Mitchell will control the restart, but really it's boiling down to how it would have been anyhow. He knew he's going to have Graham Davidson on his tail. It looks like a really good getaway from Jonathan Mitchell.
Look at Phil Keane already on the Audi. Jimmy Broadbent just drops back from the Camaro. Phil Keane looking to see whether or not there was room up the outside for the Camaro. Not quite there, but he had a good run to the restart for this race.
Yeah, Jimmy Broadbent looking fairly competitive in 5th place, but hasn't quite got on the tail of the Camaro, and that just gives Phil Keane a little bit of breathing space, but he knows he's got to attack very soon indeed. A good exit from Chapel, and then try and run the Audi down on the run down the Hangar Straight, but in fact a very good entry to the Hangar Straight by Danny Winstanley in the car that raced mainly in America. In the background the shot, Christian Albrecht getting busy, but Jonathan Mitchell's got the job done, but down the outside goes Phil Keane. Is it going to be an outside? Not if Danny Winstanley has anything to say about it. He blocks him off, but Phil Keane having a look. If you go wide you can come in tight on the exit. That's what he's looking at.
3 minutes to go, and trying to get onto the back of this Camaro is Jimmy Broadbent in the first of the 2 Nissan GTRs.
Well,
way wide goes the Audi. Is that enough to give a run for Phil Keane? It looks like it isn't.
Well, that just shows how Danny Winstanley is pushing to just hang on. Somehow he did. Everybody behind got a face full of dust, but through into the loop they go. And every corner past, as they get past, that a move doesn't happen is sweeter for those up front. Jonathan Mitchell is making his break all over again, but only not quite half a second clear of the second Aston Martin of Graham Davidson. A couple of Nissans in the mix, but they're not at the sharp end of the field. It's still Mitchell from Davidson and the Aston Martins. Danny Winstanley in that silver liveried Audi is just trying to block off the inside, but the outside is the only thing he's offering to the Camaro driver, to Phil Keane. Phil's taking a look one side, taking a look the other, and Danny Winstanley already has almost been unseated, but through Luffield they go. Who's got more grunts out of the corner? Who can get the power down sooner? Jimmy Broadbent in 3rd place doesn't have an answer. Christian Albrecht is pressing on behind him, then Charlie Kennedy, then Marcus von Ironhausen, the father of von Ironhausen in his BMW Z4. In the background, outside at Cops, that is only for the very, very brave or the foolhardy, and he's neither of those. He's just super talented.
He is indeed super talented. The one thing he's not got in the toolbox here for this Camaro, one thing it isn't, is dainty. And there certainly seems to me the Audi's got the better handling package here. 5.2 litre V10, of course, in the back end of this Audi. 6.9 litre V8 in the front of the Camaro. And this is where balance of performance isn't paying off. The potential grunts.
Look, you talked about how the Camaro famously in period did consume tyres like some people eat wine gums, just getting through very quickly.
Num.
Exactly so. There goes the Burgundy.
So 1 minute and change to go. Phil Keane still fancies a bit of a crack here, trying to force the error from Danny Winstanley. Winstanley is eating it up, and they're beginning to drop Jimmy Broadbent. He's made a good restart here. He's fending off the cars behind him, which include the other Nissan. So it's Aston Martin, Audi, side by side almost. And which of the two is that? That I think is the second one.
It's Charlie Kennedy. Yeah, it looks so. Well, he's eventually going to find it. I think he's got a puncture actually there. couldn't tell. There seemed to be a lot more dust coming out, but maybe that's just the dust that's off the line. But Jonathan Mitchell looks like he's got this done. The checkered flag is being prepared. And the gap between first and second, 3/4 of a second. Bear in mind, in the first part of the race, he got 4 and a bit seconds clear. It looks like Phil Keane has sort of fired his last shot, or is he just toying with us? Is he just toying with Danny Winstanley? Danny had already been almost unseated going out of club corner a while ago, but the number of corners between the checkered flag and our front runners, 10 seconds remain. So it looks as though we're going to one further lap. Oh, I'm not complaining. GT3 Legends. Fantastic cars, brilliant racing.
There's another lap.
The little hiccup, yeah, they're onto this last lap, as I've just been saying. So there we go through, and who is going to keep cool? And what we just saw on the previous lap was the number 77 Lamborghini. That was Bobby Thompson, I think, at the wheel, just making his move on Marcus von Oeynhausen. So they've changed the possession of 9th place overall. But really the person who's having to work the hardest is this driver, Danny Winstanley. All the attacks coming from the Chevrolet. And he seems to have rebuffed all of them. Well, it's a much bigger gap between the pair of them as they come fighting over 3rd place onto the hangar straight. And I think your point about the tyre consumption of the rather bigger, heavier Chevrolet means at this point in the race he's having to take far more risk. When I say he, I mean this man, Phil Keane.
He's having fun. He's pushing hard. But you sort of get the feeling he has got to the bottom of the toolbox at this point. And the only thing that's left is a wrench that doesn't fit.
Yeah, a left-hand drive wrench when you need a right-hand. So from Aston Martin to the lead of the race, it's been a really good scrap. They'll be rejoined tomorrow, another 15-minute race for the GT3 Legends, and they've been entertaining. I still cannot believe I'm at a historic race meeting talking about cars as recent as these cars that I would have commentated on in period. And the evolution of GT3 has been truly phenomenal. Bear in mind, it's the support category, the secondary category below the hypercars in the World Endurance Championship. And it's found the feat that many didn't think it would find, but it's filled a gap and created really an entire market of its own.
Any country you go to with international motorsport, GT3 cars are present anywhere, and usually in depth and some real numbers and with variety. And one of the great things about these cars, not just the historic market, but the second-hand market in contemporary racing, you'll see cars that perhaps you saw the British GT Championship or in IMSA turning up somewhere else, South Central America, in Africa, in Asia. It's been a truly massive success.
So victory in the end, half a second was the margin between Jonathan Mitchell and Graham Davidson. Danny Winstanley held on to 3rd place overall. Phil Keane in his Chevrolet in 4th. Then 2 Lins in line order, 5 ahead of 13. So you're talking Maxwell ahead of Father Sean at the end of the race. In fact, probably in the hands of Scott Morvan. That's the number 13 Team Parker Racing Aston Martin. So Aston Martin has been the thing to have on British home ground, but it's not always a guarantee in other countries in the world. But GT3 Legends very much making their mark in 2026. 20 years on from their first race here, and GT3 has evolved to a staggering extent around the world. And whatever cars we're seeing now, as you say, cars all dotted all around the world from the second market, they're being magnetically drawn back towards racing on great circuits here in Europe, and I'm sure the wings will spread further in the years to come.
What a thing to have in the back of your garage. What an alternative to a track day machine this is. And in the case of these cars, very many of them with really meaningful provenance. Not sure what that word means. It means, what's it done? What's it achieved? Where's it been? Who's driven it?
And I've worked out why Jonathan Mitchell had to drive so fast to win the race, because he's in the next race. He's jumping straight into a Jaguar E-Type for the pre-66 GT Sprint. So a lot of these drivers very, very busy indeed. Some of them have to sort of flick the memory chip in their brain to remember which car they're in. But Jonathan Mitchell, very much a historic racer on the move. And it's been a great show. Unfortunately, we had the little incident at the start that led to the second attempt to get it right, and a few cars being left at the side of the circuit. But 26 cars came out to play, and at the end of the race, I still think we got getting close to 20 of them making it through to the finish. A few sort of slightly late retirements.
Worth mentioning, by the way, at what is this 20:05 local time here at Silverstone at the BRDC Classic. 2 more races to come, as you quite rightly said there. We've got an hour race for the pre-66 GT Sprints, and Martin Haven in the background getting his childhood notes, contemporary notes for those pre-66 cars that would have formed part of the entertainment he had up to his middle teens before 1966. And he'll be, of course, back in this chair as our expert. Watch those cars in period. And then Alex, the much younger commentator, back in the chair for the endurance icons.
Well, let's take a look at the results. It was a race of great interest, the GT3 Legends. First of their two races here at Silverstone at the BRDC Classic. And Aston Martin from Aston Martin, Jonathan Mitchell from Graham Davidson, Danny Winstanley, great run from him in his Audi to come home third. Phil Keane, well, he managed to sort of make do and mend, if you will. He had a 60-second extra stop relative to his rivals. Most of them would have to serve 20 seconds extra, and the timing of the safety car saved him. So the first 4 cars got clear. Best of the rest behind them, as they did finish in that order, was Max Lynn, who came home in with Jimmy Broadbent to take 5th place overall. Very, very enthralling race, and a lot of people delighted to be out there. And for Zach Brown, a chance to race with his son Max, that would be very special. They came home in 14th position overall in a McLaren that Zach, of course, raced in period in British GT. So a lot of lines being sort of drawn to make this picture, and a lot more to come from GT3 Legends. So really good fun this afternoon here at Silverstone. And let's take a look at the start. It was all cool and calm until about now, where the Mercedes from the outside just swept across and just clipped the nose of Nick Sampson. Round they went, and everyone behind just playing the guessing game. Which way shall we go? A little bit of contact, and a couple of cars ending up out of the race in the gravel. So we had to wait for the restart of the race, and when it got going, well, it was just a chance to see all the cars that used to race in period. The Lamborghinis against the Audis. There is Zach Brown in his McLaren, run by United Autosports today. He still has his cars run by them now. The Nissans were going very nicely indeed. Max Lynn putting in a good run there. Then a little moment, actually it seemed to be the Lamborghini Gallardos that seemed to be the ones that were either tipped into spins or had their own. But Jonathan Mitchell controlled things from the front, and then of course the safety car period caused this is what caused it. It was another Lamborghini clattering into Christoph van Oyenhausen's gorgeous looking BMW Z4. The safety car came out, it gathered the first 4 runners, then on the release everybody had caught the tail, and we were waiting for a move from Phil Keane in his dark liveried Chevrolet. It didn't come. A moment that Danny Winstanley ran a little bit wide. Others were running out of tyre life later on, but through to the end of the race it was the Aston Martins first and second in that order. Jonathan Mitchell ahead of Graham Davidson. Great run from them. So I'll tell you what, we've seen it out on the track, you've watched it on the screens. Let's go down and find out what happened. Mark Werrell is our man on the microphone.
Grab a word with our race winner, Graham Davidson. Graham, the safety car made that interesting towards the end. You gave it everything to catch Jonathan Mitchell, but couldn't quite catch him.
Yeah, another lap or two might have made for an interesting fight. But yeah, the safety car kind of took a bit out of it, and really difficult to get the tyres back into the right operating window. So it took a few laps, and there was people sliding around, including me. But no, it came good, and the car felt pretty consistent, so happy.
The wind's got up a little bit today compared to yesterday. Did that affect it at all?
That thing's too heavy to be pushed around. It's I didn't notice it. So
second today. You've got another race to look forward to tomorrow. What can you do there?
Well, it's nice to get the first one out of the way, build a bit of confidence, because I'm not racing very often, just a few times a year. And now I'm comfortable with the car, the track, I know what to expect. I'll push a bit harder tomorrow and see if we can get the top step.
As somebody that's won the British GT Championship, not necessarily in this particular car, but in an identical one in reality, when you hop back in, does it sort of bring back memories and feel like putting on a set of old slippers?
Yeah, I mean, probably not so much the driving side of it, a little, but more the memories of the people that I raced with at the time. I ran my own team. Driving with Max Martin was an experience, let's say. He's a great character, very fast, and taught me a lot. Before Johnny kind of did his thing with me, and yeah, it's fantastic to still have the car, still race it, and nice to do it in front of a great crowd with some pretty awesome cars. And well, if you look through the entry list, a lot of cool names, a lot of prestigious drivers there. So nice to be at the front of that. So yeah.
Hopefully you'll be on the top step tomorrow, but well done on second position there, Graham Davidson. Danny Winstanley's alongside me as well. Danny, wow, that was a good fight between yourself and Keeney towards the end.
Oh yeah, it was great. He's obviously a very experienced driver, and it was nice and clean. I mean, that Camaro down the straight, I don't know if you could see, it was like a rocket. So as much as I could do out the corners, it was always just not quite enough. I don't know where I managed to gap him, but after that I could set and sort of race my own racing at the lap times there again. But yeah, it was quick. But yeah, great racing with him, yeah.
I was talking to Phil Keane, and he was saying, he knows that thing's a rocket ship in a straight line. I said to him, what's the aero like? And he said it hasn't got any.
No, I mean, well, to be honest, yeah, the R8's definitely a little bit more in the corners. I could see that, and that's why I managed to get a bit of an advantage. But yeah, it definitely more than balanced out, though. I'll say that, because it was so quick down the straight. It's not much you can do. You're like a sitting duck. So, but no, it was a great race. Yeah, that was all we had today. So that was all the pace in the car. But yeah, it was really.
See what you can do tomorrow in a car that's, I suppose, still fairly new to you. What have you had it about 12, 18 months?
About 12 months, and that's my fourth or fifth ever race, third this year. But yeah, we'll see how we go tomorrow. I think the longer race suits the R8 because it does look after its tyres a little bit better. So that I lost my advantage a little bit there because of the safety car and the shortened race. But yeah, we'll see. Long race tomorrow, and hopefully the car's quick at the end again.
We hope so as well. Thanks for keeping us entertained. So that's all for the moment. Let's go back upstairs to the commentary box.
Thank you, Mark. Entertaining stuff. 50 minutes today, 50 minutes tomorrow, and safety cars often affect the cars that struggle with tyres to their benefit. So we'll wait and see what happens. 2 races still to go today, so just the 90 minutes of racing before we bring the shutters down on Saturday evening. First up, we have an hour, a pre-66 GT sprint. Hour sprint, okay? Let's just call it a race. So pre-66 GTs, exactly what you expect to see. Mustangs, MGBs, Austin Healey's, Jaguar E-types, lots of Cobras and Cobra Daytona Coupes as well. A real spread of different machinery. So let's take a look at what the pre-66 GT Sprint is all about. The Pre-66 GT Sprint is a brand new addition to the Motor Racing Legends program, and it brings a real energy shift to the weekend. This is classic GT racing, but with a sharper edge. Cobras, E-types and Austin Healey's, exactly like the one raced by Paddy Hopkirk at Brands Hatch in 1965, clash in a fast-paced 1-hour format. Add in pit stops, driver changes and a mix of power and precision across the grid, and you've got a category that's unpredictable, intense and built to race. And that means that Bruce Jones is doing a lot of the heavy lifting this afternoon. 50 minutes of GT3 Legends is alongside me as we get ready for an hour-long race here. Tom Wolfe on pole position in the Daytona Coupe. Andy Wolfe that he shares with Julian Thomas. Mike Whitaker alongside in the TVR. Then Stuart Hall in another Shelby Cobra, and the Jackson and Shepherd Elan alongside. We're going to see a real battle here between the big powerhouses, the TVR, the Cobras, the Daytona Cobras, and the 1600cc Lotus Elans. A third of the power, a third of the weight. And Bruce Jones, this is going to be a fascinating contest. Driver changes for some, not all of the cars. Some drivers are hogging them themselves. But again, will power play out, or will it be the light, nimble machinery that comes out on top? We're going to find out in the next 60 minutes as the first of our pre-66 GT Sprint grids comes to the line. 52 cars, as we've had one withdrawal overnight. And we go green with the Julian Thomas, Andy Wolfe, Shelby Daytona Cobra, the dark blue car with the white stripe, taking the lead from the pale blue TVR Griffith 400 of Mike Whitaker. Those two the fastest in qualifying. They traded fastest laps, and now they start from the front row of this busy, busy grid.
Well, super clean start. I just having a thought that people like Jonathan Mitchell just completed the GT Legends race. They literally had to nip across, get into their Jaguar, and in fact, Jonathan go very nicely. He's the dove grey E-type in the background in about 5th position. But this race to me is about the cars with all the grunt fighting against the nimble 26R Lotus Elans. A whole host of those. They will come on strong later in the race. They will not consume their tyres at the same rate. But right now we're looking at Julian Thomas streaking clear in his Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. Mike Whitaker giving chase in his bluff TVR Griffith. That's a car that's got more poke than you can shake a stick at. And then look, that middle order, it's just Elan, but with others in the mix as well.
Yeah, a real combination of brute force and finesse. You can see red and white Cobra just a little further back. That's the car, I think, of Stuart Hall. 289 Cobra. There's the Ferrari bread van, that odd-looking red contraption, a one-off super aerodynamic version of Ferrari's 250 GTO. That's being driven by the family's fastest brother, Lucas Halusa, and he started down in, where was he on the grid, 15th place. That car will work its way up the order. He didn't get the best of runs in qualifying. So we've got everything from big 5-litre V8s all the way down to 1600cc tiddlers. In the inset you can see the podium going on for the GT3 Legends.
I'm missing the race winner because he's busy in the main picture. He's out in his, sorry, I'd love to attend, but I've got other things to do. And in fact, Jonathan Mitchell is in 6th place. Oh, what it is to be in demand.
Yeah, and that's why he wasn't there for an interview with Mark Werrell, because he'd already had to run from one car through the garage to the other, because it's not hot enough racing in a GT3 car for 50 minutes. You've got to leg it to your next car. But it is Julian Thomas that leads. Traditionally, Julian will start that. Andy Wolff will take over. Mike Whittaker driving solo in the TVR Griffith 400. Not the only Griffith in the race. There's a Griffith 200 as well, the 2-litre version rather than the V8 version. And the pale green car with the yellow noseband you just saw going through shot, that's David and Olivier Hart's car. And that is another of the Daytona Coupe, so expect to see that coming up the order.
Yeah, it started in 12th position, and it's well, actually it's still in 12th position at the start of this lap, but the power will come into play. And look, the gaggle of 26Rs carrying a Jaguar E-Type, and the unusual one there is a 165 in that gold. Of course, that's the Ian Walker Racing Coupe version. We'll get a look at that later in the race, but at the moment it's the Cameron Jackson number 33. Pale blue with yellow stripe on it, 26R, that's batting above its strength. Number 7, that is Jonathan Mitchell, the driver we were just mentioning, hot out of an Aston Martin V12 Vantage.
He must be regretting some of his life choices right now.
Yeah, I know. You must hope the calendar and the timetable work for you. You can imagine running through sort of rugby handoff to Mark Werrell, who wants an interview. No, not now.
Tossing the sweaty helmet to a helper and trying to get a dry one on. I mean, things that you don't think about that actually suddenly become really important. Car number 7 then, as you say, Jonathan Mitchell, semi-lightweight Jaguar E-Type, and right behind is the Cobra of Stuart Hall. No, it's not. That's the Max Lynn and Scott Malvern Cobra. In fact, car number 13, the red car with the big broad stripe down the centre. The Cobra's here running with the hard top on to give them a little bit more aerodynamics. Right behind the 62 car, Alistair McCaig, the scion of the Acuria Cos team. Hugh McCaig, the boss of Acuria Cos, he'll be taking that car over midway through. It's being started by Ben Mitchell, I think.
I'll tell you what, I would reckon Alistair McCaig will be in GT3 Legends very soon indeed, because of course he effectively dragged Acuria Cos back in to do GT racing, and I'm sure he'll be sniffing around the paddock and having a look. But
I don't doubt. I mean, he enjoyed racing at the British GT Championship in GT3 cars in period, so he's probably got a few in the garage, actually, to be honest. You can see the flag blue of the Acuria Cos team on the E-Type, and chasing Max Lynn.
Well, that is going to be a combination that could win this race. Max Lynn balanced with Scott Malvern. They are going to be very quick indeed. When you have a 2-driver race, you look at the combinations, and Jonathan Mitchell doesn't have a combination, but he has got the key to the door. Upper position he gains. Simon Moss will be his next target. He's past Simon Moss, he's up into 4th place overall. Then he's got to set off after the Cameron Jackson little Lotus Elan 26R pale blue with the yellow stripe. That's in 3rd place, but now he's got clear of the traffic. 3 places gained by Jonathan Mitchell already. Just settling down, settling in.
He's absolutely flying. He went by that red and white Daytona Coupe of Graham Moss like it was standing still. Now there's been a little problem for the Jetta G4R. So that car, Mark Williams, started in 20th place, and actually he had a good start, battling with a couple of big Healys, and he's dropped down a few places. So we'll catch up with that in a moment as we get back to our leader, Julian Thomas.
Yeah, just looking to see where he's finding his advantage. It's in the straights, quite clearly.
It's under the bonnet.
It's under the bonnet, but actually in the twisty end, the last bit of the lap, which is where the TVR's catching him up a little bit. Mike Whittaker, you'd have thought maybe his grunt was better in a straight line, but with that shorter wheelbase and his ability to drive this roller skate, a very powerful roller skate of a car, he's able to close in. And what's happening in behind? Jonathan Mitchell, bottom of your shot, with that dove grey E-Type just going very nicely, but I said look out for the number 13 Max Lynn car. He's already starting to make moves, and Graham Moss is the one who's losing out a little bit, and he's also under pressure from another E-Type tucked in behind. Of course, that's the car you mentioned, Ben Mitchell, starting and Alistair McCabe will do the second part of the race. So again, how much power difference is between these cars? Well, in terms of sheer grunt, of course, the Shelby Cobra will have it. In terms of handling and also tyre life, the lighter, nimbler E-Type should have an advantage.
Yeah, definitely should do. And here, again, you can see the semi-lightweight E-Type slipping down the inside, making up a place. So that's Ben Mitchell in the... Oh, trouble for one of the Mustangs. Which one is that? Car number 11, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the
that Chris Jolly and Steve
car.
Farthing's GT3
That's the car from my local team from Wren Classics, just outside Shaftesbury down in Dorset. Well, I do
Mustang
believe...
on Mustang action. Oh dear.
Pivot across the nose, unfortunately, there, and that was the Alexander car, number 122.
Yeah, James and Tom Alexander, not
Yep,
sure which
father
started.
and son.
But that's on its way into retirement as well. Yellow flags are out, but with the car in the gravel, Bruce, I do fear that we may need a safety car to rescue it. We got out of the gravel, okay, so that might be clear then. So a couple of cars being reminded their transponders aren't working, so effectively they don't exist. That's not car number 124, the Shelby Cobra of Stuart Hall, which was due to start in third place. It looks like it has not made the grid at all. There is no car number 124. There is the E-Type train, the Mitchell McKay car in sixth ahead of the Dodds. Here is our race leader, Julian Thomas, in his familiar dark blue livery with the white V.
V for V-Box, and doing a very, very good job indeed. Over the last lap, in fact, he gained 2 and a bit seconds over the chasing Mike Whittaker. I fancied Mike to close in a little bit, but Julian's driving absolutely beautifully there. And there's the bluff little CVR. Small car, short wheelbase, let's put a big engine in, why not? Third place though, Cameron Jackson doing very nicely. Is he being caught by the chasing E-Type? No, is the answer. There, unfortunately, is the car with the Mark Donoghue race livery on it, the Wren Classics prepared Mustang, and unfortunately the helping hand wasn't much of a help at all. Mustang on Mustang, and for Chris Jolly, he's lost out there.
We've had a pit visitor as well. Graham Moss has come into the pit lane in his Shelby Cobra, so that car may or may not reappear. Certainly, it is not a scheduled pit stop, so the pit window has yet to open. That'll happen towards the midway part of the race. I'll give them a 20-minute pit window so that you can exercise a bit of strategy. Now, in qualifying, the writing was on the wall for Mark Whittaker. His best lap, a 2-minute 24.5. The best lap for the Daytona Coupe that he's chasing, a 221.8. So in has come the 58 car, 59 as was, 58 as it's been renumbered, of Graham Moss. So this ex-Scuderia Filippinetti car.
That really rankles you, doesn't it, that number?
Well, it doesn't, but I mean, that's very much Martin Havengo's motor racing number adaptation there. They came with one number, lovely liveried on the car, and then they were told that in fact they were a different number. So
yes, you turned up for hockey, you're supposed to be playing cricket. That's
well, yeah,
isn't it?
Turned up for cricket, you've got all your cricket whites, and then somebody says, yeah, but you have to wear hockey boots. Okay. So here's our third place car, and that is a class leader. Again, you can see from the pylon on the left the various different classes with different colours behind the number, not reflected on the cars, obviously. He's not in the pale blue car championship. 23, that's the John and Gary Pearson semi-lightweight E-Type, and that car was in 9th place, as you can see, and that has pulled over, and it is steaming just a little bit.
Yes, I think that's driver aware, and if the Pearson brothers aren't aware of what's happening in an E-Type, then nobody will. Anything to do with Jaguars, they are the people. So that was being pulled as far away from the track as it possibly could to get it to safety. Gary Pearson just climbing out there, but yes, a little bit of steam issuing from that.
Yeah. So that may possibly be a little bit of overfilling of the oil leaking onto something, maybe a hole in the radiator from some debris. Max Lynn and Scott Malvern's car. Max Lynn, not the only Lynn on the grid, because no, it's Sean Lynn who's sharing with Scott Malvern. Max Lynn was due to be driving at Lotus Elan on his own.
Ah, that's where my confusion
and
came.
again, now that was what was on the entry list after qualifying, but again, it looks like Max Lynn's Elan has not gone to the grid. So is Max Lynn then in with Scott Malvern?
I don't know. I just knew he was in the race, and I might not have read my notes properly. Now it's great seeing. What's this? A bread van? What do you mean a bread van? It's a Ferrari. Clearly, you complete buffoon. A Ferrari 250 GTO, but decided, much like the Shelby Daytona Cobra Coupe, to put a longer body on it to make greater stability down the Mulsanne straight at the Mans. It came and someone thought, a Ferrari can't look like that, can't have a camtail. Well, if it makes it faster, it jolly well can, and the name has stuck. At the moment, that's not at the sharpest end of the field, but certainly Lucas Alusa has an awful lot of fun. 250 GT with the longer body, but the fact it's being harried by a Leland seems a little bit cheeky, one feels at the moment.
Well, again, yeah, the GTO sort of came very early 60s, the Elan a little later, and car number 173 goes by, and that's Conor Kay. That is a change for position, so Conor Kay moves up into 10th and demotes the bread van down to 11th place. Here comes car number 7, Jonathan Mitchell, the Doug Bray car, passing an MGB. Big lock up there right behind from Sean stroke Max, is it Lynn? We need to find out a little bit more about that with the car he shares with Scott Morvan. It may be actually that Sean Lynn, who is effectively Motor Racing Legends and sort of running almost everything in most of the races here, has just decided, actually, I really don't have time for this, or I want to make more time for my clients than to go out and have a jolly myself. And so, okay, Max, you take over. Because if Max's car isn't on the grid, you sense that he may well be racing in place of Sean.
Well, you don't know. I mean, Sean definitely wants to. He doesn't come here and not wear his race suit, does he? So, you know, I think it probably is still Sean, but they're going very nicely indeed. But what we've seen in the last few laps is a picking up the pace from Jonathan Mitchell, or more to the point, a dropping of the pace from Cameron Jackson in that pale blue and yellow Lotus Elan 26R, holding down third place. I didn't see if there was a problem, but the gap closed by 2.5 seconds. So Jonathan Mitchell is within a second. Oh, well, much closer now. Here we have that third place battle, and oh look, in a straight line. There's no way the Elan 26R can hold off a well-driven, more powerful Jaguar E-Type. Deep into the corner they go, but sweeping around the outside, getting the job done there is Jonathan Mitchell. So he goes up to third place. Cameron Jackson's going to see if he can hang on in that Elan, but really, you know, oh, well, he's smoking.
Yes.
Oh, he's putting oil on his own tyres. The tail swinging around.
The wheel's coming off.
That's what the smoke is.
That's where the smoke has come from. Yeah, the spinner is still attached, which means the hub has come off the suspension. So he's bailing out. He has no idea what's gone wrong with the car. But he will find out fairly quickly.
Well, I tell you what, that was exquisite driving to control that as it. Oh, right, just a little loose at the back, a little looser than loose, I'd suggest. But
that's gone flat as well, hasn't it? There was no air in that tyre.
So
I mean, this is big recovery.
And this happens just as they're diving from Stowe into past the Lando stand, and at that point, I mean, Stowe's a scary enough corner, but his presence of mind to go, oh, pit entry, I can get across, and he moved just before Sean Lynn came through.
Yep.
That was fabulous, but what a feeling. You know, that moment, just something slightly different in the car, but it seemed to just go like that.
No, absolutely. There was no indication. I was looking actually to see when they came out of Stowe whether we had a big moment because the tyre had gone down. I think maybe the tyre has gone down because of what's happened with the wheel arch. But message in from former world champion Stuart Hall. Jack Tetley started the car. They put us on the back of the grid because he was unable to attend qualifying. So it is Jack Tetley who has started car number 124, Cobra 289. So I'm going to have a...
And they're in 24th position.
Yeah, all right. Well, in that case, he's doing a pretty stand-up job, isn't he? Because he started last out of 52 cars, so he's already halfway up the grid. That's pretty impressive stuff from Jack Tetley in the 289 Cobra, and Stuart Hall will take that over midway through. So thank you for that, Stewie. So it always helps when you've got friends in the commentary booth. So that's not our race leader, that is our race leader.
But
actually,
what is so fantastic, just seeing the shot of the number 22, you suddenly got a Cooper Monaco, only a few years old, about 5 years than most of these cars. It looks as though it's a car from another age. And at the moment, Greg Heacock's driving that, having battles with other cars, but, you know, it is a little bit mix and match. But
it also
it's
looks
how
like
it would have been in period.
It also looks like it's the tender that should be hanging off the back of a Daytona Coupe for where it runs out of fuel. You can get into your Cooper Monaco and drive off to the petrol station in it. So here is Lucas Alusa in the bread van. Back up to 9th place, got ahead of Conor Kay, who is now harassing him. So I imagine that might have happened, where should we say, maybe on a straight somewhere, where the Lotus is outgunned. So in fact, it's Conor Kay, that unusual look. They've done something with the headlights on that car, the 26R. And a little further back, you talked about the Ian Walker racing car. That's in an invitational class on its own, driven by Diego Ferrao and Martin Stretton, car number 165. That's down in 13th place, just a couple of spots further back. And as so often happens in sports car racing, I mean, the BRDC Classic example, somebody takes what is a perfectly good but maybe starting to move out of its window of competitiveness car, and then makes changes to it, makes it a little bit more aerodynamic. And Ian Walker Racing did that with the Elan, giving it more of a sort of long tail coupe look. I mean, we've seen that with minis and midgets and all sorts of things, and again through into the tight and twisty complex. I mean, you can see the wheelbase on the Elan is only 2/3 that. No wonder it rotates better than the 250.
Exactly, the Elan could fit within the front of the car to the back of the car within the wheelbase of that Ferrari Bread van. So Lucas Alusa having to cede position, he knows he wouldn't have the handling, he knows he has the grunt though, so position's probably going to swap again down the straight. In the background, a lime green Lotus 20 Elan, looking to see what that can do. So that's probably Cahill's
car. That's Andy Cahill, yeah. And Andrew Jameson will be next up behind him. And then the Ferrao and Stretton car. So it's Elan central there. In the same way that in a lot of historic touring car races, you get a big clump of Mark 1 Lotus Cortinas. Here, cars sort of follow form as well. We'll get a bunch of MGBs racing each other. The E-types will often be close together. The Cobras close together. The Elans close together.
Well, in fact, we just
Speaking of Mark 1 Lotus Cortinas.
Well, okay, car, we need
we'll
to
see
look.
some of them shortly.
Okay, this is Sean Lynn in 4th place overall, the red number 13. He's been harried very, very hard. Jonathan Mitchell is, there's another Mitchell, that's Ben Mitchell in the mix as well. Catching them all is David Hart in that number 41. Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, that's the sort of pale green one with the yellow band. So suddenly we've got a real gaggle of cars. There's another car in behind in 7th position, another E-Type, that's the Dodd family car. Graham sharing that one with James, but at the moment with 3 cars together, as they fight, that other E-Type is closing in. Great race this is going to be. 1 hour long, we've almost got to 1/3 distance. Out front, nearly 10 seconds clear though is Julian Thomas, but the real racing is just that little bit further back. And unfortunately, oh dear.
That's David Methley in the 1800cc Marcus. We saw a 3-litre Marcus GT a little earlier in our road sports category. This is the earlier version, 1800cc B series engine, I think probably in that car. Originally they came with a 1500s GT4 Cortina engine or might be the 1800 Volvo in that car. But on the inside comes, do we think David Hart started? He tends to, doesn't he? Goes through in the green Daytona Coupe, and I do rather fancy that Sean Lynn at the wheel of the red and white number 13 Cobra with the open face helmet. It's certainly working hard behind the wheel. I don't think a Cobra driven on its toes is an easy thing to control, but he manages to do that nicely here as through goes car number 62, the E-Type slipping by.
Yeah, that's the Ben Mitchell car he's sharing with Alistair McKay. Oh, this is a replay of the Marcos, just putting to the side of the circuit. David Methley, long-time runner in historic racing, single-seaters, then, of course, more recently in cars with roofs.
Maybe feeling he's a little too exposed.
Yes.
I think that comes to all of us. I mean, you were talking avidly about jumping into a Formula Junior. Just point out, Bruce Jones, that a Formula Junior car is shorter than you and I if we were to lay on the ground beside it.
Mere details, Martin.
Getting in would require a lot more than gravity and some WD-40. However, back with the big banger action, the Cobra in the middle of these Jags. There is the Daytona Coupe. David Hart up to 4th place now and setting his hat as he tries to chase down Jonathan Mitchell's Dove Grey number 7 Jaguar E-Type. The semi-lightweights squabbling here with Sean Lynn in that red and white AC Cobra.
It's a really good little scrap, isn't it? And then, yes, exactly, the Cooper Monaco just sort of getting in the way. That's the car we talked of earlier. How has this car from another decade come and joined us, but out there having fun? And Sean Lynn, having to work very hard indeed. The Graham Dodd driving his Jaguar E-Type is keeping him incredibly honest. This battle for sort of basically 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. And Elan on Elan, one on the outside, one on the inside. Andrew Jameson taking the wider line in and almost the narrow line of the way out, but oh dearie me, snaps one way, snaps another. That was about a 3-part manoeuvre, to the left, to the right, to the left, to the right, and he somehow held it.
I've got it, I haven't got it. Retirement for another of our cars. This is the MGB of George Wiltshire. So pulling over to the side, rather nice old English white.
Yeah, this is a car you can see from the sign writing on the back. This is races in the Generations Trophy, something that Motor Racing Legends run, where you have to be related to the person you share the car with, and it can be all sorts of generations. Some of them go across 3 generations, but today, getting that extra track mileage, unfortunately, well, I was going to say push has come to shove, and he's gone off the circuit. That is push and shove from the Marshals.
So it's been a long day for the Marshals as well. They were on post at about 8 o'clock this morning. It is now coming up to 6 o'clock in the evening. It's been a hot day at Silverstone, not 35 degrees, but it certainly felt like 25 degrees, and they've been out in the sunshine all day long. So as ever, as we heard from Rudiger Friedrichs earlier, thank you so much to all of the Orange Army who make racing possible, volunteering their time and their manpower and woman power and their efforts to keep cars on track and to keep the drivers and themselves safe when the cars fail them. Very much slower Lotus than nature intended, and rolling to a halt. And that is the end of the road, I'm afraid, for Andrew and Jonathan Pace's car. Yeah.
That looks great. I think we were saying off air that any little land you put a gold bumper on and white beneath, it just makes it look super crisp. But I tell you what, a big white V on a Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe being driven beautifully by Julian Thomas, and he is 8 seconds thereabouts clear of the second place car. Look at number 46 there, Mike Whitaker. He knows this Griffith. Not that many people can master these Griffiths. They are very, very tricky to drive. Mike, as I was saying yesterday, Martin, he seems to like a car that is on edge, and he's absolutely capable with them. And as fans, people who want to watch a car that makes a great sound, is spectacular, well, that works.
Well, that works well, doesn't it, with this car? It's overpowered. Even with those big fat slicks on, it is still overpowered. And spends a lot of its time being driven sideways in the way in which nature intended. So the TVR Griffith 400, and there's the bread van. Not under pressure from an MGB, he's just gone by that, but has Lucas Halusa, he's lost the place to Conor May again. So that's Conor May just in front in the white Elan 26R. And again, Halusa steaming down the hangar straight, not quite close enough yet, but as they're in the all-MGB region of the field, the cars, as they get to them, will be going more slowly. So if the Elan catches an MG at the exit of the Vale, for instance, and can't get through in Club Corner, then it may well be a chance for Halusa to spring a surprise.
Yeah, again, just looking at the lead gap, it's staying at around 8 seconds, but this race, an hour long, we've got 24 minutes or so still to go, so still plenty of time for these battles to work out, but Lucas Halusa is having a lot of fun. Or maybe he's not, maybe he's going, just get off my tail, but
he can't, can he? Conor Kay is quicker in the slower stuff, and Lucas is quicker in the quicker stuff, so they probably make a very similar lap time, just in very different ways to each other.
It'll be lovely to actually see a trace of their cornering lines, somewhat different to each other, one feels.
Yeah, 100%.
But also, for the simple fact is that the Ferrari bread van had probably a choice of 2 corner lines, whereas the Lotus Elan probably has a choice of about 5 at any given corner, and again, looking so nimble, but then not having the horses. But Conor Kay is having a classic scrap, and at various points that little Elan is very hard to see for Lucas Halusa, and I think that's what Conor Kay is working on. I'll pretend I'm going left, I'll go right, and I'll go left again, working hard, and he knows he's not taking the life out of his tyres in the way the Ferrari is in front of him, but I'll tell you what, Lucas Halusa, hats off. I don't think vision out of the back of the bread van is particularly easy. You know, got a couple of wholemeal loaves in the back, and a couple of baguettes. And really
there's a whacking great window there with even a windscreen wiper. So pit window remains unchanged, but race duration has been reduced from 60 to 50 minutes because we are running late and we'll go up against the curfew. So we're almost halfway through. Pit window is open now, so teams will have to react to what they're seeing on the timing screens.
And the people with the more powerful cars will be saying thank you, not because they didn't want the extra 10 minutes or the full 10 minutes to take it out to an hour, because it means their tyres will not be as degraded as they would be if it went the full hour.
100%. Here's the bread van. So another little stat to compare. Top speed of Lucas Halusa in the bread van, 130.5. Top speed of the Lotus, 124.5. So it's giving away 6 miles an hour in a straight line. So the first of our pit stoppers is in, and this is the number 59, Rob BB MGB. Of course it's a B at the BBB. And In fact, in the Generations Cup, it would be the BBB as well. Too many. I know. And I'm stopping now. It's been a long day, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, boys
It's
and
called
girls.
making your own bed and lying in it, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? So Julian Thomas, now, is he heading towards the pit lane as well now? So if the pit window remains unchanged, that means it remains unchanged in duration and opens and closes at the same time. But if teams have not spotted that 10 minutes has been chopped off the end of the race, they might end up keeping their first driver in a little longer than might be ideal.
Right, I just want to dive in before the bulk of the front runners come in with the pit stop. I had a nagging doubt. I said it was a Ferrari 250 GTO. It wasn't. What happened?
This is the bread man we're talking about.
Count Volpi, long-time supporter of Ferrari. There was the Palace coup at Ferrari, and people like Carlos Chiti left the team. They were fired, along with Giotto Bizzarini, the designer. Anyhow, Count Volpi had a couple, not one, but two Ferrari 250 GTOs on order. Enzo said, you're not having them. So he said, OK, and he took a Ferrari 250 GT short wheelbase. Giotto Bizzarini designed the body and went, there you go, one in the eye. Was it one in the eye? Well, it certainly was a fine response. We're the beneficiaries. We get something different to look at.
We do indeed. So Julian Thomas remains in the lead. Of the front runners, David Hart has pitted to hand over to Olivier Hart, Sean Lynn to Scott Malvern, and the Dodd family car has stopped. So Graham Dodd will hand over to James in their British Racing Green E-Type. Also noticed, by the way, that Jack Tetley brought in the Cobra number 124 to hand over to Stuart Hall. So no more WhatsApp messages from Stewie Hall for about the next 25 minutes, I would think. But yeah, no, better not. Hey, Mum, guess where I am? No, not now, Stewie. Here is our race leader and romping away from Mike Whittaker at the sort of pace that you might expect. The best lap of the race done by Julian Thomas, 2:23.0. The lap he's just finished, 2:23.1, and he's on a purple lap again with the best speed of anybody, 144.9 miles an hour down the Hangar Straight. Thank you very much indeed. I tell you what, that is a very quick machine and really well driven. Julian Thomas knows that car. Here's the Hart's car. So David has started, has handed over to Olivier, and he disappears out. Also in, you just saw the red Cobra, so Sean Lynn handing over to Scott Malvern into the pits this time round. Potentially, I would think, for Julian Thomas to hand over to Andy Wolff. It's going to be a handy lead as well, the sharp end of 20 seconds over Mike Whittaker.
Yeah, sort of 15 or so at the moment. Also in the pits was Andrew Jamieson. He was just letting his eyeballs recover. He was the one that had the left, right exit from Luffield and somehow held it together.
Was that luck or judgment? I think we'll leave,
on each of the occasions, I think it was judgment.
Leave that to the audience to decide. Yeah, it's different in Milan. I was always taught in the Mini, if in doubt, just keep your foot buried, and 9 times out of 10 the car will get you out of trouble. 9 times out of 10 it did. It was definitely not judgment on my case.
It's always the 10th time, isn't it? Always the 10th time. Oh gosh, well, talk about the last 2 laps have been astonishing, because the new fastest lap of the race has just been sent by Julian Thomas. He's done 3 laps in a row in the 2-minute 23s, each one improving by a tenth of a second, but he's opened out that margin from 14.5 seconds to 17.4 seconds. That has been the way you do an in-lap, if indeed he comes in. Oh dear, it's the time of the Alans to fall over.
It really is.
And unfortunately 114, that's Jan Bitterim's car, has been sharing with David Gardner, but I think it's just been Turkish racer Bitterim in the first part of the race. Has that rear window popped out? No, maybe not. I'm just...
No, it looks like it might have actually. They haven't stopped, so yeah, Jan Bitterim is in, still in the car, had not yet stopped. He's done bathed in sweat. I mean, that tells you all you need to know. We're saying how much nimbler the Loti are than something like that Daytona Cobra Coupe, but
okay, is that rear window missing? Let's take a look and see what's going to happen. We're looking
top left of your screen.
Okay.
So
we've got a yellow Elan off at the background of the picture.
So it loops around in
and the windscreen is lying in the middle of the track. Yes.
It wasn't just lacking a reflection; it was lacking.
So he's managed to pull it behind the barriers, going around the first part of the club, but. Take a look of the red and white Elan coming into shot. Not just yet.
Hang on a minute.
Oh, did he roll?
He comes into shot upside down.
Oh, okay. I had a bit of reflection on
rolled
the
it there. And that explains the white mark above the passenger door as we saw it. So you can see it's barely touched. Look, there's a scuff above both doors and the roof panel is still convex.
Well, what a moment for Jan Bitterim. Okay,
well, that's why he stopped having lost the windscreen, because losing the windscreen was the least of his worries.
Driver okay. Hopefully that's the first time and last time he'll roll a car.
Yeah, that is a full code brown moment for the driver.
Happened too quickly for the driver to know they're turning in at the end of the Vale, and
goodness me,
that's where the adrenaline suddenly falls away.
Well, that's where it was sliding, and then all of a sudden it gripped and it just flipped him right over. Again, another gaffer tape number. It's a popular thing. Claude Bouvet and Julian Draper in the Austin Healey. That driven at Le Mans Classic in the last couple of classics actually by Claude Bouvet. He's had plenty of time in that car. 34 here. This is the Tony Ross and Paul Unsworth 26R, Lotus 26R. The racing version of the Elan. And that's, again, an Elan facing in all sorts of directions.
What has been extraordinary for me in this race is seeing the cars you least expect to spin are the cars with the best handling, which is the Lotus Elans, and maybe they're just being pushed much harder than normal because they're the ones that are going around, and the cars with sort of longer wheel bases and more grunt. There's our race leader in the pits at the moment, Julian Thomas. He'll hand over to Andy Wolff, and I think a massive pat on the back. You suggested it might be 20 seconds when he made the pit stop. 19.3. I'll let you away with that one. But I'll tell you what, that was down to Julian Thomas in the last 3 laps, really maximising his time in the car.
He was proper Max Verstappening there, wasn't he? Andy Wolff takes over. Whittaker is in, Mitchell is in. Mitchell and McCaig will swap there to 2 different Mitchells. So Jonathan Mitchell in car number 7, the E-Type, and Ben Mitchell sharing with Alistair McCaig in their E-Type, the one with the Curia Cos colours and the white band across the nose rather than the white V across the bonnet. So Andy Wolff back out and feeling the car out now, because when you take a car over in qualifying, it'll have done a handful of laps. Here it's done half an hour of racing and more, and actually been ragged rotten as well. So he's got to feel where the brakes are, where the tyres are, how the grip is before he really starts getting into traffic. What you don't want is to lunge down the inside of, for instance, a big Healey, then find out that the brakes have gone.
Yeah, the brakes, I mean, the tyres are the ones people always think about, but it's when you suddenly realise that brake pedal is an inch or 2 lower than it might have been when the race was started. But in fact, Julian Thomas, by running on his own, yes, he was running at incredible pace, set a series of fastest laps in the race, 3 consecutive laps in 2 minutes 23, which is remarkable, but he wasn't having to adapt his racing line in any of that. He wasn't really having to work past back markers, so that's been a helping hand. Mike Whittaker has also made a pit stop after the pit stop, waiting to see what the gap is before. Just remember, it was 19.3 seconds between the race leader and this TVR Griffith, but Mike Griffith, let's call him by his real name, Mike Whittaker in the Griffith, knows this car incredibly well. So there is half a possibility, even though it's a car that normally consumes its tyres, that he will be keeping his tyres relatively sweet. We will see. And of course, from his point of view,
trying to at any rate.
Trying his best, but it's all a question of degree. But experience in any car does help you on a warm day, at least keep the life in the car as much as you can.
Michael Russell driving solo in his Healey 3000. There is Andy Wolff, the race leader, tucking up behind the MGB, being driven by Stuart and James Morley. So another family-run car, or family-driven car. And the Morleys, not averse to driving something as humble as an MGB. They don't always drive Bugattis, Bentleys rather. They drive a lot of Bentleys. They drive a lot of other things as well. Stuart Morley particularly is in, I think, pretty much every other race this weekend.
Why go to the gym when you can work out around the circuit here? I don't know, it's a question, I'm just putting it out there.
Well, now then, the gap to the leader has come down from 19 point something to 11 point something seconds. So Mike Whittaker, again, having stopped in the car, he knows exactly what the Griffith is capable of right now. And if we pause and wait, here it comes. Got the big Healy coming out in front of it. And then an MGB as well, separating him from the race leader. But Mike Whitaker in second place. Jonathan Mitchell in the Dove Grey Jaguar E-Type semi-lightweight. That is in third place, car number 7. And then Olivier Hart in the green, pale green Daytona Coupe in fourth place. The Dodd family car in fifth position. Graham and James now has taken over their E-Type. And in sixth place, it is... I was going to say Hugh McCaig, I mean Alistair McCaig. I don't think Hugh McCaig's driving it. Car number 62. 70 years, incidentally, since Akira Kos won at Le Mans for the first time with the Jaguar C-Types.
Right, this is. I'm delighted we're suddenly looking at number 7, Jonathan Mitchell. He's holding down third place, but I think the chase is on because David Hart has handed over to his son Olivier. Olivier is really getting the number 41 pale green AC Cobra, well, the Cobra Daytona Coupe. That's the one with the yellow band across its bonnet. He is starting to close in. So Jonathan Mitchell, who has every reason to feel a little tired, having just done a GT3 race and sprinted to the collection assembly area to hop into his E-Type. But honestly, don't know how he managed to do it in time.
Is he in Endurance Icons that comes up next? Because that's really just beating yourself up with a stick, isn't it? He might well be, actually. One of the things that is lovely about him, actually, is those bright yellow gloves. So if you're watching trackside or you're watching from the grandstand or from the fences, you can see the busy hands constantly crossing up and down over the dashboard of the E-Type. Right. See a similar thing as well from Olivier Hart, because you've got to be busy in this thing.
Well, this car, I'm delighted with seeing that. Have you seen Jonathan Mitchell? I've just been looking at their speeds at the end of the, well, 2/3 of the way down the Hangar Straight where they are now, and the speed differential last lap was 5.5 miles an hour more from this car, the chasing Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. And so I think with 12 minutes remaining on the clock, David Hart standing in the pits could well be looking at a third place finish, because son Olivier is really pressing on. And Jonathan Mitchell, there he is in that Dove Grey E-Type. He's quick, but it does seem that, gosh, with every timing sector, every end of timing sector speed trap, it's advantage to the chasing green and yellow Cobra. Here it comes.
Yeah, it really is. 137.2 through the speed traps for the Cobra, 125.6 for the E-Type, so 12 miles an hour quicker, the Cobra down the straight than the E-Type. That's a massive speed advantage. And at Silverstone, one of the quickest Grand Prix circuits still, that has got to play into your favour. That and the fact that Olivier Hart has the car up and dancing on his toes, and he too, with bright yellow gloves, making it very easy for the fans trackside to see exactly how hard he's working. The gap is coming right down, isn't it? It was 2.9 seconds at the beginning of the lap. That's not 2.9 seconds, that's more like 1.9 seconds now.
Big rumbling engine note there from Olivier Hart's Cobra, chasing, and I think the clock is not going to be the friend of Jonathan Mitchell, because 10 and a bit minutes remain in this race, and he is probably going to be pilot. He'll use his racecraft to try and get that E-Type where it is to make Olivier Hart work all the harder to go past. But I think if it gets into a straight line, there is just going to be absolutely no chance of defending.
No, he's just, it's relentless. It should be going dum. It's a proper Jaws closing in on its victim. A little bit of championship driving update from Graham Goodwin. Alistair McCaig, the third LMP3 champion we've seen racing today. So Chris Hoy, ELMS LMP3 champion in 2015. Alex Brundle, ELMS LMP3 champion in 2016. And Hugh McCaig, British LMP3 champion in 2017. So headlights ablaze on Jonathan Mitchell's E-Type, flashing away, but all to no avail, because down, not into the Vale, but into Brooklands comes Olivier Hart, just selected top gear and drove straight by the E-Type.
He's working that car, turning into Brooklands. He had to slightly take to the curbing on the inside. Jonathan Mitchell isn't giving up without a fight. He's going to try and hang in there and hope some traffic can help him. But every time they come out of a corner, coming past our commentary position, accelerating out of Woodcote, what happens? The gap stretches. Maybe there's some gaggles of cars up ahead. We've got 9 minutes remaining on the clock. So the Jonathan can hang in. Just taking a look at the laps last time around. Front runner, Andy Wolff, the gap is coming down. It's only 11 seconds, but he was a second and a bit slower than the chasing Mike Whittaker. Then the other two cars, well, way quicker. Olivier Hart, well, hold on, he's got to find 18 seconds. No, he's not going to do that to Mike Whittaker, no. But he did take 4 seconds out of him on that last lap.
Yeah, and there's only 8 minutes left. If there was another 10 minutes, then I'm putting Olivier Hart in second place ahead of Mike Whittaker. But at the moment, actually, the gap is going out. Andy Wolff is gapping Whittaker. It was 19 seconds when they both went into the pit lane, or at different times before the pit stops. Whittaker then came out, and it was down to 10 seconds, now out a little bit more because Wolff 2:27.3 last time round, Whittaker 2:28.6. And of course, some of that is when and where you catch the traffic. Some of it you'll breeze by, some of it's unavoidably going to delay you, but that's not within your remit. What is within your remit, if you're Olivier Hart, is driving the wheels of that Daytona Coupe in third place. The gap is just under 30 seconds, and in 8 minutes, let's say, what's that going to be? That's going to be, at very best, 4 laps. It seems highly unlikely that he's going to find 19 seconds, 20 seconds in that time.
Looking down through the classes, in fact, the Dodds are in a class of their own. They're in an invitation class. There is one actually, no, further back. The other car that's identical, but in a different class, of course. The Graham and James Dodd car, the E-Type, number 21 in 5th place, is leading its class. Class A, Connor Kay, we've seen so much of him in his Lotus Elan 26R. He's 6th overall, leading the A class. The C class is being led by Lucas Alusa. It's the driver of the Ferrari bred van, but really at this stage in the race with Andy Wolff surely doing enough. In fact, the last 2 laps he's been quicker, as you pointed out, Martin, than the chasing TVR. I thought I'd get that one right, of all things. Mike Whittaker, but really the story is that David Hart, I reckon he only needed 1 further lap than he's going to get. I really do. Yeah. The pace he's closing in at, he's done 2 laps in a row at 2 minutes 24, 15 seconds to find, 6 and a bit minutes left. Not going to do it, but not for want of trying.
And you talked about Jonathan Mitchell not giving up. He is still chasing Olivier Hart. Now, he's not close enough. He's gone out to 3 seconds behind this number 41 Daytona Coupe, and he doesn't have to worry, Olivier Hart. Hello, race control message. What is this going to say? I don't think I've got anything.
It's not one of the front runners. Stop and go penalty, car number 15. 1-5. It's Lucas Buchhofer, Andy Willis, Lotus Elan 26R.
So that'll be a short pit stop or stopping, a short stop, so a stop and go penalty for them. There's Lucas Alusa leading his class in 9th place in the Ferrari bred van. It doesn't just look different, it sounds fabulous as well, because it has got that traditional 250 12-cylinder engine wailing away, carving through traffic. There's the Sean Lynn Scott Malvern Cobra, that car now in 8th place, in fact up to 7th, because he's just got ahead of Alistair McCaig. So there is the Acuria Cos Jag.
Next target, sights locked on and passing it there. Connor Kay, nothing he can do about it.
And not much that Connor Kay will be able to do in a straight about the E-Type either. He'll try and come back against the Cobra in the tight and twisty stuff, but there's not much of that at this end of the circuit until they get down to the complex, and then after that, of course, comes the Wellington Straight and the chance for the more powerful cars to right the wrong and go straight back again. So Scott Malvern up to 6th position, Connor Kay in 7th, and Alistair McCaig in 8th ahead of Lucas Alusa, but by some margin. Mike Whittaker 11 seconds still behind Andy Wolff, so not closing that gap at all. Another second, half a second given away on the previous lap, just 1/10 on this lap, but Olivier Hart 3.1 seconds quicker than Mike Whittaker's TVR on the last lap. 4.5 minutes remain. He is running out of time, isn't he, Olivier Hart, and he'll be one, despite the weight and the power of the car, cursing that missing 10 minutes, because that absolutely would have brought him into contention, and arguably perhaps in a position where he'd even challenge for victory. There is the young Dutchman, Olivier Hart, in that familiar green and yellow car. I'm not sure actually what racing team livery that is, but it's the one that they've raced for a number of seasons now, the father and son combination, and very effectively too. There is Mike Whittaker, and the gap was 14, 13 seconds.
Yeah, he took a second off, but at this point you have to feel that Andy Wolff is going, I've got the job done, I've just got to listen to what my car's saying to me. Ginetta there, no answer at all to the pace of Olivier Hart. You look at if you had those cars' performance figures put onto top trump cards, you wouldn't want the Ginetta if you wanted to win the card game.
Well, I don't know, depends if it's on lightweight. Because then you would thrash the bread van, wouldn't you?
Yeah, there was always the sort of dud category within Top Trump's cards.
There's every car can win against any other car as long as you choose the right category. 120.4 miles an hour top speed for the Ginetta G4, 135.8 for the Ferrari. So you're not winning on top speed there. That's for darn certain.
Absolutely. So first to second, 11.4 seconds, and so surely Andy Wolff will take victory shared with Julian Thomas, and Julian was not only quick but consistently quick at the head of the race.
Wow.
In the early stages.
Andy Wolff down the Hangar Straight on this lap, 144.9 miles an hour to a mere 140.6 of Olivier Hart in this Daytona Cobra Coupe. Brief flash of yellow flags down towards the end of the Wellington Straight, and they went off. So it looks like everything is clear here. It certainly seems to be approaching at normal racing speed. So if somebody had a minor loop, either through Brooklands or in Luffield, they have recovered and motored on.
Again, those yellow gloves flashing away for Olivier Hart, but with the extra 10 minutes, or the 10 minutes they should have had, this was supposed to be a 1 hour race because of the delays early on, and the delays in the GT3 Legends race. Curfew is a thing that has to be obeyed, and GT3 Legends, their race knocked down to 50 minutes from an hour, but they've really entertained us, and certainly Julian Thomas, brilliant job in this car, the 192 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe, laid the foundations. Mike Whittaker gave his best in the TVR Griffith 400, but really the combination of Julian Thomas and Andy Wolff looks as though the job is nearly a good one.
Yeah, Julian Thomas often shares with Nigel Greensell actually in his historic races, and has done here successfully on a number of occasions at Silverstone, on occasion where they have each started one of Julian's cars in the same race and then had to pit at the same time and run round from one car to the other, trying not to trip each other over.
Best laid plans.
It's been done before. They've had both cars on the podium before now, but with 1 minute and 11 seconds to go, this is going to be
close.
It's going to be very close, isn't it?
Well, he can back12 He's fine. He's got 12-second advantage. He can back off, but then doing the maths might be too confusing.
But he doesn't know quite what time is remaining necessarily. There might be a stopwatch counting down on the dash. There might not. Either way, he might be feeling a little busy to be looking at a watch and trying to do the mental arithmetic to see if he can slow down enough not to have to do another lap. Plus, anyway, he does seem to be enjoying himself. Why would you not want to do another lap?
Yeah, it's effectively like a sprint in his position in the race, because nobody seems to be in front, nobody within sight behind. His margin of 12 seconds. And again, it's always that thing, Martin, in a race where you're either ahead or behind, but if you can't see the car you're chasing, that's really dispiriting. And at the moment, he's got that margin, so whenever Mike Whittaker turns out of entry onto that infield straight, he'll go, where is he? Can't see him.
Don't break the rhythm. I mean, this is a track day all on his own, isn't it? There's nobody in the mirrors. There's almost nobody visible in front of him as he comes out of Luffield and onto the pit straight. So
and the
looking down towards
flag
Cox
is waved.
corner.
He just caught it. He timed that beautifully. Didn't back it off.
He
backed it off by about 2 seconds, and that was enough. Oh, shrewd work.
Victory for Julian Thomas and Andy Wolff in a revised length pre-66 GT sprint. So he saw it in time. Mike Whittaker takes second, 13.7 seconds back, and it will be third place for Olivier Hart. He closed that gap down to just 7 seconds from second place. 1 more lap, 2 more laps, he'd have been there. That extra 10 minutes, there seems little doubt, but that's a parallel universe where the GT3 Legends didn't fall over each other and cause lots of red flags. So that didn't happen. Jonathan Mitchell in 4th place in the E-Type. And then the Dodds should come home in 5th spot in their Jaguar E-Type. And that's just gone through shot, I think, as we see the Sean Lynn, Scott Malvern Cobra. There's the Dodds E-Type. Graham and James Dodd come across the line in, 5th place. Sean Lynn, Scott Malvern's red and white Cobra, rounding out the top half dozen. And having started last, heading towards the top 12, is the Tetley and Hall Cobra.
Well, 14th at the start of the lap, capable of gaining a couple more positions on this. Certainly their pace in the throughout the race has been fantastic, but we'll see. They may be able to overhaul Andy Cahill and Diego Ferraro and Martin Stretton. We'll wait to see. Mike Whitaker, door open, not just to wave to the marshals, also to let a bit of heat out of the cockpit of that TVR Griffith.
You're right, that was an amazingly tight race towards the end. Diego Ferraro, Martin Stretton in the invitational class ahead of...
Maybe passed.
He did, yeah.
Got 10th place.
Stewie Hall got
place.
both of them. 12th place, got ahead of Martin Stretton and ahead of the Lotus Elan as well, that we saw so much of Andrew Cahill's car. So good work by Stewie Hall on the final lap. So they went from 53rd to 12th.
It's great to break into the top 50, isn't it?
Yeah, 53rd is my sort of starting position.
So, wave there to the marshals from Julian Thomas. He's had a good day and a bad day. Of course, the Sierra that he raced in the Historic Touring Car Challenge had its own problems, did go back out, but in this race he did not put a wheel wrong. And really unusually, the cars that were having problems here on a hot track were the Lotus 26Rs. There's one in the background of the shot. They normally are surefire, they're super nimble, don't have the grunt of these cars with the big American V8s in them, but today they were the ones going round, or over and over in the case of Jan Bitterin.
Yeah.
But good to see he was fine when he got over his one, parked at the edge of the track. Not the only car parked trackside, so the number 273 Austin Healey, Simon Niesler's car, also joining others at the side of the track.
I do recall whose car that was that rolled in front. That's one of the Elans, isn't it? That was the one with the gold bumpers that we're talking about. I can't remember
the
whose it
Pace
was.
family car, number 5.
Yes, it was. That's right. Exactly. Rolls to a halt in the same place. But Julian Thomas and Andy Wolff take victory here in the Pre-66 GT Sprint. The first of 2 races for these cars. The second will be the first thing tomorrow morning, by which stage Jonathan Mitchell will barely have dried out, will he? He finished in 4th place behind David and Olivier Hart's Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. And in 2nd place, Mike Whitaker, who started from 2nd, with Julian Thomas and Andy Wolff, who started from pole, claiming victory. Our class winners, well, they're all over the place, frankly. The Dodds won in 7th place, another class winner. Stuart Hall and Jack Tetley from the back of the grid up to 12th place. That must have been a thoroughly entertaining race for both drivers, because Jack Tetley couldn't qualify the car. Yesterday he wasn't available to do qualifying, so they started at the back of the grid, but he was at least allowed to start, so they have had plenty of fun, and they'll be out again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, so bright and early for that particular start. Final race coming up in a moment or two, and we are almost back on time, as we will be racing with the endurance icons. So Bruce Jones gets to cool down and have a moment or two to himself, and I'll be joined in a moment by Graham Goodwin. We'll get down and talk to our top 3 hopefully in a moment or two. It was a race of all sorts of differing fortunes. This Mustang Clash, as you might expect, didn't necessarily work out in the favour of everybody, and the number 11 car, Chris Jolly and Steve Farthing's GT350, ended the race early after contact. A bizarre moment here of extreme worry for Cameron Jackson as the car shed its rear wheel, and then a race-long dice, excuse me, get the sneeze here, between Lucas Halusa in the bread van, car number 16, and the 173 Lotus, and then taking over from David Olivier Hart, absolutely flying, going by Alistair McKay. There's all sorts of Elans had all sorts of come to me, come to you, I've got lots of problems, and then Jan Bitterin rolling his Lotus at the exit of the Vale. No such dramas for Julian Thomas and Andy Wolff. a dominant victory. The car was comprehensively quicker in qualifying than Mike Whitaker's TVR Griffith 400 that started in second place and finished in second place as well. And David and Olivier Hart, well, they started a little further back on the grid but ended up on the podium. Well, let's catch up with Mark Werrell and our top drivers.
So let's chat to our top three in the pre-66 race here at the BRDC Classic 2026. I've got Andy Wolf alongside me. Andy, you're taking a well-earned drink of water, which tells me that was a warm old race.
Very, very warm in there. Julian did all the work for me, to be honest. I just had to keep the gap constant and row it home. He's had some bad luck today, crash in the Audi and a puncture in the Sierra, so it was weighing on my shoulders. I had to bring it home and get him a win. So yeah, great result.
I spoke to him shortly after you got in the car, and I said the same to him, let's finish the day on a high. He said, well, he was smiling as he said it. He said, well, any day at Silverstone in the sunshine when you're driving a Cobra is a good day.
That's great. That thing is a weapon. It's really good fun. It's so benign. It's, I was driving the Lister earlier and I managed to fight that back from the lead into fifth and managed to hold the lead in that. Yeah, it's such an easy old car to drive. It's really nice.
Do the brakes and tyres hang on?
Yeah, they do. You have to coax it a little bit. Yeah, you don't want to push too hard because the tyres will go off and that slows you down. You can't really bring it back from there. But yeah, no, it's a beautiful car. Lovely prep by the boys. Fantastic afternoon.
And as a BRDC member here at the BRDC Classic, what an event.
What a fantastic. I mean, Sean Lynn has just turned this on its head, hasn't it? It's fantastic. And I love the single venue without the wing. We got the public here. Everybody's enjoying themselves. Big party tonight. What else can we ask for?
Well done, well done. Let's bring Julian in because we spoke to Julian after he'd hopped out of the car. He congratulates. Big on the back, and you've done it.
And a kiss, he gave me a little kiss.
You've done it.
Yes. That was a good race.
Well, we said we wanted to end the day on a high, and here we are.
Yes, every lap I was going, just concentrate, don't do anything stupid. Come on, just bring it home. It's good.
And you've done it. You can do it all again tomorrow.
Yes, not in the Cobra, but in the Sierra, and we'll see with the Audis. Bit of damage, but they're working on it. Let's cross fingers.
Let's hope so. Well done on that stint. See if we can grab a quick word with Mike Whitaker, who is just down this way. Mike, can we... I'll have to interrupt his conversation. Mike, can we grab a word, if that's okay? He's drinking sparkling spring water, which is a very civilised thing to do after the race. Mike, can we grab a word? We'll come to the front of your car, and then we can grab a quick word. Second throughout the whole of the race, but Olivier Hart was coming towards the end.
Yeah, at the pit stop, Philip said the race has been shortened, and I was like, thank God for that, because I know what's coming, a green Cobra with Olivier in it. So, but I think the last few laps, just talking with Andy there, Andy was like 10 ahead of me, I was like 15 ahead, so you just got to keep a calm head in the traffic then.
I was going to talk about the traffic because when it's a nice problem to have so many cars on the grid as an organiser, but as a driver sometimes it's difficult picking your way through.
It's a little challenging in that because unlike the other stuff around us, it has drum brakes on the rear, so it carries a lot of speed, and then if somebody just pulls in front of you, you run out of brakes sort of quickly, so you have to be really mindful through traffic. Most people out there were sort of fairly courteous anyway, but I think like the bigger grids the better. The more you have to weave and dive and find another gear and a bit of grass somewhere, I think it's brilliant. It's all part of it.
And you've driven that thing enough now to know exactly what you need to do to manage a longer race.
Yeah, we're back. We've been quiet the last couple of Silverstones. I've been like 6th, 7th, 8th, but the team did a bit of work on the car over the winter, did a bit of damper dyno work, and I think we probably punched a little bit above our weight today, coming second. But yeah, good.
Down to the driver as well, So, and let's grab a quick word with Olivier and David Hart, who are here. So, David, just come in. We'll grab a quick word with you. We didn't speak to you because obviously you started the car and there was some work to do.
Well, there was some work to do, yeah. Yeah, the start was bad, but later on I'll catch up.
You caught up and then, of course, hand it over to Olivier.
Yeah, yeah, it was a little bit short, the 10 minutes.
It was. Olivier, come on in, let's grab a quick word. You took over and you were pushing hard. Mike, you could probably see him in the distance, but you couldn't quite get there before the time ran out.
Yes, the race was shortened for 10 minutes shorter, so I think in those 10 minutes I could have done a lot. We were gaining by a big amount, so yeah, it's a pity that I didn't get the chance to even get a bit closer than what I did, but yeah, well, I had a constant good pace, so everything felt alright, but yeah, I want to be more high up the step, and this is not high enough.
we can get you there another time. We can get you another time. How was the traffic for you? You know, gain on some laps and then you'd hit the traffic the next, and everything you'd caught up disappeared again.
For me, traffic, I do like it actually, because I feel like I can read it pretty well, and I remember who's driving in the car, so I can adjust myself to it. That other places I can gain more time, so I'm happy with traffic.
We're happy with third for you as well, but hopefully we can see that step higher next time out here. So that's it for Pre-66 at the moment. We've got one more race to come up, and that's for Endurance Icons, so let's go back up to the commentary box.
Me next to you, and you next to me. Hello, I got places to be. Like me next to you, and you next to me. Hello, I got places to be. Like me next to you, and you next to me, and you next to me, and you next to me.
Welcome back to a slightly blustery late afternoon here at Silverstone after a long, hot day of racing. A little bit of breeze certainly won't go amiss among a lot of the crowd, and especially our hard work marshals and our TV camera crew. So thanks to all of them for their efforts today. Final race coming up, just a little delayed. We were due to start at 6:20. Looks like the cars are just about to leave the collecting area now at just after 6:30. So what was due to be a 30-minute race for the Endurance Icons. Graham Goodwin, do we think that's going to be shortened?
At the moment, we've been told it's a 30-minute race.
Still be 30
the
minutes.
delay right now is just to recover the cars that were trackside after that, what was an excellent eventually 50-minute race. Yeah. You did Olivier Hart. I'm sure that 10 minutes would have made a huge difference to him, and he's
Really
right to be
would.
frustrated. But a moment perhaps to tell everybody what racing we've got tomorrow, Martin. 'Cause
Yes.
it's another packed day, the final day of a 3-day epic BRDC Classic here at Silverstone. Starts with Top Hat's Pre-66 touring cars qualifying. They will race later on in the afternoon. The Derek Bell Trophy has their second race of the weekend. So we watch the podiums for the Pre-66 GTs with Toby Moody in the fan zone. So the F2 and F5000 cars will be first up for racing tomorrow. That's 9:40 tomorrow morning after qualifying for the Pre-66 touring cars. The pre-war sports cars have their second race mid-morning, followed by Historic Formula Junior, and don't miss that. That was epic stuff today, and it will be more of the same tomorrow. And then the Endurance Icons, we're about to see them in race 1. Their race 2 will be the last race before lunchtime tomorrow. And then Sunday afternoon, the GP Icons, the Formula 1 cars, Historic Touring Car Challenge have their 40-minute race, 50 minutes for the GT3 Legends, as we've got the two Courages coming out side by side, amongst an array of other talent. We'll get to those in a moment. Then the Top Hat Pre-66 Touring Cars, 45 minutes, and we finish at 16:45 tomorrow with the HSCC Road Sports. Don't miss that, because that's all sorts of epic fun with all sorts of epic cars. But now, Martin, we can focus on the final grid for Saturday. It is the Endurance Icons, and that's the correct title for this formula. It is GT and prototype cars from the start of this century.
Yeah, GT Endurance Icons rather sounds slightly more publishable than Endurance Racing Porn.
That's basically what it is.
Which is probably what you would refer to in other ways. So essentially, from the early part of the 21st century, predominantly these cars from the 2000s onwards, and a wide variety of LMP1 and LMP2 machines, and that's represented in the front row. Keith Freezer in the car driven at Le Mans by Nigel Mansell and his sons Greg and Leo. Alongside him is Mike Newton in the car with which he raced in period and has raced almost ever since. Nicholas Nicholas Halusa and Sean Lynn on row 2 of the grid. Sean Lynn in the number 7 Bentley Speed 8, which was second in the 2003 Sebring 12 Hours. Zach and Max Brown sharing a Ferrari 458 GT2 that won here and at Spa in the hands of Giancarlo Fisichella, Tony Villander and Jimmy Bruni, and hoping that his son Max will be able to race here as well and enjoy that car with him before I think Zach then heads off to the Hungaroring for tomorrow's Hungarian Grand Prix. I think Max will be on his own tomorrow in the Endurance Icons, which means he gets twice as much time behind the wheel. And a variety of IMSA and American Le Mans spec BMWs. Ian Stinton driving the TVR Cerberus Speed 6, the bright green car, one of 3 prepared by Martin Short, the 2 Moslers in the field as well, one driven by his sons, Morgan and Marcus. And we understand, Graham Goodwin, that in fact Morgan is going to drive one race and Marcus drive the other because Morgan's got a penalty.
Well, it's because of his driver ranking.
Yeah.
So it's basically giving Little Brother a bit of a shot at this. But it's the 2 Moslers and the TVR, all built by Roll Centre Racing back in period, and all with real history. We'll get to that as we get racing. Sorry, I've been distracted by the Cadillac again. I've just had a moment. That car, utterly fabulous looking. Keep an eye. A little bit of concern about the engine in that car. It's a very recent completed restoration. There is the old snotter, as they call it, the Mull Valley-backed TVR Cerberus Speed 6 from Roll Centre Racing.
Safety car's about to pull out, and we have a rolling start for this race. So Keith Freezer on pole position in car number 5, then Mike Newton alongside. Nick Halusa in the Audi, the 2000 Audi with the yellow highlights. Sean Lynn in the 2003 Bentley alongside him. Then the Cummins and Ellis machine. Max Lynn starts car number 8, and that is the North Star Cadillac LMP1 car. And we are racing for 30 minutes here. These Endurance Icons, a new championship created by Sean Lynn of Motor Racing Legends. And Endurance Icons, well, let's hope they endure this half hour. But Keith Freezer in red 5, the car driven here at Silverstone by the Mansells and at Le Mans as well. It raced in the European Le Mans Series a number of years back. There is the KCMG car, the Cummins and Ellis machine.
And side by side with Sean Lynn's Bentley in a moment there, the Blue Coral GT2 Porsche running through the shots. Just managed to fend off the attack from the KCMG car, but it's side by side with the Caddy now.
And the Cadillac, car number 8, just slipping in front. So Max Lynn driving that car, and Sean Lynn in the Bentley, fresh, if that's not the word, I'm sure, out of the Cobra that has literally just finished the pre-66 GT sprint race. So many drivers doing more than double duty here. But Keith Freezer looked strong in qualifying. He really got the car up on its toes. And Mike Newton in the LMP2 MG Lola that was raced in period by the RML team, and RML's Phil Barker still running it for Mike Newton. Mike Newton actually bought the car and started racing it in 2003 and has owned it ever since. So now nearly a quarter of a century driving that car.
Yeah,
there is Max Lynn.
Yeah, double Le Mans winning combination as driver and team number 1 with
Tommy
Phil
Erdos.
Barker, and Tommy Erdos, of course, a big part of that through the long time that we saw the RML effort in LMP2.
MG Lola EX264 to give it its proper name. And this car, the Zytek 09. And that car didn't last very long at Le Mans. Nigel Mansell in the opening stint had a very sizable accident which caused him a lot of brain trauma. But the car raced through the season with his sons racing here at Silverstone.
Scored a class win at the Hungaroring. Unfortunately for the team, it was a class win behind several LMP2 cars, one of the very few times in the modern era, outside of the Porsche RS Spider era, that LMP2 car scored an overall ACO rules win. But they got a class win nonetheless in a good field of LMP1s. Factory Peugeot, Orica Peugeots and Rebellions in amongst them.
And look at this, this could be heading into the dusk at Le Mans with the Audi R8 leading the Bentley Speed 8, and right behind the Cadillac North Star LMP. Now, they didn't all necessarily race in the same races. The Bentleys came when Audi took a little hiatus.
Audi were in that race. Audi were in that race, but they were hampered with a variety of things to hold the cars back after absolute domination once the R8 program got underway. But the Bentleys that year, the 2003 Bentleys, there was no answer at Le Mans. Absolutely dominated. And the car, I think you'd agree, Martin Haven, you and I, our day job with the FI World Endurance Championship, that thing, they could roll it out now, call it a hypercar for Bentley, and no one would bat an eyelid.
No, absolutely. And of course, Cadillac back in hypercar as well, back at the front of endurance racing again in hypercar with their current hypercar program and with a V8 engine as well. Ford come next year with a V8 engine. So as in this period, as in so many others of sports car racing, all sorts of different sights and sounds, different ways of slicing the onion up. And of course, Mike Newton in second place there. LMP2 came from what was LMP 675, the original LM prototype categories. LMP 900 for the weight of the cars, minimum weight of 900, and the smaller cars, the smaller engine cars, 675 kilos, and they were knocking out something like 600 horsepower with their turbocharged engines. Not always as reliable as they were quick. Keith Freezer then leading in the Zytek, and Mike Newton in second place, 2.5 seconds back. Nicholas Halusa will come into shot in the Audi in a moment or two there. He is a further 2.5 seconds behind Mike Newton. So 3 different categories there.
So Keith Freezer getting away here. Mike Newton going with him as best he can in, remember, a more junior class car, but nonetheless, he's got that car on its toes. The Halusa pedalled Audi sticking with the program, as is Sean Lynn and Max Lynn. Thereafter, beginning to drop away from a beautiful train.
Well, Keith Freezer, understandably perhaps in the newest of the cars at the front end of the field. That's a 2010 car, outpacing the 2000 Audi, outpacing the 2003 MG Lola. Well, it should do anyway, because it's the MG Lola of Mike Newton is an LMP2 car, but now Nicholas Halusa has got the bit between his teeth in the Audi. He's bedded himself in the first couple of laps. These things are not necessarily the easiest cars in the world to really get to grips with. And Nicholas Halusa starting to pick up the pace in that Audi and closing down now on Mike Newton in second place, looking for a chance to get by the LMP2 car, and that should surely come in the straight line.
Behind, by the way, in the GT2 standings, 9th overall for the Zach Brown. Pedalled 51 Ferrari, 458 GT2, race winner in period, ahead of the Short family Mosler. And then the first of the GT1s, the 20 car. This is Jonathan Bailey's Nissan GTR from the second, possibly third iteration of GT1s, the GT1 World Championship era. Into the second decade of the century.
Good battle going on behind between Paul Cope and Andrew Jameson. They've just swapped places a couple of times. Paul Cope in the Reynard-based Protran LMP2 car, rather.
That's a P1 car.
P1 car, and Andrew Jameson, car number 18, in his Jordan Racing Team built Porsche 997 GT3 car.
So the Zytek getting away is developing, well, it's not developing, it's an actual battle for second place. And now it's a 3-car battle for second place, because the Audi and the Bentley looking to do what they can with the better performance, ultimate performance they've got over the LMP2 car of Mike Newton. But Mike knows this literally like the back of his hand.
Yeah.
Probably better than he knows the back of his hand, because he spent an awful lot more time considering the possibilities with this car than the back of his hand.
Nicholas Halusa down the inside, and then you can see the nimbleness of the MG Lola, car number 25, as it always was, so it will always be. And there's one of the PTG BMWs looping around and facing the wrong way. Steve Osborne driving that car that was raced in period by Boris Said, and just so many names on the door pillar, actually.
Sean Lynn just up the inside of Mike Newton as well there, has done so, and here comes Max Lynn
in the caddy.
I think he's starting that car.
Yep.
And
well, I think he's driving that car solo, Max Lynn. Certainly looks so from the timing screen.
Oh, that's a damaged rear end on that GT1.
Nissan, that car's been in the wall.
That's one of the JRM cars. He spun it coming out of the first corner, hasn't he? Or out of the final corner, out of club corner, and backed it into the pit wall.
Oh, that's a real shame.
Yeah, it really is.
One of two of these cars, one of the Sumo, that's the Sumo Power car, the black car entered by JRM, but effectively the same team, based locally to Silverstone Rugby in period. That's
locally-ish.
Locally-ish.
And you wouldn't want to walk. And here comes the battle, father and son. A big pun. That's Sean Lynn chasing Nick Halusa. Max Lynn yet to get by Mike Newton in the caddy. So that father and son battle will come.
Got that car to a place of safety. What happened here?
Top
Just
of the
at the top of the picture.
Yeah, runs out wide, out of club corner, on the curbs. We've seen that in all sorts of different racing.
You don't want to see that, do you? And that can see over to the right-hand side, the left rear wheel badly deranged on that car.
Yeah, so going to be a lot of work for that car. They won't race again till 11:30 tomorrow morning, but still means the team have got a lot to do to try and get it back out. So with Sean Lynn, third place in the number 7 Bentley. Here's our race leader, Keith Freezer, 6.2 seconds ahead of Nicholas Halusa in the Audi, and Halusa did not get the best of runs around the Porsche, did he? Sean Lynn maybe had a little closer run through. Now we've got the Bentley chasing the Audi.
Yeah, both building confidence in these cars as we get deeper into this race. You can see it, can't you? The body language of the cars, they're racing.
Yeah, Nick Halusa not finding the grip he thought he was going to. A very low speed in the Brooklands-Luffield crossover. And as a result, just kind of overrunning himself. And that means he had to get out of the throttle into Luffield. And suddenly Sean Lynn is right with him. Mike Newton with Max Lynn's caddy behind him. As they put a lap on at one of the Porsches.
So they are beginning to catch Keith Freezer at this pace, and still Max Lynn trying to deal with Mike Newton. Remember, this is LMP2 car against contemporary LMP1 machinery, big North Star V8.
Well, these cars lapping in the 157s last time round, because that's what Mike Newton can do. And so Max Lynn is sort of restricted to that pace. He might be able to go quicker in clean air, but right now, see Newton having a long look as they came down into Stowe. But just in front, Nicholas Halusa and Sean Lynn, this battle, both in the 1 minute 54s, very low 154s as well. So they're pulling away from the battle for 4th and 5th. And Mark Drain into the pit lane from 7th place in his Courage C65. That's the LMP2 version of the Courage.
Great battle here underway for 2nd place overall. Great battle as well underway in GT2. We've not seen much of that. Zach Brown working very hard to fend off the Short family Mosler.
There is the Courage of Mark Drain. So in the pits and heading for his stop.
Two generations of GT LMP2 Courage in this race. Is this an opportunity for Sean Lynn? He's going for what he thinks is a gap. Not quite there.
Well, they're leaving each other enough room to survive, and that's exactly what you'd expect of drivers of this caliber in these cars. This is not trying to win Le Mans in the final hour. This is a demonstration of just what these cars can do, what this series can be, and it's so exciting the way that this could develop. So many cars out there in private hands that we've not seen racing on a regular. And so it'd be really exciting to see those. A couple more pit stoppers. The Sota and Hill Nissan GTR, Colin Sota handing over to Jake Hill. That's in the pit lane. And so too is the car that's going to be taken over by Craig Dolby. Richard Guy bringing in the Mosler MT900. There he is. So Craig Dolby, a winner on this circuit. What feels like 5 years ago, and it's probably more like 15 in Super League Formula.
Way more than 5.
In the Tottenham car, Super League Formula. And really good to see Craig Dolby racing again. He's such a talented driver. Never really got massive breaks. Didn't have funding, didn't have a patron, it always felt. And Sean Lynn runs out really quite wide in the Bentley. Now he might have been able to keep his foot on the gas, but I rather doubt it there.
They are catching the leader. That gap is now down to 2.6 seconds. It was demonstrated
at a Le Mans Series race, as I recall, but did not race in period in their home market. So it's great to see Sean Lynn with his prized possession showing off what it can do.
And I know Alan Minish is rather too busy with the Audi Formula One team to be watching this, but he was very pleased to see that the old girl still looks good at, what is it, 26 years old, very nearly. The Audi that he shared back in 2000.
Well, the modern era of mixed-class sports car racing in the UK started in 2000 with the predecessor to this car, the Audi R8R.
Yep.
That race won in 2000, the American Le Mans Series race won by BMW. But it wasn't long before we saw this game changer in sports car racing, the Audi R8, with its initial quick change rear end. And I don't just mean the bodywork, I mean all of it. Astonishing piece of engineering.
There is the TVR Cerberus Speed 6 of Ian Stinton, the bright green car in 15th place. You've just seen the leaders go by, or you've just seen certainly Nick Halusa, who is now our leader, as Keith Freezer has stopped. So the Audi leads at Silverstone, the Bentley in second place, the TVR Cerberus Speed 6 in third spot. Not a sentence you expect to hear very regularly.
That TVR, by the way, a
spot.
24-hour race car, completed the Spa 24 Hours in period after being sold by Roll Centre Racing, and also confirmed by Martin Short, does hold the record that it was the first ever car in a GT2 specified class to win a race that was not a Porsche. There was one car that did it earlier. That was a Handstuck PTG BMW, but was disqualified on it with a technical issue. So this is the only one that did it in period and made it stand.
Right, Max Lynn has got by Mike Newton. Did we see that?
We did not.
We did not. So Mike Finesse is now closing in at the KCMG. I was going to say Lola.
And Keith Freezer is on pit lane. So Nick Halusa leads this race now with the Audi.
So the Audi leads, and Sean Lynn in second. The Cerberus, third car in the shot when we saw them, obviously not in third place. But here's pressure. The KCMG car goes through on the inside.
I think that's Bradley Ellis aboard that car.
I think you're probably right.
Bradley, a very quick GT driver in period in the British GT Championship.
So that's a Morgan Pescarolo 01, and there is another Morgan Pescarolo racing.
And there is the 28 Lola LMP2 car, raced in period in the ILMC, the predecessor to the FI World Endurance Championship, and in the early years of the WC by Gulf Racing. Marks the first iteration of Lola moving to a coupe design for their LMP cars, and ultimate expression of that came with the glorious Lola Aston Martin.
Mike Newton in the pits, he will stay in the number 25 MG Lola, and Zach Brown in the pits to hand over to son Max. And a really interesting little chat you had with Zach Brown and Max as well. Just looking at some of the mouth, you know, Zach Brown, always a magpie with an eye for things that might be nice to add to the collection. It seems that Max is not fallen far from that tree either. He certainly had his eyes on a lot of things.
You know, it's great. It's lovely to see a shared passion, isn't it, with whatever that family is. And, you know, we're lucky. We get to look sometimes behind the curtain, and the pride in the collection that's been built and is, for the most part, kept. And kept all raceable, by the way, at United Autosports up at their amazing facility in Yorkshire and elsewhere. What a delight to have that at your fingertips. It wouldn't take much to build up an enthusiasm, would it, if that's what the...
Not at all. If you grow up surrounded by that stuff, you know, I mean, Zach grew up watching Nigel Mansell in IndyCars. This is some of his first motor racing memories when he started kart racing himself. There's Mike Finesse. Finesse in the pit lane now. So in fact, it's Sean Lynn leading from Max Lynn. Nick Halusa has also stopped. Keith Freezer back out in red 5. So the Zytek has completed its stop. That's why that's a 3-minute 13 lap.
So Nick Halusa still being harassed by Sean Lynn. But Sean Lynn having just pulled onto pit lane.
Well, Halusa had pitted, so Halusa on an outlap. Sean and Max Lynn both pitting now. So pit window remains open for another few seconds. So they have left that fairly late in the day. And a slew of cars coming in, and in fact, that is everybody who stopped. So they have the final cars making their pit stops. So does Keith Freezer come back out in front? The chances are that he should do in the Zytek, car number 5, but
just looking
by how much?
Yeah. So pan out in about the next 30 seconds. Bear with.
The fastest race lap so far in the race has been by Nick Halusa, 1 minute 53.1 in the Audi. Second quickest, Sean Lynn in the Bentley number 7, 153.4. Nobody else in the 153s.
Absolutely. In terms of the GT times, just taking a look there as to what we're looking at. It's 2:01, that's LMP2 time. The 2:06s times there. But actually, no, it is a 2:02 from the 83 Mosler is the best time from a GT car so far.
And that will be, I think, Craig Dolby, possibly. Yeah, he's on another quicker lap this time. 2:02.59 last time round. We're not seeing a lot of Craig Dolby, but he is flying. Keith Freezer with a new fastest lap, 152.837, responding to the challenge of the cars that were catching him before the pit stops. Now, they may possibly have made some adjustments, maybe tyre pressure or something in the pit stop to give him a car with which he's able to fight.
No, slapped him about a bit until they get on with it, I think. Come on! There goes Sean Lynn, he's in a hurry.
Yep.
So how is this going to pan out now on an outlap, as is Max.
Goes by Max Lynn.
And here's Keith Freezer, so it is Sean Lynn leading this race.
So he has got the lead by nearly 10 seconds.
So Keith Freezer at 1:52.8 is, what is that? 6 seconds quicker on that lap than the last flying lap for the Bentley.
Again, Sean Lynn might be bringing himself up to speed. A little lock-up from the Brazilian Porsche.
Yeah, car that raced in period in Interlagos. We've just been there, been back with the current FI World Endurance Championship. Back in the days when we fairly regularly had some local entries to add to international fields.
There's no chance of getting a wildcard entry these days. There's so many cars that there's not very many circuits that can fit an entire World Endurance Championship grid in. Marcus Short now up to 10th place in the family Marcus car number 104.
He's going well.
I don't mean Marcos, do I?
I think it's...
I mean Mosler. Too many Ms in there.
Yeah. So it is Sean Lynn from Keith Freezer, 9 seconds the gap. Nick Halusa is a further 8 seconds back from that. We have 9 minutes on the clock.
Max Lynn in 4th place in the Cadillac. Mike Newton down to 5th position, still the top LMP2 car. He's ahead of the Cummins Ellis KCMG machine. But Mark Drain in 2nd place in LMP2.
Pit window is closed. Everybody has made it in and out.
So Mark Drain's Courage C65, just a year older rather than Mike Newton's MG Lola. So it's 2004 car, 2005 is the MG Lola.
Yeah, it was rapid fire period of development, but also regulation changes, principally into, out of and back again into production-based engines. A response to the mighty Porsche RS Spiders that came along in 2009, 2010 and just rewrote the format, really.
Porsche had a habit of driving a coach and horses through regulations. The 911 GT1 98, for instance, GT1 was supposed to be road cars converted for racing. They went the other way around. Yes. They designed a race car based on the 956, 962 and then homologated it for the road, very much like Mercedes CLK.
You know, the godfather of GT racing, Stefan Rattel, expressing concern that we might be heading back in that direction. Quick word, by the way, about this number 5 car. Keith Freezer he's motoring, he's doing what he can to close this gap and doing it rapidly. He needs to be through and past this Mosler to keep the pressure up on Sean Lynn. Originally a Reynard design survived when Reynard failed, and the rights this car bought by what was then Zytek, and survived beyond that to be still a competitive proposition up to the end of the then current LMP2
rules in 2016 from where we got the current rules, still with us now more than a decade later.
Yeah.
Just about a decade later, rather. So in LMP2 form, absolutely competitive. LMP1, it was always a car that chased hard and was raced both in regular and hybrid form, by the way. That was the other part of Bill Gibson's genius.
There's third placed Audi, Nick Halusa.
He's quicker than the two cars ahead of him.
Yeah, he is, but he's running out of time. He's got 7 minutes to make up 9 seconds on the leader, and that might not be so easy. Stuck in traffic here behind the Nissan and behind the Ferrari. That's the car driven by Max Brown, and this is the battle for 11th place.
I'm revising my previous assumption that Bradley Ellis started this race. Why? Because the number 47 car has just put in the fastest lap of the race overall. And that's how quick, by the way, that Nissan is in a straight line.
Okay, and Jake Hill has just zoomed by Max Brown. Perhaps not a surprise, Max Brown with count them, one race under his belt in his life. Jake Hill with 1 British Touring Car Championship under his belt, so far more experience. Keith Freezer still in second place, and can we see the Audi behind him? We can't, because that is still a 7-8 second gap.
He's running out of time. He is closing Sean Lynn, but he's running out of time and laps.
Yeah. So the gap coming down from 6.3 seconds down to 5.6 seconds.
Trouble. And it's the leader. It's a 15-second stop-and-go penalty for a short stop. Keith Freezer is our de facto leader of this race. The Bentley gets a stop-and-go penalty. And it's not just a run through pit lane. It's plus 15 seconds. That is going to drop it. Just seen where Max Lynn is on this lap. It's going to be perilously close to dropping it off the podium.
I think it will drop it off the podium.
It is going to drop it off the podium.
Yeah. Because what is it, 41 seconds through the pit lane, plus 15?
Plus 15.
Plus slowing down and starting again from a stop and go without speeding.
So it's going to be the number 5 car that is going to be scored as the winner in about 5 minutes' time.
And he'll drop behind Mike Newton, and very possibly the Cummings and Ellis car as well. Might be down to 6th position. They're 52 seconds back. I think if he serves the penalty immediately, he might have a chance of undoing some of that, but there's only 4 and 3/4 minutes of the race left. So Keith Freezer would inherit the win, whether Sean Lynn stops or not, as long as he doesn't trip over the Courage, and he doesn't.
I'm beginning to think, by the way, that Nick Halusa might have a problem, because his sector times, he didn't make that pass on the GT cars as conclusively as he has throughout this race, and his sector times since have been somewhat off.
Okay.
So worth keeping an eye on whether or not he is driving around a problem to the end of this race, which will happen, by the way, in just over 4 minutes' time.
Yeah, Keith Freezer in second place in red 5. Although, of course, it's not, it's white 5, because that's the way the rules were. LMP1 had a red back into the number plate. So red 5 would have been just a big red blob. It would have been totally invisible, but nevertheless.
Yeah, this was, by the way, Beechdene Mansell Motorsport, and Andrew Howard firmly involved in this effort.
So into the pits has come Sean Lynn to serve that penalty, because, of course, this generation of cars do have radios. We talked about that with some of our cars from the 50s and the 60s that may not have done. So if you have a penalty.
So sweeping through into the lead of the race.
Keith Freezer leads. Let's see what the pit exit does for Sean Lynn, how far he tumbles down. There he is, there is the Bentley in the pit lane. Thank you, boys. Nice work from our RF camera guys. They've been sweltering down in the pit lane all weekend as well. Goes out, having served his 15-second stop and go. So that will have dropped him a long way down the order.
We'll see very soon indeed just how far down the order that is. I think he's going to be at best in 4th place. It might even be 5th.
Car in front of him, halfway down the hangar straight now, is Mike Newton. So Mike Newton has gone by him.
5th place.
He is down to 5th place. Actually, no, he's not. Mike Newton has just gone by Max Lynn. So Mike Newton moves up to 3rd, Max Lynn down to 4th, and I think Sean Lynn, well, he is out in front of the Cummings and Ellis car, the KCMG car, Pescarolo Morgan Pescarolo. But there is your new race leader, Keith Freezer. Started on pole position with the potential of quicker cars behind, and we've seen this before.
We've seen slow Courage.
For instance, the Peugeots, when Sean Lynn's been driving those, not really getting the maximum out of the car in a short qualifying period. And I think the same was true of all of these super flighty LMP1 cars, the Audi, the Cadillac, the Bentley, that you just need a bit of race to really bed yourself into it, really get for the feel for the car under you, and then start to pick up the pace. But Nick Halusa down to 4th place. Mike Newton has gone by.
Yeah, he's hustled this one, hasn't he, Nick Halusa, but not quite quick enough. He's 14 seconds back from Keith Freezer, who is on top of this car, no doubt about it, into the final 2 minutes. His last lap, 1:56, he's got enough in hand. Mike Newton moves up to 3rd place overall. You're absolutely right. He has gone through on Max Lynn, and that is a 2-minute lap for Max.
Fastest lap is a 1:52.6 from the Cummings and Ellis KCMG Morgan Pescarolo. They qualified 1:51.8, so they're only 8 tenths away from their qualifying best in race trim.
Beginning to wonder whether or not Max is just driving to the finish with a problem here, because that is not the pace that Cadillac has been capable of. Sean Lynn is dropped behind his son.
Yeah, he's 7 seconds behind him, but is going a little quicker. However, he has run out of time. That penalty being notified late after his rather later than earlier pit stop.
I think Sean Lynn is going to go by that Cadillac.
He might well do.
Because the Caddy, I think, is driving around a problem. There are some concerns about this newly restored car.
Well,
it is
no concerns over Keith
gorgeous.
Freezer's car. It's a great looking thing, and it was always a disappointment they didn't really produce the goods in period. There it is. There's the Cadillac with the North Star V8 behind it.
That's the GT2 battle ahead of them.
Yeah,
and
closing in with Sean Lynn. Yeah, it is nose to tail, isn't it?
That is. It's the Ferrari catching the Mosler on what will be, I think, the final lap here. Well, the time has expired.
Yeah, so Keith Freezer has taken the checkered flag. Nick Halusa in the number 9 Audi heading towards the line. And he'll be chased all the way by Mike Newton, but it is the Audi that takes 2nd place. Coming across the line, one of the PTG BMWs, and in the background, the LMP2 Courage, but it is Mike Newton who will win LMP2 and finish 3rd overall, ahead of Max Lynn in the number 8 Cadillac, and Father Sean in the number 7 Bentley, if that is the way they finish.
Nose to tail as they come to the line, and it is just the Caddy that comes home in 4th place.
And it's just the Mosler as well, ahead of Max and Zach Brown's Ferrari. So that is our GT2 battle going to Marcus Short.
Indeed, and 3rd place in GT2, by the way, is number 18 Porsche.
Keith Freezer doing a bit of waving there as well, bringing the car in quickly. I think they might have been asked if they could hurry up and get back in.
He's probably got an appointment.
It's 8 minutes past 7. So we're trying to let our marshals and officials get home, because they will need to be back here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Not everybody will be within a 5-minute drive of the circuit.
That had its moments, didn't it? And well done to the organisers for squeezing the 30-minute race out here. Here is Keith Freezer's Scott Sport prepared Zytec 09S, fitting tribute to the late and very great Bill Gibson.
Yep.
And just a car that continued to be relevant and raceable throughout its life.
Great customer racing chassis, and that's what endurance racing needs in all classes, is customer racing cars. Factory cars are all well and good, but factories come and go, as we know. The current hypercar rule set certainly seems to be a very juicy worm on a nicely baited hook in terms of factory participation, but in GT categories as well as in the prototypes, you need cars that private teams can run. Keith Freezer, the winner in the Zytec. Nick Halusa's Audi taking 2nd. Mike Newton wins LMP2 and takes 3rd overall in the MG Lola, ahead of Max and Sean Lynn, after Sean picked up a penalty for a 2 fast pit stop, a 2 short time stationary, coming home just behind the North Star Cadillac. Second in C2, LMP2, Mark Drain's Courage C65 ahead of the LMP1 LC75, and the Mosler of Richard Guy and Craig Dolby ending up in 13th place behind the lead battle in GT2, which was run in the end by Marcus Short ahead of Zach Brown and Max Brown. I think we're right in saying that Morgan Short will drive Matt Mosler tomorrow, and I also believe that Zach Brown is, or maybe almost already eyeing off towards the Hungaroring. I think Max will be racing his Ferrari, or his dad's Ferrari, on his own tomorrow. Well, this is a marker in the sand again from Motor Racing Legends. Like GP Icons, Endurance Icons is their concept of how top-class sports car racers from the 21st century can live another charmed life and thrill crowds that may or may not have seen them in period. Just the one major incident for the Sumo Nissan. And great to see these cars at speed here at Silverstone, where the Audi did race and the Bentley never did get round to racing, but it has now. Keith Freezer in a car that was raced by the Mansell family here in period, claiming victory, something that unfortunately they were not able to do at the time. Plenty of action in between though, working his way through traffic after the pit stops. It was the Bentley of Sean Lynn who came through in front, but after a pit stop that was too short, Sean's number 7 machine had to drop back into the pit lane and serve the penalty, and that allowed Red 5 back in front. So Keith Freezer taking the win from Nick Halusa's Audi, and Mike Newton's LMP2 car in 3rd position. And second in LMP2, Mark Drain in his Courage, 3rd in LMP2, but in a slightly different class. That was car number 24, Mike Finesse, in the LC75 Lola. Well, let's catch up with our hot, sweaty, and probably fairly tired drivers. And again, it is Mark Werrell on the mic.
Grab an interview with Keith. Keith, many congratulations on winning our final race of the day. Look, plain sailing, was it?
It was pretty good, but yeah, it was slippery out there today, and we're sliding around, and all of a sudden there was a car ahead of me, and my guy says, "Oh, there's someone ahead of you by 8 seconds," and I was like, how can that be? But I think he short pit stopped and came back in, and it's all good. So
I think he was short by about 15, so it was a major miscalculation.
Yeah, that's okay. Stuff happens. We're all trying our best out here. So yeah, it's just a privilege. You know, Emerald does a great job here in the BRDC at Silverstone, and I come from Canada to race here, so it's a real honor to come, and you know, it's a really iconic car.
It's an honour for us to have you as well. And Scott Sport, you know, what a team, what a car they've put together for you.
Oh, Aaron and the gang have been unbelievable. I have 2 of those Zytecs, and he's built both of them for me, and he looks after all my cars over here. So he's a really great guy.
Just talk us through how fascinating it is to utilise the power and the downforce around the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit in a prototype car.
I'll tell you, like, I've run a few other cars here, but this P1 car is just mental. You know, like I was down to 47 there, and yeah, it's proper quick. You know, maggots, Beckett's, and yeah, it's really, really good here.
And you say that with a big smile on your face, so you enjoyed it.
It's so good.
The good thing is you can do it all again tomorrow as well.
I'm sure going to try my best. Thank you.
There we go. So let's grab a quick word with Nicholas Halusa, who is over here, and we'll grab a quick word with Nicholas. Can we grab a word? Because it's always good to see you out racing, and to see you out racing in what is an iconic car this weekend at the BRDC Classic is an absolute joy. How was it?
It's unbelievable. I mean, incredible. Every time you get in the car, you have to relearn just how fast you can attack the entries and just how aggressive you can be on the exits. I'm still learning that, to be honest. I'll have to relearn it every lap, and it's. I don't know if you ever spoken to anybody before with an R8, but it's shockingly easy. Like, you have to rewire your brain a little bit in terms of pace, but it never surprises you. It doesn't slide, it doesn't kick out. It pulls you to go faster. But you just have to remind yourself that there's downforce and that it'll stick and that it'll go, and then it's unbelievable the kind of things it can do.
It sounds like that during that period of racing and shortly afterwards, Audi knew what they were doing building a prototype.
Yeah. I mean, also it's you have to go to do it for 24 hours, right? And they've nailed this balance of fast, but just it comes to you instead of having to fight it.
Must be an absolute joy. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much.
And let's grab a final word. Our final driver we'll be chatting to here on day 2 of the BRDC Classic is Mike Newton. Mike, can we grab a word, because it's always good to see you out in a car that must feel like you've driven it forever.
Absolutely, it's wonderful to be back in it, and now we're really finding its original pace again. It's really enjoyable to drive.
What was the first year you ever drove this car?
2005, so it's been with us a long time. It had a sabbatical with RLR, but then it came back home.
So it's part of the family. Has it got a little family name as well?
Not really, no, just Lola.
Feels like putting on an old pair of slippers. Couldn't quite keep up with these guys. We had a brilliant race early on.
Yeah, I mean, I was closing on them through Maggots and Beckett's and a couple of other places, but then, of course, they just pulled away on the straight, so I just need another 100 horsepower to match theirs.
Well, you might need another 100 horsepower, but tomorrow the weather might look a little bit different.
Well, yes, we'll see what happens then, for sure.
But well done.
Thank you very much.
So there we go. There's our final top 3 drivers that we're going to chat to here at Silverstone at the BRDC Classic. So for the final time today, we'll go back up to the commentary box.
Thanks again, Mark Well, for all your efforts. Thanks also to the crew, to the marshals and the organisers for what has been a fascinating day of action here on Saturday at Silverstone. And we start again at 9 o'clock on Sunday morning with the first of our races. So we've had everything in terms of sports cars, single-seaters, GTs, road cars from the last century. And tomorrow brings more of the same. Again, join us if you can. 0900 British Summertime, 0800 GMT as we get racing back underway in the BRDC Classic, the final day of the weekend. And yeah, grey skies overhead. Let's see what tomorrow brings. Hopefully the weather will be set fair for the fans and for the drivers. Lots to see and do. If you fancy a trip to Silverstone, you're close enough tomorrow, you'll be very welcome and you'll have a thoroughly fantastic day out. So on behalf of Graham Goodwin and Bruce Jones, I'm Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us. Thanks to the TV crew for all their hard work today. We will see you tomorrow morning, bright and early, at Silverstone, day 3 of the BRDC Classic.
The access that you get, it's just unbelievable.
It's also very noisy.
Some really monstrous V8s. And the enthusiasm of the owners is just fantastic.
What a great weekend.